Soon, caddies introduced Ethan to every higher-up of the empire. This caused a great commotion. What is His Majesty trying to say? Is he unofficially telling us who will become the next crown prince? The fifth prince sure is awesome, getting His Majesty's approval at this age. Besides, he is a super prodigy with the space element, so of course he will be adored. This was the thought of almost everyone. The first empress saw this scene and her face changed all colors. She could not hold it any longer and shouted, "Your Majesty, what do you think you are doing? Introducing the prince to the upper echelon is the job of his mother. Why are you doing this yourself?" She shouted at the emperor in front of everyone. Adrian instantly regretted leaving his mother alone. Her mental capacity was too low and she snapped just from this. Adrian calculated all of this. He knew his fifth brother would be the biggest obstacle, but he would still wait. If the emperor dared to make him the crown prince without any competition, then he would not have any more reservations and would play his ultimate card. But he would wait until the announcement. Kadizatrama Razel, when he heard the shout, his eyes turned cold and he looked at the first empress. "Do I have to give you an explanation of what I do and don't? Apologize and leave here," he said very calmly. Everyone was sure that if the first empress did not do what she was ordered, she would have to face grave consequences. Adrian immediately took action and came to his mother. "Mother, please apologize. Your health is not in very good condition. Otherwise, everyone will take it in the worst way." She immediately came to her senses and bowed to the emperor. "I am sorry, Your Majesty, I was not in my senses just now." Then Adrian also bowed. "I apologize on my mother's behalf." Then he took her and left the castle. Caddies did not even look at her leaving. The situation became a little awkward, but soon the pace returned and everyone started enjoying the ceremony again. Soon, caddies got everyone's attention. In this competition, they will have to rule a kingdom under the Lucadonia Empire for 2 years. Whoever can rule the kingdom the best will become the crown prince. But as you know, the fifth prince just turned 6, so he will have to attend the Magus Academy. In his first year, he will not have permission to leave the academy, so the competition will begin after 1 year. That is all. Everyone applauded at the end of the speech. It was a good way to judge the potential of the princes. Adrian had already returned and clenched his hands. He would have to wait 1 more year. But if the fifth prince was gone, then he would not have to wait that long, right? He had already given the death sentence. All there was left was to wait for the fifth prince to leave the castle, and then boom, he would vanish like thin air. But what he did not know was that the ancestor would be watching over the fifth prince. If he had known, he would not have dared to make this plan. Inside the first empress's castle, a man in a dark robe and mask was standing in front of her. "Bitch, you nearly caused problems for me and my son. If he cannot become the crown prince because of you, you will see the consequences." The first empress instantly turned anxious. "Please do not talk to me like this. I love you. You know I will not cause trouble for our son. I am sorry." While apologizing, she already took off her clothes and got into position. "I am so stressed. Please do it harder this time." The man's anger subsided a little bit and lust took over his eyes. He also took off his clothes, except his mask. No one knew that the first prince was not even the son of the emperor. He had a different bloodline running through his veins, and he considered that bloodline far superior to that of humans. The party was over. Tomorrow, Ethan would leave the castle to attend the admission test of the Supreme Magus Academy of the human race. There were 3 Supreme Academies for 3 professions. Only the best of the best from the 10,000 empires could join there, as each academy had only 500 seats, and the Lucadonia Empire alone had more than trillions of people. It was a grand stage for the ultimate geniuses. No one from the royal family would even dare to think that someone from their family might get admitted there, but Ethan gave them hope. Maybe, just maybe, he would be able to get admission there. The deans of those 3 academies were the strongest existences among humanity, only below the father of all magic, Victor Frankenstein. Because of these 4 people, the dragon and demon races never dared to wage war against humans. They would have to leave the Lucadonia Empire and reach the Holy Britannian Empire. The 3 academies were present there. That was the only 9-star empire of humanity. The others were only 5-star at highest. At night, Ethan was sitting opposite his mother. She was giving him final lessons as her son was going to leave her for the first time. She could not bear to watch her son leave. Her soul was tearing apart, but she would have to let him go. Ethan's talent could not be bound in this empire. He needed a grander stage to shine. "I understand, mother. Please take care of yourself." Ethan was also very sad. It was decided that the royal army would escort him to the Holy Britannian Empire. It would be a 5-day journey. The admission test would start on the 6th day and would take 2 days to complete. Besides, he would have to leave with his ancestor to the origin world. The ancestor said he would pick him up, but would the academy let him go? He did not know. The night was over. Ethan's father and mother both were present here. They wanted to leave him too, but it was a long journey and they couldn't leave for that long. Trina was crying, "Ethan, I have packed your favorite foods inside your storage ring. It would last for months. Try to get along with others, even if you can't admit there. Don't be disheartened. I will always be by your side no matter what." Besides, there are other academies too. She was hugging him and advising him. Ethan listened to every word with patience. Caddies also didn't intervene. After Trina was done, Caddies stepped forward. Son, no one from our family ever dared to think we could get into that academy, so don't take pressure. Just do your best. This was all he needed to say. Ethan smiled at both of them and entered the carriage. 5 monster horses would pull the carriage. 100 royal guards would guard him. There were 80 knights at true knight level and 20 magus at true magus level. Commander was a grand knight and the vice commander was a high magus. It was a super powerful escort team. The emperor would take such a powerful team if he ever went out. Soon the carriage started moving forward. Ethan closed his eyes. He was now a high magus himself and could bring out 50 mana from his core. He was sure he could even snipe the commander if he wanted to with his portal spell and plasma beam spell. He also learned a detection spell. He could now detect 5 km around him. Ethan then opened his eyes. He modified the spell according to his test. It could always be activated passively and would give him a signal if anything threatening came into his detection. It didn't take much mana. Ethan took out a booklet to learn about the Supreme Magus Academy. It was a place for the ultimate geniuses of the human race. Would he be able to get a place there? He would have been more confident if he could create a time spell too. But what he didn't know, as a 6-year-old boy, he was an absolute monster to be in the high magus realm, moreover a true knight. Those ultimate geniuses would only feel despair in front of him, but it wasn't Ethan's fault. He didn't leave the castle much, so he didn't have the opportunity to compare his power with others. It would be the first time he was going to compete in an official competition. Soon the sun was almost down. Ethan read all the details of the book. The academy was established by Victor Frankenstein himself about 50 million years ago. Each batch would take exactly 500 people. No quota was given to anyone, not even the deans. Only pure talent could get you an admission. This rule made the academy still functional like before, didn't lose into the annals of history. Suddenly he heard a knock on the door. Your Highness, we are thinking of setting our tents here. What do you think? It was the voice of the Vice Commander Julius. Ethan opened the window and saw the sun was about to set. Sure, and hunt some monsters too. I would like to eat barbecue tonight, Julius said, as you wish. He left and ordered the soldiers to set the tents in fire. He also ordered 20 guards to make a hunting party to hunt some monsters or a big one. Soon the guards hunted down a monster bull and returned to the camp. They had a barbecue party that night. The first night went peacefully. The next morning, the carriage started again. This day they reached near a mountain range. They thought they should enter the mountain in the morning, and so they camped early. After setting up the camp, the soldiers again went to hunt, but before they could go far, Ethan felt a huge mana source coming near them. It was super vast, more than the commander. He shouted, "Come back this instant." But before the soldiers could react, a huge mountainous monster attacked them out of nowhere. It was super fast. They couldn't even react. Despair instantly overwhelmed them and they closed their eyes. But the impact they expected didn't come. Ethan didn't have time to think and he used the plasma beam with his portal magic. The hind leg of the monster was penetrated, so it was caught off guard and lost its track. The soldiers also got their rare chance to run back. After coming back, they had the chance to look at the monster for a better look. It was a wild monster tusk bore the size of a carriage or even bigger. But they didn't know what happened and why it suddenly stopped its attack. Edian was looking at the scene inside a space. That boy mastered such a powerful space elemental skill. Let's see what he got first. The commander came to his senses and ordered the guards to attack the boar at once. The maguses took out their staves and started chanting. Then they started firing spell after spell. The knights also took out bows, but the arrows and the spells couldn't even hurt the boar, let alone penetrate its body. Commander Relf looked at Julius. Attack it with your best shot. This monster is a grand tier monster. It won't be easy to hurt it. Julius nodded and started chanting his spell. But the boar was already angry and it roared. Instantly wind slashes came out toward the team. It was a wind elemental monster. Relf shouted barrier magic. Protecting the prince is the highest priority. The boar also charged at them. Relf took out his blue sword. He was a water elemental knight. With the sword he charged toward the boar to have a head-to-head battle. With all this madness, no one saw that the 6-year-old prince had a maniacal smile on his face. He was enjoying this scene. He was learning magic from everyone. He had super high comprehension. Just by watching the magic casting, he could comprehend the diagram. Though he couldn't use other elemental magic, he could include them into his arsenal and use raw mana to recreate those magics. When Relf went closer to the monster, he saw the hind limb of that beast was bleeding. He was surprised who might have just attacked it. He also saw that beam of light just now but did not see the source. So someone was present here who could injure that beast. He did not know if that person was a foe or a friend, but he did not have time for that now. He needed to kill that monster. Otherwise, no one from his team would be able to do that. Ethan was watching this battle. He wanted to attack right now, but he also wanted to see the commander in battle. Soon Relf and that boar monster clashed. Relf swung his sword, but the boar evaded it narrowly and hit him with its head. But Relf was not a normal knight either. He jumped over the head of the boar and thrashed his sword into the head of the boar, but this time it used a wind slash directly toward him, and Ralph could not dodge the attack midair. It hit him and blood gushed out from his chest. Ralph flew away and hit the ground. Ethan did not think the boar would be so strong and have such keen battle sense. Ralph was from the royal army but still could not handle the boar. The boar looked at Ralph, who was lying at a distance, and instantly started running toward him. Ethan did not think much, and this time a portal appeared directly in front of the head of the monster, and he shot. Instantly, that plasma beam penetrated through its head like butter and came out from its anus. The boar died instantly and stopped just a little bit away because of its inertia. Everyone was standing there dumbfounded. What happened? This attack again. Who was using it? They became nervous instead of happy. If such a person attacked them, they would not even know who attacked and would die for sure. Ethan saw their nervous looks and understood what was going on. He could trust the vice commander and commander as they were selected by his father, and he also knew the ancestor was watching over him. So he decided to tell them, "Vice Commander Julius, look at me." Suddenly everyone heard Ethan's voice and looked at him. Ethan pointed his finger toward the sky and fired a plasma beam. Instantly it shot to the sky and penetrated a cloud above. Ethan then stepped into the carriage. They heard his words, "Treat Commander Ralph as soon as possible and barbecue that boar." He was disappointed. That monster died too easily, but he did not have any other choices at that moment. It was too strong for Ralph and too weak for him. Anyways, today he learned the attack pattern of the wind slash. Though he could not use wind, he could use mana slash, or what if he could use slash with time? Damn, the moment it hit him, he instantly took out a paper and pen and started doing his research. The guards were still standing outside like fools. Did the fifth prince just kill a grand tier monster, all by himself? Suddenly they heard a roar. Didn't you hear what His Highness just ordered? Why are you still standing there like fools? Go and prepare that boar first. When they heard Julius's voice, they came to their senses and started doing their job. Some light elemental magus were using healing skills on Ralph. His injuries were not that severe. They would be able to heal him in an hour. Edian inside the space was also surprised. This boy is something else. I am really looking forward to his future, and maybe he should be able to enter that relic in the origin world. Soon 2 hours passed. Ethan was deep in his research. He heard a knock from the outside. "Your Highness, the food is ready." Ethan then came out of his zone and felt that he really was hungry, so he opened the door and came out. Everyone bowed as soon as he came out. This time they were showing genuine respect to him, not for his status. "How is Commander Ralph doing?" Ethan asked. "I am glad to hear that." Ethan smiled. "Okay, let's eat all together." Soon they all enjoyed a hearty meal together. This was the time that made soldiers become life and death brothers. Battle together, then enjoy the victory together, or share the defeat together. And these 100 were a special team made by the Emperor himself after much consideration when he saw his fifth son awaken a space element. He wanted to gift him these 100 guards. After the meal, Ethan stepped into the carriage again. He was surprised that the first prince still had not made his move yet. He was waiting for him. Did he know that the ancestor was looking out for him? He again entered his zone and started his research on the time slash spell. The next morning he opened his eyes. He was progressing much faster in the time spell now that he had a direction and he had comprehended a space spell. Space and time were probably closely related. Today they would enter the mountain range. It was still dangerous, even in the day. Bandits, monsters, and even unknown events. The mountain ranges were always a place of dread. Ralph was already fully healed after a full night of rest. They entered the mountain range and slowly progressed. The road was up and down and very tough for carriages to run faster. At noon, they entered the deep mountain area. This was the most dangerous place. Every guard was on high alert. Even Ethan stopped his research and was concentrating on his search spell. He could sense many powerful auras surrounding them, though they were not approaching them as the mages use spells to conceal their aura. But then, boom, a fire spell shot toward them. Julius was on high alert and instantly used barrier magic, but Ethan saw 28 super powerful auras in front of them. They were not there before, probably concealing their presence. Ralph shouted, "Who are you people? We are the royal army of the Lucadonia Empire." The man in the lead, wearing a mask shaped like a deer's face, started laughing. Dead men don't need to know much. He immediately launched his attack. He was a fire magus. The spell he cast was called Inferno. The man was a grand magus, no doubt about it. Ralph shouted, "Protect the prince." Everyone instantly got into position. A grand barrier magic was casted. The ultra-heated fire beam fell on the barrier. The barrier could block the spell, but it could not block the heat. Julius cast his earth elemental spell to create another layer of protection under the barrier, shielding them from the heat. This one spell almost took everything they had just to hold it off. Ralph drew his sword and charged toward the group of attackers. He did not even think about his life. He was a loyal guard of the Emperor, and yesterday he had seen the potential of the fifth prince. Even if all hundreds of them died today, the prince must not be harmed. He coated his body and sword with water elemental mana. Then he used a water jet under his boots, which instantly boosted his speed up to 3 times. Die, you son of a bitch, he attacked the leader. The leader cast 10 fireballs toward him, but Ralph cut them down like butter. Still, a magus was stronger than a knight. The leader shouted attack. All of his subordinates cast their spells at once. 10 of them attacked Ralph along with their leader, while 10 more targeted the barrier. Because if Ralph fell, the others would be as good as dead. The maguses on Ethan's side could not cast offensive spells because they were busy maintaining the barrier, but the 80 knights were not made of slime. As soon as the Grand Magus turned his attention toward Ralph, the knights instantly charged out of the barrier. But then came the worst part. The moment they left the barrier, attacks from all sides rained down on them. Maguses had been hiding to ambush them. This was completely out of their calculations. They had thought at most this was a powerful bandit team, so they assumed the enemy did not have more maguses than they had already revealed. But this little miscalculation would cost them dearly. 50 more maguses came out from the surroundings. The 80 knights were like pigs waiting for slaughter. The leader laughed loudly. Your brothers are about to be slaughtered, Commander. I suggest you hand over the prince and I will spare your brothers. Sounds fair. Ralph did not even listen. He swung his sword and shouted, our lives are worth nothing compared to his highness. Die, you bastard. But the leader was very nimble, dodging Ralph's sword with professional skills. Ralph shouted, Julius, run with his highness. We will hold them here. Now, he shouted again, soldiers, Lucadonia is calling for sacrifices. Who will answer the call with me? All 99 guards shouted at once, we will answer the call. The leader clapped his hands. Valiant indeed. I hate loyal dogs. You can all die now. I don't have all day. They all started chanting the same spell together. It was most likely a war spell. Ralph could tell it would be devastating. Julius ran toward the carriage where Ethan was. He did not want the sacrifices of his brothers to go in vain, but before he reached the carriage, the door opened. Ethan slowly stepped out. His long silver hair flowed in the air. His sapphire blue eyes carried a chilling coldness. His royal overcoat fluttered in the wind. At that moment, he looked unimaginably handsome for a 6-year-old boy. The ancestor was about to take action. He could not allow the loyal guards to die here, but when he saw Ethan's expression, he stopped. He wanted to see what Ethan would do. Ethan slowly walked to the center of the barrier. Disband the barrier. His words were absolute. The maguses instinctively canceled the barrier, but they instantly regretted it. They had left the prince wide open to the attackers. These were all high-level maguses. They could not even understand why they obeyed. Ethan placed his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand forward. Instantly, 5 portals appeared in front of his 5 fingers. At the same time, 50 portals appeared behind the 50 maguses who were hiding to ambush the knights and were now busy chanting the war spell. Perish. Ethan spoke slowly, and 5 plasma lightning beams shot out from his fingers, piercing the heads of all 50 maguses like clay. They did not even know what had happened. 50 bodies fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Their brains were fried to such an extent that even blood did not spill. Remaining enemy maguses, including the leader, widened their eyes. What the heck just happened? What the actual fuck happened? But Ethan did not indulge them with an answer. Again, 27 portals appeared behind the heads of the 27 maguses, except the leader. 4 portals appeared behind his arms and legs. Ethan fired his plasma beams again. The heads of the 27 maguses exploded, while the leader's limbs were instantly torn apart. Only his upper body and hands remained. Ethan's eyes were still calm. He did not know why, but although he had felt endless anger a moment ago, he now felt nothing after killing humans for the first time. Keep him alive and ask questions. Ralph immediately rushed forward and shattered the leader's jaw so that if he carried poison, he could not swallow it. Edion was shocked to the extreme. He can already use that spell to such an extent. Now I am certain he will be able to enter the sacred realm and come out alive. Under 10 years old, he may even be stronger than demons and dragons. My bloodline has finally produced its true protector. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He did not even stop to consider that Ethan appeared completely unfazed after killing so many humans. Ethan was looking at the mutilated body of the leader. Ethan was a very possessive person. He didn't want even a single one of his guards to suffer the slightest bit. That's why he was extremely enraged when those bastards ambushed them suddenly, and in the blink of an eye he killed them. Ralph came forward and gave him the highest tier salute which he only gave to the Emperor. Your Highness, he is fully restrained. What would you like to do? Ethan looked toward the sky. Ancestor, if you can take out information from this bastard, please do. I am suspicious this was done by someone from the royal family. The moment he uttered those words, everyone began sweating instantly. Ancestor, the ancestor is here. Where? They started looking at different directions. The prince should not be making fun in this situation, right? Even the mutilated leader was petrified now. If the ancestor were here, then he would surely be able to take out information from him. But that would bring utter destruction to his family and organization. He didn't want that, but his hands and legs were gone and his jaw was broken too. He couldn't do anything. Soon the space was torn open and an old man came out from it. As soon as he appeared, every guard fell onto their knees. It's our honor to meet the ancestor. Ethan also bowed and greeted him. Boy, I am very surprised. You're really something else, ha 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 ha. He had never been this happy. He was almost grinning from ear to ear. Then he looked coldly at the mutilated body. You said you are suspecting someone from the royal family did it. Let me see his soul. A little butterfly came out from his body. Ancestor's soul butterfly. Ralph was looking at it with fascination. He was the only beast master of the royal family, so his beasts were almost known to all higher-ups. It was in fact a matter of research to the younger generation. The butterfly flapped its wings softly. The leader became paralyzed. His eyes turned blank. After 4 minutes, the ancestor's eyes turned bloody red. A monstrous rage engulfed him. The brain of this man was totally blank, like someone had deleted his memory. The enemy was too cunning and powerful. Ethan looked at him. Did you find out, Ancestor? Edian shook his head in regret. Unfortunately, no. Someone has deleted his memories. You said you have suspicion. Who do you suspect? Ethan was surprised. Someone could even delete memories. The world was too strange and too many dark powers were residing in this world. So Ethan thought for a moment. I think it should be one of my brothers. I never get any good impression from them, but I don't want to take action now. I will first win the crown fair and square. Edian was very satisfied. Understanding this much at your age is great. Besides, enmity among brothers is common. You becoming cautious is good enough too. Boy, your mother taught you well. I will give that girl a reward for a good upbringing of yours. Ethan nodded excitedly. Please do, Ancestor. Give her something you didn't give even my father. You are such a shameless brat, so that you can take that gift from her later, right? Ethan was speechless. He was speaking for his mother out of goodwill. What was that old fogey saying? Ethan said, no, Ancestor. I was just thinking of my mother. I already miss her. I'm a little boy, you know. Edian looked at him suspiciously. You don't seem like one. Edian then vanished. Ethan also entered the carriage. Take a 60-minute rest. Then we will move again, Ralph said. He was now filled with overwhelming emotions. The ancestor seemed to be closer to the fifth prince even more than with the emperor himself. Then after the rest, they again started their journey. This time they went without any problem. Soon 4 days passed. They had almost reached the Holy Britannian Empire. 12 hours more. Ethan didn't come out of the carriage much. He was cooped inside, doing his research. Only at mealtime would he come out. The time slash was becoming more complicated with every passing moment, but he liked the challenge. Soon 11 hours passed. Your Highness, we will enter the Holy Britannian Empire in 10 minutes. Julius gave him an update. He had been doing this for the past 2 days, updating him every 5 hours. Ethan pulled down the window. The city gate was at least 2 times larger than their own. The wall was higher than the Empire of Lucadonia. The guards at the gate stopped them. Ralph gave them their identity documents. Then they were able to enter the empire. It was at least 20 times larger than Lucadonia. Moreover, Ethan felt extremely powerful auras the moment they entered through the gate. True magus and true knights were like cabbages, easily seen roaming here and there. Besides, high magus and knights were also common. Grand tier was a little rare, but Ethan was only talking about the 5-kilometer range he could detect. He didn't know the situation in the other areas, though. Julius said, we will need 4 hours to reach the capital of the empire. Every empire has a reserved inn for their royal family in the capital. We will go to our reserved inn. Ethan already knew this. Soon they reached the inn. The carriage was parked. He came out and entered the inn. From there, he directly went to the reserved VIP room. He wanted to have a good sleep tonight. The journey had taken a significant toll on his body. He took a warm bath after entering the room. Then he took out some food from his space ring and ate it with great satisfaction. He wanted to be at his peak condition tomorrow. No mistakes were allowed. Then he went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the castle of the first empress, they all died. How? My 5th brother has only a grand knight with him. Did father give him other trump cards I don't know of? Ethan woke up the next morning, fully free from all kinds of fatigue he had felt yesterday. Then he freshened up. The guards brought him breakfast. While eating, Ralph was filling him in. Your Highness, this year there are 10 billion applicants, so the Academy thought of the process of cutting them down by giving them a comprehension test. They will supply you a top-tier spell according to your element. You have to comprehend it in 3 hours. The next phase is not disclosed yet. Ethan nodded. Fair enough. A normal guy would at least need a month to master a normal spell, but a top-tier one, that would take years to master. But the Academy was only giving 3 hours, so one could easily understand the scale they were aiming for. No wonder only the monsters in human skin could join the Supreme Academy. So when are they giving us the spells? Ethan asked. There are way too many people. You already have the admission token, right, Your Highness? Ethan nodded. Yes, I have. This token was always in our royal family. One of our forefathers got this token, but he did not use it and kept it for someone in the future in his bloodline with superior potential. Ethan remembered his father said, every year, the teachers of the academy would travel the entire human continent, and they would give this token to the potential candidates. The candidate could use this token themselves, or someone from their bloodline could attend the test. Ethan's ancestors did not feel the candidate who was given this token was capable enough, so they did not let him try. They kept it safe for generations. Only now did they find Ethan to be a worthy successor of the token. Besides, the ancestor also gave his permission. That was why he got this. Ralph nodded. Once the owner of the token enters the 100 km radius of the academy, the token will be activated and you will get your respective spell. After getting the spell, you will have 3 hours to comprehend and perform the spell. Once you have performed it in front of the token, an administrator will give your token the green pass to enter the academy campus. Ethan finally understood the process. This token is super useful, isn't it? Ralph also nodded in agreement. When will it start? Ethan asked. It has already started. After eating, we should go to Your Highness. Soon Ethan finished his meal and went with Ralph toward the academy. He did not take other guards, as the capital of the Holy Britannian Empire was the safest place in the entire human continent. No one would dare to cause troubles here, not even the demons or the dragons. Soon they reached the 100 km radius, and even from this far he saw countless people. They all had that nervous look on their faces. After entering, Ethan's white token in his hand was activated and a blinding light lit up. Ethan put the token on his forehead. It was the process of receiving the spell. Soon Ethan got the spell and the diagram of it. This spell was also a 9-level spell, but he would only have to comprehend the first level. The name of the spell was The Last Ordeal. Ethan instantly sat down cross-legged and started comprehending. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Magus Academy, how are things looking this year? How many have got their spells till now? Asked one teacher. The man on the chair, who was looking at a magic screen, said, 8.9 billion, and the number is increasing. The head administration officer nodded his head, but just as he was about to leave, the officer under him suddenly stood up. Sir, something big has happened just now. Oh, what happened? Sir, that spell was just now sent to a candidate, the subordinate teacher replied. Are you sure? The dean placed that spell for millions of years now, but no fated one has ever appeared to get that spell. Now finally someone appeared, a supreme spell of humanity, capable of annihilating an entire continent, and the only supreme spell which was placed free to find out the fated person the dean was looking for. The head administrator said again, show me what he is doing now. Getting the spell and comprehending it is not the same. I hope he can pass, and extend his time limit to 1 day. The subordinate nodded, and instantly the video of Ethan appeared on the screen. They saw a young boy with long silver hair sitting cross-legged, his eyes closed. Okay, little one, show us what you have got. If you can pass, the dean might take you as his personal and his only disciple. Ethan, on the other hand, was looking at the spell diagram. It was significantly tougher than what he expected, but he was also not familiar with a top-tier spell, so he thought they were all probably like this one. But Ethan did not take much time to memorize the first diagram. The spell said the caster could bring a catastrophic lightning tribulation depending on his mana manipulation and the area he could control. Besides, to truly cast it in a grand manner, one needed to be at least at the Archmagus level. Ethan stood up after 25 minutes. The administrator was surprised. Why would he stand up? Did he already give up? Did he not see that I already extended his time? Or is he not even brave enough to try for that time? The administrator was disappointed, but then he heard Ethan saying something inhuman. Ralph, I want you to find me a clear space of 5 km radius where I can try the spell. Ralph was standing behind Ethan like the loyal knight he was. Ralph was petrified by hearing this, but still did as he was asked. As you wish, Your Highness. But before he could do anything, he heard a hush in the air, and a tall man in an aristocratic magus robe appeared in front of them. Ralph instantly became stunned, not by fear but by the pressure. This man was radiating pressure on par with the ancestor. The instructor was an epic-ranked magus. The moment he arrived, he said, my friend there, no need to be so hostile. I am the head instructor of this examination. He was clearly looking at Ethan's ancestor who was in the space. When he said this, the situation calmed a little, but again it caused great surprise. Because Ethan was not alone, there were other candidates too. When they heard that this man was the head instructor, a great panic and excitement washed over them. If they could win his favor somehow, there might be a chance they would be able to enter that sacred academy. He said, let me introduce myself. I am Lucas Gray, the head instructor of this admission test. Then he looked at Ethan as if to understand why this boy would say such inhuman words before. So he asked, you are Ethan Dyrazel, correct? You said you wanted a 5 km radius of free area for testing your spell. Are you saying you have comprehended the spell? Ethan looked at him calmly. You are correct, Instructor Lucas. I am Ethan Dyrazel. As for your next question, yes, I have comprehended the spell. Lucas instantly lost his cool and said, how can that be? It was quite louder than expected. He immediately became a little embarrassed and coughed. I mean, how can you comprehend the spell so quickly? Did you see any change in the time limit there? Ethan was a little confused. What time limit? Was there a time limit showing in the token? Lucas nodded. It should have sent you a notification. Ethan scratched the back of his head and said, I am sorry, instructor. I did not notice it. This diagram was a little tough, so I was giving all my concentration there. Lucas was speechless. A little tough, boy, even I cannot cast a supreme tier spell. Only the mythical level and above could cast them. You have got the chance of understanding the spell because you are fated, but it is not easy, he thought to himself. Then he looked at Ethan. Okay, come with me. I will take you to a deserted area where you can test out your spell. Ethan nodded in agreement. Lucas took Ethan and vanished. Ralph was standing there like an abandoned child, but Edian followed them from behind. Lucas did not stop him either. Soon they reached a mountain range area. The area was huge. Lucas said, "It is the spell testing ground of the Supreme Magus Academy. If you really have mastered the spell, you will instantly become a student of the Academy. You will not have to take part in the next phases." Ethan asked in confusion, "Why?" Lucas said, "First show me. Then you will get your answers." Ethan nodded and stood in his position and activated the diagram he had just comprehended. Mana started to flow inside his body in that unique pathway. Ethan did not use the mana from his core this time. And then boom, dark clouds gathered over a 2 km range of area, and red lightning started to rain down from the clouds. The grass and soil burned down to ashes. It was a magnificent scene of destruction by the crimson lightning. Hoof, Ethan breathed out the air. He was also quite nervous, as this was the first time he was using a top-tier spell, so he used only 2 km range and did not use 5 km. What if he were to tag a monster? But what he did not know was that he had already tagged a monster, the highest-tier monster in human skin. Lucas was standing there in a petrified manner. Sweat was dripping down from his head. He asked in a shaky voice, "Boy, which breed of monster are you? When you asked for a free range area, I expected you might be able to show me the mana direction of the diagram and that you were probably afraid of losing control. That is why you asked for such a large place. But you can actually cast a supreme tier spell without incantation. How the heck can you do such a thing? Even the mythical beings could not use a supreme tier spell without an incantation." He looked at Edian in the space. "Friend, please come out. Let us have a good chat." Edian came out with a wary smile. When he heard the words supreme tier spell and then again thought about what that brat did, he could immediately understand why this instructor had such a look on his face. Edian said, "Hello, I am Edian Razel, the ancestor of him." Lucas looked at Edian with respect. Edian instantly shook his head. He could not take such praise from someone of his own rank. He said, "You are too kind, my friend. This brat is just a little bit more talented, that is all." But while saying this, Edian felt his chest puffed up 5 meters tall. He felt like Ethan was his own grandson, but the generational gap was around 1,000,000 years. Lucas felt so jealous of this bragging old man. If someone like Ethan had only been born in his family, he would wake up every day laughing out loudly. Sigh, Ethan was looking at these two old men with confusion in his eyes. Seeing Ethan's confusion, Lucas smiled kindly. "Ethan, let me tell you a secret. What you just learned was not a top-tier spell but a supreme tier. It is 4 tiers higher than the top tier, and you could cast it without an incantation." Ethan immediately understood he had overdone it. He thought if he could show off a little bit, that he could cast a top-tier spell without incantation, the Academy would prioritize him more. But now that he thought about it, what he had just done was utterly monstrous. He smiled wryly. "Am I in trouble?" Lucas ruffled his hair. "What are you talking about, little guy? Why would you be in trouble?" Ethan said, "Then I am already a student in the Academy now." Lucas smiled. "Of course, I said that, did not I?" Ethan looked a little dejected. "What happened, boy?" Edian asked. "I was looking forward to the competition, but if I am already in, I cannot participate in the next phase." "Right." Edian's face started twitching violently. Anyone would die just to get a look inside that academy, but this brat was feeling rejected. What was wrong with that brain of his? Lucas laughed out loudly. "If you want to participate, just do it. Enjoy the rest of the competition to your heart's content. There are many super prodigies here, so I can understand your feelings." Instantly, Ethan's face lit up and his dejected mood vanished. Lucas said, "I am not to tell others about it, but as you are already admitted, I can tell you. The next phase will be monster hunting. You see, there will still be many geniuses, at least more than 500. So we will have to eliminate the rest through the monster hunting phase. You will be put into the forest of Amazon. There we have cleared all the beasts above true tier. Most of them are apprentice tier. There are also adept tier and some true beast tier, so you will get points for hunting monsters. 1 point for apprentice tier, 10 points for adept tier, and 100 for true tier. We will choose the top 500 with this point system. And after that will be the one-on-one battle phase. That will decide your rank in the first year." Ethan nodded in understanding. Then he asked, "Instructor, if I did not participate in the rest of the competition, which rank would I get?" Lucas smiled. "First rank. What I saw just now, with this spell, you can even kill grand tier beasts, but it would cost a toll on your body. Still, it is enough to put you in the first rank. You should know there is a title for the first rank student, Rookie King, and it has its own perks." Ethan nodded. He was not interested in the Rookie King or whatever title it was, but he was interested in those geniuses who had their own insights into magic. Ethan wanted to fight them all to learn their magic spells and the way they used them in battle. He was like a sponge. "Okay, instructor, I am looking forward to it." Edian then took Ethan to where Ralph was standing and vanished. Ralph heaved a sigh of relief when he finally saw Ethan. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" he asked in a concerned tone. "Yes, I am okay. Ralph, let's tour the capital while we still have time." Ralph agreed instantly. Then they started walking here and there with no particular destination. but when Ethan walked out of a shop, he clashed with a team of burly young men in very sophisticated uniforms. "Watch where you are going, brat," one of them shouted loudly. Ethan apologized. "I am sorry. I did not see you." He did not want any problem right now, but the boy was a punk. He tried to grip Ethan's collar, but Ralph intervened. "We are sorry." Ralph saw the uniform. They were students of the Supreme Knight Academy, so he did not want the prince to be clashed with them. He was confident the prince would be able to defeat them, but everyone in the Supreme Academy had great backgrounds, so it would be a great hassle without any benefits. The boy named Carl became annoyed because he could tell the man was a grand knight himself. They were only high knights. "You are lucky, punk, or else." They went inside, then he left. The next phase would start in 2 hours, and it would last 24 hours. Ralph did not reply to that. He felt pathetic. If he were more powerful, then those boys would not dare to say such harsh words to the prince. Then they returned to the inn. Ethan started comprehending the second diagram of the last ordeal spell. The first one was super devastating, so the next should be even more, right? Meanwhile, instructor Lucas went to the academy and instantly made a report to the PA of the dean. The dean was not present in the academy now. Lucas then came back to the monitoring room and looked at his subordinates. "We finally found the fated one. That boy is a monster among monsters. I cannot believe he could cast a supreme tier spell like nothing, and it felt like it did not even take much toll on his body. How could that be possible?" The subordinates also saw the video, so they totally agreed with Lucas. "Sir, do you think the dean would take him as a personal disciple? He never took one before." Lucas said, "I do not know, but if I were the dean, I would do anything and everything in my hands to get that boy to acknowledge me as his master." Soon 2 hours passed. Ethan had already comprehended the second diagram too. He then stood up and started going to the periphery of the academy. Only the people who had passed the test could enter the 15 km radius around the academy today. This time Ralph could not follow him inside, as no one other than the candidates could enter. Ethan saw many students were coming from different directions, as there were not many roads, so most of them followed the same paths. He wanted to know how many had passed, though. It would give him a rough idea about the geniuses in the human continent, because almost every talented magus came to attend this admission test. While he was walking, he saw a fat guy walking toward him. The fat guy waved his hand at Ethan. "Hello, I am Sunny. What is your name?" Ethan replied, "I am Ethan." Sunny asked, "So Ethan, how long did you take to comprehend the spell and what is your element?" "I am a light elemental magus and I took 39 minutes. Sunny had that proud look on his face. Ethan was also surprised. This fatty sure was a top-tier genius. Only 39 minutes and he had comprehended a top-tier spell. Not bad at all. Ethan asked, "Is that even allowed, to say your result to someone stranger?" Sunny had that confused look on him. "Didn't I give you my introduction and you did the same? How are we strangers?" Sunny was a 6-year-old kid after all. Ethan sighed. "I took 30 minutes and I am a lightning elemental magus." He deliberately hid his true information about the supreme tier spell as well as the fact that he took 25 minutes and moreover that he had a space element too. Sunny's eyes widened. He immediately took out 2 chocolates from his pocket. He had that unwilling look on his face, like he was about to give his most beloved treasure to someone else. "Take this, Ethan. My father said I should become friends with someone who is even more talented than me. I never thought there is someone who is more talented than me, but now I found one." Ethan saw that unwilling look on the fatty and instantly took that chocolate from him, because his gut feeling did not give him any sense of danger. Sunny saw how fast Ethan took his chocolate. He was happy and sad at the same time. He was looking at Ethan expectantly. Ethan put the chocolate in his mouth and asked, "What?" Sunny said, "Take out your gift for me. Haven't you become my friend?" Ethan was speechless. "When did I say I would give you a gift?" Sunny's eyes almost became teary, "But you took my gift." Ethan patted his shoulder. There, big guy, do not cry. "Okay, I am giving you my gift now." Then Ethan took out a stake from his space ring which his mother had gifted him. Now he had that unwilling look on him. Did he really have to trade gifts to make friends? Sunny jumped over and took that stake with super fast speed despite his fat body. "Now we are friends forever." Ethan quite liked this fatty. He did not have any friends in the castle and his mother never permitted him to go out to play. He learned politics and also he needed to be always cautious about the venomous siblings of his. Now talking with Sunny felt really refreshing for him. "So Sunny, where are you from?" Ethan asked. Sunny said, "I am from the Holy Britannian Empire. Also I live in the capital." "Where are you from?" Ethan said, "I am from the Lucadonia Empire." Sunny thought for a moment but could not find the name familiar in his brain. Never heard of it. "Where is it?" Ethan felt a little pain in his heart. If only their empire were as powerful as this one. He said, "It is far away." Sunny replied while munching on the steak, "Oh, what is your dream, Ethan?" Ethan said, "I just want to be a good son for my father and mother, I guess." "What about you?" Sunny said, "I want to beat my ancestor and take over this academy." Ethan was a little confused. How is it related, beating your ancestor and taking over this academy? Sunny said, "The dean of this academy is my ancestor. My big brother is in the 3rd year in this academy, my sister in the 4th year, but they are not as good as me, so beating Ancestor is my duty." Ethan's eyes widened. Sonny was from the dean's bloodline. Damn, no wonder he was a super genius. But Sonny felt a little too trusting of others. Did not his parents teach him not to believe others so quickly? Well, what do you mean? Ethan was the same. He had the gut feeling you know. Not everyone had it. So Ethan could believe someone else if his gut feelings did not warn him against the person. Ethan said, "Well, best of luck then with the whole taking over. Call me if you need help. I can hold back your ancestor from behind while you beat him." Sonny nodded seriously. "I will call you then." While he and Sonny were talking to each other, the mouth of the official personnel started twitching violently. They were keeping an eye on Ethan and also Sonny. These two brats coincidentally met, and now they became friends forever by sharing food and even talking about beating the dean. Good thing the dean was not present here, otherwise he might spank their butt fiercely. Soon both of them reached the academy campus. Many candidates also arrived before and after them. Ethan used his detection spell to count how many passed the test. They were still coming, but already 4,500 reached. There were 5 minutes left before the designated time would be over and no one would be able to enter the campus. It was also mentioned in the rules, so Ethan guessed around 5,000 might have passed. Damn, among 10 billion, only 5,000 passed. The test was really brutal, but still more needed to be removed as only 500 would be selected. So there were 5,000 people around Ethan's age who could comprehend a top-tier spell in 3 hours. Soon 5 minutes were over and the gate closed. Exactly 51-23 candidates passed the first phase. Soon Lucas appeared before them. "Congratulations for passing the first round. Now the second round. In 1 hour you will be taken to the Amazon forest and need to survive there for 24 hours, and you also need to collect points. The top 500 will be admitted in our academy. Now here are the rules." Lucas started telling the rules. You will be there for 24 hours. The area is already marked. It has a 50 km radius. The beasts inside this area are cleared by us. Only apprentice, adept, and true tier beasts are present there. You will have to kill beasts to get points. Apprentice tier 1 point, adept tier 10 points, true beast tier 100 points. You can't kill each other, and you will have to come back in 24 hours. If you miss a single second, you will be disqualified. This is the token. If you think you are in a dangerous situation and want to forfeit. Are there any questions? Everyone shook their head. Lucas nodded. "Okay then, be prepared. We will leave in 30 minutes. Sonny said, "Ethan, let's stick to each other. I heard the monsters are very dangerous. Besides, there are true tier beasts. We barely broke through to adept tier. Even if we were true magus, we couldn't beat a true beast, so we should form a team, I think." Ethan had already slayed a grand beast, so those true beasts were nothing. He shook his head. No, 2 would be enough. More people will be more of a burden. Sonny thought for a moment and said, "Okay." Soon 30 minutes passed and a huge flying boat arrived from the sky and landed in front of them. Ethan's eyes were wide open. He had never seen a flying vessel. He heard only 2-star or above empires had this thing. They were top-level magic artifacts. Lucas said, "Okay, everyone get in." Sonny said, "This boat is not beautiful at all. The one in my house is way better." Ethan and Lucas's mouths started twitching at the same time. Ethan was now feeling how a poor friend felt in front of his rich friend. And Lucas thought, of course, he is the dean's grandson after all. What do you expect? But they didn't say anything. The boat started flying in the sky. Ethan looked at it with great excitement. He wanted to know how this thing actually worked. Maybe he would be able to make one in the future. 20 minutes later, Ethan saw a vast forest in front of him. The flying vessel started to land at the periphery. Lucas said, "Everyone enter the forest. Your time starts now." All of the 5,000 candidates started running toward the forest. They wanted to find the weak beasts first, so whoever could get into the forest first would have the chance to find the weaker ones faster than others. Sonny looked at Ethan lazily. "Bro, shouldn't we also run?" He was munching on some chips. Ethan rolled his eyes. "Sure, why not? Maybe you would be able to lose some fat too." Sonny said, "Don't make fun of me, brother. My mother said I am the most handsome boy, so I don't need to become thin." Ethan immediately thought of someone like his mother who always pampered him. It was a good thing he was self-conscious and didn't become like Sonny. Ethan said, "Okay, we don't need to run. The weaker beasts don't bring many points to the table. We should hunt the higher level ones. Let's go, and don't eat so much." Soon Ethan and Sonny also entered the forest. Lucas saw them going. "Let's see your performance, boy." The forest was so dense that after walking for 500 meters it became dark inside. The trees were so thick that sunlight couldn't pass through them. Ethan activated his detection spell. He immediately found many apprentice-tier beasts, but he was not interested in them. Soon his detection spell caught 2 adept-ranked beasts. Ethan looked at Sonny and said, "Okay, we found our target. Let's go." After walking 6 km to the north, they saw a pair of bear monsters. Both of them were adept-level beasts. As soon as they saw Ethan and Sonny, they roared and charged toward them. Sonny said, "Let me handle them." Then his lazy face turned serious and 10 swords appeared behind him, created by light element. Sunny cast this spell without incantation. Ethan's eyes were sparkling. This spell was a versatile one. Any elemental magus could conjure a sword with their own elements. Ethan instantly learned the diagram of the spell. He couldn't wait to use it. Sunny moved his hand, and instantly the sword seemed to receive their orders and lunged toward the two bears. Those adept-ranked beasts didn't stand a chance against Sunny. The light elemental swords penetrated one and killed it. The other one did not die, only immobilized as its legs were pierced. Sunny looked at Ethan and said, "Go bro, kill that bear. We will both have 10 points each." Because the points went to the one who delivered the final blow, Ethan did not stand on ceremony and took out his crimson sword, beheading the bear. Sunny was astonished. "Bro, you can use a sword even as a magus." Ethan said, "Using a sword doesn't take much. I love swords, so I learned from the general of our royal army. He is a top master swordsman." Sunny said, "Bro, you're so cool." Even Ethan felt a little embarrassed, so he coughed. "Okay, let's go to our next target." Soon the two of them started massacring the adept rank monsters. Ethan didn't use any spells, only his sword. They both now had 100 points each. Lucas was watching both of them. "Boy, you really are full of surprises. Not only are you good at magic, you are also good at swordsmanship. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were a knight." It was almost afternoon. Ethan said, "Let's eat and rest first. We have enough points. I don't think someone will be able to topple us soon." They both sat under a large tree, and Ethan took out his food. He was about to take a bite when he saw Sunny looking at his food, drool coming out of his mouth. Ethan's mouth started twitching. "Hey Sunny, why don't we share my food? My mother gave me a lot of food." "Really?" Sunny's eyes started glowing. "Sure, come have a bite." Sunny didn't stand on ceremony. Both of them ate to their heart's content. Sunny said, "Ethan, your mother is good. Her cooking is the best, even better than my mother." Ethan instantly became happy. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to share his food with this fatty, though he still felt the pain in his heart the fatty ate too much. Ethan was about to take a nap, but then he sensed a powerful aura approaching them. It was a true beast. Ethan stood up. Sunny looked at him lazily. "Where are you going, bro? I am so tired. Let's rest first." "Stand up, Sunny. A true beast is approaching us." Instantly, the laziness on Sunny's face disappeared. He stood up and looked at Ethan. "We should run, right?" Ethan said, "Why would we run? Aren't you possessing the bloodline of the strongest magus of humanity? Can't you fight one level above?" Sunny said, "Bro, let's fight. I'll show that beast who I am." He became a little pumped up. Then they saw the beast. It was a giant wolf. Instantly, all the bravado Sunny just gathered disappeared into thin air. "Bro, we really should run. This is a peak-level true beast." Ethan said, "You try first. If you can't handle it, I'll step in." Sunny looked at Ethan with suspicion. "Are you stronger than me?" He had never seen Ethan use a spell, so he had no idea about Ethan's strength. Ethan said at least 50 times. Sunny said, "Stop bragging. I am attacking the monster. If anything happens, I am not responsible. I am gonna use that token." Ethan rolled his eyes. Just attack already. Sunny this time used a different spell. He started creating a mana ball, a golden light elemental mana ball. The monster immediately felt the threat from that ball and charged toward them. Sunny then shot a huge golden beam of light toward the wolf. It hit the monster and burned its flesh. But the wounds weren't deep enough. The wolf started roaring in agony. Sunny looked at Ethan. "Bro, that was my strongest attack. I can't defeat it. I think I made it even angrier." Ethan said, "You have done enough. Now step aside and let your big brother take the stage." Sunny pouted his chubby face. "How are you my big brother? We are the same age." Ethan said, "But the strongest one gets to be the senior brother, and between us I am clearly the strongest." Sunny said, "First defeat that thing if you can, then maybe I will call you big brother." Ethan gave a smug smile. "You said it. Don't forget." Then Ethan stood in his position and pointed his finger at the wolf like a gun. And boom, a plasma beam shot from his finger and directly hit the head of the wolf. It didn't even get a chance to observe the situation and died with regret. Sunny's eyes widened. "Brother, you are so awesome. You are the senior brother from now on. One day I will beat you and become the senior brother myself." Ethan looked at him with disdain. "Huh, little brother, dreaming is good, but if the dream is unachievable, it will only bring frustration." Sunny looked at him with annoyance. Ethan now had 200 points. He thought he was number one now, but he was mistaken. This was not the stage of a low-tier empire like his. It was the grand stage where the best geniuses of humanity gathered. At this moment when Ethan and Sunny were lazing off, 4 more candidates got 232, 253, 256, and 260 points. They killed many apprentice-tier beasts and also adept tier. Ethan was in 5th position and Sunny was in 11th. They had a token that allowed them to see their ranking. Ethan and Sunny didn't check the ranking because they thought no one would be able to overtake them. But Ethan just checked to see who was in 3rd position and behind. When he saw the ranking, his eyes widened. He was in 5th position and Sunny was out of the top 10 list. He instantly asked Sunny to check the ranking. When he saw he was out of the top 10 list, he almost had a panic attack. His brother got 3rd rank and his sister got 2nd rank in their respective competition. He had told them that he would get 1st rank, but now he was not even in the top 10. He would be humiliated if the news got out. Bro, enough with this rest. Let's hunt monsters. He seriously looked at Ethan. Ethan also didn't want to lose too much. If they heard that the boy who got admission without taking the second phase exam ended up in 5th position, they would surely make him a laughingstock. Yeah, let's go. Then those monsters became killing machines. Ethan would detect monsters and he and Sunny would go after them. One by one, they started gaining more points. Even the meaty parts of a mosquito were also meat. Ethan learned that lesson today. He showed disdain to the lower-level monsters, but the quantity defeated quality here. While he was letting those low-level monsters go, someone else was taking those points. Finally, night came. They would have to stay in the forest tonight. That's why those geniuses didn't take rest for a moment. They wanted to hunt in the day and rest at night, as humans were not nocturnal creatures. But Ethan and Sunny were different. Sunny had a light element, so he created a light source, and Ethan could detect the monsters just as fine. So the duo didn't stop even at night. They got 500 points each. Ethan got 600 points, while Sunny got 521 points. It was time to rest now. It was already late at night. There wasn't much time left before morning. Sunny said, "Bro, let's rest. I can't move anymore." Ethan also nodded. Then he looked at the ranking. The third person was at 378 points. He was far behind them. Ethan thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, let's rest first." Ethan used a barrier magic to keep them safe while they would be resting. It was a forest after all. Just when he was about to close his eyes, a loud roar came from the distance. He stood up instantly. The roar was too powerful, and it came from outside his detection spell, so the roar was still this loud even though it was far away. Outside the forest, Lucas opened his eyes. He was meditating. An epic beast. What is it doing here? He shouted, "The competition is over. Call back everyone." It was a humongous ape, 50 meters tall, running toward the students at bottleneck speed. An epic ranked knight could not fight an epic ranked beast. Though Maguses had some advantage, epic ranked beasts could use spells too, so they were a combination of knights and Maguses. Normally 34 epic ranked knights and Maguses were needed to defeat an epic beast. Lucas vanished. He didn't have time. The students wouldn't be able to make it out alive if he delayed any longer. He needed to do something. Damn it, Lucas roared in frustration. An epic-ranked person or beast was similar to a galactic realm powerhouse, so it was a vast power. The ape could destroy half of the continent alone if it were given some time. Lucas roared, "Beast, stop where you are. You are invading the business of the Holy Britannian Empire." The ape didn't even look at him, as if it was possessed by something. Shit, Lucas immediately created a grand barrier to hold the ape until those candidates could return to safety. He had already sent a message to the academy. Someone would arrive in a few seconds, but those few seconds could be fatal. Other administrators started rescuing candidates. Sunny looked at Ethan. "Bro, let's go. That is a super strong beast." Ethan had that same mad look on his face. "Sunny, you go back. I want to watch the battle. There is no way I'll let such a chance go." Sunny's eyes widened. He could also see madness in Ethan's eyes. "What are you talking about, bro? Teacher Lucas clearly said we need to leave," Sunny said. Ethan shook his head. "Don't worry, you can leave." Sunny shook his head. "If you're staying, then I will stay too." Ethan became a little surprised. His relation with Sunny wasn't that deep. They had only met and shared some food while hunting monsters. All of it happened in 24 hours, but what he didn't know was that those 24 hours were the best 24 hours Sunny had ever spent with a friend. He was born into the most prestigious family in the human race, so the expectations were sky high. He wasn't allowed to meet with others until he was 6, and the little children of his family would make fun of him because of his physique. Though Ethan also called him fatty, there wasn't any mockery in his eyes. He was straightforward and also shared his delicious food with him. Sunny already thought of Ethan as one of his closest relatives. Ethan said, "Okay, if anything happens, just hide behind me. Don't try to be a hero or something." Sunny said, "But I am a hero. My mother says that." Ethan didn't know if he should laugh or cry. "Okay, for today, you are not a hero. We will just watch the battle from afar." Sunny nodded his head. The administrators were taking out whoever they could find first. They knew someone from the dean's family was also among the candidates, as well as the fated one who had comprehended the supreme tier spell. They were especially looking for the duo, but they couldn't find them. Something had jammed the area, so they had to find everyone one by one. It was an arduous job. The ape punched at the barrier. Instantly, a violent tremor shook the entire forest. Plants were blown away. The land cracked open. Even the barrier cracked. Damn it, this monster is a top-tier one. Looks like someone is controlling it. Here, the top 5,000 genius maguses of humanity in this generation were present, so it was definitely someone from an evil organization or from a different race. Ethan and Sunny started running toward the battlefield. And they reached a place where they could see Lucas standing in the air, with a barrier in front of him, and opposite to the barrier, a titan ape with red eyes punching against it. Suddenly, dark lightning started cracking across the ape's body. It was a lightning elemental beast. Moreover, the element was a mutated one. Black lightning. Not good. Lucas became agitated. He could clearly feel the power inside that lightning. The ape's hand vanished. It was super fast. The Magus world was a super powerful world. So it had super suppression on rankings too. Galactic realm powerhouses weren't many in this world, so the ape was strong, but it had never surpassed the speed of light before. But this lightning element enabled it to move much faster. The barrier broke like glass. Lucas didn't have enough time to cast another barrier, and the ape punched at him. But the punch was blocked by another punch. It was a tall, broad-shouldered man. The man matched the strength of the ape. It was unimaginable. Lucas looked at the man and said, "Rowan, what are you doing here?" Rowan was an instructor in the Supreme Knight Academy. Rowan said, "Don't get too emotional. It was that damn witch who sent me here forcefully." Lucas understood who he was talking about. Now 2 epic-ranked humans against 1 epic-ranked beast. It would be a legendary battle. Ethan's eyes were sparkling. Rowan said, "By the way, you also saw those 2 brats over there, right?" Lucas sighed. He had also seen them when they appeared near the battlefield, and those 2 were the most important candidates this year, and both of them were watching the battle like they were watching a circus. But they didn't have much time to think. The ape attacked again with unimaginable speed. It became more aggressive when it saw the newcomer block its attack with bare hands. Now that Rowan was here to cover his back, Lucas concentrated on his attack spells. He was a fire elemental magus. He unleashed one of his most powerful spells, the Roar of the Dragon. A dragon was formed by fire and attacked the ape like a living creature. Lucas wasn't done yet. He used Fire Lance next. Thousands of lances rained down on the ape from the sky, but the ape was at the top of the food chain in this part of the forest. It unleashed another spell. This time it was a magus-level spell. A lightning ape at its own size was formed and attacked the fire dragon. Meanwhile, Rowan took out his spear and attacked the ape while it was still busy dealing with the fire dragon, but it noticed him the moment he went near and punched at him. Rowan extended his spear and used a spear technique, 1,000 petal blossoms. His hands became invisible. Only thousands of spear shadows could be seen. The punch and the spear shadows collided, and they canceled out each other. The ape was too strong. They were having problems keeping up with it, but they didn't know that at this moment the maniac Ethan could barely contain his excitement. He wanted to attack it too. Though his attack wouldn't do much, he still wanted to attack, and he would attack with the supreme spell, Last Ordeal. He had already comprehended the 2nd level, but he wanted to use it with his portal magic. His hair started floating in the air. He extended both of his hands forward. Then 100 portals appeared at different places of the ape. He used the plasma beam from his left hand and Last Ordeal from his right hand. It was a double casting of 2 different spells at the same time. Moreover, one of them was Supreme Tier. Ethan didn't know this should not even be allowed to exist. He was bending the reality of the Magus universe without even knowing. Boom! A thick plasma beam and thousands of crimson lightning bolts passed through his 10 fingers. Here came another broken thing. The Supreme Tier spell was supposed to be powered by mana from the environment, because even a mythical tier Magus didn't have this much mana stored inside his body, but Ethan's core was special. He had been storing mana for 3 years, non-stop. The moment he attacked, half of his mana vanished instantly, which had always seemed like a bottomless ocean to Ethan until now. The power of the spell was unconditional. Among the 100 portals, 50 released the plasma beam and 50 released the lightning bolts. This caught the ape off guard. It didn't even sense the attack until it was too late. The beam struck its skin. Some of its fur burned, but it couldn't harm its flesh. The crimson lightning, however, burned even its skin. The ape roared in agony and started looking around to find the attacker, but it couldn't find him. Sunny saw everything. He sat on the ground with a loud thud. Until now, Ethan had only used spells to his level, but what he saw now, Ethan was like his father. His focused and serious eyes while attacking, the intensity of the spell. Sunny saw it all. He didn't know how Ethan did it, but Ethan carved a huge place in his heart. He started admiring Ethan a little. "Bro, you're super duper cool. How did you do it?" Ethan sighed, "Damn it, I couldn't even penetrate its skin." This bastard in the high Magus level was trying to harm an epic beast and even injured it a bit. If any higher realm powerhouses saw this, they might declare war to take him under their tutelage. Then Ethan smiled smugly at Sunny. "How is it, little brother? Big brother is awesome, right?" Sunny nodded his head like a chick pecking its food. Ethan became speechless. He was expecting ridicule from him, but this little attack of his gave those 2 epic-ranked instructors the chance they needed. Rowan roared Apocalypse. Lucas also started chanting. High-level spells needed incantations to get better results. Wrath of the Sun. A miniature version of the sun appeared behind him and he tossed it toward the ape, and Rowan also attacked from a distance this time. Apocalypse was an ultimate spear art. It could destroy even matter itself if it was used at full potential. This time the ape didn't get a chance to counterattack, and both attacks landed on him. Lucas and Rowan thought they got it, but they were wrong. A barrier appeared in front of the ape and blocked their attacks like nothing. They heard a voice, "Enough playing today, come back." As soon as the ape heard it, it started running toward the depths of the jungle. The battle had ended, but it left a deep impression. Someone really was manipulating the ape. Lucas and Rowan appeared where Sunny and Ethan were. Brats, didn't I tell you to evacuate the forest? Why did you not listen to the order? Ethan said, it's not every day we can see a battle at this level. Why would we even miss such a chance? Besides, I knew you would be able to defeat it, instructor. You were so cool back there. Rowan instantly turned unhappy. Brat, didn't you see how cool I was? I was 100 times cooler than this old fox. Ethan said, you were also awesome, mister. Especially that last attack. So cool. It's called Apocalypse, right? Rowan immediately became happy. You are not bad, boy. I am Rowan Eckhart from the Supreme Knight Academy. What is your name? Ethan Bode. I am Ethan Dyrazel. It's an honor to meet you. Rowan smiled. Then he looked at Lucas. Did you see what happened back there? Who do you think helped us? And I didn't see the source of that attack. Lucas looked at Ethan and said, well, I also didn't see. We will investigate this whole incident thoroughly. Let's go. Lucas took Ethan and Sunny and left. Just as they were about to leave the forest area, they met Ethan's ancestor. He asked worriedly, what happened, Instructor Lucas? Is Ethan all right? Ancestor didn't come with him. It was not permitted. Lucas said, yeah, come with me. I'll fill you in. When he heard an epic monster had attacked the competition area, his soul almost left his body. Instantly he left for the forest, but he got the news a moment later. That's why this delay happened. Soon they arrived at the academy. An old woman was waiting there anxiously. When she saw Sunny come back safely, she heaved a sigh of relief. Grandma, why didn't you go to save me? Don't you love me anymore? Sunny became extremely emotional when he saw his grandma. Don't say this, sweetie. You know I love you the most. But when I heard it was an ape and Lucas was already there, I thought sending a knight would be better. Besides, I went to find the source of the attack as Lucas said someone was probably controlling the beast. Sunny then said, okay, I believe you. This is Ethan, my best friend. Give him something good as it is your first meeting with him. Then I will forgive you. Ethan's mouth started twitching. This woman was probably stronger than Lucas and Rowan, and Sunny just bluntly asked for a gift for him in front of everyone. Wouldn't it make him look bad in front of her? Ethan instantly said, it's an honor to meet you, senior. I am Ethan Dyrazel. Martha looked at Ethan with some interest. Someone could become this close to Sunny in one day, close enough that Sunny was asking a gift for him in front of everyone. The boy must be special, because Sunny just wouldn't make friends here and there. He would always keep himself away from others. What made this boy so special? Martha said, if you say so, sweetie. Then she took out a sword from her space ring and gave it to Ethan. Edian's eyes widened when he saw that sword. It was even greater than their royal family's best artifact. And she was just giving it to Ethan because her grandson asked for a gift. Who was this woman? Martha said with a smile, boy, come to our house with Sunny someday. I would like to talk to you. Ethan became nervous instantly. He laughed awkwardly. Sure, senior. After saying that, Martha left with Sunny. Sunny waved his hands at Ethan. Let's fight in the third phase tomorrow, Ethan. I'll also bring tasty foods prepared by my mother tomorrow. Ethan also waved his hand at him. Then Lucas gave Edian a brief about the whole situation, and suddenly looked at Ethan. You were the one who attacked the ape that time, right? Lucas immediately recognized the last ordeal spell, but he didn't know how Ethan could use that spell in such a manner. Ethan replied, yes, but I couldn't harm the ape. Lucas felt a slight twitch on his face. Brat, how the heck did you use that spell in such a manner? Ethan looked at him. Didn't I mention I have the space element too? I used a space spell I created myself. Lucas felt like a lightning bolt fell on his head. Space element. The mythical element only written in records. And what did he say? He created a spell of the space element at this age and also used it in such a perfect manner in battle. This boy surely belonged to the ultimate monster group. He could even be called their grandfather. Seriously, what kind of sorcery was this? How could someone be this talented? It was unfair. Thousands of thoughts started swirling inside his brain. Edian was grinning proudly by his side. Ethan was also a beast master. If Lucas knew this, he would probably puke blood. Ethan saw the proud look on Edian's face and thought, I am also a knight. If they knew, they would probably puke dark blood. Edian took Ethan and left too. They went to the inn and ordered food. Ethan had learned many new spells today. Among them, the ape's use of lightning magic to increase its speed, then conjuring a lightning ape, was an eye-opener for him. So spells could be used like this too. He would try this today. It was already morning, but the third phase of the tournament had been postponed by one day. Ethan got the whole day to try the new spells. He said goodbye to his ancestor, but then Ralph and Julius came with worried faces. Your Highness, are you all right? Ethan smiled at them and said, yes, I am all right. Don't I look perfectly fine? Ralph heaved a sigh of relief. He was super anxious when he heard about the incident. Ethan then said bye to them and entered his room. There was an attached training room with his room. He could hardly contain his excitement. First, he tried the speed mechanism, how the ape wrapped itself with lightning and how it made its speed that much faster. Ethan closed his eyes and started remembering the diagram of this spell. Soon purple lightning started wrapping around him from head, limbs, torso. Soon he became a lightning man. Ethan tried to run and directly slammed into the opposite wall. The wall was sturdy, or else it might have been destroyed. Ouch, that hurts. Man, I was careless. He stood up again. This time he was more cautious. so he put some soft cushions on the wall first, which he had brought from the inn. Then he activated the spell again. Boom! Again he clashed with the wall. This time the impact was absorbed by the cushions, so he hurt a little less. But he was as sturdy as a turtle and started practicing it again and again. After 2 hours of self-thrashing, he finally got some grip on his new speed. It was still very difficult for him to control, but he could feel the impact on the wall was becoming less and less. On the other hand, there were some other guests in the inn too. They were like, what the hell is that prince doing? Ethan practiced the spell for 5 hours non-stop. He was a knight, so his body was super tough. Even so, it was aching all over. But he had a smile on his face. Now he could control the speed a bit and did not crash into the wall. It was already lunchtime, so he ordered some food and took a warm bath. The warm water after the intense training felt so good. He almost fell asleep. After half an hour of bathing, the food also arrived. He ate the food and then went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the forest of Amazon, a middle-aged man with handsome features was sitting on the shoulder of the ape who fought with Lucas and Rowan before. He looked at the burns Ethan caused. Interesting. Someone used a supreme tear spell on you, but the caster is pitifully weak. Who is so capable that he could use a supreme spell even with his weak power? The test was not successful today, but we have a lot of time to play. Ha ha ha. The ape walked even deeper into the forest with that man. After 3 hours of sleep, Ethan woke up. He felt very refreshed now. Tomorrow is the one-on-one battle. I will be able to learn a lot of new spells. I am so excited. Let's practice that spell of the ape first. The spell Ethan was talking about was the one when the ape manifested an ape with lightning element, and it was just like the ape itself. Lucas also used a similar spell with that fire dragon, but there was a fundamental difference Ethan found out. The spell of the ape was like manifesting your own version. It was not like the ape could make anything but chose to manifest himself. No, the spell worked in that manner. It would create a version of you with elemental energy. Though it was not versatile like creating anything, it probably had its own merits. He would just need to find out. But the spell Lucas used was like using a borrowed power. Ethan needed to try both of them to find out though. He went to the training room again, then sat cross-legged. He first wanted to try the spell of the ape. The mana started to flow in a unique direction according to the diagram Ethan grasped. Soon mana started coming out of his body, and someone similar to his own self started manifesting behind him. A lightning Ethan finally appeared behind him. What Ethan did not know was that he was doing something impossible again. No human should have been able to use the spell of the beasts, and no beast could use the spell of the humans. But here he was comprehending spell after spell like everything was his grandfather's inheritance. Then Ethan opened his eyes, but as soon as he did, the avatar disappeared. So it takes super high concentration, huh? Ethan again closed his eyes and concentrated. The avatar manifested again, but again disappeared. Comprehending the spell of other races seems really difficult, he muttered. If the ape saw it, it would have cursed his entire generation. Again, Ethan started doing his rigorous training. 4 hours later, he was able to keep the avatar for 30 seconds. It was a good imp. Looks like this avatar spell is higher tier than that speed one. It was already night. Ethan heard his stomach growling. This time he brought out some food from his storage ring. Then he again took a shower and went to sleep. In the next morning, Ethan woke up early. This time he wore a battle suit, not his royal outfits. Ralph and his other guards were waiting outside. Your Highness, the competition will start in 2 hours. You should eat a light breakfast. Ethan nodded. Then he ate something light yet healthy. After breakfast, Ethan directly went toward the academy. He wanted to reach early. Soon he reached the academy. From there, only the students were allowed. The top 500 were decided by the points they got before going to sleep. So there were many students who were unwilling to accept the result, as they thought they would earn points later but never got the chance. But who would dare to raise their voice against the academy? The academy gave a simple yet clear reasoning. How did they get points? You should never keep your work for later. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because only 6-year-olds could take the exam, so there was no next-year option. Ethan said goodbye to Ralph and Julius and was about to enter through the gate, when he saw Sonny coming with his grandmother. The moment he saw Ethan, he started running toward him. Bro, are you ready to fight? Do you think you can win the Rookie King title? Ethan shook his head and said, I will just enjoy the battle. The title does not matter much. Sonny gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you are so cool. I will surely win the second position. When he said that, Martha arrived behind him. Oh, why the second position and why not the first position? Sonny instantly shook his head. Bro is super strong. I can't beat him, so I'll take the second position, as straightforward as ever. Martha was really surprised this time. Making a friend was one thing, but admitting he was not as good as this boy was not normal. She knew her grandson very well. Though Sonny looked very innocent, he was a very competitive boy. He would always compete with his elder brother and sister, and had broken most of the records they created in their childhood. He never admitted defeat. More ridiculous thing was that Sonny's life goal was to defeat the ancestor of the family, who happened to be the dean of this academy and the strongest magus of the human race. But this time, he was saying he was not as good as that boy, so definitely Ethan had something special. She hadn't had the time before to investigate the new friend her grandson made today, but now she did. She was also an instructor in the Supreme Magus Academy and a very powerful one at the epic rank. She decided she would ask Lucas about Ethan. Ethan saw her suspicious look and smiled wryly. This new friend of his was too simple. Someday, he was sure, Sonny would get a spanking on his butt because of him. "Hello, senior." Martha replied, "You can call me instructor." Sonny immediately chimed in, "Why would he call you instructor? Isn't he my bro, so he should call you grandmother?" Both Ethan and Martha felt a slight twitch on their faces. Ethan said, "Okay, Sonny, let's go inside." Then Ethan and Sonny went inside the academy together. Martha was still watching him. Her suspicion was not unfounded. Sonny was a naive boy and belonged to the strongest Magus family in the human race. Of course, there were shady people who might send their sons or daughters after her sweet grandson. She was extra protective of him. Ethan entered the campus for the first time. From the outside, nothing could be seen. A grand barrier covered the entire academy. Only permitted people could enter the academy and see what it looked like. The area of the academy was huge. Many buildings and different types of facilities could be seen here and there. Sonny said by his side, "I once came here with my grandma when I was little." Ethan looked at him with disdain. "When you were little, huh?" Sonny didn't get that and nodded seriously. "The food in the canteen is super good. Let's go and eat something first." Ethan said, "No, we are still not students here. And you came here as a candidate, not with your grandma, so stop thinking about food and concentrate on the battle. Who knows, there might be a dark horse." "Dark horse? Do you think a beast has come here secretly disguising itself as a human? We should tell grandma as soon as possible." Ethan couldn't help but slap his forehead in frustration. Sonny was so good when it came to magic and stuff like that, but he seemed totally oblivious when it came to day-to-day life. He was pampered to the extreme. "Looks like I will have to train this fatty. Otherwise, someone will surely cheat him one day." Sonny felt disappointed and expectantly looked at Ethan. Ethan had seen those expecting eyes before and directly said, "No way, no more food. Become second first, then I will treat you." Sonny first felt a little dejected and then instantly became happy. "Promise." Ethan smiled, "Promise." Martha smiled from her office. This boy was interesting. She didn't call Lucas yet as he was busy preparing for the next and final round. She would learn everything after the test ended. Soon Ethan and Sonny reached the huge ground. It was at least 10 kilometers in length and width. Already all the other candidates had gathered. Lucas appeared and said, "First, congratulations on getting admission into the academy. Now is the test to determine your true rank. Give your all to the battle. Don't worry, teachers and medics are present so serious injury won't occur. Just go all out except you, brat." He looked at Ethan. Ethan's face turned sour. Lucas gave a cold snort. "Don't give me that look. Who told you to be so strong at your age?" He was clearly praising Ethan with a scolding tone, a shameless way to show he liked Ethan so much. Students became confused. Who is this boy? The head instructor is clearly showing him favoritism. Is this even allowed in the academy? A handsome young boy raised his hand. Lucas looked at him and gave him permission to talk. "Sir, you're clearly showing favoritism to this boy. Isn't it against the rules? The 500 students who made it here didn't hold ordinary backgrounds except for a few, so this boy certainly had the backbone to question the instructor." Lucas felt a little embarrassed. He had never met someone like Ethan before, so he got a little carried away. He coughed. "I am doing this for your own good. And I can tell you this, he already got admitted to the academy in the first round. He didn't even need to join the hunting phase. It was his decision to join because he wanted to. He is crazy strong. If he goes all out, he can take down a grand tier beast easily. Now tell me, am I showing him favoritism?" Instantly, all their eyes widened. What the instructor said was way too crazy. Got admitted in the first round. Can take down a grand tier beast by himself. They seriously thought the instructor had reached the pinnacle of shamelessness just to show favoritism. The boy who asked the question said again, "I don't believe this." Lucas this time spoke in a cold voice. "Believing or not believing is your decision. Besides, you will know soon, won't you?" The boy stopped at the cold tone and then looked at Ethan. "I am Mark Denver. I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept?" Ethan looked at Mark with an intense gaze. He had never been challenged before. His blood started boiling with excitement. In the castle, there was no one who would dare to challenge him, as there were no similar-aged siblings or cousins in the palace. Now he was getting what he always wanted. Ethan replied, "Challenge accepted." Mark smiled, "Good, you are not a coward." Lucas also saw this and didn't stop. They should see for themselves what he was talking about. "Okay, you can go to that arena." Lucas pointed toward an arena in the training ground. Then he looked at others and said, "You 498 should draw lottery to get your opponent." Soon they all drew their opponents. Sonny's opponent was a girl with blonde hair. The training ground was enormous, so there was enough space for everyone to battle at once. There would be 250 matches, but they asked for permission to watch Ethan's battle first, and the permission was granted. All the teachers and the instructors went to their positions too, so that they could instantly intervene if anything unnecessary occurred. Mark and Ethan in the first arena faced each other. Mark said, "I don't know what your relationship with instructor Lucas is, but nepotism won't get you anywhere. Always remember this. Today I'm going to give you a lesson so that you will be able to do better in the future." Ethan looked at Mark weirdly. "What are you talking about? Giving life advice and all? Do you think you have the right or capability to advise me? Just fight already. Stop yapping." Mark felt a little humiliated but didn't retaliate. "I am attacking. Be careful." Then he used a spell without any incantation, Darkness. This was a dark elemental spell which invaded the opponent's senses. The opponent would lose his hearing, eyesight, smell, taste, and touch. It was a situation where the opponent would go into a sleep condition without sleeping and wouldn't be able to control anything. He would become a lamb on the plate waiting to be slaughtered. The spell instantly invaded Ethan's mind. Ethan was now feeling the despair he should have felt, but the boy was a maniac. When that spell attacked him, instead of panicking, he was analyzing the spell. Why was this spell acting in this manner? So it was possible to manipulate elements outside of the body in a way one wanted. Why could darkness blind his senses? Could other elements do the same? The elements are different versions of mana, right? But could all elements share their properties with each other? This thought process was very dangerous. This was the thought of a creator, not the thought process of a mortal. The spells were created by someone in the ancient times after thousands of trials in different ways. Then a spell came into being with many forefathers' research, but they could only do what the universe allowed them, like fire would only burn. But who decided that fire would only burn and not freeze? Where was this specific rule coming from? This thought came only after all his senses were lost, and he felt detached from existence. Instantly, the universe seemed to shake a little. This boy was someone who could bend the law of reality and use spells which he shouldn't have, so there was a possibility he might even rewrite the rules of the very fabric of reality someday. The universe's will was probably cursing Mark and his entire generation for using that damn spell on that damn monster. Ethan's face now had that maniacal smile on him again. He found a path without even trying, but Mark didn't know what was going on in Ethan's mind. This darkness spell was a top-tier spell he had learned since childhood. It was his family's ultimate spell. Only the chosen ones from the Denver family could learn this, but this spell had a drawback. While using this spell, its target would become totally immobilized as the nervous system was blocked completely. Only he could think in despair. It was created to torture its enemy, but the caster would need to attack physically after that to defeat the opponent, as no other spells could be cast after casting darkness. So the Denver family would use night-breathing techniques to enhance their bodies like Ethan's family. Mark's family's every magus had significantly developed physical attributes. Mark ran toward Ethan and punched at his gut. Mark was smiling triumphantly, so that was all it took for him. The punch landed on Ethan's gut, but then Mark's face color changed instantly. Ethan's body was tougher than a true beast, while Mark was just an adept ranked magus slightly stronger than other maguses. He punched 10 times, but his hands started aching. Ethan was still in the spell and hadn't come out yet, but Mark had to finish the battle soon or else Ethan would come to his senses after getting hits. The instructors were watching this battle with great interest. They knew who and what Ethan exactly was, but the students were watching the battle with disdain in their face. That was all. The instructor wasn't saying so much bullshit a while ago. Lucas was watching the battle and muttering, "I saw that maniacal smile at that time too. Boy, what is going on in your mind?" Mark took out a short knife. He was getting desperate. He wanted to end that battle soon. In this battle, heavy injury was allowed. Only killing was not allowed. Lucas knew about this Denver family spell, so he was getting a little nervous. He knew what Ethan was worth, but he was a kid after all, and maybe he wouldn't be able to counter the spell, should he intervene. But that would make him a laughingstock in front of the students. Sonny was also getting tense. Will bro lose? Then he will have to take revenge for him. Sonny instantly felt hostility toward Mark. Mark, with that knife, stabbed at Ethan's right shoulder. Just as the knife was about to pierce into his shoulder, 2 fingers came at lightning speed and caught that knife. "Whoa there, do you want to kill me or what?" Ethan had that smile on his handsome face. Mark's eyes were wide open. "How is it possible? You should be under my control for at least 2 minutes. Mark instantly took 5 steps back and left the knife in Ethan's hand. Mark was in utter horror now. The boy in front of him was behaving like a lunatic. His body was super tough, which shouldn't have been possible, and now he came out of his control in under 30 seconds. This also shouldn't have happened. He was, after all, a 6-year-old kid. When the situation got out of control for the first time, he started panicking. Ethan looked at him calmly. "Your spell is really terrifying, but there is a flaw, you know." Mark became angry instantly, shifting from his panicking mode. His Denver family's top spell was being ridiculed right in front of him. He roared like a lion. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't think you're so superior just because you came out of my spell. I can't control the spell properly, or else someone like you would have been groveling in front of me right now. I'll challenge you in 1 year later in the semester examination." Ethan shook his head. "You have misunderstood. I meant this spell is flawed. There is no point in mastering it. Even deeper mastery wouldn't bring you any benefit against me." Mark wanted to tear this boy apart. No one could badmouth his family, and darkness was his family's heritage spell, so everyone who was born with a dark element would become the family's central nurturing figure. Mark was even better. He was the son of the current head of the family. His position was super high. Even though he was extremely angry, he could still think rationally. This boy had come out of his spell within 30 seconds, so there was a chance he found something against their spell. He didn't want to believe it, but he still asked, "Okay then, tell me what flaw you have found out." Mark asked after calming his nerves a little bit. Ethan said, "This spell is called Darkness Right. Its supposed job is to darken all the senses of the enemy right. But do you know one can still think inside the spell?" Mark looked at him as if he were looking at an idiot. Of course one could. The spell was created just to torture your enemy. This time Ethan looked at him with disdain. Which idiot designed this spell? Didn't he have the basic idea of how mana manipulation works? Bastard, if you dare to badmouth my family ancestors another time, I swear on my Denver bloodline that I will tear that throat of yours and bathe with your blood. Mark lost his composure again. "So scary, I am terrified," Ethan said with the same disdain in his eyes. But he said again, "Seriously bro, do you have the brain on your butt or something? Aren't you capable of normal conversation? Just listen to me, all right? First, your spell detaches the person from all his senses and leaves him with the capability of thinking. When all his senses become dark, your ancestor thought it would make him fall into despair, which is a childish thought. What if he doesn't fall into despair and starts thinking? All his senses are blocked. No distraction. In that very moment, he would blend with nature itself. Mana manipulation would become like breathing for him. Enough with this sage-like behavior, you bastard. Why don't you tell me directly?" Ethan looked at him weirdly. "I thought you were a genius." "Was I wrong?" He had a thoughtful expression on his face. "How can you still not understand? Do you think your dark element is superior to other elements? If a magus could use his willpower and know his internal structures well, know where his nerves are, where his nerve junctions are, how they function, then won't he be able to use his will to pull his own element from outside and resist your dark element? Will the spell then be able to act like before? I am telling you the answer. It is a no. The spell will lose its effect instantly." The instructors, who were also listening to Ethan's explanation with great attention, became speechless. Lucas did not know what to say anymore. He thought this monster might really have found a way to counter the Denver family's darkness spell. If he really did, he would have instantly gone to battle that John Denver bastard, so he was also listening very carefully lest something be missed out. But when the explanation was complete, he sighed. "He's just talking in human language again, that's all. What did I even expect? This spell has been with the Denvers for generations." Of course someone might have thought about it, but who could implement such an absurd method, knowing all one's nerve synapses to exactly put their own element against the dark element when their senses were lost? And the Denvers wouldn't just give you all day to think of a solution. They would hack you with their knife. Mark also became speechless. "You are talking nonsense, you bastard. No one alive can do that in 30 seconds. You must have other ways, or it was just a fluke, that's all." Ethan's eyes turned cold. This idiot was badmouthing him too much, so he created a portal in front of Mark's face and punched his face while standing where he was. The two frontal teeth of Mark, which were already about to fall off because of his age, fell down from his mouth. "You talk too much slang, brat. Now sleep." Mark felt his consciousness drowning into darkness and fell on the ground. Everyone was stunned. What had just happened? They saw a dark hole appear in front of Mark out of nowhere, and Ethan just punched through that hole. This didn't make any sense. Lucas sighed. This time he saw this space elemental spell very closely. It was mind-blowing. This could be very lethal on the battlefield, and Ethan seemed he could use it with much greater range and effect, at least from what he saw there. Lucas said, "Okay, Ethan is the winner. Now everyone go to your own arenas." They came out of their stupor and looked at Ethan with fear, respect, and many other unknown emotions. Instructor Lucas wasn't talking bullshit. That boy was super strong. Soon everyone went to their respective arenas and started their battles. Ethan didn't leave. Out of these 500 students, most belonged to many prestigious families, so they had many heritage spells in their hands. Ethan wanted to absorb all their spells to better understand the origin of spells, which was the path he had chosen. There were 3 boys and 1 girl who didn't have any significant background, but they defeated their enemies very swiftly. Ethan overheard the conversation of the instructors, and that was how he learned their backgrounds. He then looked at Sunny, who was still fighting toe-to-toe with a girl. Sunny could not gain any upper hand against that girl. She was a metal elemental magus, while Sunny was a light elemental. Ethan looked at Lucas, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Instructor, who is that girl? She can actually fight Sunny to this level." Lucas smiled. "She is Delilah Gravemont, the youngest princess of the Holy Britannian Empire. She's a prodigy who is not even a little bit less talented than Sunny, as you can see there." Ethan nodded. That girl had many tricks up her sleeves, and she was also strong as hell. Sunny was using different types of light spells. Ethan could tell Sunny was getting desperate, and then Sunny shouted, "Wrath of the Archangel." Boom, the entire arena turned golden. The sky split open, and a huge projection of an angel appeared with a golden sword. He thrashed that sword down like a knight, plunging his blade into the heart of a fallen enemy. It was a top-tier light spell. Delilah's face changed instantly. She had also learned a top-tier spell, but she was not very proficient in it yet. But to counter a top-tier spell, she would also need a top-tier one, even if it was half-baked. Protection of the Metal Dragon. It was a top-tier spell too. Instantly, a metal dragon appeared behind her and struck at the sword that was still coming down. But the comprehension of a spell differs greatly when the tier is the same, and Sunny was clearly on a whole different level than Delilah. The dragon and the angel's sword clashed, but because the foundation of the dragon was weaker, it could not last long against the sword and dispersed. The sword was still descending even after vanquishing the dragon. It was about to fall on Delilah, but a teacher took action and Sunny's spell vanished instantly. He announced loudly, Sunny won the match. Delilah looked at Sunny and tears were almost coming down from her eyes. Sunny, you big fat meanie, I will never talk to you again. Ethan became speechless. Was this the same girl who had been fighting so fiercely a moment ago? Sunny looked at her and said, why would I want to talk to you? Did you bring me any good food? Delilah started crying. Sunny didn't care much and left the arena. Bro, did you see how I taught that girl a lesson? I was very cool, right? Ethan smiled wryly. You were very cool, but I don't think you will be for much longer. Sunny became confused. Why? Ethan coughed lightly. You might want to look behind you. Sunny looked back and saw his grandma smiling at him. Sunny became happy instantly. Grandma, did you see? Grandma, what are you doing? It hurts, it hurts. Martha pulled his ear. Why did you make her cry? Sunny was still screaming. I am sorry. Only then did Martha let him go. Sunny started rubbing his ear. Ouch. Why would you do that? Martha snorted and said, don't dare to make that girl cry again. She's your fiancé. Sunny asked with confusion, what is a fiancé? Ethan became speechless. This dummy was so oblivious about everything other than magic and food. Martha had watched Ethan's fight earlier, and now she knew what her grandson meant when he said he was not as strong as that boy. Martha smiled at Ethan. Boy, be sure to come to our home with Sunny. Ethan nodded at her too. Delilah, who was standing behind Martha, came forward and stuck out her tongue at Sunny, who was still rubbing his ear. Martha looked at Delilah and said, Sweetie, this is Ethan, Sunny's best friend. You should already know him. Ethan also greeted her. Ethan could tell this girl cared very much for Sunny, but that dummy didn't get any of it. Ethan said, Delilah, we were going to the canteen. You can join us if you want. She became very happy, really. It won't be a problem for you guys, sure. We won't have any problem, right, Sunny? Sunny nodded his head. He became happy to hear that he could finally eat. Martha noticed this and thought to herself, this boy is really good. Sunny needs someone like him as a friend to mature faster. Every battle was over. The next phase would begin after breakfast. Today they would fight all day long to figure out the ranking. Soon Ethan, Sunny, and Delilah left together toward the canteen. Lucas stepped toward Martha and asked, what do you think of this boy, Martha? Interesting, very interesting indeed. I am waiting for the dean to return. Let's see what he has to say about him. Lucas nodded in agreement. Edian came to Lucas and said, Friend, I want to take Ethan to the origin world. Can you give him permission? Lucas nodded. Many will go this time. I think the academy will give a 15-day break for this reason. No need to worry, the origin world is far too important to not give permission. Ethan's master aptitude was the main aspect. This magus aptitude was just a subsidiary one, but that boy was damn good. What he would do with the beast master aptitude, Edian very much wanted to see. All the battles were over. The ranking was decided. It was somewhat an expected result. Ethan fought 2 more battles, but after that no one dared to fight him and directly admitted defeat. Ethan won first place and also the Rookie King title. Second place was taken by Sunny and third was Mark. Fourth was Delilah. Those who were defeated earlier got their chance again to challenge the winners later so that those truly powerful students could get their proper rank. Since Mark had faced off against Ethan, he was defeated, but he was stronger than any other students. Delilah was defeated by Sunny, but she also deserved a better rank, which she eventually got. The most exciting battle was between Mark and Sunny. They were 2 polar opposite element holders, light and darkness. Ethan had already helped Sunny understand how to use his light element through his nervous system. Sunny managed to master that before the battle with Ethan's precise help. So darkness spells did not work on Sunny, but Mark instantly cast other dark elemental spells, although they were not enough. Sunny used the Wrath of the Archangel and Mark could not hold against that spell and was defeated, but this caused a huge uproar. Ethan could help others counter the Denver family's heritage spell. Mark felt a grudge against Ethan because not only had he defeated him, but also humiliated his family's spell. On top of that, Ethan helped another person counter it. But he also felt respect toward Ethan for this exact reason. He had always thought he was the absolute best until he met Ethan, who crushed those false prides of his. Now he could finally focus on developing himself. Ethan was the most satisfied of all. He had gained so many unknown spells in his hand, which would greatly help his research. Sunny came to him, Bro, I got second place. Now let's have a party. Ethan nodded, let's do it. Ethan had not only obtained many spells, but also a title. This title was very helpful inside the academy. The academy had its own market for everything, and they could only use academy points. The Rookie King had a 50 discount on everything in that marketplace for 1 year. This was a great help for their development because the academy had treasures within it that even the Holy Britannian Empire did not have, and money or background did not matter inside the academy. Only performance could bring them more success. The Rookie King had many other perks, such as getting his own room in the dormitory with a separate training room with ultra-advanced magic technology. Ethan could enjoy all these for 1 whole year, so a party was necessary. When they were about to leave, Delilah came in front of them and demanded to join the party, so the three of them had a little party in the canteen. The token they had now officially became the Supreme Magus Academy token, and they could do many things with it. It worked like a mobile phone. They could buy items, sell items, take missions, receive official academy notices, and communicate all through the token. Then they felt their tokens vibrating and received a notice. Congratulations on your admission into the academy. Now you have an 18-day break before the academy starts officially. The gate of the Origin world is going to be opened soon. Good luck to those who can enter the Origin world. Delilah started jumping around. She had heard so much about the Origin world until now, and finally she could enter that mysterious world. She looked at Ethan. Ethan, will you also enter? Ethan nodded. Sunny then chimed in, bro, if you are entering, then I will also enter. Let's find all kinds of good food in that world. Delilah's happiness doubled instantly when she heard Sunny was also entering. Ethan became speechless, but what could he do? His best friend was a foodie after all. Ethan nodded. Let's all do our best together. The party was over. Ethan went to his own room, which was allocated to him. Sunny would stay with his grandma. Every instructor had their own living quarters inside the academy. Delilah also had her aunt working here as a junior instructor, so she would also live with her. 3 days passed by. They had meals together. In these 3 days, he trained many magic spells and even combined 3 spells to create a new one from them. He was now ready to enter the Origin world, though he would be with the ancestor. Being prepared at all times was his motto. Ethan left his room today. The ancestor contacted him. They would go to the gate of the Origin world in 10 minutes. Sunny and Delilah did not come. Probably they were also busy now. Ethan went outside the academy. Edian was standing there for him. When he saw Ethan, he grabbed him and soared to the sky. This time a huge brown eagle came out of nowhere beneath them. It was the Thunder Eagle, one of Edian's beasts. Ancestor, this eagle is so awesome. How did you catch it and contract it? Edian started telling his journey about how he got all his beasts. There was a book about it inside his mother's library, and Ethan had read it many times, but listening to the man himself was a totally different feeling. When the story ended, they had also arrived at the location. Ethan saw thousands of people gathered in a field. A huge gate stood in front of them, but the gate was still closed. After a few moments, he saw Sunny and Delilah with Martha and another woman he didn't know. The Thunder Eagle landed on the ground with a majestic, sharp cry. Many people looked at Ethan and Edian, clearly drawn by the eagle's presence. Ethan and Edian got down from the Thunder Eagle and it vanished. Sunny started waving his head as soon as he saw Ethan and started shouting, "Bro, come here." Ethan went there and Edian followed him from behind. Delilah and her aunt were also there. Ethan greeted Martha and Delilah's aunt Jessica. Sunny and Delilah greeted Edian. Then they stood there side by side. The gate was about to open. Edian said, "Ethan, hold my hand tightly. This is a space portal, so there is a possibility you might get separated." All the elders held the children's hands tightly. Suddenly, the gate opened a bit with a creaking sound. Blinding white light started coming from the opposite side and brightened the whole area. The elders held the hands more tightly. Ethan's heart started beating faster. This door contained space elemental magic. He could vaguely see a diagram which started appearing in his mind. Ethan got excited. What type of spell would this be? The diagram's vague outline seemed even more complicated than that of the last ordeal, but before it could manifest fully, the door opened completely, and everyone who was under that blinding light disappeared. Ethan opened his eyes because he had to close them when he was inside that door, as the light was at least 100 times more intense than before. He asked, "Ancestor, where are we?" But no reply came, and then it hit Ethan that no one was holding his hands anymore. He became a little panicked and clearly looked at his surroundings. Nope, there was not a single person present. He was alone standing there. There was a lake in front of him and a hill could be seen afar. There were also trees and grasses on the ground. The environment was quite beautiful here, but little Ethan didn't have that luxury now to admire the beauty of nature. He was lost and alone in a new world. He didn't know much about it, as all the information about the Origin world was blocked outside. Ethan had asked about it to his ancestor, and he said that he would tell him all the details once they were inside. It was a taboo to tell the information outside of the Origin world. Ethan then sat down on the grassy ground and started meditation to calm his mind. His mother taught him this. He started thinking about his situation. I am now inside the Origin world, or at least what I think it is. If it is the origin world or not, I don't know. Then I don't know anything about this world. Ancestor or the other elders are not with me here, and I have a gut feeling this world is very dangerous. Oh great, what do I do now? He would not be hungry as there were tons of foods his mother packed in his space ring, and this area looked great, but he thought he should get on the mountain to have a good look around. Who knows, the others were also probably teleported near him. He was thinking of making fire so that the smoke could get the attention of others if they were here, but then he dismissed the idea. It might lure other powerful beasts or unknown enemies. He thought it would have been nice if I could fly. Then I would have been able to see the surroundings more easily. But what was the benefit of regrets? Until Grand Tier, no one could fly naturally. But there were some exceptions, such as wind elemental maguses. They could manipulate air to float in the air, but it was not a very fast thing to do. Ethan then started walking toward the mountain so that he could get a good view around. After 1 hour of fast-paced walking, he finally reached the mountain area and looked upward. It was a very high mountain and the slope was not very good. He would have to climb it manually. But he was a magus as well as a knight. Why would he do such hard work? He would use spells to get his job done. A portal appeared in front of him and another portal appeared at the top of the mountain. This time the portal was bigger than normal so that he could enter through it. He did it, and he instantly appeared at the top. Why didn't he do it when he was coming here running for 1 hour? Because he wanted to look around while coming here. But there was no one there. Soon Ethan stood at the top of the mountain and saw a huge tree in front of him. It was at least 50 meters in diameter. There were 5 fruits hanging on the tree. They had 5 different colors: red, white, blue, brown, and green. The moment he saw those 5 fruits, his gut feeling told him to eat them. What he didn't know was that by using his portal spell, he just bypassed 7 deadly traps which were situated at different places along the whole climbing path. Even if someone used wind magic to fly, they would have to face those traps, but he just vanished from there and appeared here. Ethan again used his portal to take down those 5 fruits. The fruits were not very big, about the size of a strawberry. Ethan washed them with water and gobbled up the 5 of them together. This should not have been like this too. It was supposed to be like this. The winner who could pass through all the traps would choose 1 fruit, and the other 4 would disappear instantly. But no, bro had to use his portal magic to get those 5 fruits at the same time. He put his hand in the portal in front of him, and 5 hands appeared out there to pick those 5 fruits at once. Then he even ate all the 5 fruits together. Ethan did this because his gut feeling told him to do so. Then a tremendous pain instantly hit his gut, and then it passed through his whole body. Ethan fell to the ground and started rolling around because the pain was too intense. The pain went on until he fell unconscious at the bottom of the tree. After an unknown period of time, Ethan woke up. His clothes were all dirty now. Even his hair was dirty. He didn't know how much time had passed. He slowly stood up and tried to observe his situation. Just as he was about to look closer, his mind entered his sea of consciousness. It was the same as when he first awakened his aptitude. Then he saw a fire elemental sign produced in the thin air and merged with his forehead, then water, earth, wind, and metal. All the elemental signs one by one merged with him. Ethan became confused. What was going on here? Was he dreaming? He had already awakened before. How could he awaken again? Ethan didn't have the slightest idea what type of treasure he had just consumed. Those were called elemental fruits, born once every 100 million years. Only one could take an elemental fruit and awaken that element, and the other fruits would disappear instantly. Moreover, only one person could challenge the trial at a single time. Besides, this place was a very mysterious place. Only those true fortunate ones could obtain something like this. But Ethan consumed all the 5 fruits at once, and all the 5 elements awakened in his body. This caused him that pain, which was the clashing of the elemental essence inside his body. Finally, the merging process was complete, so Ethan thought of using a fire elemental spell to check if it was a dream or reality. He had many top-tier spells in his arsenal which he got from the competition. He used a simple fire elemental spell, Fireball. The mana from his core ran into that unique diagram, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Damn, now I have 5 more elemental affinities. I am really a monster. Ethan could hardly contain his excitement. Now he had 8 affinities. He had so many spells under him which he couldn't use before, and they would take a tremendous amount of time to research. But with these extra 5 affinities, everything would be easy. He could use more diverse spells in battle as well as research their origin more freely. Then suddenly, he remembered his purpose for coming up to this mountain in the first place. It was to see the surrounding area with great range. Ethan now had the wind element too, so he would be able to produce a floating magic spell soon, but that would take time. He needed urgent information about this place. He went to the edge of the mountain and looked around, but what he saw made his hopes crash instantly. There were only trees. As far as he could see, there were trees upon trees, and this place was the only space where there were no trees. Ethan sighed. He would have to find out the way on his own. But before that, he thought he should learn the floating spell, which would help him greatly in the future. Besides, he didn't know how dangerous this place was. Ethan created a portal in front of him and a portal near the lake, then he walked into that portal. After that, he went to the lake to freshen up. He was too dirty. The lake water was very fresh. Ethan first washed his face and looked at the reflection on the water to see if any changes had occurred or not. But there was no change, it was the same as before. No extra elemental sign appeared. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. He was already considered a monster. What would they think if they saw he had 5 more elements in his forehead? Anyone would go crazy with jealousy. After that, he jumped into the lake and took a good bath. After that, he changed his clothes. He became fresh again. Ethan then ate some food from his space ring. After that, he started practicing magic spells. First with fire, then water, then earth, metal, and wind. One by one, he used 50 spells of 5 elements, but he wanted to create a floating spell. For that, he first needed to manipulate his mana the way he wanted, without following any spell diagram. Mana started to flow in his body, then came down to his feet and came out like a water jet. He wanted his wind elemental mana to follow the same path, so he concentrated on using his wind elemental mana to follow the same path, but it was not so easy. He was failing over and over. It was not about comprehending a spell, it was about creating a spell like the portal spell he had created, but this one was easier. After 7 hours of constant trying and failing, he finally managed to make his wind element follow his order and come out through the path he decided. His idea was simple. First, the wind would come out from his feet, and then he would go up like when he had gone up from the bottom of the lake. The difference was that the medium there was water, and this time it would be air. He was confident that if he could manage to do it as planned, he would be able to fly tomorrow, and it would not be just floating. It would be flying at a decent speed. But it was already evening. The sun was about to go down. Ethan then used an earth elemental spell Earth Wall to create 4 enormous walls around him, then used Metal Shield to create an enormous shield above the 4 walls. He didn't keep any door or window as he was not sure if anything would attack him during the night. He just created 4 small ventilators at the top of the 4 walls. Now his hideout was completed. He didn't have luxurious time to waste. He wanted to focus on the Vegas diagram, which was formed during the opening of the gate of the origin world. Who knew, he might be able to find something amazing from it. The night was deep. Ethan had just finished his training session. It was a comprehension session. He was comprehending the time/spell, but he was still a long way from mastering it. Ethan felt hungry, so he stopped the session to have a meal. He took out a steak from his storage ring and was just about to take a bite when the earth wall he had made that evening crumbled into dust. The metal shield also disappeared. He was sitting cross-legged under the moonlit night with a steak in his hand. The environment was frighteningly beautiful. There were colorful mushrooms in red, blue, green, yellow, lavender, and many other colors lit up everywhere. The lake water was producing light bubbles. The sky was clear and stars could be seen, but Ethan could not enjoy the scenery because at this moment a huge white wolf was standing before him. It was 5 meters tall and 12 meters long. Its fur was snow white and it had a very majestic look. The wolf was looking at him with sapphire blue eyes, the same as Ethan's. Ethan was also looking at the wolf. There was not a touch of aura around the wolf, but Ethan's gut was screaming at him that this creature was dangerous. If Ethan's main body had been here, he would have been surprised to see a tier 16 life form that was as strong as Nexus. But there was something wrong with its life force. Ethan felt it could kill him with just a thought. He felt insignificant in front of this wolf. He felt like nothing mattered anymore because his destiny would end here if the wolf wished it. Ethan's heart was beating faster and faster. Then he heard a calm, melodious female voice inside his head. "Do not be afraid, boy. I do not want to harm you. I am the one who brought you here. Let me introduce myself. I am Sasha, the queen of the Fenrir clan. I do not have much time left. I brought you here because I saw that you have space-time elemental affinity. Besides, you are also a beast master. I want you to make a contract with my daughter. If you can keep her safe, she will become your greatest ally one day." Everything felt too bizarre for Ethan. Suddenly, a white wolf appeared in front of him and told him it was the queen of a clan, and now it was asking him to make a contract with its daughter. Ethan's gut told him to accept the offer. So he asked, "Senior, if I may ask, why do you not have much time left? Someone as powerful as you should be eternal, right?" Sasha laughed a little. "You can say that someone at our realm is eternal, but we Eternals can harm other Eternals. Something like that happened, and you are not strong enough to bear the karma of hearing my story. Now tell me, do you accept or not?" Ethan did not know how powerful this wolf was, but he was sure that it was very, very powerful, and its child would have great potential too. It was totally worth it, so he accepted immediately. Sasha nodded, and a snow-white small wolf appeared in front of her. The baby wolf, or rather the Fenrir, was sleeping. It looked super adorable. Sasha said, "I have not named her yet. You can do that after you make the contract, but you will not get any feedback from her as she is too powerful for you to receive any for now. Once you reach the epic tier, then you will get the feedback." So to compensate, I will give you another beast. You have 2 seeds after all. Ethan was surprised. She could see through him. It confirmed his guess. This beast was the real deal. Ethan nodded and a seed came out of his body. It was the size of a bean sprout, dark red with black patterns on it. The seed instantly flew up from his hand and entered the baby Fenrir's body. Instantly, Ethan felt a connection form with the baby Fenrir, but since the beast was sleeping, it had no thoughts in its head. Sasha nodded with happiness. Now you are the guardian and master of my daughter. She will live in your sea of consciousness. Once you break through to epic rank in any aptitude, she will awaken and give you her feedback strength. Now for the compensation. This is the second beast for you. As soon as Sasha finished speaking, a huge red-furred ape appeared in front of him out of nowhere. It was 100 meters tall and its aura was also restrained. Its body was like molten lava. It looked more powerful than the epic tier ape he saw the other day. The ape bowed to Sasha when it saw her. My queen, give me your order. Sasha said form a contract with him and serve him for eternity. From now on, he will be your master. The ape looked very sad, but it did not argue. It nodded while still bowing its head. Ethan took out the other seed and it entered the ape's body. Boom. As soon as it entered the ape's body, Ethan's beast master realm began breaking through at breakneck speed, and he became a grand tier beast master instantly. The ape had stopped its feedback on purpose. It was a tier 13 beast after all, and of course Ethan would have died if it had continued feeding him with energy. But this forced breakthrough gave him 8 more seeds, which he could now use to contract 8 other beasts. The ape bowed down. Master. Ethan nodded at him and said, from now on you will be called Wukong. This name appeared to him unintentionally. The ape nodded. Ethan then looked at the Fenrir and bowed to her. Ethan named the baby Fenrir Misha. Sasha nodded at him, and a crystal ball appeared in front of her and directly entered his brain. This is the inheritance of the Fenrir clan. You can teach it to Misha later, and then you will be able to use it through her. Sasha said again, there are some inheritances which you would be able to use now. As you break through to higher realms, the memory crystal will release information slowly. You will only be able to get all the information at the transcended level. Ethan listened to everything. When he heard the term transcended, it felt unfamiliar to him. So he asked, Senior, what is a transcended level? Sasha looked at him for a moment and asked, how many realms do you know? Ethan said apprentice tier, adept tier, true tier, high tier, grand tier, arch tier, ancient tier, legendary tier, epic tier, mythical tier. Sasha nodded. Then she started saying the next level, emperor, sovereign, saint, sage, ultimate, divine, cosmic, transcended. There are many higher realms than that. Wukong is a transcended tier beast, but his power is now sealed off because you are at a very low level. He is only an arch tier beast now. Besides, Misha is a god tier Fenrir. 1 level above transcended. That is why you cannot get feedback from her now. Do you have any other questions? I have only 5 minutes left. Ethan was shaken to his very core when he heard the ranking system. Never in his wildest dream did he think this many ranks existed above mythical level. To be honest, he thought this Fenrir might be 1 or 2 levels higher than mythical, and that was already a frightening thing for him. But now that he actually learned how pathetic his thought process was, he became ashamed. Besides, he had contracted with 2 such supreme tier beasts at his very first contract. He was now a grand beast master and could fly. Since his feedback came from Wukong, his physical features became many times stronger than before when he was a true knight. He was as sturdy as an archbeast and a top-tier defensive archbeast, and as strong as a top-tier offensive archbeast with just his physical strength now. Ethan looked at Sasha with a deep gaze, but then he became red with shame. The beast he was swearing to protect was a god-tier beast while he was only a grand-tier beastmaster. It sounded absurd to the extreme, but Ethan knew he could reach those unimaginable realms one day. Then he would be able to protect Misha. Sasha nodded with satisfaction. This boy was too mysterious. There was a shadow of a divine beast inside his body. She tried to contact that shadow, but it refused to talk, because Ethan's main body had strictly prohibited Erebus from contacting the outside world. Only a life-and-death situation would allow him to go outside. Sasha did not probe further, but she was relieved to hand over her daughter to this boy. The red ape was her guard, and it could protect her daughter, but the enemy was too powerful, and he would not be able to protect her if they got a hint of her presence. But now with this contract, their life signature had changed as well as their aura signature. They could now roam outside without being noticed. However, Ethan was too weak, so Misha would only be able to come out after he reached epic level. Sasha then gave him one final gift with her life force. It was a baptism. Blinding white light covered Ethan and he started floating in the air. Every cell, every particle of his body was being baptized. All the impurities from his body were washed off. His bloodline ascended to a level even higher than dragons or demons. Besides, Ethan was now resistant to all kinds of dark magic such as curses, mind control, illusions, and so on. While he was being baptized, Sasha took his mind to a world where Ethan grew up as a slave. He suffered all kinds of hardship and pain. everyone treated him badly, and he died with that agony one day, then another world with another setting. She was making his mind mature as the boy was too young, and Sasha did not feel safe leaving her daughter with a young boy. This baptism process lasted for 3 minutes, but Ethan was now a totally different person. He had seen all kinds of life aspects. He was now like a reincarnated person with a mature mind inside a tiny body. Ethan calmly landed on the ground. His unrestrained silver hair was floating in the air. He looked at the vanishing figure of Sasha. Ethan bowed to her. He was now ready to live a life where no one would be able to use him for their purposes. Ethan saw a portal appear in front of him. He went out of the portal without looking back. Wukong, who had been standing beside him until now, vanished and entered his sea of consciousness. Ethan was now a grand tier beast master. His next target was to find 8 beasts for himself, but they would have to be of absolute best quality. Space, time, soul, spirit, dream, illusion, treasure hunting, domain. These were the 8 beasts he was targeting. Now he would gather information about these beasts, because Sasha had confirmed to him that these beasts were rare but available in the origin world. She also asked him to be careful, as there were even more powerful beings than her in this vast world. Ethan came out of the portal and saw a road in front of him. The origin world also had civilizations, but they were too advanced for the people of his world to discover. They only found traces of their existence here and there, but never had the chance to meet anyone from those civilizations. The road was also created by them, so Ethan started walking along the road. He did not have any destination. He wanted to gather information, and for that he would have to find one of those civilizations that had been living here for eons. Sasha also warned him that the leaders of those civilizations were so powerful that even she would not be able to hold her own against them. They permitted the people of Ethan's world to come here once every 1,000 years because of Victor Frankenstein. He once came to the origin world by chance and became powerful because of the help of those people. He was also a genius and got their permission to allow his people to come to this world for 15 days every 1,000 years. They allowed them to come, but they refused to help the people from Ethan's world. That is why they never met the true rulers of this origin world. Ethan now knew more than anyone in his world, because Sasha had given him the baptism, where he lived different lives in this origin world. So Ethan was very knowledgeable about this world and knew exactly where he would be able to find the gate to enter the civilization. But he was hesitant. He was too weak. If he went there knocking at their door, they might kill him with a slap, so he needed a plan to enter their community smoothly. Ethan was walking on the road while thinking about everything that had happened to him here till now. He came to this origin world and got separated from his ancestor and his friends. Then he gained 5 more elemental affinities. After that, he contracted 2 super powerful beasts. Now he felt as if he was living in a dream and had been living for years. He had suddenly become a grown-up man. Everything had happened too fast. He had not even gotten the chance to think properly before everything was already done, and now he was on the path of searching for a way to enter one of the civilizations hidden behind a veil. The origin world was endless. There were so many powerful beings lurking here. While walking, he suddenly saw a huge hedgehog. It looked like a walking mini mountain. The thorns on its back like ancient trees and also carried some fruits. From above, someone would definitely mistake it for a small mountain with fruit trees. But Ethan was not surprised because of the hedgehog's size. He was shocked because this was actually a gate to enter one of the civilizations. He did not know which civilization it was, but it was truly a living gate. Ethan remembered that Sasha had once told him about Victor Frankenstein, who had accidentally arrived in the origin world one day. At that time, Victor was weak, alone, and waiting for death. Then one day he faced a huge tiger. He had already accepted his death, but the tiger did not kill him. Instead, it swallowed him whole, and Victor instantly reached a civilization. Sasha did not know what happened to him there, but one day Victor came out as a god-tier magus and returned to his own world. From there on, Ethan already knew the rest of the story. This type of walking gate was created for fated people to encounter. But even if someone met one, it did not necessarily mean they would have the luck to enter a civilization. Ethan was running his brain to find a way to get inside. But how? In the end, he did not think much and directly attacked the hedgehog. He unleashed the second level of the last ordeal, the strongest spell in his arsenal. Instantly, the area within 5 kilometers turned dark. Clouds gathered in the sky and crimson lightning began falling onto the hedgehog. But the massive creature did not even notice the lightning and kept walking forward. Ethan did not stop there. He began casting every spell he had learned on the hedgehog. Spells of every element struck its body. Then he summoned 100 portals around the hedgehog. Through them, he combined the plasma beam with the last ordeal. The purple plasma beam turned blood red, and its intensity increased 50 times instantly. 100 red plasma beams rained down on the hedgehog. This time, Ethan managed to hit one of its fruits and it fell to the ground. The moment the fruit touched the ground, the hedgehog stopped mid-step and vanished. Ethan instantly felt a chill down his back, but before his brain could react, the hedgehog reappeared behind him with its enormous body. One of its thorns pierced directly through Ethan's gut. He immediately fell unconscious. The Atlanta civilization, one of the most powerful civilizations in the origin world. Two young women were watching Ethan's battle on a large screen. What is this little boy trying to do? Kill himself? Why would he attack a hedgehog this big instead of running away? One girl asked with curiosity. The other replied, this boy seems to have come from Victor Frankenstein's world. What was he doing there? The others are at their designated places. Only this one got separated from them and arrived here out of nowhere. This was all arranged by Sasha. She had teleported Ethan to the exact spot where the hedgehog was. The girl said, this boy is ridiculously strong, even compared to our Apex generation. The other one thought for a moment. He can use supreme tier spells, has the space element, and is also a beast master. He is qualified to enter our civilization. Ask Madam Kate what we should do. But then they heard a voice behind them. Bring him in. I am very interested in this boy. Madam Kate, a middle-aged yet beautiful woman, was already standing behind them. The two girls immediately stood up and pressed a button. The hedgehog, which had been standing there, suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed Ethan. Ethan was transported into the domain of the Atlanta civilization. Victor had achieved this feat because of his luck, while Ethan achieved it through his powerful backing. Though Victor had not entered the Atlanta civilization, he had probably done something so significant that all the leaders of the civilizations had agreed to his request. Inside a luxurious room, Ethan lay sleeping on a grand bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. What happened? Did I die or what? Madam Kate was preparing some food by his side. When she heard Ethan speaking, she chuckled lightly. No, boy, you are not dead. You are inside the civilization of Atlanta. Ethan instantly became excited. Success. He had entered their civilization. Now he needed to do something crazy to gain their trust and attention so that they would tell him the location of those 8 types of beasts as well as give him other resources. Still, he looked confused. He knew nothing about this civilization. Even its name was new to him. Seeing his puzzled expression, Madam Kate slowly explained the details of everything. Some of the information was already known to him, but most of it was completely new. At one point she asked, do you know Victor Frankenstein? Ethan nodded. He is called the father of all magic, the creator of origin magic, and he holds many other titles. Madam Kate nodded. He arrived in this world by accident, then the Arakan civilization took him in. He became the man you know today. So I am asking you, do you want to become like him? Ethan looked at Madam Kate. He didn't think this woman would give him the chance without even asking. Ethan thought for a moment and asked, Senior, do you know how long it took Victor Frankenstein to reach God tier? Kate replied calmly, 1 million years. Ethan's eyes widened. 1 million years was a huge amount of time for him because he had only lived for 6 years, plus a little more than 300 years in that dream. Ethan said, Senior, you know I am from another world. I have friends and family there, so I don't think I will be able to live here for that much longer. Kate was surprised. This boy was rejecting her offer even when she was offering him power similar to Victor Frankenstein's. She didn't think this boy was naive or that he failed to understand the value of her offering. So she asked, you can't live without your parents. You are a child and can't live without them. She asked in a teasing voice. Ethan smiled at her teasing and said, yeah, I am a child. I am becoming stronger for them. What is the value of becoming stronger if, when I finally become the strongest, my beloved ones are no longer with me? Kate was watching him closely. A pure soul, exactly what she had been looking for. This boy was very honest with his thought. His aptitude and pure soul made him the perfect candidate in Kate's eyes. She smiled and said, how about this? You talk to your parents and friends, then come back here. You can go back to your family once every year. Ethan was really surprised. You will allow that? You aren't afraid people will get information from me about your civilization? Kate laughed a little. If you accept my offer, you will become one of us. Who would even dare to take information from you? Not even another civilization would dare to do this, let alone the people from your world. Ethan said, I agree to your offer. So how will I be able to return here once I talk to my family? Don't worry, I'll give you a teleportation stone. You will be able to teleport with that. Kate smiled very softly. She was someone who stood above God tier, so she looked at life in a different perspective than mortals. Kate didn't have an heir. She wanted to train someone who could contend with the Apex generation and who would be able to bring her the liquid of eternity from that place where only someone under 100 years old could enter. So she wanted a talented person, maybe someone like Victor Frankenstein, to train. That person would help her obtain that thing. It was a win-win situation for both of them. So she didn't hide her intentions from Ethan and told him about her intention, why she wanted to train Ethan. Ethan also heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. There was nothing like free lunch in the world. If someone offering you something free meant he or she wanted something very precious from you. Now that Ethan knew her intentions, he felt more at ease. Kate could also see a shadow of a divine beast inside the boy, but she didn't probe further. A divine beast didn't matter much to her. However, she could not sense Misha or Wukong's true identity, as Sasha was a Tier 16 Paragon Beast while she herself was a Tier 15 Supreme Tier Magus, and the contract also altered their presence of existence completely, so Ethan was safe for now. He had first planned to enter one of the civilizations, then do something crazy to show his talent, since Sasha had told him that they valued talent very much. Ethan was confident that he would be able to catch their attention with his talent, and then he would take their help. But he didn't expect that someone from this civilization would directly offer him a place without him even doing anything crazy yet, and that she would even allow him to leave once every year. There was no reason for him to refuse, so while the iron was still hot, he hammered again, "Senior, I'm a beast master too. I was looking for some particular types of beasts. Do you think they are available in this origin world?" Then Ethan told her the 8 types of beasts he wanted. Kate thought for a moment and said, "Among them, some are easy to find but some are very rare. You might have to wait years just to find one. Are you really willing to wait for that long?" Ethan nodded. "I am a Magus too. I can just improve my Magus realm, and when I get the appropriate beasts, my Beast Master realm will automatically improve." Kate nodded. "Okay, I know the location of 3 beasts among them, but their locations are hidden in a secret realm which will open in a month. You have to wait until then." Ethan became excited. Then he asked again, "So about that teleportation stone, what is it actually?" Kate took out a stone the size of Ethan's fist. It was black. She said, "This is a teleportation stone. You will be able to use it to go anywhere you have been before, but you can only use it once a day." Ethan's eyes were sparkling. He had wanted something like this very badly. Now that this thing had come into his hand, he would surely learn teleportation on his own later using this stone as a reference. "Senior, I think my ancestor and friends are worried. Can you help me reach them? I'll be back in a month." Kate nodded, and a portal appeared in front of Ethan. He entered the portal. Kate looked to her right and ordered, "Protect him from the shadow." There was no one visible there, but someone moved from the fold of space and followed Ethan from behind. Meanwhile, in the place where everyone from the Magus world had appeared, Edian was having a nervous breakdown. Ethan had been lost during teleportation, and it had already been 2 days, yet he still couldn't find him. Sunny, Delilah, Martha, and Delilah's aunt were also helping him search for Ethan. They hadn't even gone to search for resources, yet because of this, Sunny wouldn't budge a single inch without finding Ethan, so Martha could only continue searching for him. Sunny was crying. He didn't want to lose his best friend. "Grandma, please find Ethan. I won't disturb him and eat his food anymore." Martha felt helpless. This grandson of hers was the apple of her eyes. She just couldn't say no to him. Then a portal appeared in front of them and Ethan came out from there. As soon as Sunny saw him, he jumped to hug him. Poor Ethan had just come out and didn't expect a meat mountain would fall on him. He saw who the mountain was, but it was too late. Ethan shouted, "Sunny, you bastard, get off from me." Ethan fell to the ground. Sunny was crying, "Bro, where have you been?" Ethan then saw that Sunny was actually crying for him. He felt guilty for cursing him loudly, so he said in a soft voice, "Bro, first get off. I'll tell you a very exciting story." Sunny nodded, "Okay." Ethan then stood up and started brushing the dirt off his clothes, but then he saw an old man rushing toward him with a breakneck speed. Ethan was ready this time and jumped to the side. "Ancestor, not you too." He was speechless. "My boy, where have you been these 2 days?" His voice had finally found relief. He had been constantly worried. Martha and Delilah also came when they heard this. They all had been searching within a 10 km range, so when Ethan came, they all received the news and rushed toward the place. Ethan coughed a bit and said, then they took out some chairs and a table and sat down there. They also put food on the table. The foodie Sunny hadn't eaten much in these 2 days either. Now that Ethan was back, his hunger came back even faster. Ethan also ate some food. Edian then asked, "Now tell us, where have you been?" Ethan nodded. "When I opened my eyes, I was in an unknown place. A lake was in front of me and a very beautiful scenery. I first thought that maybe you all have been teleported near me, so I searched for you nearby but couldn't find you. That's when I found an ape, which was dying. I was afraid at first to approach it, but then the ape called me and said it wanted to contract with me. And I did, so I got my first beast there. Then I used my portal magic to come here, but I don't know how I appeared that place in the first place." Ethan hid the truth. It was too important to tell out loud. Then Ethan summoned Wukong from his sea of consciousness. Wukong appeared there, a 100-meter-tall ape with blood-red volcanic patterns on its body. It looked majestic. Edian stood up instantly the moment Ethan summoned the ape, because all his contracted beasts were now frightened to their extreme. They were shaking inside his sea of consciousness. It was the natural fear that arose from the bottom of one's heart when they saw their predator or were in the presence of a higher existential being. Wukong was a transcended tier beast, though his power was now suppressed. That didn't make his majesty or life value fade away. The beasts of Edian were merely epic ranked. One was even legendary ranked, so of course they would be afraid of the big guy. "Ethan, how did you? I mean, how can you contract a beast of this level?" Edian could tell the power signature of this ape was just at the arch-beast level, but it was far from the truth. He could feel it. Even if it were only an arch-beast, Ethan shouldn't have been able to contract this thing. His body wouldn't be able to take the feedback and would have burst apart, but Ethan was perfectly fine. Ethan was just about to explain when Martha finally spoke. You are also a beast master. Ethan said in an apologetic tone, yes, instructor Martha. Sorry I hid it from everyone. Martha said hurriedly, why don't you call me grandma like Sonny does? You are his best friend after all. Ethan instantly became speechless. All the old foxes were shameless. He was not naive anymore. He could tell Martha wanted to curry favor with him. Delilah's aunt was also looking at the ape with astonishment. Sonny had just finished his last bite of food and looked at the ape finally. Bro, your beast is massive and so awesome. What is its name? Ethan said with a smile. His name is Wukong. Ethan was a little afraid that Sonny would blame him for hiding such a secret from him, but with Sonny's behavior, it seemed he didn't even think about that. Ethan then looked at Martha and said politely, okay, Grandma. I didn't tell others about it because the world outside was not very safe for people like us who only belong to a low-level empire. You can understand this, right? Edian didn't interrupt the conversation. He now knew who Sonny and Martha were. They were from the family of the Dean of Supreme Magus Academy. They were on a whole other level than his Lucadonia empire, so it was good that Ethan was building a good relation with them. It would help their empire tremendously. Delilah chimed in from beside. Ethan, can we ride on your beast? Pretty please. She was looking at him with puppy eyes. Ethan asked, does my beast look like a ride to you? Okay, if you treat me and Sonny to a good meal, I can give you a little ride. Delilah started jumping up and down, deal, deal. Sonny then said, bro, I also want to ride. I will give you food my mom cooked. Ethan looked at him with disdain and said, I want you to exercise daily 1 hour. If you agree to this, I'll give you a ride. Sonny looked depressed and still agreed unwillingly, okay. Ethan nodded, good boy. Then Ethan ordered Wukong to take Delilah and Sonny to his shoulder. Wukong bent down a little bit and extended his right hand in front of them. Sonny and Delilah walked onto it. Then he lifted them up and put them on his shoulder. It looked so beautiful from above. Delilah shouted, you all should come up here. This place really looks beautiful from here. Ethan then looked at Edian and asked, what should we do next? Edian said, we haven't started collecting resources yet. We should start. Others are already ahead of us. Ethan had lived in this origin land in that dream for 400 years, so he knew some places where rich resources were kept. Then Ethan created a big portal in front of them and one portal on the shoulder of Wukong. Delilah's aunt was muttering, I should talk to brother. This boy is way too much of a genius to let him go from our hands. We should bring a marriage proposal to his parents. Soon, everyone hopped on Wukong, and Ethan ordered him to go to those places where the important resources were present. After 15 days of searching, they gathered more resources than anyone else. 15 days were over. It was time for them to leave the origin world. They all appeared in front of the gate. There were some accidents too. Some died because they faced some truly powerful beasts in this world. So the number of people who entered the origin world was lessened now. Ethan was looking at the door intently. This was the last chance for him to learn that diagram, because this gate only opened twice every 1,000 years. Soon the door creaked open again, and Ethan instantly concentrated on the pattern of the diagram. Last time he was not prepared, but this would not happen this time. Besides, the basic structure of the diagram was already formed. Now he only needed details. The gate opened fully and the blinding light swallowed all the people present there. This time Ethan did not close his eyes. He was wearing a sunglass now. It was a magic gadget he acquired from Kate just for this purpose. They entered inside the door, and Ethan could now see that white light which was more intense than the outside. But this also helped him gather the details of the diagram more quickly. After some time, Ethan's diagram was completed, and they also got out of the gate. Ethan was extremely excited to check what that diagram was about. This spell was a dimensional gate spell, but Ethan did not know what a dimension was. So he kept it for now, as he would have to go back to talk to his parents about the Atlanta civilization. Ethan looked at Martha and asked, Senior, I would like to go back to my family to talk to my parents about something urgent. Martha was surprised that Ethan wanted to go back now, as the class of the new semester would start soon. So she asked, why do you want to go back? Ethan started hesitating a bit. Should he tell her or not? But then he thought if he was going to the origin world, he would not be able to study in the Supreme Magus Academy, so he would have to tell them. He asked Kate before leaving if he could tell them about this deal. Kate agreed instantly. They were a super-tier civilization. It was not that they were afraid of being exposed. It was just they did not like to associate with the people of other worlds. So Ethan said, let's go back to the Empire first. I have something very important to tell. Seeing Ethan's suddenly serious mode, they did not probe any further, and they all got inside the flying vessel Martha brought. Inside the flying vessel, Sonny came to Ethan and said, Bro, I also want to go with you to your empire. Martha heard this, and she was surprised that Sonny really wanted to leave the empire for Ethan's sake. She was happy because Sonny never left the capital, and sad that her grandson prioritized Ethan more than her, as once she asked Sonny if he wanted to go out with her, though it was when Sonny was only 3 years old. But jealousy was still jealousy. Ethan asked, Are you sure? The class will start in 2 days. I do not think we will be able to come back in time. Edian then came to him and asked, "Boy, what is it so urgent that you would rather miss your first day at the academy?" Ethan thought for a moment and decided to tell them here as there was no one else other than Ethan, Edian, Sunny, Martha, Delilah, and her Aunt Jessica. He could trust them. Ethan said, "When I told you my story about what I did in those 2 days, I left a crucial part. It is about one of the civilizations of the origin world." Instantly Martha, Edian, and Jessica's facial expressions turned pale. The civilization was the ultimate taboo in this world, which was ordered by Victor Frankenstein himself. Edian came close to Ethan and put his hand on Ethan's mouth. "Boy, do not talk about this matter. It is taboo here." Ethan was surprised by the sudden interference of his ancestor, but then he understood why he did that. It was indeed a taboo, but not for Ethan though, because he had permission from Madame Kate. So he gently put Edian's hand away from his mouth and smiled. "Do not worry, I know what I am doing." Then he started talking again. "After leaving that place with Wukong, I did not directly come back here. I went to another place. There, with a chance of fate, I was accepted inside a civilization." When he said this much, those elders felt their throats drying. They were now listening to something they should not have. Ethan said again, "Inside there, they offered me to train and they would allow me to leave once every year, so I took their offer." He stopped saying this much. He could not say anything more. But it was enough to put tremors into the hearts of everyone present. Edian fell on his knees in front of Ethan and grabbed his shoulder. His voice was shaking. "Boy, are you sure? You did not mistake this for something else?" Ethan could understand their feelings. He was not a young boy anymore. Ethan said, "I am sure, ancestor. After talking to my parents, I will leave for the origin world again." Martha put her hand on her mouth. This boy was now standing at the same point as Victor Frankenstein back then, the father of magic. She even thought Ethan was even more capable, as Victor was a magus and a knight, but Ethan was a magus and a beast master, superior to Victor. But she could not say that out loudly. This was the first time she was regretting that Sunny was not a girl. If he were a girl then, she coughed. Jessica was also thinking the same. If only Lucy was here, she could try to make a bond with Ethan, but that girl was not interested in the Magic Academy, and she wanted to become a businesswoman. She would surely pull her ear once she returned home. But this time Sunny became sentimental. "Bro, you're going to leave." Ethan then saw Sunny was about to cry. Ethan said, "You are a man or not you. Do not cry. I will come back once every year and we will share our life experiences with each other. And if I can do something well, maybe I will bring you with me by taking their permission." Sunny became a little cheered up when he heard this. Martha felt butterflies running through her belly. The regret she felt instantly vanished. Who needs a girl when they could become best friends? Jessica also agreed. Then the flying vessel changed its direction and started going toward the Lucadonia Empire. But what Ethan did not know, this time the Lucadonia Empire was facing its existential threat. Somehow the news of Edian leaving the Empire was leaked or known somehow, and that was what caused them their mortal danger. In the Lucadonia Empire, 5 days ago, the whole empire was now in uproar. They did not know why suddenly thousands of beasts attacked them from 4 directions. The beasts were not normal level. They were apprentice tier or higher. Lucadonia Empire had hundreds of kingdoms, and almost all the kingdoms were attacked at the same time. In the capital, Kadizatrama Di Razel was sitting on his throne. His face was not looking so good. He was hearing reports from his subordinates, and the reports were not normal. It had been 5 days since the beasts attacked his empire, and almost 7 kingdoms had fallen. The number of the royal army was limited. They could not be sent to help every kingdom, and if they left the capital, the royal family would become unguarded. That was also not an option. When he was thinking what to do, another soldier came running. "Your Majesty, 3 more kingdoms have fallen, and there is an arch-tier bear that appeared." Cadiz stood up from his throne. An archbeast could single-handedly ravage an entire kingdom if they did not have any archmagus or arch-knight. Another soldier rushed in. "Your Majesty, another archbeast has been located." Cadiz was sure it was planned. The empire only had 13 archmagus and 16 arch-knights. They had 6 ancient magus and 3 legendary magus. This was their ultimate line of defense. Cadiz was sure this beast tide was just testing the water. Ancestor would come back in 5 days. He did not know how the news was leaked that Ancestor was not present. It was only known by him and Ethan that Ancestor was not in the empire, so maybe there was someone strong enough to detect his presence. This could be a catastrophe. Got 20 more news reports about 20 archbeasts attacking 20 kingdoms. Cadiz was sure this was a scheme to lure the archmaguses and knights from the capital. But even if he knew, what could he do? Should he just watch as his empire broke down into tiny pieces? He could not watch that, so he ordered 10 archmagus and 10 archknights to immediately dispatch to aid those kingdoms. Meanwhile, in the palace of the first empress, Adrian was playing chess with his mother. "Mother, here goes your bishop." His mother said, "You really are his son. So good at scheming, I am no match for you." Adrian said, "You are also not bad yourself. For 16 years, you let that old fool believe that I am his first son. What a player you are." The woman smiled but did not reply. "Oh, poor father, you should have handed over the empire to me peacefully. Maybe you could have lived for a little longer. By the way, mother, Dad said that the Lord will arrive in 5 days. He asked you to do everything to please the Lord. You should prepare your body well." His mother did not say anything but started humming. She was a pure slut. "You do not have to worry about this small stuff. Just focus on the taking over." Adrian did not reply and focused on the game. 4 days passed. 6 archmagus and 8 archknights died on the battlefield. The beasts almost reached the capital. Caddies did not know the situation of the other kingdoms because everyone was preparing for the final battle. Already 53 archbeasts had been introduced to the battlefield, and Caddies was sure there were even higher tier beasts than them. "Ancestor, please come back soon or else the empire is a goner." Caddies and the other archmaguses and archknights as well as the ancient maguses prepared for the battle. They could see millions of beasts coming toward them. They were only 3 km away. At this moment they heard 7 loud roars which could send chills to anyone, and instantly 7 oppressive auras joined the beasts. 7 ancient beasts arrived. The faces of everyone turned pale. Now only the legendary maguses of the empire could save the situation. Caddies looked at the core of the palace. "Second ancestor, you should prepare with the royal staff. Otherwise we would be slaughtered." Soon 3 powerful auras seemed to awaken inside the palace. They were restraining their aura until now. But the situation was not good and they would have to attack. Caddies roared, "All the maguses, be ready for battle. Attack on my command." He took control of the battle himself. Every magus from apprentice level to ancient level became ready. As for the 3 legendary maguses, they were now floating in the air to observe the situation. This level of beast tide had never occurred before, ever. Someone might be manipulating these beasts, but who could that be? And as the beasts arrived within the range of the attack, Caddies ordered fire. Boom, boom, spell after spell was cast on the beasts. Many beasts instantly vaporized, but the beasts also had arch-beasts and ancient beasts on their side and they also attacked. They could use long-range attacks too. Instantly, the entire capital became a battle zone, though civilians were already moved into underground bunkers, so they could attack with peace of mind as their friends and families were safe. When the beasts came even closer, the knights attacked them, but the number of beasts was overwhelming and they were likely still increasing. The hope of survival was lower. At this moment, second ancestor Noyan Dai Razel attacked the horde with the royal staff, and hundreds of thousands of beasts were instantly turned into dust. This attack instantly filled the soldiers with hope. They started attacking with more motivation than before. Noyan attacked again, but this time a barrier appeared above those beasts. Instantly they became cautious. The barrier did not look like it was used by a beast. Then they heard, "Hey old man, your opponent is here. Why are you attacking those poor beasts?" They saw a man wearing a mask floating in the air. His face was covered with a mask. The aura of that man was clearly at the legendary level. "You 3 old geezers should have been dead already. What the heck are you doing here?" Noyan did not speak nonsense with him and directly blasted him with his fire magic. But that masked man was not an amateur. He blocked the spell with ease and fired an ice spear toward them. The man was an ice magus. While this man was busy with the 3 legendary level magus of the empire, the other beasts took this chance and attacked the other maguses. The situation was very dire. Suddenly they heard a loud shout, "Get off from here, you damn monsters," and the speaker fired a devastating spell on the beasts. It was the first Prince Adrian Dai Razel. Caddies was surprised to see his first son actually joining the battle to help them, but it was not time to think anything else. The more the better. The 7 ancient beasts attacked the 6 ancient maguses. They were having a hard time fighting against those beasts, as beasts were normally stronger than humans in a one-on-one battle, and here they were even outnumbered. The situation was dire. The empire would not be able to survive this ordeal. They were already fighting for an entire day. This whole day, Adrian was a good son and helped Caddies with his utmost sincerity. Even Caddies had thought he might have become good seeing the death of so many people. The other 4 empresses also came out to battle already. Trina was fighting near Caddies. They did not have the luxury to conserve power anymore. Almost 3 ancient magus died, only 3 remained. They were burning their life force to battle. The 3 legendary magus could not get past that masked man. Caddies sighed. He would have to make his final move, or else everyone he loved would be dead. Then he stepped forward and shouted, "I, Caddies Atrama Dai Razel, the 263rd Emperor of the Lucadonia Empire, offer my blood and soul to the guardian weapon of the Dai Razel family. Please take a..." Before he could finish his words, a sharp dagger penetrated his gut. The dagger was poisonous. Caddies looked at the holder of the dagger. It was his son Adrian. He puked a mouthful of blood and asked, "Why?" Adrian had a calm smile on his face. "Old fool, you should have been a good old man and handed over that damn throne to me already." Trina screamed, "Husband, no!" She dashed toward Adrian and cast a light sword toward him, but a barrier appeared in front of Adrian. It was the same barrier that the masked man used. Trina screamed loudly, "Bastard, why would you kill your own father just for a throne?" Adrian said, "Bitch, he is not my father, and he died this early because of you. If it was not for you and your son, he would have given me the throne and would not have to die like a dog today." Caddies already fell to the ground. When he heard what Adrian said, all the doubt cleared in his mind. He looked at Trina. "I am sorry, Trina. And I am sorry, everyone." He looked at his other wives. The fourth wife also came and sat beside him. Trina instantly channeled her light elemental healing spell on him, but the poison was too powerful. It could not save him. Both of them were crying, but the second and third empresses did not come to him. They also betrayed him. Caddy said, "Tell Ethan and Aliana that I am sorry. I could not protect the Empire or give them the love of a father they needed." He was now sure he only had 2 women now. 3 had betrayed him long ago. But he was regretful. He wanted to see the rise of Ethan, the rise of the Empire. Trina was crying and channeling light energy into his body. Samantha also tried to help as much as she could, but she was not a healer. And all the other healers of the Empire were either killed or location unknown. After Caddies was stabbed by his own son, the morale of the soldiers, which was already dying, vanished completely. It was now a one-sided slaughter. The 3 legendary magus were the only ones capable of fighting, but now that everyone else was killed, all the beasts attacked those 3. They could not survive any longer, and they also perished. Trina and Samantha were crying, but suddenly Adrian stabbed a dagger from behind into Trina's heart. She slowly fell on her husband's body, and Samantha was also stabbed. They wanted the Lucadonia Empire because it had a huge secret lying under it. They just wanted the land and not the people to rule. It was already morning of the next day when he killed Trina and Samantha. Now, at the present day, the flying vessel was going toward the Lucadonia Empire with a very fast speed. Ethan suddenly felt a bad feeling. He could not understand what it was, but it was definitely not a good one. After 10 minutes it entered the Lucadonia Empire, but what they saw instantly made their blood boil with extreme anger. The kingdoms were ravaged, people died here and there, buildings were destroyed. They wanted to slow down the vessel to know what happened, but Ethan told them to go to the Empire with its absolute highest speed. Instantly, Edian's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. The flying vessel reached the capital in a blink, and what they saw there they would not be able to forget ever. Body after body, countless bodies of beasts as well as humans. There were also hundreds of thousands of alive beasts surrounding the castle. Ethan's eyes fell on the center where he saw 3 familiar bodies. Instantly, his control over his emotions snapped. A monstrous rage, agony, and despair engulfed him completely. Ethan roared with all of his might. The emotion was so intense that it almost manifested into a physical form. Ethan's main body put some barriers so that Erebus would not be able to come out unless those barriers were broken. But at this instance, all those barriers were snapped instantly, only one remained. Ethan totally lost his mind. He was just screaming like a madman. Adrian looked toward Ethan as well as that masked man. There were 3 epic-ranked persons present on the flying vessel, but they did not have the slightest fear on their faces. They started laughing. Adrian even said, "Sorry, little brother. Your mother and father just died. Oops, I think I killed them with my own hand." But Ethan did not even hear his taunting. Edian roared with a thunderous voice, "Bastard, all this time you were the black sheep." He instantly summoned 9 beasts of his. There were 5 epic-ranked and 4 legendary-ranked beasts. He was just a normal beast master. Martha and Jessica also took their positions. Sunny was hesitating whether to go near Ethan or not. Ethan's condition really made him afraid, but he finally gathered his courage and was about to go near him when Delilah stopped him and shook her head. She was crying. Her little heart could not take this scene and Ethan's heart-piercing screaming. When they all took positions to kill all the beasts at once, a tremendous aura engulfed the entire capital. Kekekek, look what do we have here. Some pesky humans and a beast master with some tiny beasts. Kekekek. A creature appeared in front of everyone. It was a humanoid creature, 2 horns on its head and 2 huge wings. It was a demon. A demon was behind Adrian and his father to orchestrate everything. It was not a normal demon either. It was a divine demon, the highest tier existence of the Magus world. In front of it, Edian, Martha, and Jessica looked like children. And there was also the person whom Madame Kate sent, but he was only a tier 10 knight. Edian and the others fell on their knees. Blood started coming out from all of their orifices. Sunny and Delilah died instantly. Edian had horror on his face. What is something like it doing here? We are all finished. Nobody could save us now. Even the deans of the academies were only divine realm existences, but they would not even hear what happened. Adrian also started laughing. That demon looked at the masked man and said, "I heard your woman is good in bed. Call her here. I want to do it in front of everyone." The masked man bowed, "As you wish, my lord," and then he called Adrian's mother, the former first empress. When Sunny died, Ethan's last barrier also vanished with him. The demon Moshe looked at Ethan, who was still screaming, and became annoyed. "Go, kill that bastard." The masked man was about to go when Adrian said, "Dad, let me do this for my sweet little brother. At least I can do this for him." Edian wanted to get up and help Ethan escape, but the pressure pinned him and his beasts in place. Despair took over him. Martha and Jessica went into silence when they saw Sunny and Delilah's dead bodies. Adrian appeared near Ethan and was about to chop off his head, but at this moment the sky turned dark. A horrendous pressure started gushing out of Ethan's body. The pressure even surpassed Moshe. A pitch-black head appeared first, then its 4 limbs slowly appeared. Erebus finally got out. He started to turn bigger and bigger. Adrian turned into meat paste instantly, then into cosmic particles. Erebus was the manifestation of destruction itself, so he was on a whole different level than normal divine realm existences. Erebus looked at the screaming Ethan and bowed, "Please forgive me, my king. I could not come out earlier." Erebus looked at the sky and roared. The roar instantly killed the millions of beasts which were waiting there. They were vaporized instantly. Though Moshe was also a Tier 11 life form, every fiber of his body started screaming danger when he saw Erebus, the Doom-bringer. Erebus vanished from his place and appeared behind the masked man and chopped his head off instantly. No time wasted. Then he looked at the demon which was still floating in the air. It tried to communicate with Erebus, but it was no use. Erebus was Ethan Hunt's general. His only duty was to destroy. Nothing else mattered. The demon roared, "Do not be cocky, you bastard." He used an origin magic. It was the ultimate tier magic spell of the Magus world. Erebus calmly looked at the spell which was now coming at him, destroying everything, even matter itself in its path. Erebus also used his talent, destruction of all things. Bang, the origin spell itself was destroyed instantly and turned into air. "You can die now, filthy creature." Moshe instantly fell into despair. It was the ultimate spell under his arsenal, and it was destroyed by that monster like nothing. What was that creature? Who was that little boy? Moshe had thousands of questions in his head, but there was no answer. Erebus vanished again. Moshe instantly felt death had just locked onto him. "Master, please save this humble servant of yours. I will serve you for eternity." A contract was formed in that moment. Erebus appeared behind Moshe and swung his mighty claw, but a barrier appeared and blocked that claw attack. The space tore open in front of everyone and a person appeared, glowing all over his body. It had 8 pairs of white wings on its back. It looked like an angel. It looked at Moshe and said with a disdainful look, "Are you even worthy to serve me for eternity, you filthy demon?" But then he looked at Erebus and said with amusement on his face, "A manifestation of pure destruction and formed by shadow and death energy. What type of creature are you?" The angel was a Tier 15 supreme tier existence. It wanted to descend on the Magus world to take some species and do research on them, so he contacted this ancestral demon to descend. As angels and demons are the exact opposite life forms, it was easier for him to contact a demon than any other species. His name was Hagoromo. He was from the realm of angels. Hagoromo looked at Erebus and licked his lips. What a perfect specimen for research. But Erebus did not give a shit about this damn bird. He only wanted to destroy, so he attacked him directly, but Hagoromo just smiled, "How cute," and Erebus was dead instantly and vanished. Hagoromo shouted, "No, no, why the body is vanished, come back this instant," but nothing happened. Everything was seen by Edian, Martha, and Jessica. They were now petrified with all this madness. Hagoromo looked at Moshe and said, "I can sense a very powerful demon under this land. Bring all the demons you can and dig out the body. I want to do research." Instantly a portal connected to the demon continent, and thousands of demons started to pour out from there. Moshe wanted to take over the human continent with this one chance. Then Hagoromo's eyes landed on Ethan. All this happened, but Ethan's sorrow started to deepen with every passing moment. He fell into the abyss of despair. His 400 years of maturity was gone instantly. At this moment, Ethan's main body was eating chips in the hotel room. Not even a day had passed here. Suddenly, his face changed. Erebus died. How? He was just about to think, but instantly a tremendous amount of despair came into his soul. Though Ethan had made arrangements so that the soul could only contact him once he reached Tier 8, Ethan in the Magus world had just passed all levels of despair. It instantly connected with his main body. Ethan vanished from the hotel room and appeared in the Magus world. Moshe ordered a demon to kill that screaming bastard. Millions of demons gathered in just a few moments and were still pouring out from that portal. The very structure of humanity would change today, because even Victor Frankenstein was a god-tier existence, and this angel was a level higher than that, and no one knew where Victor was at this moment, so Moshe did not fear anything anymore. All the powerhouses of humanity were alerted and rushed toward the Lucadonia Empire. When the 3 deans saw the scene, their faces turned pale, because that glowing angel was on a level they could not even perceive. The demon came behind Ethan and roared, "Just shut the fuck up, you damn bastard, die." The dean of the Magus Academy was about to take action, but just then something happened. A man appeared behind Ethan. His black trench coat was floating in the air. His hands were behind his back, and he looked like an eternal being, free from all kinds of impurities. Ethan Hunt appeared in the Magus world. He first looked at the screaming Ethan and thought, "Is this me? How the heck did I grow so big in 6 days? What is going on in this world?" He got all the memories and knew why the little him was crying, but he could still revive them. It had not passed 10 hours yet, but for that, he would have to clear the pests first. So he snapped his fingers, and that demon which came to kill the little Ethan vaporized instantly. Ethan activated his ultimate domain. Yes, he had created his ultimate domain already. Everything under a 100 km radius was under his control, but there were way too many powerful beings here. There were 3 Tier 11 humans, 6 Tier 11 demons, 7 Tier 11 dragons, 6 Tier 11 spirits, and a Tier 15 angel. Everyone came to watch the show, but the angel just blocked the entire 1000 km. Now no one could leave or enter without his permission. But here Ethan appeared out of nowhere, and the angel had no idea how he appeared here. Everyone looked at Ethan. He was just a Tier 2 life form, similar to an ancient magus. Here, his presence did not matter much. But for some reason, this boy was radiating danger and dominance, as if everything was under his control. Ethan put his hand on little Ethan and smiled. "Don't cry, little guy. I'll bring back everyone to you." When he said this, little Ethan stopped screaming and fell to the ground senselessly. Ethan then looked at those demons and other species and said, My, what do we have here? Some bugs crawling out of a portal, some lizards and some ghosts. What a spectacular scenery. If only I could make a zoo with these guys, I could make trillions. The 3 deans could not help but laugh out. Who is this child? Can't he measure the situation he is in? But the other species could not take this insult lying down. They were just about to erupt with anger, but then the angel suddenly said, "Oh, what a mysterious creature you are. I love mysteries. Come here and join my research. You should use your life for greater purposes." Ethan thought for a moment, "Oh my, this bird can actually talk. Hello, little parrot. Call me Master Ethan and I will give you some food." Those Tier 11 beings became speechless. The anger they felt a moment ago vanished. Even the big boss was not spared. The angel's eyes turned cold instantly. It could insult others, but no one was worthy to insult him. "Die, you brat. I thought I could use your body, but that mouth of yours just insulted me. Your body cannot remain intact anymore." He vanished from his place. But Ethan smiled. "I don't think so, little birdie. Nexus, give me some fun, will you?" "As you wish, my sire." The voice of the apocalypse sounded inside Ethan's shadow. The entire Magus world stopped at this instant. Nexus was about to take the stage. It was at this moment the entire Magus world felt the power of Nexus. He was a chaos beast, and his talent was chaos manifestation, so wherever he went, chaos would follow him. It was only because Ethan happened to possess an ultimate power that he was able to include him in his shadow army. The Magus world was now facing the same situation that Ethan's universe had faced a while ago. The difference was that this time Nexus was smaller. Everyone was frozen within time and destiny. Even that Tier 15 angel, Hagoromo, was not excluded. They all watched in disbelief as a shadowy creature began emerging from Ethan's shadow. Moshe almost peed his pants because he still remembered how that terrifying beast had once come out from that little boy's body. They looked almost the same, but this one sent a shiver straight down the spine just with its presence. Nexus came out and began to grow larger and larger until he reached 500 meters in height. He gazed at those frozen beings as if he were looking at some ants. The angel was still struggling with all his might to break free from the binding, but finally stopped when he beheld the terrifying creature before him. It was a supremely majestic being formed entirely of shadow energy. An instinct surged within him to bow before the creature, for the bloodline of Nexus was far superior to that of the angels. Even a Tier 20 life form might not possess a higher bloodline than Nexus. Hagoromo was a research maniac, and exotic beasts and rare life forms had always excited him because he had always been the predator. But this was the first time he was meeting his predator, and an existential threat penetrated his mind like a spear. Nexus spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Sire, what do you want me to do?" Ethan sat upon a grand throne, enjoying the spectacle. He thought for a moment. So many powerful creatures were gathered here, where else could he find such an opportunity? It would instantly make him rich. But the problem was, he was not yet strong enough to enslave beings of this level, and activating the descent of the Chaos Ruler just to enslave them seemed like a waste of time. So instead, he conceived another way. That was to make Nexus use his talent instead. Then they would follow Nexus. Ethan's Shadow Monarch talent worked differently from Sung Jin Woo's. He could allow his Shadow Army generals to use this talent as well. He had learned this through his own experiments. A demonic smile curved Ethan's lips. "I want all of them in my Shadow Army, except those 3 humans. As you command." Nexus was like Grand Marshal Bellion in Ethan's Shadow Army, fiercely loyal and an immensely capable leader. Erebus was somewhat like Baru, and Ethan had not yet obtained Igris. Nexus opened his eyes and gazed upon them. All 19 divine tier existences, as well as the supreme tier angel, died instantly. Nexus then unleashed the Shadow Monarch talent upon all 20 beings. 7 dragons, 6 demons, 6 spirits, 1 angel. With this, he had already crippled those 3 species leaving in the world. They had only 1 or 2 divine beings left upon their continents. 20 shadows slowly rose from their corpses and knelt before Ethan. Their master was Nexus, and Ethan was the master of Nexus. Thus Ethan was, in truth, their grand master. Ethan then asked Nexus about the powerful demon's body that lay hidden beneath this land. Nexus turned his gaze to the exact spot, and the ground split apart. The body was buried 3 kilometers deep. It was the corpse of a demon who had once descended upon the Magus world from the demon realm to enslave the whole world, but Victor Frankenstein had fought that demon for 7 days and nights and finally managed to kill it. That was also when Victor vanished and never appeared before the public again. The demon was a god-tier demon, meaning a tier 14. Nexus used Shadow Monarch on it as well. The demon also joined Ethan's army, but Ethan was not done yet. He snapped his fingers, and millions of demons perished instantly. Then he used Shadow Monarch on them too. Millions of demonic shadow soldiers were added to his army in an instant. This he did by himself because the shadow army required energy to revive. Nexus might be powerful, but his energy was still finite, unlike Ethan, who possessed an infinite amount of energy. His army would only continue to grow stronger day by day, so when they all reached higher realms, reviving them would also demand vast energy, which Nexus might not be able to supply. Probably when Ethan became far stronger, he would shift these shadows into his own direct command, but that was for later. At that moment, Ethan suddenly felt very rich. Ha 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 ha, this world is truly good, but I will leave this world to my reincarnation. He should live a great life here. He then commanded Nexus to reverse space-time and restore the Empire as it was before, sparing only the memory of little Ethan. Ethan wanted the boy to remember that this event had occurred and that someone had saved them, but who saved them that would remain a mystery. Ethan had also learned of the origin world, but there were too many powerful beings there. Nexus alone would not be enough, so he decided his incarnation should slowly grow strong and one day dominate that world too. Space and time instantly began to reverse, but Nexus's voice rumbled, "Sire, there is a problem." Ethan already guessed what the problem might be. Nexus said, "This space-time cannot be reversed. Some of its life forms were not here 10 days ago. If I attempt to reverse space-time, I would have to send them back to that origin world, but the laws of the origin world are stronger than our chaos verse, so my space-time reversal will not work on it." Nexus fell silent after speaking his piece. Ethan had already suspected this. The origin world contained many mighty beings, so it was unlikely to be possible. Thus his only option was to use healing. Nexus would reverse the space-time to the point where those people emerged from the origin world, and Ethan would unleash healing upon the entire empire at once. Ethan could do nothing else. So Nexus reversed time to the moment when everyone had just stepped out from the gate of the origin world. Then Ethan spread his vast mental domain over the entire Lucadonia Empire and invoked healing. Instantly, Ethan became like a radiant sun, as countless rays of light elemental energy gushed forth from his body. The power seeped into every injured and fallen form. The wounded saw a blinding light descending upon them from nowhere, and as it touched them, they were instantly healed. This miracle unfolded across all the kingdoms of the empire, but in the capital, the people witnessed it clearly. A man floated in the skies, light gushing from his body, healing all beneath him. Then came the ultimate shock. The dead, those who had perished within the past 10 hours, began to rise again. Even the emperor and his 2 empresses, the 3 legendary maguses, the ancient maguses, and the arch knights, every one of them revived. Kadizatrama Razel awoke to find his 2 wives leaning against his chest. He lifted his eyes to the figure in the heavens. The memories of what had happened surged back, and his eyes widened. This was no mere miracle. This was the descent of a god upon their world. After 39 minutes, all who had died within 9 or 10 hours were restored to life. This became the most epic moment in the history of the Empire. Ethan had not only revived them all, but had also cured their hidden injuries, especially those of the 3 legendary ranked maguses and the ancient Magusest ultimate fighting power of the Empire. Meanwhile, little Ethan was on his way. He would soon arrive, but a mystery was born that day. 19 divine tier existences vanished from the Magus world, and no one knew why. Some might only speculate that a god had intervened to protect humanity. When all was complete, Ethan lifted his gaze to the sky and smiled. "Have you not observed enough? Why don't you come out?" Space split apart and a man in his 30s emerged. Ethan immediately used appraisal. Name, Victor Frankenstein. Species, abyssal. Realm, tier 15. Talent, hand of abyss. This was Victor Frankenstein, the father of magic of this world. But why did his species register as abyssal? Victor spoke calmly. "Friend, forgive my intrusion. I merely wished to see what was happening. That is all." Ethan had no desire to associate with this mysterious figure. His reincarnation should handle him. Without a word, Ethan vanished from the Magus world. Victor's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered, "Where did this boy come from? Very intriguing." Then he too disappeared. Ethan vanished from the Magus world and appeared in the ancient world. He did not want to play around anymore. The origin world gave him a sense of danger. It was even higher tier than his own chaos verse, so there was a possibility that the origin world had higher beings above a chaos ruler. Ethan came to the world of the ancients to ascend to the higher realm, the demon realm to be exact. Then he would kill those 7 cardinal sin demons and add them to his shadow army. Besides, the ancient world universe would probably face an apocalyptic danger. Probably a tier 11 or higher tier being would invade the universe, or the being who attacked them 10 billion years ago might get resurrected. Anyway, he would solve this problem, then return to his universe, and afterward go outside of the universe to the Chaos Verse. After upgrading Poe, he would try to leave the Chaos Verse as well. He wanted to roam the reality, but he probably had to become more powerful to do that. Ethan did not waste time and directly went outside of the world of the ancients, standing in the void of space. Then he asked Nexus to scan the universe and find out where the demon realm was located. He was going to slap Beelzebub and Asmodeus until they called him Father Ethan. Then he would kill them and include all the cardinal sin demons in the shadow army. Nexus said, "Sire, I found them." Then he sent the coordinates of the demon realm to Ethan, and Ethan vanished from space. Demon realm. It was a dark and gloomy realm. The sky always remained crimson red. The soil was like molten lava. Ethan appeared in the lowest level of the demon realm. He saw different types of demons. They were only warrior level or master level demons everywhere. For some reason, Ethan always felt repulsed by demons. He even thought of killing every demon and destroying the whole demon realm, but then restrained himself. He started going upward. Soon he passed the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and the 4th level. He started killing them from the 4th level and including them in the shadow army. In the 9th level, Asmodeus opened his eyes. Someone infiltrated the demon realm and dares to kill demons. Who is this dumbass? He looked at the 4th level to see who it was. When Asmodeus saw the perpetrator, his eyes widened. That bastard walked into the demon realm with his own free will. Ha 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 ha. I thought of leaving him because of that bitch. But now he came to my home. She cannot say anything if I rip his limbs from his body, right? He stood up and was preparing to descend to the 4th level, but Ethan had already ascended to the 5th level. The 5th level was for the tier 4 demons. They were similar to galactic realm powerhouses. Ethan had 4.4 million galaxy level power, so the 5th level was still under his control. But those galactic level demons were not for show. They were also extremely powerful, but what could they even do? Ethan was on a whole different scale than them. The highest power level here was around 10 galaxies. Ethan was just about to snap his fingers to kill them all, but then a tremendous pressure pressed on him. It was the pressure of a tier 7 demon. One of the generals of an archdemon had arrived. "Human, what do you think you're doing? Do you want to go to war with the demon realm? Which sect do you belong to?" He thought Ethan came from the immortal realm and was a disciple of a powerful sect. Otherwise, why would he even dare to attack the demon realm? Ethan was having problems even under that pressure, so he ordered a tier 7 shadow soldier to come out. Boom. It was also a demon he had obtained from the Magus world. But this one looked more majestic than the ones from the demon realm. Ethan did not name them. They were not worthy of names because there were thousands of demons in this power level in his shadow army. So he ordered, "Go play with that brother of yours." It was at that moment the general knew something was wrong, very, very wrong. From where did this creature come? He had not felt anything until it appeared out of nowhere. But he did not have the luxury to think any further as the shadow demon attacked him. Ethan did not waste any time. He killed everyone with a snap of his fingers and included them in his shadow army. But from there, he would not be able to win against the demons, as they were galactic overlord realm demons. And Ethan was getting impatient, so he sent Moshe, who was a tier 11 demon, to kill everyone except Beelzebub and Asmodeus. But the moment Moshe came out, the universe instantly went into apocalypse mode. Ethan was not careful enough, or he simply did not think the universe could pose any threat to him. Instantly, the whole universe was alerted. Everyone panicked. Why would the apocalypse come this early? It did not make any sense, but Ethan did not know this because he was not a life form of this universe. Moshe did as he was asked. He killed every single demon from the 6th level to the 9th level, except Beelzebub and Asmodeus. He took those 2 demons and placed them in front of Ethan. Ethan looked at them with mockery. "Hello, 2 dumbasses. How have you been?" Asmodeus was still shocked. What the heck happened? He was about to go to the 5th level to capture Ethan, but in the blink of an eye, this monstrosity unleashed from Ethan's shadow, and their demon realm turned into a demon graveyard instantly. He also received the apocalypse signal. He knew exactly who caused it. This shadow demon caused it. This demon was even more powerful than the outerversal enemy 10 billion years ago. On the other hand, Beelzebub was still in shock. He had been spending time with a succubus, but then boom, the door opened and this supreme existence entered his room, killed the succubus with a snap, and grabbed him by his neck. Ethan did not waste any time and ordered his shadow army to pummel them. He wanted to beat them up so badly that they would want to die. After beating them, he killed them. He then asked Nexus to use Shadow Monarch on them. Instantly, all the higher-ups of the demon realm were gone and included in his army. Ethan then left the demon realm and appeared in the forbidden zone of the world of the ancients. As soon as Ethan appeared there, Melissa appeared in front of him and bowed. There was an old man standing behind her. Ethan knew who that person was. The only Tier 9 existence of this universe, Alindros Niharam. Ethan nodded at Melissa and said, I would like to talk to you. He looked at Alindros. The old man instantly said, please let me introduce myself. I am Alindros Niharam. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Ethan. Ethan also greeted him back and did not beat around the bush. Mr. Alindros, I came to remove the cause of the apocalypse from this universe. Tell me the root. Alindros was smiling wryly. He clearly knew who had caused the universe to go into apocalypse mode. It was this exact man in front of him wanting to help them clear the threat of apocalypse. He did not know how to tell him, though. That man was way too powerful. Alindros could literally feel the entire universe shaking from the fear of this time's apocalypse. 10 billion years ago, they faced one, yes, but that was not this intense. Ethan saw that wry smile on Alindros' face and asked, what? Do you think I cannot handle that threat? Alindros instantly shook his head. No, Mr. Ethan Hunt, I did not mean that. I would not dare to mean something like that. It is just that, you see, the apocalypse we're talking about is actually you. He bit his tongue and finally said it. Ethan was first confused for a while, then he suddenly realized Moshe was a divine tier demon after all, and the last time this universe went into apocalypse mode was just because of the invasion of a slightly stronger outerversal tier 9 or probably tier 10. Ethan sighed and said, can you communicate with the will of the universe and ask her not to panic? Besides, I am not talking about myself. I am talking about the apocalypse Melissa was talking about. Besides, this universe does not have the qualification to know my destiny or any move I make. So if I unleashed a tier 11 demon in this universe and it could predict it beforehand, that was not an option. So I am sure it was talking about another source of apocalypse. Ethan stopped after saying this, but Alindros and Melissa went into full silence as they heard something utterly horrifying. This man just said he unleashed a tier 11 demon upon this universe, so he was probably even stronger than that too. They also had some ideas about the tier system of power. It was a power system used by all kinds of communities and civilizations. The outerversal enemy they encountered also said something similar, that it was a tier 9 existence, but its aura was similar to the supreme realm, maybe stronger in the same realm. So that was when they learned this, and that there were other life forms living outside of their universe. Alindros thought for a moment. What Ethan said made sense. Their universal will should not possess the power to gauge a man's destiny who could unleash a tier 11 life form like nothing. Melissa stepped forward and said, Master Ethan, please come inside and have a cup of tea while we discuss the details. Alindros also then realized that he was keeping Ethan standing this whole time. Please forgive my rudeness. Come inside. Ethan also nodded and entered that tiny house of theirs. Alindros brewed tea for everyone. It was one of his favorite ways to pass his time. Ethan also sat down and looked at the dog outside. It was a tier 8 life form, even stronger than Grand Supreme Odin. Sigh, the entire creation is so amazing, Ethan thought. Then Alindros brought tea and the three of them started to discuss what the real apocalyptic source might be. Ethan asked, there were many Supremes who fought that enemy, right? Are their bodies still intact or decayed? And where is the body of that outerversal enemy of yours? Alindros said, I preserved them in the hope that one day I will be able to resurrect my comrades. Besides, the body of that enemy is also in my possession. I tried all the means possible to destroy that body, but could not. Ethan became a little interested. Maybe that was a tier 9 outerversal being, slightly or more powerful than a tier 9 in this universe, but that did not mean that body should be indestructible to the attacks of a tier 9. He asked, may I see that body? Alindros nodded and a coffin came out from his space ring. It was a dark coffin. Ethan asked him to open the coffin. Melissa became a little uncomfortable as she still had trauma from that monster 10 billion years ago. She saw firsthand how powerful he was. Alindros nodded and removed the lid of the coffin. Ethan looked inside. There was a human inside. The man looked quite handsome. He used his appraisal on the body, name, Kaler Jeff. Species, human slave. Realm, tier 9. Talent, slave of the sin. When Ethan saw the name Sin, instantly his law of destiny and karma sent him a warning. The sin might be in existence above tier 17, otherwise he would not get the warning. Things became tricky. If the source of the apocalypse was that sin person, then even with chaos ruler form, he would not be able to win. The question was what to do now. Now that he saw the body, his own karma was connected to it. And an existence above tier 17 would be able to find him with a snap just with that little line of karma. Damn, Ethan had to ask his almighty system for guidance. Hey system, long time no talk. Can you tell the power level of this sin? Hello master. The sin is not a person, it is a community, but the master of this community is a tier 20 existence. Okay, he screwed up pretty badly. What would he do if that master appeared in front of him? He then asked system, you said you had 3 protocols regarding this power system, right? What are the other two protocols? Master, the second protocol would be the Descend of the Dimension Master, a Tier 27 existence, but you will not be able to access that form unless you become a Tier 17 yourself. Man, the power scale was getting bigger and bigger. He did not even reach Tier 3 yet, and a Tier 27 was just introduced to him. So that Dimension Master form was unavailable to him, and Tier 17 would not be powerful enough to face the Master of the Sin community, so he would have to restrain himself from making any big wave. Let the apocalypse come first. It would probably take some time, so he would get enough time to become powerful. So he looked at Alindros and said, "Keep him as he is. Do not use anything on this corpse. It would only bring the apocalypse nearer." Ethan was sure the apocalypse was probably related to the members of the Sin community. He also had a hunch that these people might send their slaves to different universes to capture them for resources or other purposes. Then they would come themselves if their slaves failed. It was an idea he got after discussing with the system. After that, Ethan said, "Okay, I am leaving. Take care. I just destroyed the demon higher-ups. Sorry for that." With that, he left. He would now return to his universe, and then he would leave his universe to roam the Chaos Sea to see if he could get powerful even faster. First, he thought of staying in the Magus world, but the time of that universe was not normal. It was controlled by a powerful existence, and his system did not work in a changed time speed. It would work as usual, so he would get his attributes doubled every year. That would be a waste of time and effort. Ethan didn't waste any time lingering around. After warning them, he vanished and appeared in his own universe. His universe didn't contain much mystery to him anymore, so he wanted to explore beyond the universe. Besides, he had clones in every place he needed to be, so there was no pressure. If there came an emergency someday, he would be easily able to come here. Now he wanted to make Poe stronger as much as he could. Poe only needed parts to upgrade, and he would not need much time to become powerful. Ethan's target was to go to the Chaos City, then gather materials, and after that he would leave the Chaosverse if there was nothing keeping him there. He wanted to go to the grandest stage possible. Ethan didn't teleport. He wasn't busy. He would cross the entire path by flying, and not flying by physical means but in a spaceship. For that he would use the highest tier spaceship of this Chaosverse, Phantom. It was a spaceship created by the most advanced tech giant of the Chaosverse, Pandora. They created it as their symbol of sovereignty. But our dude Nexus went there to have a little fun and took that spaceship like it belonged to his great-grandfather. And now that Ethan was his master, he got it for free. Ethan had already taken that spaceship from Nexus. After Ethan arrived in his universe, he took out the spaceship. It was a pitch-black vessel. The size was 25 meters in length and 12 meters in width. It looked mysteriously majestic. Not a big one, but the size could be adjusted. It had its own AI, a 13th generation AI, but Ethan let Poe take over the control. After everything was set, Ethan ordered Poe to go into Phantom mode. In this mode, not even a Tier 14 existence would be able to sense its presence. More importantly, it didn't need any fuel. It could absorb cosmic energy and use it like a living creature, a terrifying creation of science indeed. Ethan entered inside the spaceship. It had all kinds of functions a person might need. He directly went to the pilot seat and sat on it. Poe, activate the panoramic mode. Okay, boss. Then suddenly the wall in front of him started disappearing. Actually, the wall was becoming transparent and Ethan could see space while sitting inside. Okay, go. Our destination is the Chaos City. The spaceship had most of the coordinates of the important places inside it, but even if it did not, Ethan knew every place of this Chaosverse like the back of his hand. Boss, this spaceship can fly at 500 times the speed of light, but we will have to take 26 portal jumps, and we will enter the dark universe the moment it surpasses the speed of light. Ethan nodded. A whole new journey was waiting for him. Besides, he would have to find all Rose's soul parts, or else she would never be able to reach her full potential. The spaceship started to move. In a split second, it reached the speed of light and Poe was still increasing the speed. Ethan had never entered the dark space. Only by breaking through the speed of light could one enter the dark universe. For that, one would have to become a universal realm person. After that, they would be able to break free from the shackles of the universal law. And also in this realm, they truly became eternal. They would not die unless killed. The spaceship was about to enter the dark universe, but Ethan stopped Poe. If they entered the dark universe, they would not be able to see the material universe anymore. The Chaos Sea was in the material universe, so Phantom continued flying at the speed of light. He asked Nexus, "Nexus, have you ever left the Chaosverse?" Nexus answered, "I once tried, sire." But the boundary of the Chaosverse does not allow anyone to enter or leave. Of course, this is not the case for you, sire, as you are a Tier 17 life form. Ethan became interested. In his previous life, they did not even know much about their universe. Only vague ideas, let alone outside the universe. And what lay beyond the Chaosverse was a world Ethan longed to see, since the Chaosverse no longer contained any secrets for him, but he would wait a while for that. The universe was around 200 billion light-years in diameter. It would take 200 billion years even if they went at the speed of light like they were now. But Ethan was not that patient, so he used teleportation with the spaceship and reached the boundary of the universe. Then the spaceship soon left the boundary of the universe and entered the Chaos Sea. Ethan had seen the Chaos Sea before, but he had not put any importance on it. Now he was truly looking at it. It was not a sea of water, but a sea of chaotic energy. The chaos energy was so volatile that anything placed inside it without protection would turn into chaos. Of course, life forms above Tier 7 could survive with their bare bodies. The spaceship left the bubble of the universe, moving farther and farther away. The Chaos Sea did not have any physical material in it like stars or planets, only chaotic energy. Ethan was looking for a chaos beast, since he wanted to add them to his shadow army. But if a chaos beast lived so close to the universe, it would not have survived until now. Poe, enter the dark universe. This dark universe was a special form of space. There were no physical laws present there. Phantom entered the dark universe at 500 times the speed of light. The dark universe was also another source of energy. Ethan's infinite comprehension instantly activated and he closed his eyes. He wanted to comprehend the law of the dark universe. Not having any law was also a kind of law, so he was sure he could comprehend it. Soon 5 days passed in this manner. His attributes panel changed 32 times. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 140.8 million galaxy. Spirit, 140.8 million galaxy. Talent, infinite comprehension. He had already entered the realm of the Galactic Overlord, a Tier 5 being, but that did not make him much of anything in the grand aspect of powers. He also gained a little comprehension of the Dark Universal Law. It was also an ultimate law like the Chaos Law. Ethan had learned the Chaos Law quite easily because he had learned the other laws individually. But this Dark Universal Law was a law of its own, so Ethan did not have any reference point, but he was happy about it. Then an alarm blared. Master, something is following us. Its speed is a little faster than ours. Ethan opened his eyes in surprise. Phantom was the ultimate technical creation of this chaos verse, so the possibility of another spaceship following them at a faster speed was out of the question. The only possibility was that the follower was a living organism. Nexus, scan the follower. Ethan could not cover that much area. Sire, the follower is a space behemoth. They live in the dark universe. The one following us is a Tier 12 life form. Do you want me to finish that little bug? Ethan said, no need. Let it follow. I have so many Tier 11 shadow army under my command. Why not let them put on a show for me? Nexus said, as you wish, my sire. As soon as he finished, 19 divine tier shadows left the spaceship. Only the angel Hagoromo did not leave. He was a Tier 15, which would kill the fun. The shadows were immortal. This would really put on a great show for him. The 19 shadows took their positions, and the entire scene was being broadcasted inside the spaceship. Ethan took out some popcorn to enjoy the show and asked Poe to slow down the spaceship. The space behemoth was a beast with 2 huge wings and 4 legs. It had a head somewhat similar to a T-Rex and had 5 dark horns on it. The tail was spiked, and its skin was covered with scales of different colors. It was the size of 1,000 galaxies, a humongous beast. When it saw 19 bugs standing in its way, it roared at them. The 19 were not babies either. They were Ethan Hunt's shadow army who had an infinite energy supply. They could also change their size. Each one of them grew to a size similar to the space behemoth. They all roared at it at the same time. The space behemoth attacked them, instantly wiping out 5, but the other 14 struck back at it in that moment. When the behemoth looked at the ones who dared to attack, its previous prey that it had just killed already emerged again. It was like a never-ending loop. A terrifying battle was going on. Poe said, boss, if this battle continues, other space behemoths will also come here. Ethan put some popcorn in his mouth, smiled, and pinched Poe's chubby face. That's the idea. Ethan wanted to include all kinds of life forms in his shadow army. Then he would create his ultimate virtual universe, which would be even more powerful than any reality or dimension. The fight had been going on for a while, and the space behemoth was injured all over its body. The shadows had died a few hundred times already, but they would just come back to life. Just as the final moment of the battle arrived, the space behemoth roared. It was a call for help. It did not expect it would lose to some lowly shadow creatures. It had been a proud hunter of the dark universe, so until now it had never called for help, but now it knew it would die for sure if it did not request assistance. Moshe was about to deliver the final blow, but then all 19 shadows stopped in their places. Another player had just entered the game. Ethan laughed out loud. Now it is getting interesting. Send more of the shadow army. Though he had only 19 Tier 11 underlings, there were numerous other tier demons in the shadow army, which he had obtained from the demon realm. Millions of shadow demons started gushing out from his shadow and joined the fight. The new player also arrived on the battlefield. It looked more majestic than the previous one. Nexus said, sire, this one is Tier 13. Ethan only nodded. His mental domain could not cover the battlefield as it was happening many light years away. The new space behemoth looked at the shadows and they died instantly. Though they respawned again, they died instantly again. Ethan sighed. It would not go anywhere like this. Send Hagoromo. Let him play with them to lure others. At least 10. Then we will go for the kill, he ordered Nexus. Soon Hagoromo appeared. His white angelic wings turned black. He looked otherworldly, supremely powerful. Hagoromo bowed toward Ethan and then vanished, appearing directly at the battlefield. He did not wait and punch the Tier 13 space behemoth, but the punch was just enough to shatter its organs, not to kill it directly. With just one punch, the new player turned crippled. It looked at Hagoromo with fear in its eyes and roared again. This time the roar was longer. Hagoromo did not attack again. He was waiting for the others to arrive. Soon, 8 terrifying auras covered the entire battlefield. Among the 8 newcomers, one was Tier 14 and the other 7 were Tier 13. A lineup like this could destroy any world even if it had a Tier 14 watching over it. Ethan said, well, it saves us time. Kill them all. Hagoromo had been restraining his aura until now. Once he received the order to kill, he no longer restrained it, and a boundless aura started releasing from his body. The 10 space behemoths instantly felt horror deep in their souls. They knew they had provoked an enemy they should not have. Hagoromo vanished from his place and appeared in front of the Tier 14 behemoth. It was almost the size of 15 galaxies, while Hagoromo stood only 8 feet tall. He did not even look like a particle in front of it, but this small particle was releasing so much pressure that the behemoth soon lost control of its body, and Hagoromo then punched with his tiny fist. The galactic-sized behemoth turned into meat paste instantly. Hagoromo did the same to every one of them and killed them in a blink. After killing them, he vanished and appeared in front of Ethan to receive praise. Ethan smiled. You have done well. Then he ordered Nexus to take all of them into his shadow army. He had a Tier 16 Nexus, a Tier 15 Hagoromo, but he did not have anyone in the 12, 13, or 14 tiers under him. Now, with the new addition of these 10 space behemoths, Ethan had a shadow army from Tier 1 to Tier 16 under him. They would also become more powerful continuously. Ethan felt very satisfied and ordered Poe to go at full speed. Phantom again started flying at 500 times the speed of light, and Ethan again started comprehending the dark universal law. They would take their first portal jump within 10 days. Portal jump was like teleportation, covering millions of light years instantly, but there would have to be a portal to jump. They would need 1 year to reach the Chaos City at this speed, but Ethan was not that patient. He would teleport the moment he comprehended the law, probably in 15 days. There was not much to see anymore. 5 days passed. Ethan broke through 5 times in those 5 days. He wanted to become powerful as soon as possible. He would not hold back anymore. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 7,000 Universe. Spirit 7,000 Universe. Talent Infinite Comprehension. Ethan was now stronger than a Tier 8. A Universal Supreme has around 50 universal power in them, even if they are top tier. A Tier 8 has around 5,000 universal power, and a Tier 9 has 500,000 universal power at its max. In just 5 days, he reached the power level of a Tier 5 to Tier 9. Ethan had already learned the dark universal law somewhat. His inner sun was now even bigger than 10 galaxies. Ethan was talking with Poe. Poe, I think the enemies of Vayne are in the Chaos City. Should I capture the entire Chaos City and kill off the enemies, or should I stay low-key? Boss, it is your call. If you want, we can capture the Chaos City easily with Nexus. Ethan thought for a moment and said, Nah, I think Vayne should take his own revenge. He is getting stronger in the time field. There is no hurry. The Dark Universe was very lonely. If a normal person were to see the Dark Universe, he would just die from the extreme loneliness he would feel there. Ethan once again closed his eyes. He would soon arrive at the Chaos City. 4 more days passed. Now he had reached the level of the 9-star realm and was preparing for the Black Hole Realm breakthrough. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 70 million Universe. Spirit 70 million Universe. Talent Infinite Comprehension. Now he was so powerful that even he himself did not know his full extent. A Tier 9 had 500,000 at its peak, while a Tier 10 had 100 million universal power at its peak. Ethan had almost caught up to them. He had already comprehended the law of the Dark Universe. Now he was attempting to include that law into his ultimate domain. Once he successfully comprehended it, inside his domain, all laws would be forbidden. What he was comprehending was not the Dark Universal Law, it was the law of no law. In his domain, everyone would lose their connection with their law. A higher being was nothing but a manifestation of law. If the law was cut off, their entire existence would be cut off. Poe said, Boss, we are about to take the space jump. Ethan said, No need. Let us go directly to the City of Chaos, the mother city of all the surrounding chaotic regions. Then he instantly used teleportation with Phantom and changed Phantom into a new spaceship, as Phantom was too eye-catching. Anybody would have been able to recognize it instantly. A new spaceship appeared at the place where the last portal jump had taken them. Ethan could directly enter the city, but then he would have to fight and capture it. Why go through such hassle? As soon as he appeared, 5 people materialized in front of the spaceship and ordered it to stop. They would first inspect it, and only after that would he be able to enter the Chaos City. Poe stopped the spaceship. It was just a random space nexus he had collected over his eons of lifespan. The leader of that team was a Tier 10 existence. They were polite. The random spaceship Ethan was using was of even higher tier than their best one. Besides, no ordinary people could come here easily. Those who could were all of great backgrounds. Poe had already created an identification for him. It was from a top-tier human race of the Chaos. As soon as he showed them the ID, they instantly saluted him. "We are extremely sorry, Your Highness, for disturbing you. Please go ahead." Ethan was confused. What was going on? Why would they suddenly salute him? He looked at Fatty Poe and gave him a suspicious glance. "Poe, what did you do?" Poe scratched his head and said, "Boss, you have the identification of the royal clan of the Chaos human race, so they must salute you." The progenitor of the Chaos humans is a Tier 16 existence after all. He was smiling with all his teeth visible. "How the heck did you do it? You are just a punk fatty. Can you already deceive the central AI of the Chaos City?" Poe smiled foolishly again. "The Chaos City does not have the means to verify your identity. The Chaos human race is the ultimate race of the Chaos, so they thought who the heck would dare impersonate their royal clan. That is why you got by so easily. But if the real Chaos human prince or royalty appears here, then you will be in trouble." Ethan smacked the fatty brutally. "Why would you do that?" Poe pouted and said, "So that they would show you the proper respect they need to. You alone are stronger than the whole Chaos-verse, boss. They should be kissing your toes already." Ethan did not know if he should laugh or cry. Anyway, what was done was done. Even if the real one came, so what? He had Nexus with him. Even if their progenitor came, he would not be able to do anything. So Ethan entered through their gate. The Chaos City was called a city, but it was larger than 500 universes combined. The city lord was a Tier 15 existence. Ethan did not want to associate with him, so he put his spaceship into the space ring and was about to walk, but then thousands of soldiers in dark attire with highly advanced weapons stood in front of him and welcomed him in perfect synchronization. Ethan was a little dumbfounded, but then he remembered his identity again. They wanted to please him and curry favor. "I am here under a secret mission and I would like to keep my identity hidden. Is that clear?" he said in a solemn voice. Ethan Hunt did not need to impersonate anyone. He was the Chaos ruler, the ultimate royalty of this Chaos-verse. Any move he made was filled with regal aura and authority. The Chaos humans would feel honored if they knew the Chaos ruler had taken their identity. The leader of the guards saluted and said, "As you wish, Your Highness. This is my contact. If you need anything, just give me the order. I will make it possible." They bowed again and left. Ethan also entered the city, humming. First, he needed to find a place to live. Then he would gather information about where he could buy the necessary parts for Poe to evolve again. Ethan landed on a planet. It was a bustling planet with people of different races coming and going. Ethan entered the bank. It was a branch of the Chaos Bank, one of the ultimate factions of the Chaos. Nexus also had an account in it and he was extremely rich, but Ethan wanted to create his own bank account. As soon as he entered, the receptionist welcomed him. "Hello, how may I help you?" Ethan said, "I want to open a bank account." The receptionist said, "Okay, please give me your documents." Ethan entered the Chaos City using the Chaos human identity, but he could not do that here, as the Chaos Bank also had a Tier 16 backing them up. So Ethan showed his real identity. The receptionist was surprised. A person from a low-level cosmic universe could enter the Chaos City. How come? But she did not have any right to judge. Ethan being here meant he was worthy to be here. "Okay, sir. You will need 10 Chaos coins to create an account. 1 Chaos coin equal 10 billion high universal coins, equal 100 billion mid-universal coins, equal 1 trillion low universal coins." Ethan was from a lower universe and he would have to possess 1 trillion coins. Actually, it was not universal coins, but treasures of the same amount. Coins did not have any use here. Ethan took out a Tier 12 space behemoth body, or rather a part of its body. Instantly, the receptionist stood up. It was a space behemoth, a damn real space behemoth which could only be found in the dark universe and with great luck. This gentleman had just taken out a part of it. She asked, "Sir, do you have a carcass of a space behemoth?" Ethan smiled. "Are you capable enough to negotiate with me? Why don't you call your higher up?" He knew the price of a Tier 12 space behemoth, at least 100 billion Chaos coins. That was richy rich out here. She said in a hurry, "Of course, sir. Please come with me and wait in the VIP room while our manager comes to you." She took Ethan to a luxurious room and asked him to wait for a while. After she left, 1 minute later, 5 beautiful maids from different races came inside the room with different food. Ethan did not stand on ceremony. He tasted all of the food. While he was eating, he heard a knock on the door. "May I come in, sir?" Ethan gave him permission. A man entered the room. He had an octopus head and a human body, but he looked sophisticated. a tier 10 life form. He said, I am Boron. It is nice to meet you, sir. I heard you have a space behemoth carcass with you. May I know which tier it is? Ethan said, it is nice to meet you too. I indeed have a space behemoth carcass and it is a tier 12. Boron's eyes instantly widened. A tier 12, that would be worth more than 100 billion chaos coins. He thought maybe a tier 10 or so, but it was actually a tier 12. Sir, may I please see it? He asked politely. Ethan looked at him and asked, here. Boron said, oh, I am sorry. Would you please come with me, sir? Ethan said, sure. After walking for 3 minutes, Boron took Ethan into a room and asked him to put the carcass in the glass pond there. That was a space treasure. Size did not matter to it. Any size could be put inside. Cough, cough, it sounded so vulgar. Ethan then put the carcass in the pond. He could clearly see the galactic-sized space behemoth finally fitted there. The carcass was floating in the pond. Boron was looking at the carcass with fascination in his eyes. Sir, would you like to auction it or directly sell it to us? We are okay with either one. Auction. When will it occur? Ethan asked, raising his brow. Boron said with a smile, tonight we have a grand auction, sir. You have come at the right time. We will not take any percentage from you. Then put it in the auction. Give me the time and venue. Okay, sir. The time is 7 p.m. and the venue is here. Someone will escort you to the auction house. Then Boron produced a paper and handed it to Ethan. Ethan saw everything was in order and left. Before leaving, he asked, I do not have any money, so can my bank account be opened before and you can take the money later? Also give me 1 million chaos coins. Boron did not even hesitate and processed everything very quickly. Ethan got a VIP account and 5 million chaos coins in it. Boron had given him 4 million extra. After leaving the bank, Ethan went to a real estate building to buy property. He would probably live here for a while. Ethan bought a luxurious villa in the city with 2.3 million chaos coins. Then he renovated the villa with 0.7 million more. He used a total of 3 million chaos coins here. Ho, should we search for your parts right now or should we wait until we get the money? Boss, there is no hurry. Let us wait. Let us tour the city. Ethan took out Vane from his inner star. Vane was cultivating inside a time field there. Ethan concealed his presence before taking him out. Vane, this is the Chaos City. Have you ever come here? Vane was sitting on Ethan's shoulder and looking at everything with astonishment. He had been bored out of his wits' end. But now, finally, he could see the outside world without fear. No, I have not. My father said he would take me here on my 4th birthday and would gift me a balloon evolution serum too. There are serums which can help you grow quickly. Do you need to be 4 years old for that? Vane said, not necessarily. But 4 years is the perfect age for us to embark on power. So we normally do not use any power-boosting materials before then. Only exercise and such things. Ethan nodded. That made sense. But he could buy them first once Vane turned 4. He would provide him with resources, and he would be able to become powerful fast. Just as Ethan and Vane were walking, he heard the voice of a girl. Hey, you, stop right there. Ethan looked back to see who was calling him. It was a girl, a human girl about 4 feet tall, a little lowly. What do you want, child? Ethan asked with a friendly tone lest he make her cry. The girl shouted at him, who are you calling child? I am Anna von Santana, the daughter of Duke Santana. I can capture you for this offense and even kill you for that. Ethan was speechless. Where did this lowly come from, threatening to kill him just for calling her a child? He didn't want any problems, so he said, oh, so it's your highness Anna. Please forgive me. I didn't know. Can you let me go? Anna smugged. Now you know how to talk. I can let you go, but you have to give that dog of yours. Ethan looked at Vane and said, oh, this dog, sure, take him away if he wants to go. Vane started cursing in his mind, Ethan, you bastard. You are selling me away? Ethan just yawned. Anna was surprised to see how easily the man agreed. She became happy and was about to take Vane away from Ethan's shoulder, but she couldn't reach him. Hey, bend down a little. I can't reach you. Ethan said, you see, I have knee problems. I can't bend down. I always stand up like this. In that moment, the lowly finally understood Ethan was making fun of her. Ethan saw that he was busted and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He wanted to solve the problem in an easy manner, but then his inner devil told him to have some fun. The lowly truly started crying. Ethan didn't expect that she would actually cry. He was not a gentleman at all. He used his mind power to make the lowly forget about ever meeting him and vanished from there. He then went to his new villa to break through first. Then he would go to the auction. The next realm was the black hole realm. In this realm, the inner star started compressing, and at a point, it would become a black hole. The bigger the star, the more massive the black hole. This black hole would also grow larger in every minor breakthrough until one reached level 9. Then the black hole would become the center of the inner galaxy, and new planets and stars would be created in that breakthrough to the galactic realm. But now, Ethan would break through to the black hole realm. He had already comprehended up to 20 of the chaos law. He was suppressing the breakthrough. Then he released the suppression, and his inner sun started to turn smaller and smaller until it became the size of a single galaxy and then half of a galaxy. When it reached this level, the sun turned into a black hole. A massive black hole appeared inside his body. It had the size of half a galaxy. A normal black hole had the size of a moon at most. Ethan looked at his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 70,000 Cosmos. Spirit 70,000 Cosmos. Talent Infinite Comprehension 1 Cosmos equal 1 trillion universes. A Tier 11 had 50 billion universal power, a Tier 12 had 20 Cosmos power, and a Tier 13 had 10,000 Cosmos level power at peak. Ethan now possessed more power than a level 9 Tier 13 existence. Besides, he had the Sword of Infinity. With that, he could even slash a Tier 14. Ethan was growing in an insane manner now. Everything was happening so damn fast. Ethan asked, "Hey system, tell me. Do I have to become a Tier 17 existence to have access to the Dimension Master form, or can I access it after having a similar power level to Tier 17? You can access it when you have similar power to Tier 17. Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. If he had to wait until he became a Tier 17, he wouldn't need the Dimension Master form anymore. At that time, he would far surpass any known realm in pure raw power alone. After confirming that, Ethan took a good shower. Then he went out to have a good meal in the Chaos City. Ethan was a foodie. He loved to eat different kinds of foods. Besides, the auction would start in 2 hours. He would directly go there after eating. Ethan went to a luxurious restaurant after taking others' opinions. They said this was the best out here. Ethan entered the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of delicious food. They didn't lie, it seemed. A waiter was waiting outside. When he saw Ethan, he didn't react much. He thought Ethan was just a normal person who came to the Chaos City by luck, as he was wearing plain clothes. Ethan didn't mind and started to climb up the stairs. But the waiter called from behind and said, "Where do you think you are going? The second floor is for aristocrats, the third floor is for Tier 14 supremes, and the fourth floor is for the city lord." Ethan didn't like the tone of his voice. He released a simple pressure from his body and asked coldly, "How do you know I am not one?" The waiter knelt on the ground. "I am sorry, sir. Please forgive me." He was crying. He didn't know this plain-looking man was this powerful. He had messed with the wrong guy. Ethan then smiled. "Don't judge a book by its cover." Then he entered the first floor. The waiter was dumbfounded. The aura and majesty Ethan showed just now were tremendous, but then he just entered the first floor. Why would he do that? But he dared not to ask. That man could kill him with a sneeze. Ethan sat at a table. It was the only free table available. Then he ordered all of their special foods. Just as he was about to take a bite, he heard a shout. "This table belongs to my master. Get lost." Ethan got irritated. A moment before, the waiter had used a tone he didn't like, so he taught him a lesson. But now, when he wanted to eat, this interruption annoyed him. He didn't even look behind. He used his mental energy to grab that punk who shouted and tossed him outside. He was eating peacefully. The restaurant became silent. Who is he? He actually threw John's lackey. Who knows? Maybe new to the Chaos City. Ethan didn't care about that. He was thinking this was the Chaos City, not a town where gangsters ran rampant. Why were powerful people behaving like punks? It didn't matter how powerful you became, your inner nature would never change. Ethan slowly finished his meal and asked for the bill. The waiter took the bill, but he was stopped by a man. Not a man, but a gang of people. They came in front of Ethan and asked, "Did you throw Ron out of the restaurant?" Ethan stood up and slapped the man's face. He felt disgusted. He was a Tier 9 existence, a supreme ruler in a universe. But here they were behaving like dogs. Then he released some pressure on them and all of them fell on their knees. Blood was gushing out from their mouths. Ethan asked the waiter how much was the bill, paid them, and left. He didn't have time for childish games. After leaving the restaurant, he started walking toward the Chaos Bank. As soon as he appeared there, a butler greeted him politely. Ethan followed him. Soon, they reached a huge building. This was the auction house of the Chaos Bank. The butler brought him to a VIP room. Ethan also asked Boron if there would be any AI upgradable parts in this auction house. Boron told him that there would be one. With that, an AI would be able to become a 30th generation AI, but it would cost him a lot. Ethan wasn't afraid of the money. He had the other carcasses of the space behemoths and Nexus. Nexus was the richest living organism in the entire chaos. He was a punk. He would loot others on his whims, and nobody would dare to say anything. So Ethan wasn't short of money. Ethan was looking toward the guests. Then his eyes fell on a particular corner. The little lowly was entering a VIP room. A Tier 12 maid was following her. Ethan thought she really belongs to a powerful family. The auction started. A man with white hair and 2 pairs of arms was the host of the auction. "Hello, I am Neil. Congratulations to all of you for being able to attend this auction today. I won't waste your time anymore. Let's begin." One by one, treasures were presented, but Ethan didn't like any of them. Soon the AI artifact appeared. It was a core of a 32nd generation AI. It would be enough for Poe for now. Neil said, "This item's price starts with 1 million chaos coins. Now start the bidding." As soon as he finished, people started bidding. 1.1 million, 1.2 million, 1.5 million, but then 5 million. The little lowly bidded. "Hello, I am Anna von Santana. Please give me some face. I want this core for my little pixie." People instantly stopped bidding. Duke Santana was a tier 14 existence. Of course they would give her face, but then again 6 million. Ethan bidded. Anna felt immense anger the moment she heard the voice. She didn't know why though. Maybe the man didn't give her any face. The maid released her aura, a tier 12 aura, to intimidate Ethan. Ethan snorted coldly and released his aura. He did it with brutality. The maid slammed onto the floor and her internal organs were crushed. But she wouldn't die from this, it was just a painful lesson. Ethan said, I don't give a damn about your background. If you have the money, then win, or else just shut up and don't act like a brat. Ethan felt irritated. This chaos city was just a higher version of a slum, nothing more. He would leave this place tomorrow. The auction house was dead silent right now. Someone had just crushed the maid of the Santana house and also scolded their little princess. Anna was crying. Ethan won the bid and left the auction house. He wanted to get some rest. Before leaving, he asked Boron to transfer the money into his account. Ethan was sure some problem would come to his house tomorrow, but if he could leave without a problem, then good. But if he couldn't, he would teach the Chaos City a lesson they would remember for their entire lives. Then he asked Poe to absorb the core and evolve as soon as possible. He also asked him to use the time field. Actually, Ethan made the time of his entire inner world, which was now located at the center of the massive black hole, 10 times faster than outside. Poe absorbed the core and went into hibernation. He closed his eyes and slept. In the next morning, he checked his panel. His power was now 140,000 cosmos. A tier 14 lifeform had 5 million cosmos power. Suddenly, Ethan felt a huge aura coming toward his house. It was a tier 14. His eyes turned cold. He swore, if this bastard was from the Santana house and tried to provoke him, he would beat him so badly that he would cry for his mom. He would let everyone in his shadow army pummel him for 10 hours nonstop, and he would also ask Nexus to seal his power so that the bastard could feel the pain. But the aura instantly restrained itself the moment it arrived in front of his house. He heard a knock, a very gentle and polite knock on his door. Your Highness, I am Duke Santana. Can you please allow me in? Ethan finally understood what was going on. That guard probably told the higher-ups that a royalty from the Chaos humans was among them, and the daughter of the Duke had just disrespected him. He could understand the pressure the Duke was under now because of his foolish daughter. Ethan allowed him to enter the house. Soon, he saw a burly man in luxurious clothes appear in front of him and instantly bow. Your Highness, my daughter Anna did not know your true identity and offended you. Please, I beg on her behalf, she's just a child. You said you wanted to hide your true identity, which is why I did not bring her with me to apologize. Please punish me if you must, instead of my daughter. Ethan looked at him for some time and said, you should teach your daughter some manners. You have spoiled her rotten. There are some people you cannot afford to offend, as that might bring disaster to your family. I am on a hidden mission, so I will not hold her accountable this time, but there will not be a second time. When Duke Santana heard that Ethan had forgiven his daughter without any punishment, he felt as though a stone had been removed from his chest. The entire Chaos City was observing his move. If this man in front of him had ordered his daughter to be punished, no one would have been able to save her. And if he intervened, which he definitely would have, his entire family would have been erased. This prince of the Chaos human race was far too kind. He bowed down continuously. Ethan waved his hand. You may go back. Duke Santana then gave Ethan a storage ring. Your Highness, this is a small gift from the Santana house for you. Please accept it. If Ethan accepted the gift, that meant he had truly forgiven Anna and would not pursue her anymore. But if he did not accept it, that would mean the sword of death was still hanging over their heads, merely delayed. Ethan did not stand on ceremony and accepted the gift. He loved money far too much. Duke Santana instantly became happy and left the house after bowing once more. Ethan would wait in Chaos City for some time, and then he would leave the Chaosverse. But for that, he would have to wait until he gained the power of a Chaos ruler. That way, the Dimension Master form would be accessible to him. Ethan also wanted to try modifying the Phantom a bit more. With this in mind, Ethan thought of going to the Pandora Company. This company was run by one of the Tier 16 existences of the Chaosverse, but the problem was that Phantom was a stolen product, and Ethan wanted to take their help in upgrading it. At that time, Nexus had been able to steal it because Nexus was stronger than the owner of the Pandora Company, and he did not want to start a battle with Nexus just for a single spaceship. Ethan was thinking about how to upgrade the spaceship. Yes, if he gained the strength of Tier 17, that would be enough to suppress them into submission. But to reach that level, he would need more time. Nexus, what do you think we should do? He asked for Nexus's opinion. Sire, let me go and I will force them to upgrade the spaceship. He is still no match for me. Ethan thought for a moment and decided against it. Last night, he had gained 110 billion Chaos coins after auctioning the carcass of the space behemoth. The entire Chaosverse also had a virtual system. It was run by the 5 Tier 16 beings. The AI was a 50th generation AI, the highest available version in this verse. Ethan got access to it after he created an account in the Chaos Bank. He had not had time to enter the virtual realm yesterday, but now he did. Welcome, Ethan Hunt, Level 5 Inhabitant of the Chaos. I am Yumi, your personal guide in the virtual world. Ethan appeared in Chaos City in the virtual world. This city was an even higher version of the real Chaos City, because there were functions and facilities here that were not present in the real one. He was walking and watching the small fairy flying by his side. Hello, Yumi. I want to know, is there a quick way to go to Pandora City? Yes, but you will have to pay 1 million Chaos coins to use that facility. 1 million, that is a ripoff, he thought, but since he was wealthy, he agreed. Then he asked again, Yumi, you said I am a level 5 inhabitant. What did you mean by that? You have more than 100 billion Chaos coins. Your level is decided by how much money you have, Ethan sighed. Money was the ultimate power. Then, with Yumi's help, he used the teleportation service of the virtual Chaos City to appear in Pandora City. It was inside the virtual realm. Pandora City was even more advanced than Chaos City, as the city lord was the owner of the Pandora company himself. Ethan wanted to gather information, and if possible, he wanted to learn how to make a spaceship. Then, he would create one by himself, even if no one helped him. But as soon as he appeared, the guard at the gate welcomed him. A level 5 inhabitant had a good reputation among others. Ethan asked the guard, hey, is there any news about the Pandora company that I should know? The guard had a surprised look. Sir, you do not know? I thought you came here just for that news. Ethan asked with some interest, what news? The guard said, sir, Pandora has just created their ultimate creation, the Phantom Lord. This spaceship is even a level above the Phantom spaceship they once created, which was. He did not dare finish the sentence. If he said that Nexus had stolen it, he would be a goner. Existences of that level could even trace someone just because they uttered their name. Ethan became interested as soon as he heard the news. He was there for that exact reason, to get his spaceship upgraded one level higher. Now Pandora had already created one. Ethan now knew why Nexus looted Pandora, because everyone wanted to have the best in their hands. It didn't matter whatever it was, especially those truly powerful ones. Ethan asked the guard if he had to pay anything to attend the opening ceremony of the Phantom Lord. The guard was a little skeptical. Someone who could use the teleportation function should be a rich person, but why didn't he know anything? But he didn't dare to utter his doubt loudly. He was just a guard, a Tier 7 existence. If he offended someone he couldn't, there was a possibility his entire race would be killed along with him. Sir, you have to have the invitation card to attend the ceremony. There are no other ways, he replied politely. Ethan felt a little disappointed. He didn't have the card. What should he do now? He wanted to enter Pandora and talk with them. He was thinking what to do, but then he felt someone approaching his body with malicious intention. Ethan instantly came out of the virtual world. He opened his eyes and heard a loud sound. It was the sound of the door breaking. What is going on? Who would dare to break my door? Ethan was a little puzzled. Come out, you dog. How dare you impersonate the Chaos Human Royal Clan? A roar came from outside. Oh, so that's what is going on. Didn't Poe say they wouldn't be able to verify? How the hell did they know then? Ethan came out from his bed, dressed up, and slowly went downstairs. There were 100 people standing outside of his house. In front of them was Duke Santana. Duke Santana was feeling humiliated as he bowed to a fraud a while ago. Everyone was laughing at him. He felt immense anger. He wanted to kill this bastard with a slap. Ethan was, however, as calm as the water of a lake. What happened, gentlemen? He asked calmly, you damn bastard. You are caught red-handed. His Highness the Crown Prince is here and he wants to see you dead or alive, the one who dared to impersonate their royal bloodline, Duke Santana said with a roar. So that's how it is. The Chaos Human Crown Prince is here. Why the heck would he come here now? Ethan felt frustrated. He wanted to leave this Chaos City silently after his work was done here, but that seemed to be impossible now. Sigh, where is this Crown Prince? Take me to him. He said calmly, how dare you? You first impersonate him and now you are showing such disrespect to him. Kneel down on the ground and beg for mercy. Santana roared again. Ethan's eyes turned cold. Die, he uttered softly. Instantly Hagoromo took action and Santana turned into a meat paste. No one, however, saw what happened or what killed him. They instantly looked toward Ethan with immense horror in their eyes. Duke Santana took his guards and volunteered to capture the fraud. He was a Tier 14 lifeform, whereas the guards were only around Tier 11 or 12 at most. Ethan put his hand behind his back and asked with the same calm manner, take me to the prince. They swallowed hard. Now they looked at Ethan with totally different eyes. He could kill a Tier 14 like nothing. They were afraid, almost shaking. Ye, SSY, ease we will take you, one guard answered with a shaky voice. But then they heard a deep voice, no need to escort this young man anymore. We are here. When the guards heard this voice, they felt their dried souls get some pure drinking water. It was the city lord, Benimaru Hanyama, a Tier 15 existence, the supreme ruler of this Chaos City. Ethan looked in the air. There were 5 people standing above. Among them he could sense 2 were Tier 15 beings. One was this city lord. The other one was an old man standing behind a dashing young man who was a Tier 8 existence, but his face contained the most arrogance here. That should be the prince of the Chaos human race, and that should be his guardian. Ethan thought. The other three were Tier 14 lifeforms. Ethan recognized the cloth of one of them. It was the insignia of the Chaos Bank. That should be the guardian of this branch of the Chaos Bank, but he had no idea about the other two. The five came down from the sky. Benimaru asked, "Who are you?" "You have the backing of a Tier 15 existence. You should not be someone ordinary. Then why do you have to impersonate the royal clan of the Chaos human race?" he asked curiously. Because when Hagoromo took action, they felt the presence of a Tier 15, that's why they came rushing. Ethan was about to answer, but then that young man, who should be the prince, started talking. "It doesn't matter who he is. He dared to impersonate the royal bloodline and sully our name. He has to die. There is no path of negotiations." Benimaru sighed. The prince had spoken already. What could he say again? The old man bowed. "As you wish, your highness." Ethan felt the entire situation amusing. This prince didn't even try to find out his background. The Tag Chaos human royal family made him so arrogant that he felt there was no one in the entire Chaos who could be their match. Ethan asked, "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked in a calm voice. Instantly Benimaru and the guardian of the prince took their battle stance, as well as the other three. They knew something was off. Even if this young man had the backing of a Tier 15 existence, there were two of them present here, and the Chaos human race had at least 15-20 more Tier 15 existences, let alone their progenitor, the strongest human of the Chaos. But this young man was far too calm for this situation. His backer should at least warn him by now. Even if this young man couldn't sense their power level, his backer should already know that he was outnumbered. The old man said, "Come out. You have sealed your own fate when you dared to impersonate the royal clan. I feel pity for you." He was talking to the Tier 15 existence, or rather Ethan's backer. Moshe in the Shadow Realm in Ethan's shadow was muttering, "What a dumbass." Then he looked at Nexus, the eternal, majestic presence in their Shadow Realm. "Your father is standing here and you are threatening your grandfather in front of your father." Moshe didn't know Ethan could transform into the Chaos ruler form. Even if they didn't know, they felt immense respect for Ethan. This was how the Shadow Monarch worked. Ethan snapped his hand and a grand throne appeared behind him. He sat on the throne and looked at the five people who were in a fighting stance now. "Show them the capability of the Shadow Army." "As you wish, sire," Nexus replied with his deep voice. Instantly Hagoromo came out from Ethan's shadow, as well as the 10 space behemoths. Ethan asked Nexus to wait. There should be a chance for Nexus later if Ethan's hunch was right. The entire Chaos would see the power of Ethan Hunt today. They looked at Hagoromo's majestic look. 6 pairs of dark shadow wings were behind his back. His eyes were calm yet terrifying. Then those 10 behemoths, there were Tier 12, 13, and even a 14 existence. What were these things? They were made of shadow and death energy, radiating immense aura. The prince fell on the ground when he saw them. He didn't know why, but the moment he saw them, he felt a deep chill on his spine. The reason was simple. He was in the presence of 11 indestructible supreme beings and their master, who was seated on a grand throne behind them. "Kill them," he shouted. The innate fear was something he didn't like. He felt embarrassed, and they attacked the Shadow Army. Hagoromo instantly started fighting with Benimaru and that old man. The 10 space behemoths started battling the 3 Tier 14. The space behemoths had only 1 Tier 14, but it could battle 2 of them easily, and the remaining 9 were attacking the other Tier 14. The battle was aggressive. The entire Chaos City was shaking. Everyone knew what was going on, but no one dared to go to the battlefield. Hagoromo was having some difficulty against those two, because they were not normal Tier 15, but elites among them. Suddenly, one of the Tier 12 space behemoths died. The prince became happy when he saw it, but at the next moment that thing reappeared again. "What? Please don't tell me they are immortal and cannot be killed." This was the thought of those 2 Tier 15, because if that was the case, they were totally fucked up this time. It was a battle the Chaos City had never faced before. As the intensity grew stronger and stronger, finally, all the Tier 14 powerhouses began gathering on the battlefield. Ethan was watching both the battle and the audience. Suddenly, he saw a Tier 14 vampire. This should be the primordial vampire that Victor Alucard was talking about, Ethan thought. The prince was shaking to his core. He wanted to run away, but that would make him a laughingstock. Ethan was observing the prince's movements. That bastard had started this, so he let Moshe out and ordered him to slap the prince 10 times non-stop. Moshe instantly became happy. He could not participate in the battle, but he could surely slap that skinny bastard. Moshe vanished from his place and appeared in front of the prince. The guard roared, "Don't you dare touch his highness. Your entire race will be erased from existence, and your family and friends will be killed in the most tragic way." Ethan was only having fun. He did not intend to kill the prince. But when that old man dared to threaten him, his eyes turned cold. "Nexus, end this battle," he ordered. "Yes, sire," Nexus replied politely, and the old man turned into meat paste instantly. The entire battlefield turned eerily silent. This was the most horrendous scene they had ever witnessed, because only a Tier 16 could kill a Tier 15, and all the Tier 16 supreme existences had not taken action for eons. Now a Tier 15 existence had been crushed into meat paste like a bug. Ethan smiled. Nexus, be prepared. Your old friends might be coming to greet you. They are already here, Nexus replied. Ethan did not yet feel their presence, but Nexus could. A deep voice echoed from the void. It felt as if it came from all directions. Another voice followed. That punk is always like this. I am telling you, his heart is mine after killing him today. Then a female voice rang out. Big brother, why would you want to break your little sister's heart? I am so sad. Finally, an authoritative voice resounded. Stop this nonsense. Nexus, why have you come here? Did we not agree that you would not invade our civilization and we would not hunt chaos beasts? Do you want a war with us? The prince felt as though he had been given his life back. The last voice belonged to the progenitor. He had been fortunate to hear his voice once before, so he was certain the progenitor was here. But when he analyzed their conversation, every hair on his body stood on end. Not only him, but everyone in the entire Chaos City was trembling with fear. Nexus was a taboo name in the Chaos, the strongest and most ruthless existence of the Chaosverse. Now the supreme rulers were saying Nexus was present among them. How could they not be afraid? Ethan was still seated on his throne like an eternal being, as if this conversation had nothing to do with him, and he was above everyone. Nexus, go and show them who is the boss. As you wish, sire. Then the entire Chaos heard a voice filled with disdain. You puny ants think you can speak to me on equal ground. You are just trash. Pandora, give the Phantom Lord to me and we can call this off. Otherwise, let us play the game of death. Shall we? The first voice roared. Nexus, you son of a bitch. Do you think I am afraid of you? Let us play. Why are you hiding? Perhaps you want to call your mommy. Then beneath Ethan's feet, from his shadow, Nexus emerged. His body grew larger and larger until he returned to his original size. Motion nearly cheered aloud. His master was about to take action, and Nexus was their master. All the Tier 16 existences of the Chaos had now gathered together. Nexus looked at Moshe and said, slap that bug like sire commanded. Nexus was referring to the prince. Moshe once again prepared to slap, but he was pinned in place by the progenitor of the Chaos human race, Magnus. Not only him, but everyone fighting was locked in their space. After Nexus emerged, he first freed the Shadow Army, including Hagoromo. Magnus roared, do not dare act as if we do not exist here. Let us fight. Let us decide the fate of the Chaos today. And what is with this form of yours? Have you become a slave? By whom? That man over there. They had countless questions, but no answers. Magnus attacked without hesitation. Nexus swiped his tail and neutralized the attack. Magnus roared, everyone attacked together. They all attacked Nexus from different directions, but Nexus raised a barrier to defend himself and punched at Pandora. Boom, Pandora was blown away countless light years. Ethan thought, the battle at this level is truly a feast for the eyes. Do you not think so, Poe? Yes, boss. That Nexus dude is crazy strong. Ethan just smiled, saying nothing. The battle grew so intense that they sealed it into a separate dimensional space. Everyone could see them, but the impact of the attacks would not reach the material world. Ethan could tell the madness was at least 1,000,000 times greater than what they were seeing. Nexus was fighting everyone alone, yet they were gaining no advantage. Because the moment Nexus was slightly injured, he instantly healed by using Ethan's unbound energy. Meanwhile, they were being injured with every passing moment. Suddenly, the woman was struck and heavily wounded. Magnus roared Sana. Sana was the progenitor of the spirit race of the Chaos. Magnus had admired her for eons, but he had never confessed, caring for her silently. Nexus was ruthless. He struck Sana again, who was already down. Magnus barely managed to block the fatal blow, but he was gravely injured in the process. Brother, this bastard is as overwhelming as ever. Now he has gained some strange healing ability as well. We should stop fighting, and I will give him the Phantom Lord too, Pandora said weakly. The injuries they had sustained would take eons to heal. But then something unusual began to happen with Magnus. He was muttering under his breath. Black smoke began to rise from his body. His eyes turned pitch black. All his injuries began to heal. I accept the abyss. That was what Magnus muttered before he began transforming. Magnus snapped his fingers, and everyone was forced out of the dimensional space. Brother, what are you doing? The Chaosverse will be destroyed if we fight outside, Pandora roared, but Magnus had already lost his mind. His years of frustration at never becoming as powerful as Nexus, and now Sana being injured before his eyes, had driven him to accept the abyss which had invited him eons ago. Sana muttered, brother accepted the abyssal invitation. Everything is over. The chaos is finished. Then she glared at Nexus. You son of a bitch. This happened because of you. You are the sinner responsible for the destruction of the chaos. Not only us, but your entire chaos beast race will also be wiped out too. Magnus's aura kept rising uncontrollably, soon surpassing Nexus's and still climbing. Ethan also sensed something was wrong. What is going on, Nexus? Sire, this coward accepted the invitation of the Abyss. We are in real trouble now. Abyss, why does that sound familiar? Yes, that Victor Frankenstein I met in the Magus world was also an abyssal. Was this related somehow? Ethan pondered the true nature of the Abyss. Finally, Magnus's aura stabilized. He had reached the absolute pinnacle of Tier 16 instantly, only a step away from becoming the Chaos ruler. Nexus attacked Magnus, but Magnus merely raised his index finger and stopped Nexus's attack effortlessly. Then he punched, sending Nexus flying instantly and destroying a huge part of his body with a single blow. But Nexus regenerated, only for Magnus to appear before him and punch again. Nexus was being bullied like a child. Nexus roared, "Attack him with me, or do you want the chaos to be destroyed?" Because those two punches had nearly vaporized the Chaos City and its surroundings. The others had barely managed to protect it. But if this continued, the chaos would be gone in no time. Everyone attacked Magnus, except Sana, who was protecting others from the impact of the battle. They tried to drag the fight into another dimension, but Magnus canceled the attempt and attacked them instead. The shockwave spread further and further. Ethan's clone in the universe felt the tremors of the battle. The entire universe was shaking. He immediately contacted the main body about it. When Ethan heard the report from his clone, he decided to step in. But then Magnus slashed through space, and a massive fissure appeared. From the fissure, black miasma began gushing out, and an infinite number of dark abyssals could be seen on the other side of the tier. Everyone looked at the space tier. Those horrendous auras radiating from that tier instantly made everyone fall to the ground. It didn't matter if they were tier 16 or tier 1. The whole Chaosverse was getting shrouded by the black miasma. Ethan didn't wait any longer. "System, what is this abyss?" "Master, the abyss belongs to the fourth dimension. It is like a realm or universe in the fourth dimension. So the longer that tier remains, the more this part of the third dimension will be assimilated with the abyss." Ethan finally understood. No wonder those tier 16 beings also fell to the ground. The aura of the fourth dimension was not something a third-dimensional being could handle. Ethan wasn't affected, though. It was because of the system, no doubt about it. "Listen, you filthy third-dimensional worms. Kneel down to the Lord, and you will gain eternal freedom," Magnus said loudly. The entire chaos heard this. Those words contained a bewitching power. Every life form of the chaos, as well as the life forms in the cosmic universes within the Chaos Sea, felt they should truly kneel down to welcome their true master. Ethan sighed. "Descend of the Chaos Ruler," he muttered slowly. This was the second time he was using this form. The previous time he had done this in secrecy, so no one knew. But this time, he would go with a bang. Ethan's body started to become larger and larger. Soon it became the size of a galaxy, then a universe, and it was still growing. In no time, he surpassed the size of Nexus, who was now pinned in his space and could no longer move. Ethan's body grew larger and larger, and finally his body became even larger than the Chaosverse itself. Ethan came out into the infinite darkness surrounding the chaos. He extended his hand, and the Chaosverse filled inside his palm. He observed it from the outside and then snapped his finger. The horrendous fourth-dimensional aura was sealed, and the life forms were freed. Those tier 16 life forms looked at the god like Ethan. They never thought in their wildest dreams that the young man who had been sitting on the throne was actually the ultimate ruler of the chaos. This time, they genuinely knelt down, including Ethan's own shadows, and all the living beings in the chaos knelt down. It was a reverence born inside their very souls. "We greet the supreme ruler of chaos," they shouted in synchronization. Only Magnus didn't. He roared like a madman. He had accepted the abyss just to become the chaos ruler. He had sold off his soul, but someone else had gained it without losing anything. He couldn't accept the result. He wanted to destroy everything, but Ethan just glanced at him, and he turned into a cosmic particle. But then the abyssal tier Ethan had just sealed off began using some method to destroy Ethan's seal. Ethan was ultimately a third-dimensional life form, after all. So he couldn't hold off the fourth-dimensional aura, but he didn't panic. "System, how do I get rid of this space tier?" "Master, use your Sword of Infinity. It does not only amplify your power, it can slice through the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, and all other dimensions, space, time, destiny, karma, and everything in creation. Use your sword to cut off this part of the space." It was the first time Ethan was going to use his Sword of Infinity, and it would be while he was in the descend of the Chaos Ruler form. Ethan had never once taken out the sword from his body. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It was pitch black. It looked very simple yet terrifyingly majestic. The moment the Sword of Infinity came out from his body, the entire third dimension started shaking with the fear of being wiped out. The fourth dimension was shaking for the same reason. The fifth dimension, sixth dimension, and other dimensions, the timelines, and everything in creation trembled. This shaking, however, could only be felt by the supreme powers. In the third dimension, a man was playing chess with another. What is going on? The third dimension is afraid of something. What could cause this level of fear? Above the third dimension was the fourth dimension. The Abyss Lord is trying to assimilate the third dimension into the Abyss. We should do something. If he succeeds, that would be a disaster. But then the entire fourth dimension started shaking. What is going on? Who could threaten the fourth dimension? It is not possible. This has never happened before. These kinds of conversations were happening everywhere. But the protagonist, the Sword of Infinity, was now in his master's hand and ready to be used. Boom! Ethan swung his sword. The stubborn space tier was instantly cut off from the third dimension and reassimilated, but the way of the abyss vanished. After doing this, Ethan put the sword back into his body. He didn't know what kind of mess he had just caused. It was fortunate that the Sword of Infinity couldn't be traced by anyone, otherwise he would have been a goner. Ethan also deactivated the Chaos Ruler form. It had left him with only 25 minutes. Ethan became smaller and appeared back inside the chaos, but everyone was still kneeling. Moshe now understood who their Grand Master truly was. His respect ran even deeper than ever. Ethan then asked everyone to stand. In the abyss, a man opened his eyes. The path was cut off, which fourth-dimensional being took action. Those bastards just won't let me do my job properly. Master will be angry if he learns I failed this badly. Damn it, he closed his eyes again. Pandora looked at Ethan and quickly lowered his gaze. He didn't dare to look directly, but he wanted to say something. Ethan asked, "Do you want to say something?" Pandora replied in a hurry, "Yes, Your Highness. This lowly one has created a spaceship. I want to give it to you. That spaceship could only look right by your side, Supreme Ruler." Nexus replied, "Stop with this nonsense and give it to Master." Pandora hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes." Then he waved his hand and a dark spaceship appeared in front of them. This spaceship looked like a phantom, yet more majestic. Ethan was satisfied. This would do for now. If he wanted something even better, he would have to leave the chaos and find another, higher chaos verse. After that, Ethan dismissed them and went inside his house. He wanted to assimilate the dark universal law into his ultimate domain. Once it was activated, everyone would be stripped of their laws and elements, becoming like normal humans. Of course, this applied only to Ethan's own level and below. Stronger ones could bypass this suppression, so he closed his eyes to comprehend. Ethan's Sword of Infinity was at level 2, but after using it for the first time, it became instantly saturated and was ready to level up to level 3, which would give Ethan 100 times amplification. After completing this comprehension session, he would leave the chaos. Merging was 50 completed. He would comprehend again later. The hassle of this time was over, but Ethan was not happy about it. The emergence of this fourth-dimensional abyss left him with a bad taste in his mouth. Today Magnus gave up to the abyss. What if tomorrow someone else did? What would he do? And what if a super powerful fourth-dimensional being emerged from the space tier? Ethan asked about this to the system. A fourth-dimensional being was higher than the dimension master level. Meaning, Ethan would not have anything with him that would give him an edge against someone at that level. And the concept of the fourth dimension was very complex. A normal third-dimensional being would not be able to see them, and the creatures he saw from the space tiers were all third-dimensional beings who had accepted the lure of the abyss. There was a zone between the third dimension and the fourth dimension. Those creatures lived in that zone. If a true fourth-dimensional being appeared today, he would have been dead. But the good news was that a fourth-dimensional being could not just show up in the neutral zone. It was restricted by dimensional laws. That was the reason they had to lure beings from the third dimension to capture the space. Ethan then looked at Poe, who was still in the middle of transformation, probably would be finished in a while. "Sigh, let's leave this place. I would need to become even more powerful. Why the hell is everything happening so fast? I have been in this world for around 6 months or so, and I am as strong as a tier 14. Why the hell am I still in a rush? Because I am the protagonist. That is why all these problems are running with the pace I am developing." He wanted to meet powerful protagonists. He met some, but they were not powerful enough. He wanted to meet those protagonists at the level of main characters like Goku, Sungjin Woo, Naruto, Satoru Gojo, Featherine, as well as Wang Ling, all the people named Izao, Su Yang, and other supreme beings like Galactus, Eternals, etc., etc. He knew these fictional characters were not real, but he was sure that there might be some realities or chaos verses under the third dimension where this type of people should exist. He would find those people and create an ultimate army because the system said there was the fourth dimension, fifth dimension, sixth dimension, and many more. So the power level he would be facing in the future would not be this puny. He needed powerful allies, and at the pace he was becoming stronger, normal people would not be able to keep up with him. But if he collected a team of protagonists from everywhere, they might be able to keep up with him. Ethan sat down as he felt the presence of those tier 16 existences outside his house. He permitted them to enter. They asked him. Ethan thought for a moment, but then he shook his head. He had many things to do. He did not have time to enjoy now. They were disappointed but did not dare to say anything. After they left, Ethan stood up and teleported outside of the chaos. What terrifying loneliness this eternal dark void contained. It was even more terrifying than the dark universe. Now Ethan did not know where to go. There were no guidelines for him. He did not know in which direction he would be able to find a new chaos verse. When he transformed into Chaos Ruler, he scanned as far as his power could go, but there was nothing. Everything was empty. No creatures, no materials, nothing. Only darkness. Poe finally finished his transformation. He was now a 30th generation AI. "Poe, what do you think we should do? I do not have any idea about the outside of the chaos." Poe said, "Boss, let us set a direction. I say we start our journey toward the east. As the sun in your world rose in the east, this should be a nice way to decide the way as we do not have any directions. Ethan thought for a moment. Makes sense, let us go then. Start the Phantom Lord. Ethan entered the spaceship and Poe started it. Boss, this baby can run with 2,000 times the speed of light per second. Ethan said, this is not much. I do not know the distance we would have to cover. If we could find a super advanced civilization who could give us something more powerful, that would be great. That is right, boss. Let us go. With a silent sound, the Phantom Lord vanished from the place. Ethan was now going on a journey to gather the ultimate team under him, so that when the abyss descends, which they would, he was ready to confront them. Ethan was watching the surroundings in transparent mode. When he came to chaos, there was the Chaos Sea, there were universes. In the dark universe, there were space behemoths. But this darkness was very empty. One more thing was that this space was like the dark universe. The spaceship could run with more speed than light. Either there was no law like the dark universe, or the laws here were very powerful to allow someone to fly at a speed that surpassed the speed of light. 5 days passed by. His attributes changed again. He also broke through to level 2 in the black hole realm, so his total increment was 160 times, 32 times in 5 days and 5 times for breakthrough. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 11.2 million cosmos. Spirit, 11.2 million cosmos. Talent, infinite comprehension. He was now stronger than a tier 14 existence. He asked Poe to make some good food. These 5 days the Phantom Lord was flying nonstop, but the distance they covered was not much. There were no wormholes for space jump. Ethan was frustrated. Now he knew how it felt to wait. He never had to wait for anything till now, maybe in his previous life, but that did not count. Now he could do nothing except wait. Poe, let us play chess. He was getting bored. But in that instant, a blinding light came in front of them. What is that thing? A huge portal appeared in front of them. O Chosen One, you are chosen as a potential candidate to participate in the Master's Inheritance trial. Would you choose to accept or not? A voice was coming from the portal. No wonder. It is a protagonist plot. Let us go, yeah. My gut is telling me I am going to meet some protagonist in this session. Ethan thought with amusement. Of course I would choose to accept. Who cares if it is a trap or not? If it is a trap, then it would be a new experience. Heh. As soon as he accepted the offer, his spaceship was sucked inside the portal. Ethan closed his eyes as a blinding light fell on them. When he opened his eyes again, he was inside a planet. His spaceship was floating in the air, but he was not alone. Countless spaceships, flying vessels, and floating people were present in the sky. There were people on the ground too. They were all young men and women from different species and races. They were all waiting for something. While waiting, Ethan asked Poe to scan the other spaceships to learn if those were more advanced than his or not. Poe closed his eyes and instantly opened them again. Boss, I messed up. The spaceship beside us had a higher generation AI than me and it sensed me. I think the owner might come to cause trouble. I am sorry, boss. Ethan was surprised. Poe was a 30th generation AI, and still there was a more advanced AI than Poe. Ethan said, don't worry, I will handle everything. But can you scan the other spaceships? Poe became ashamed about that, boss. Actually, I scanned all the spaceships and I am the lowest quality here, so all those owners might come to ask for answers. Ethan was shocked and speechless at the same time. The moment he arrived, he became a public enemy by trying to pry into others' privacy with his puny little AI, who was the poorest here. Ethan himself was embarrassed. He wanted to find a hole and hide inside it. While he was thinking about this, he heard a knock outside his spaceship. Owner of this garbage spaceship, come out this instant and answer my questions, otherwise it will be very bad for you. A man with a highly advanced battle suit and head-covered helmet was standing in the air beside his spaceship. Sigh, they took action faster than necessary. The man was a tier 10 life form. Ethan was just about to go out when a huge projection appeared in the sky, so he stopped and looked at the weird creature. The man outside his spaceship also looked at it. It was a green-skinned, animal-headed, human-shaped creature. Welcome all the chosen ones. You have been chosen throughout different realities. I am the spirit of the secret realm. My master, Christopher Jones, was a tier 25 existence. He created the secret realm to choose a successor for the inheritance he left behind. The trial will be conducted in 3 parts. There will be real death, so if you want to quit, do it right now. If you stay here, you will have to play until the end or die. Any questions? Someone asked, what are the 3 levels and what do we have to do? The spirit replied, this will only be disclosed to you if you participate in the trial. Then another one asked, how did you choose these people? Based on what criterion? I mean, if a tier 24 is going to participate with us, we might as well quit. This was a good question. Everyone looked toward the projection curiously. It said everyone here is under 500 years old, and if there is someone who turned tier 24 in 500 years, then sure, you can quit. But I can assure you there is no one like that. When they heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. If age was the only consideration, then they were sure there should not be someone stronger than them throughout the 3rd dimension. Then nobody asked any more questions and nobody chose to leave. The inheritance of a tier 25 was a matter of highest importance even in the supreme families, races, and clans in every reality throughout the third dimension. And the people who were chosen here were protagonist-level people with great destiny. After giving them 1 minute to decide, the spirit started talking again. It seems no one left. Now I will tell you the rules. First stage, all your power will be sealed, including your physical power. You will turn into a normal person without any power, and no external advanced weapons are allowed. They will also be turned off. Only cold weapons may be used. You will have to survive here for 5 days. If you kill a person, one of your power will be unsealed, so you have to kill 100 people to unseal your full power. With the unsealed power you will be able to manage to get, you will enter the next phase. The rules of the second stage will be disclosed after the end of the first stage. Okay, you may hide, you may kill, you can do whatever you want to survive. Good luck. The spirit vanished. As soon as he vanished, Ethan felt all his power, including his physical and mental attributes, was now sealed. He also lost his connection to his shadow realm, so his shadow would not be able to help him either. Hey system, can a tier 25 really seal my power? Master, if you want, I can unseal the power now. Do you want me to do it? Only then did he feel secure. That was a good thing. No, that's all right. He wanted to play the game. It sounded fun to him. Losing all his power and using his brain to survive here was a new thing for him. Even when he first awakened and faced monsters, he was never a normal person. He always had many trump cards under his sleeves. But now he was totally powerless. It would be exciting. But when he was thinking, he heard Poe's voice, "Boss, the spaceship lost its power. We are falling down. What should we do?" He was panicked because Ethan was now powerless, and if he fell from this height, he would be gone. Only then did Ethan realize the problem. Give me a parachute. There was everything necessary for him in the spaceship. Then he came out from the spaceship and put that in his space ring, and he opened the parachute bag. He saw many people free falling from the sky, and they were using different methods to land on the ground. Ethan looked at their faces. They were not ready for this sudden fall. But every one of them was a prodigy and managed to think quickly. Then Ethan looked at the ground and cursed shit, because there were some people already on the ground, and they were now aiming bows at the people who were falling from the sky. Ethan immediately took out a sword from his storage ring and got positioned. He would cut down any arrow that might come toward him. He never thought one day he would have to rely on a mortal weapon to survive, but he was getting excited. Phew. An arrow came toward him and he cut it down instantly. Then more and more came, not specifically aimed at him. Those below were shooting aimlessly nonstop, because thousands of them were falling from the sky. After battling like this in midair for some time, they finally fell to the ground. Ethan did not waste any time and sliced one of them. Though he could not use any sword skills, he could use basic sword art without any power amplification. Unlike those people who were born high and mighty and lived for 500 years, Ethan had embarked on the road of power not long ago. So losing his power did not make him utterly vulnerable all of a sudden. Though not everyone was the same. Ethan already noticed many of them were handling the situation with great smoothness, but Ethan's attack was swiftly blocked and that man counter-attacked him. Ethan was surprised, but not much. They were all prodigies after all. There was a mess now. Everyone was attacking anyone they could. Ethan and his opponent engaged in battle. The opponent was using an axe. Ethan felt the sword would not cut it, so he returned to his roots and used the hand-to-hand combat style he created before, Heavenly Usura. The moment he started using the technique, the battle shifted in his favor. His movements became unpredictable and deadly. The axe man could not land any hits but kept getting struck every now and then. Ethan was fighting extremely fast. But then he felt his stamina burning down, a feeling he never experienced after embarking on the path of power. I need to finish the fight and kill him. Even 1% of my full power would be enough to mop the ground with these people. And he did. He suddenly pulled an unpredictable move. He attacked with a bare hand, which made the opponent lower his guard a bit, and Ethan used that to his favor. When his hand was about to land on the man, he used the space ring to bring out a dagger. The dagger penetrated his opponent's gut, and he used another to slice the neck. The man was dead. After killing one person, instantly 1% of his power returned. He now had 120,000 cosmos power, which was more than enough to sweep through this entire trial. Ethan felt the first seal on his power was broken the moment he killed his opponent. Ethan looked at those ant-like creatures who were still struggling to get their power unsealed. He thought, I could kill them with just a thought. What the heck is this trial? But before he could finish his thought, a force pulled him inside a portal. He heard a voice, you have unsealed one of your power. Now survive in the wilderness. It was the voice of that spirit. Ethan appeared in a wilderness. Why did you do this? You didn't say this when you explained the rule, Ethan asked very calmly. Relax, boy, your power is overwhelming. If I didn't do this, this trial would have lost its meaning. I'll compensate you for this. Everyone has to survive for 5 days in the wilderness, but you only need to do that for 2 days and you will be promoted to the second stage with your full power. Ethan didn't argue. He was just here for some fun anyway. But how did this spirit know that his power was overwhelming? System. Master, you were showing off your power here and there, and you didn't ask me to conceal your power when they were unlocked. Ethan was speechless. What could he say? But it didn't matter. Only the spirit knew about this anyway. Ethan was looking around. The wilderness should be pretty dangerous as it was a part of the trial, so he was expecting some monsters to attack him. As expected, when he walked for 7 minutes, a tremendous roar shook the forest and thump, thump, the ground started quaking. Ethan looked at the source of the sound and saw the trees breaking apart as something was coming toward his direction from that location. And that thing should be pretty powerful. He covered the area with his ultimate domain and instantly found the creature. It was a white elephant, but it was 300 meters tall and 250 meters in length. But the power of this elephant was not a joke. A tier 11 lifeform. Damn. Ethan scanned the area before, where all the candidates were present, and most of them were tier 10. I mean, what could one expect? A 500-year tier 10 was an absolute genius, no doubt about that. But this was a trial set by a supreme existence of the third dimension. The first creature which attacked him was a tier 11. No wonder it was a trial of survival. But for Ethan, it was just a cute white elephant. Soon the trees in front of him were all cleared, and Ethan saw the elephant with his own eyes. The elephant roared when it saw its prey was not afraid and was smiling at it. It was infuriating. Ethan ordered a tier 11 dragon to come out from his shadow to play with it. A huge dragon emerged from his shadow and it turned bigger at the same size as the elephant. It roared at the elephant. A dragon was a superior species compared to an elephant, but this white elephant seemed different. Normally, a lesser species started shaking as soon as a superior species appeared in front of them, even if they were at the same realm. But this white elephant didn't show any fear. It meant the bloodline of the white elephant should be comparable to that of dragons. Soon both of them started battling. The trees were getting crushed by their battle residue. Ethan thought, not bad. The dragon and the elephant were similar in terms of strength, so no one was getting the upper hand for a while. Ethan was sure the dragon would win as it would not exhaust, but the white elephant would surely lose its fighting power. Both of them were injured, but the moment the dragon was injured, it was healed instantly. But then the elephant started glowing and all its wounds were healed. And Ethan could tell the amount of energy it lost was also recovered. Now the question was how. Then he looked at the elephant at a molecular level and found out that it was actively absorbing energy from the earth and absorbing many times faster than normal. So it could absorb energy and heal itself within a moment. Was this its unique talent, or was it the same for other beasts of this realm too? It could be possible as this was a trial. Then Ethan took out a sword and killed the elephant. Arise, he muttered. The elephant was also included in his shadow army. If any of those candidates faced this elephant, Ethan didn't know what they might do as the elephant was indestructible in a sense. Soon 2 days passed. Ethan was standing on a mountain in the forest. He had included 5 more monsters from this realm in his shadow army. The white elephant was really unique, so Ethan extracted its talent from the body. He would give this talent to his follower in the future. The spirit was probably cursing him. He was literally playing around. Then he heard the voice of the spirit again. Boy, you have taken 5 rare species from the trial ground. For this, you will only get 50 of your power back and enter the second stage. Now wait for others to finish their first phase. This spirit really was against him. Did he steal his wife or something? Ethan was speechless. A portal appeared in front of him and he entered inside it. He appeared in a luxuriously decorated large room. It was probably from a palace. There were foods on the table spreading a very lavish aroma. There were screens where different candidates were being shown. They were now in the wilderness, surviving from the pursuit of those rare monsters. Some even formed teams to survive. Ethan sat at the table, started eating, and was enjoying the show. He marked some of them. A young man was now holding a sword and was battling a tier 11 tiger. This was the young man who knocked at the door of his spaceship. He was a tier 12 being, but his power should be sealed. Did he already kill enough to unseal his power to battle a tier 11? He should be very powerful. There were some other eye-catching candidates too. Ethan was observing their performance and giving them marks to see if they were worthy enough to be chosen by him. 3 more days passed. His attributes were changed in these 5 days, a total of 32 times increment. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 358.4 million cosmos. Spirit, 358.4 million cosmos. Talent, infinite comprehension. Though 50 of that power was still sealed. A tier 15 had 3 billion cosmos power, which was 600 times higher than a tier 14. Ethan was getting closer to the power level of a chaos ruler. Soon many portals appeared in the room, and those who survived started coming out from them. 1,500 people survived among 20,000 candidates. They were exhausted. Only 100 among them were able to kill 100 people and got their full power back. The rest of them only unlocked portions of their power. They looked at Ethan weirdly as only he was not looking exhausted among them, but they didn't give him much attention and started eating. The spirit appeared in the room, this time with a mini version. Congratulations everyone for passing the first stage. Now I am going to tell you about the second stage. In this stage, you will be sent into a realm and will be provided with your own kingdom. You will have to conquer the other kingdoms within 1 year. Only the top 10 will be selected among you who had conquered more kingdoms. Rest for a day and then you will be sent there. It vanished after saying its piece and didn't give them any chance to ask questions. The next day, everyone was teleported to their designated kingdom. Ethan scanned the area to understand what this kingdom was about. There were people and they were all normal people, not a single martial artist. He was sitting on the throne. There were ministers in front of him. So this was a normal kingdom setting where he would have to protect his own people and conquer the others. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" asked the white-clothed elder in front of him. Ethan asked, "Where were we?" The man sighed. The king was getting absent-minded every now and then. But what could he say? The previous king died suddenly and the crown prince became the king in a haste. That was not the issue. The issue was demons attacked their border and were creating tremendous pressure on him. The king was very young, and how could he handle such pressure with so little experience? So he replied patiently, "We were discussing about the battle at the border, Your Majesty. What should we do? We need to stop those demons as soon as possible." Ethan was listening to the report. He somehow understood the settings of the world. It should be something like a reincarnation world created by the supreme existence, where only the trial taker had power, and the others did not have, or maybe they had, and his kingdom did not possess the power. Ethan was the active king of this kingdom, whose father died suddenly, and he now had to tackle the inverse situation. Candidates can only attack other candidates and cannot interfere in the operation of this world directly, only they can manipulate the situation. If only someone challenges you, you can attack them. Here came the catch of the situation. Otherwise, everything was too easy. They could not interfere in the clash of the kingdom with their power. The master of this realm wanted someone capable of leading people, or what? Powerful people were eccentric. Ethan heard that. Not everyone was like Ethan, honest, sincere, handsome, respectful to elders and loving to youngers, capable, careful, cough, cough, cough. That was enough for today. The minister finished his report. So the demons they were talking about were demonic beasts living inside the forest of Anatolia. No one knew how large the forest was, but all the human kingdoms were built on the side of the forest, like a protecting shield. So the demons would attack once every 10 years. Last time the king was there to protect them. He was a capable fighter and leader. But this time the soldiers felt lost as no leaders were guiding them. Ethan stood up and said, "Okay, let's go to the border. Take out the most capable fighting force." The minister, Nilam, was stunned. What he just heard, the king wanted to go there. The king was so scared when he ascended to the throne and did not even want to hold any meetings. They were desperate now, that was why they kind of forced him to join the meeting. What suddenly got into him? Ethan looked at their confused look and said, "Do I need to repeat myself?" This time he asked with a slight coldness. Nilam came back to his senses and bowed, "As you wish, Your Majesty." Then he left with great urgency. Ethan looked toward the other ministers and said, "You guys also go back to your work." Now he needed to think about the objective of this second stage. Was it to see who can create a capable nation and dominate other nations, and that would have to be done by brain only. Only a candidate could attack another candidate. Okay, let's see, there should be some reason behind it. Ethan got up and started walking outside. The outside world was very beautiful. It gave him a fresh vibe. When he walked out, a burly-looking man in his 30s came in front of him and bowed, "Your Majesty, do you have any orders for us?" This was his general. He only had the knowledge about his subjects, but no knowledge about the world. This knowledge was passed down to them. Ethan asked, "Are the soldiers ready, Jonathan?" "They are gathering, Your Majesty, but I think we should try to contact the adventurers from the Norrin Guild." Adventurer, Norrin Guild. They sounded like those fantasy Japanese anime. "Jonathan, give me a brief detail about this Norrin Guild and the adventurers." Ethan looked at him. Jonathan felt he was being tested somehow. Today the king was releasing that intense royal aura, which even surpassed the previous king. What was this feeling actually? He straightened his back and said, "Sir, the Norrin Guild is an independent guild which is not constrained by any kingdom. They are a force of their own. This is because of the guild master, Leon Goretzka. We do not know anything about his origin, but he is powerful enough to destroy a kingdom on his own. As for the adventurers, they are those people who awaken their power. They can become a part of the guild, so this world possessed a power system. Interesting. Then why did we not hire the adventurers till now?" Jonathan replied in a low voice. "They asked an astronomical amount of money and you." He did not finish his sentence. "So this body refused to contact them because they were demanding a high amount of money." "Okay, go contact them, then contact as much as we need. No need to hold back." He was now interested in this guild master. He could not attack anyone in this world, but if he somehow made the guild master challenge him, then he would beat him up. He was under his power range and would force him to serve him. If the guild master was a gag character, like some overpowered random NPC, then he would think something else. So he needed to meet the guild master, and he would also have to gather information about the other candidates. Jonathan was shaking with extreme excitement. The king finally approved to contact the adventurers and as much as needed. Ethan did not waste time and looked at a soldier. "Take me to the library." The soldier almost fell on his knees. What was this commanding aura? He felt he could do nothing but obey the order. "Yes," he replied and started walking toward the library. Soon they arrived at a huge building. It was the National Library. Ethan looked at the guard and said, "Ask everyone to leave the library for 1 hour." He was standing there with his hands on his back. "Yes, sir." The guard went inside, and after 5 minutes, people started coming out from the library like ants. They saw Ethan was standing there, and they bowed to him. Ethan nodded at them and walked inside. He scanned the entire library to see if there was anyone left behind. Now the library was fully cleared, and no one was inside other than him. With a thought, the thousands of books started to float in the air, and Ethan was getting all the knowledge contained within them. He wanted to know everything there had to know about this kingdom. Soon 1 hour passed. Ethan had learned everything about it. He walked outside of the library after putting all the books back in their place. As soon as he came out, he saw Minister Nilam and General Jonathan standing there. They bowed and greeted as soon as they saw him. Ethan nodded. "How is the preparation? How much longer do I have to wait?" "Your Majesty, the preparation is completed. We have also contacted the guild too. They will join us in the Luminous City. We are ready anytime." "Okay, let's go. No need to waste any more time." The carriages were ready. Ethan entered his royal carriage and asked his 10,000 shadow soldiers to leave and gather information for him. Soon the carriage left the capital and moved toward the Luminous City. 4 hours later, they reached the city. Ethan took a total of 10,000 royal soldiers with him, so it was a grand scene to behold when 10,000 royal army marched in the city surrounding a carriage. Inside the city, 20 tough-looking young men and women were standing in the city side by side. "I heard the king is very young and inexperienced." He was against the idea of contacting the guild for help, but now that the situation turns worse, they had to grovel in front of the guild. One young man was talking with a mocking tone. "Sam, shut up. He is a king after all. Do not talk nonsense about him." A young woman scolded the man. Sam snorted. "So what if he is a king? He is just a mortal king of a mortal kingdom. We adventurers are the real rulers of the land. Now that those mortals are facing catastrophe, they had to kneel in front of us." The girl did not argue anymore. After some time, Ethan's carriage stopped in front of them. All the soldiers also stopped. Jonathan came forward and opened the door of the carriage. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Luminous City and the adventurers are waiting." Then Ethan came out slowly. He was wearing a dark royal outfit with the royal family insignia on it, which was a black panther. He calmly looked at the adventurers. They were a bunch of weaklings, not even a tier 1. He could see disdain in their eyes, as if Ethan was just a nobody. No one greeted him when he came out. They were as if waiting for him to go to them and greet them instead. Sam gave a mocking smile, but a young man among them who looked very calm and composed stepped forward and greeted him back. "I am Geralt, the leader of this mission. We are looking forward to working with you, Mr. Hunt." Ethan looked at the guy who had just spoken. He was the strongest among them. Ethan smiled at him. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Geralt." He didn't pay attention to the rude behavior of others. They were ant-like existences to him, crawling on the ground. "Would you pay attention to the sound of bugs?" Geralt nodded, and they also hopped onto their horses. But Sam suddenly said, "I want to go in the royal carriage." What right does he have to stay in such a luxurious carriage while we ride horses? Are we his personal guards? Geralt's eyes turned cold. "Sam, that's enough. We don't have time. Go to your horse." Sam shouted, "But he is just a mortal. I don't want him to look down on us." "You don't mind, right, King?" Jonathan gripped the hilt of his sword. His hands were shaking. He was no match for these people, but he also couldn't tolerate them insulting the king. He would just die attacking him, but that was worth it. He was about to unsheath the sword when he heard Ethan's voice. "If a bug were screeching in the far distance, you wouldn't care, but if it bit you, you would crush it, right?" Ethan said, "You probably grew up in a beggar's family. That's why you need constant assurance that you are not inferior, right?" "I am so sorry that you had to grow up in such poor conditions, Sam." Everyone's eyes widened. They were not ready for this. They never thought their young king would mock an adventurer in front of them. But the situation was not good, for Sam's eyes were spitting magma. He took out his sword and roared, "What did you say, you son of a bitch? Do you think you are very great because you are a king? You are just a mortal piece of trash. I didn't want to do this, but now I am going to kill you and destroy your whole kingdom." Then he looked at Geralt and asked, "You won't mind, will you?" Geralt sighed. The king was really inexperienced and immature. He had mocked an adventurer just because he felt insulted. Geralt said, "Do whatever you want." Sam's eyes lit up and he dashed forward like lightning. "Die, you bastard." Jonathan had already drawn his sword and stepped in front of Ethan to protect him. But his sword was just a normal weapon. How could he resist the sword of an adventurer, which was created from monster materials? Jonathan's sword split into two, and Sam's sword was just an inch away from cutting Jonathan in half. At that moment, someone stepped forward and caught that sword between two fingers. Everyone looked at the person who had just intervened. It was a young guard from the royal army. "A trash like you wants to attack the king and the general. Go back to your guild. We don't need adventurers like you." Everyone's eyes grew big. A mortal guard had just caught Sam's sword with only 2 fingers. Sam started sweating when he saw the cold look in the young man's eyes. He snorted and sheathed his sword. "Please forgive me, your majesty. I spoke on behalf of yours. I didn't want to interfere, but they just crossed the limit, so I had to intervene. Please don't ask any questions." The guard stepped back. He became a hero instantly. Ethan smiled. That's a new line of story. This young man is clearly very powerful, at least a tier 3 level. But why didn't I sense that before? He has some treasures that could even block the sensing of a tier 14. It was amusing, no problem, but you sent the adventurers away. "Can you handle the situation at the border on your own?" he asked calmly. The young man was surprised to see how calm the king was. A normal person would have become excited, afraid, or anything other than calmness when they believed a hidden expert was in his army, but the king didn't even bat an eyelid. It was like it was no big deal. The young man said, "Don't worry, your majesty. I will handle everything. We should depart now." The guards were so respectful toward the young man now. Geralt and the others didn't leave. He stepped forward and said, "Please forgive our rudeness. We would still like to complete the mission. You don't have to give us anything in return." Ethan smiled again. That man was quite intelligent. He was trying to poach this guard into the guild. The young man didn't reply and only looked at Ethan. Ethan said, "Okay, you can stay, but as you said, you won't get a single penny." Sam clenched his fists again, but Geralt stopped him with a wave of his hand. "We accept." "Okay, let's depart then." Ethan entered the carriage, but before that he gave a disdainful look at Sam. The door of the carriage closed. Sam wanted to burst into anger again, but didn't. Ethan, however, after entering the carriage, looked inside his inner black hole. The world tree, which had been given by the Grand Supreme Odin, was showing signs of completion. It had been absorbing energy this whole time. Normally, a world tree needed thousands of years just to become a sapling from a seed. But the energy inside Ethan's body was the purest and most infinite source of energy in creation. So it didn't take that much time, and it had already turned into a world tree. It was just lacking something to become a fully functional world tree, and that little something was Ethan's permission to function. Because a world tree manages everything inside the inner world, it was like a manager, so it needed the permission of the owner to handle everything on its own. The moment Ethan gave it permission, it would become a sentient being. Permission granted. Boom, the world tree instantly started growing further. It was already a 200-kilometer tall tree, but now it was growing bigger again and soon surpassed 1,000 kilometers and was still growing. An infinite amount of energy was required for this step. Normally, a supreme existence of above tier 20 would prepare enough energy sources to make the tree as large as possible. His own source wouldn't be enough. But until now, no one could make it bloom to its fullest potential. As for tier 7 existences like Odin, they could only bloom it into a small tree of 20 meters at most, not more than that. The tree grew nonstop. Ethan wanted to see where this thing would stop. 4 more hours passed. The carriage and the soldiers finally arrived at the border city, Delano. "Your Majesty, we have arrived. What are your orders?" Jonathan opened the door and asked. "Go and destroy the demons." He looked especially toward the young man when he said this. Soon everyone took their weapon and went to the front line. The demons were not very powerful if they were. The city would not have lasted this long. Ethan didn't come out though. He was observing the world tree. It had already surpassed the size of the solar system and was still increasing. Now the question was, Ethan didn't think this evolution process would stop soon, but at the speed it was growing it would soon reach the size of his inner black hole, which was half of a galaxy. Then what? Would it stop because there was no more space? Let's wait and see. The battle at the border had already started. The young man was named Alex. He used his appraisal on him. Name, Alex Ferguson. Tier 3. Talent, heir of the world serpent. The boy was only 15, but was already a tier 3 and he was the heir of the world serpent. Ethan didn't know what that meant. Maybe the world serpent was some kind of mythical being in this reality, or maybe a guardian beast or a source of catastrophe. But one thing was sure, the inner reality of the tier 25, where he was right now, was surely mysterious. Oh, he didn't mention it. The inner world becomes a reality when one becomes tier 24. It was learned by the system, and the reality was similar to other realities outside. So was there a possibility that the world they thought was real was actually an inner world of a higher dimensional being? Ethan asked that to the system too, but it answered, "Master, you are still not ready to bear the karma of this level of knowledge," which gave him the idea that his hypothesis was correct. Man. Okay, he would think about it when he became more powerful, but right now his target was to win the inheritance trial. The world tree would need more time, so he should go outside to see what was going on. It was frustrating that he could not attack personally unless he was being provoked. So should he try to provoke others and let them attack him first so he could counter? Heh, a typical villain move. But villains are the realistic people, whereas heroes are some delusional fools. Ethan never wanted to be a hero. Anything that could get his job done was okay with him. Ethan started walking toward the battlefield. Soon he reached there. There were countless bodies of monsters, and Alex was floating in the air with his hands behind his back. His long hair floated in the air too. He looked very majestic. Ethan had already covered thousands of kilometers under his ultimate domain, so he could see everything in molecular detail inside his domain. This time, Alex's pupil didn't look like a normal human's, but rather like the pupil of a snake. So his eyes changed when he entered battle mode. Ethan thought maybe that was why he was hiding in a lower kingdom from his enemies out there. This boy sure was a protagonist-level character, worth nurturing. Then he looked at the adventurers. They all had a horrifying look on their faces, as if they had seen something terrifying. It was okay, as Alex killed nearly 1,000 demons in 10 minutes. For those weaklings, it was heavenly. Probably by now they felt honored just to stand behind him. Alex came down from the air and landed in front of the soldiers. The battlefield was silent for a while, but then thunderous cheering burst out from the crowd. But Alex was very calm and composed. He radiated an undeniable authority. Alex almost started walking instinctively, but then a loud shout rang out. It was Sam again. "Bastard, who do you think you are to order Sir Alex around? Beg for mercy from him, maybe he will forgive your sorry ass." Alex came back to his senses with the shout. He was dumbfounded that he had almost taken the king's order as a divine command. What the hell was that? But then he saw that idiot Sam shouting again. He instantly vanished from his place and slapped him. Sam flew away like a ragdoll. 16 teeth flew from his mouth. Sam hadn't even dreamed that the person he had bootlicked would slap him so hard. But before he could process the situation, he fainted mid-air. Alex looked at Geralt and said, "I don't want to join your guild. You may leave." Geralt wanted to say something but didn't dare. He looked behind and said, "Take that idiot and let's leave." He wanted to shred that bastard into tiny pieces. Ethan didn't say anything. He was just standing there and watching the show. Even if he didn't want to, he always radiated an innate dominance over others. Alex came to him and was about to ask what had happened, but Ethan started walking slowly. On the other hand, Jonathan, the general of the royal army, was standing there like a wooden statue. What the hell was happening? Why would such a supreme existence serve under him? Why would the king behave as if it were nothing, and order the supreme existence about like a subordinate after seeing everything? And most importantly, why would the man follow the order? Their king was just a mortal with no experience in handling the kingdom. Nothing was making sense anymore. The minister Nilam was also present there. He looked at Nilam and asked, "Minister, tell me, what is going on?" Nilam laughed wryly. "If you ask me, who would I ask?" Both of them sighed. Soon Ethan and Alex reached his carriage. He went inside and said, "Come inside." Alex went inside. He had not spoken this whole time. Just as he was about to speak, Ethan stopped him and activated the other dimensional effect of the ultimate domain. Now they were separate in their own dimension. The Supreme Tier 25 existence, whose inner reality they were in now, wouldn't be able to hear their conversation. "Okay, now we can talk, Alex, the heir of the world serpent." Alex felt the land under his feet vanish. He fell into an infinite abyss. How could a mortal king know his identity when none of his enemies knew it? He was running from them not because his real identity had been linked, but because he had shown way too much talent for his age and background. Now they wanted to capture him and study him. That's why he was hiding inside this mortal kingdom. He started sweating profusely. He wanted to attack, but his sixth sense was screaming of immense danger. The moment he made a move against this man, he would die for sure. Ethan saw his expression and smiled kindly. "No need to be so cautious. I thought your enemies knew, and that's why you were hiding from them. Is that not the case?" Alex smiled wryly. "No, I just showed too much talent." Ethan had a look of understanding. "Okay, I won't beat around the bush. I want you to serve under me and I'll protect you." Ethan didn't rush him. He had enough time to play with. Alex was silent after hearing Ethan's offer. He was calculating the pros and cons of the situation. This man was clearly far superior to him in terms of strength and status. Besides, Alex always felt that mysterious pressure from him. Alex had the bloodline of the world serpent, the highest level bloodline out there, but he still felt his bloodline was not enough somehow. He could refuse the offer, but then what? Would this man let him go? Even if that happened, where would he go? His enemies were far too powerful for him to handle now, but if he accepted the offer, the man had promised to protect him. After considering for 10 minutes, Alex came to his decision. "I accept the offer. I will work for you, but if you order me to do anything that goes against my conscience, I would rather choose death than obey." Ethan smiled when he heard this. Yep, definitely a protagonist. Associating with protagonists often brought bad luck to their comrades, but Ethan was someone outside that range of misfortune. "Sure, I want you to be my general and train my army. I want you to recruit people with talent. Then I want you to conquer other kingdoms for me. And conquering kingdoms is a must. If you think it wouldn't go well with you, the deal is cancelled. I'll erase your memory and throw you out of my kingdom." Alex was stunned. He could erase my memory. What level of power is that? And why would someone like him want to conquer other small kingdoms? Alex asked, "Do you want massacre when conquering, or do you want conquest regardless of the process?" Ethan said, "I want the other kingdoms to come under my wings. If you can make it happen by kissing their asses or sleeping with them, I don't give a shit. That's all for today. Go back to your work." Ethan canceled the domain and let Alex go. After Alex was gone, Ethan again started watching the world tree. It had almost caught up with the size of the black hole. What would it do now? Ethan watched patiently. After 2 more hours, the world tree became as large as the black hole, and it didn't show any signs of stopping. Would it kill me and come outside of my body now? Ethan thought with amusement, but then what he saw stunned him. The world tree wrapped its branches around the edges of the black hole and then started making the black hole grow with it. Ethan's stats were also increasing. He had never seen a scene like this where his stats continuously rose. It was already night. Ethan heard a knock at the door. "Your Majesty, this is Nilam. Can I talk to you for a bit if you allow me?" Ethan opened the door of the carriage and went outside. Jonathan and some other soldiers were standing behind. As soon as Ethan came out, they all knelt on the ground, including Nilam. A few hours ago, Alex went back to them and told them he would become the general of the royal army from now on and train the soldiers for conquering other kingdoms. This was an order from the king. Everyone was stunned by this sudden announcement. Some of them didn't even hear the full content. They just heard that this supreme expert was going to be their general and train them, and this was the king's command. They felt immense joy and excitement at the news. Their king was capable enough to keep a supreme expert like Alex under him with just an order. Who was their king, actually? But did such details matter? Of course not. So they came to show their respect to the king. All this time they thought the king was just a young, immature, and inexperienced rookie who became king because of the sudden death of the previous one. But now they knew the new king was the kingmaker, not just a puny king. Now they felt satisfied with their loyalty, glad they never left his side even when some of them were not pleased with him. "Can you do this?" "Yes, your Majesty." They didn't say any fancy words. They would show their resolve through actions. They left the area. Meanwhile, in other regions of this realm, all the candidates arrived at their designated places. Some became kings of immortal dynasties. Some became kings of advanced civilizations. No one was like Ethan, a pauper with a mortal kingdom where the subjects couldn't even cultivate power. This was surely done by that alien spirit. He hated Ethanweather for no reason, or for taking 5 or 6 rare species from him. He could always revive the dead monsters, but what Ethan had taken couldn't be revived. That was probably the reason he sent him to this low-class kingdom. Everyone started taking action to capture the power of their designated backgrounds. They couldn't attack ordinary people, only other candidates like themselves, so they had to claim authority over the power they were given. Ethan went back inside the carriage. Nilam had said there was a good place to stay the night, but Ethan refused. He wanted to observe the progress of the world tree. Would the world tree keep growing like a cancer cell? Where would it stop? The night passed. The world tree was now the size of a full galaxy, and then it stopped growing. System, has the evolution of the tree finished? Not even a little, Master. It's just taking a rest, that's all. When you break through to the galactic realm, the world tree will awaken again. Ethan looked at his panel. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 2 billion cosmos. Spirit 2 billion cosmos. Talent infinite comprehension. Strength had become 2 billion cosmos from over 700 million. It was almost 3 times increment. Moreover, the evolution of the world tree was not just getting strength. It was to get a sentient manager which would manage his inner world. When his black hole would turn into a galaxy, life would start to appear. Not complex life form, but simple life form. If Ethan wanted, he could even create a specific life form according to his will, but if he wanted to create something fancy like humans, he would have to be way more powerful. That would totally depend on his realm level, not power. Sigh, hey system, the Earth I came from, where is it now? I would like to go there someday. Master, the Earth you came from is located in the prime reality. Prime reality is the anchor point of all realities under the 3rd dimension. If you want to go there, you would have to remember that reality has too many variables, too many powerful existences, even higher dimensional beings are present there. Hey system, the Earth I came from, where is it now? I would like to go there someday. Master, the Earth you came from is located in the prime reality. Prime reality is the anchor point of all realities under the 3rd dimension. If you want to go there, you would have to remember that reality has too many variables, too many powerful existences, even higher dimensional beings are present there. Ethan's eyes widened. And why didn't you tell me that? I am searching for excitement everywhere, and all this time, the real excitement was in front of me. I just had to go. I never intended to go there much because I don't have any friends or family there, but I would like to see variables. Master, you never asked about it. Besides, you have family there. You were not an orphan even in that world. This time Ethan felt as if a bomb had detonated in his mind. What did you say? Yes, Master, you have family there, and they are a very powerful family too. You will have to find out the details yourself. Ethan sat back in his seat. All this time he thought he was an orphan, growing up in the orphanage. He had even tried to find out who his parents were, but the orphanage never had any information about Themer. Perhaps they did, but chose never to tell him. And a powerful family. Did a power system also exist in that world? Or was it just power like gangs, wealth, or political influence? He really wanted to go right now. But to leave, he would have to finish the trial test first. Anyway, he had now found a new direction to pursue after leaving this place. Soon the night was over. His status panel had also changed. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 4 billion cosmos. Spirit 4 billion cosmos. Talent infinite comprehension. Though half his power was still sealed, he had already surpassed a tier 15 in true strength. The next realm was tier 16, with power at 3 trillion cosmosone 1,000 times stronger than the previous realm. Ethan went outside again. The demonic attack had completely ceased. The kingdom was now safe, but since no one knew when they might attack again, strong royal guards were stationed at the border. Everyone else began their return journey to the capital. Alex was riding a powerful horse, walking beside Ethan's carriage. Ethan was playing games on his mobile, which he carried everywhere he went. Ethan sent a message directly into Alex's mind. Go to the guild and see if you can get any information about the guild master. Okay. Alex suddenly steered his horse to the left and left the group. The soldiers were confused, but then they heard a voice from inside the carriage. Continue the journey as usual. When they heard this, they kept moving forward. But then they saw 20 people standing in their way. They were the adventurers who had left the battlefield earlier. Jonathan roared, "What do you want? Why are you blocking our way?" Then they heard that annoying voice again. "What a dumbass king you have got. Surely Sir Alex was just repaying some debt by serving under him, but that dumbass has taken it for granted and started ordering him around like a servant. Surely he has left the king now. Why would he stay beside such a dumbass king? Now die all of you." They thought Alex had left Ethan because Ethan was ordering him around since they could not hear the telepathic conversation. Ethan was getting annoyed because that puny bug kept calling him dumbass again and again, so he came out of the carriage. Slowly, he started walking toward those adventurers. Jonathan wanted to follow him, but Ethan stopped him with a single look. He stopped in front of Sam and asked calmly, "You were saying something." This time Sam could not tolerate the coldness in Ethan's eyes and attacked directly without saying anything. Ethan smiled when he saw someone attack him first. This rule of not attacking unless provoked was a bullshit rule. Humans were the dumbest species in creation. They could not control their emotions and would react with just the slightest provocation. So it was very easy for Ethan to manipulate them into attacking first so that he could counterattack them. He didn't stop the fist and let it land on his face. Boom! With a loud sound, the fist landed on Ethan's face. Sam wanted to feel the moist splatter of blood and brain matter from this bastard king, but that feeling never came. Instead, it felt like hitting a rocky mountain. His fist broke instantly. Everyone was watching with their jaws almost touching the ground. Sam was not the strongest adventurer, but he was not the weakest either. Besides, Ethan was supposed to be just a mortal. How could Sam's fist break in this way? Was Alex not serving Ethan only to repay a debt? Was Ethan not a mortal? Was their entire calculation wrong? All 20 of them felt a tremendous chill run down their spines when they considered an unthinkable possibility. What if Alex was following him because Ethan was stronger than Alex? Then everything would be over. They looked at Ethan with trembling eyes. The man was standing there like a divine mountain, hands clasped behind his back. Then they saw Ethan slowly raise his hand and snap his fingers. Sam instantly turned into a blood mist. Then Ethan unleashed a fraction of his aura upon them. The 19 adventurers all fell to the ground. Their knees shattered and blood poured from every orifice. Ethan did not kill them, though. Killing one was enough. They felt as if they were standing before a god at that moment. What was that? How could the king of a mortal kingdom be this powerful? How? Everything was over. They had messed with the god of death. When they were waiting for their turn to be turned into blood mist, they heard Ethan's voice. "I don't want to see you again in front of me. Get lost." He just wanted to make them fear him, nothing more. He wanted to build his reputation. Now the variable was the guild master. Was he normal or abnormal? If abnormal, then how much? Let Alex find that information for him. The adventurers were still kneeling. They had lost control of their bodies and could not move. Ethan slowly walked back to the carriage. No one cheered, no one made a sound. They just watched him enter the carriage. Jonathan wanted to go and kiss Ethan's feet but did not dare to. "Minister, what if I become his personal assistant? Sir Alex is the general now. I don't have to be on the battlefield, right?" Nilam snorted coldly. "Why would His Majesty want an old donkey like you as his personal assistant? My 3 daughters are more suitable for that job. They would even be able to fulfill his other needs." Jonathan instantly came back to his senses. This old bastard was trying to seduce the king with his 3 daughters. "My baby girl is also at that age. She's more beautiful than your daughters. She would be more suitable." Nilam turned red with anger. "What did you say, you old donkey? I dare you, say that again." Jonathan was just about to counter fiercely, but then they heard Ethan's voice. "Enough chit-chat. Start moving." Both of them stopped instantly and looked at each other venomously, but they did not dare to speak again. They all started moving. After knowing the guild master's power level, I should start my planning. They arrived at the capital. Ethan directly went to plan for his next moves. He sent his shadows to find out the whereabouts of other candidates, but they couldn't find anything at all. All his shadows were above Tier 7 whom he sent for this mission, so they could move at an incredible speed, but even with that speed, they didn't find any useful information. Everywhere they went were some random mortal kingdoms, and their kings weren't much strong either. But no one went near the guild. Ethan forbade them to go there. What is this place? Where are those candidates? We have to attack blindly. I mean, we all have different faces and auras. He needed to find out the candidates first, then he would be able to attack. For that, he would need detailed information about this world, not mortal-level information which he already read in the library. He needed deeper knowledge, and he knew exactly where he would find such knowledge. But for that, he would have to wait for Alex to return. Maybe Alex wouldn't be able to bring much information, but with that, he should be able to find out about the guild master. Alex returned at noon. Your Majesty, I have gathered the information you have told me to gather, but there are many problems. Ethan was sipping a cup of tea and listening to the report. First, I think this guild master doesn't exist. Ethan looked at him with some intrigue in his eyes. Oh, why do you think that? Alex said, I talked to many adventurers in the guild. No one has ever seen the guild master. Everything is handled by the vice guild master. And secondly, the place of the guild's headquarters is located so deep under the ground, it feels like a demonic cult, and I didn't feel any powerful aura in the guild. They are all a bunch of weaklings, and I couldn't find the vice guild master either. Ethan sighed. He didn't get any information he wanted. Looks like he had to go personally. Okay, you go and train the soldiers, Ethan said to Alex. Ethan then vanished. Alex's eyes were wide open. Alex then sighed and left the room. Meanwhile, Ethan appeared in a forest. With his mental domain, he could cover an area similar to 4 billion cosmos, which was an immense amount of area, so finding this forest was not a hard job for him. This was the place where the guild was located, but Ethan could tell this place was just a cover for the main guild. The main guild should be located in another dimension, and all the permanent members should reside there. This place was for the rookie members who were not worthy to become permanent, but that dimension should be connected to this fake one at some point. He would just have to find out that point, and then he could enter their main guild. Ethan came in front of a cave. It looked very ordinary, but the moment he entered it, 2 men appeared out of nowhere. But Ethan saw them appearing from an underground tunnel. Who are you, and what do you want? Ethan said, I came here to join the guild. The 2 men looked at each other and asked, what is your adventure talent? Ethan just looked at them, and the 2 of them started floating in the sky without their will. Do I have the capability to join? They were panicked now. How could a newbie make them fly? Yes, you are more than capable. Please put us down. Then he released them, and they fell to the ground with a thud. They entered that underground tunnel, and it was something like a life. They started going down. 4 minutes later, they arrived at the fake HQ of the guild. Ethan instantly found out the reason why his mental domain couldn't penetrate this soil. It was covered by an array formation, but now that he was in, he could easily scan the area, and he did it. But as soon as he spread his mental power, 5 powerful auras appeared in front of him. All of them were Tier 12 life forms, no need to scan. You can enter the main guild. Follow us, one of them said in a harsh tone. A portal appeared in front of them, and they entered through the portal. Ethan saw as soon as these 5 appeared, they used a domain to make themselves invisible in front of others. This was the reason no one was reacting. Ethan entered the portal behind them. When he exited from the other side of the portal, he saw a totally different world. It was full of greenery. The air was so pure. The water in the lake was also so pure. So this was the place where all the powerful members of the guild lived. Ethan wasn't in the mood for wasting any more time and directly unleashed his mental domain to gauge their strength. There were hundreds of powerful auras everywhere, but not above Tier 10. The 5 of them who went to fetch him should be special class adventurers. His mental domain was penetrating further and further until it came to a secret chamber inside a palace. His mental domain couldn't see what was inside. It was completely sealed. Ethan asked, whose palace is this? One of them replied, it is the palace of the guild master. Don't go near that palace. It is forbidden to go there without permission. Okay, now come with us and register yourself. The vice guild master wants to meet you. There were many adventurers, eating, gossiping, laughing. When they saw Ethan, they became excited instantly, the kind of excitement you get from getting a new toy. They felt like Ethan was a toy to play with in their dull life. So one of them couldn't hold back their excitement and shouted, newbie, come here after your registration. We will give you the guidelines for staying here. Ethan could tell that dude wanted to have some fun. He smiled, let's play then. He looked at the man eye to eye and nodded. After that, he registered as an E-rank adventurer. All the adventurers registered as E-rank, then they would have to accept missions from the guild to get promotion. After he got his card, the 5 of them vanished from there. When they saw them vanish, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. One even stood up and slapped on the back of that burly man's head who had just shouted, dumbass, can't you control your excitement a little? You almost ruined everything. The burly man didn't get angry and laughed awkwardly, hee, I am sorry. I couldn't hold back. Then everyone looked at Ethan and laughed nastily. Once in a blue moon, they got to see the registration of a newbie with no background, so they were going to fully use this chance to get entertained. One of them roared, "Come here, you new piece of shit. Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Ethan slowly walked toward them. "Come faster. Haven't you eaten yet?" They laughed out loudly. Ethan looked at the guy who was talking so much. He was a tier 10 adventurer and was not among the strongest among them. Ethan stopped in front of the man. "Yes," he asked him. The man said, "Give us your introduction, and you have to give it while dancing like a woman." Ha 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 ha, loud laughter could be heard again. "Yes, do it. If you do well, we will give you gifts as your seniors." Ethan looked at the man and said, "Please, senior, teach me how can I do it in a manner that can make you happy and will earn me gifts." He used mind control in this sentence. The man stood up and said, "Of course I will teach you. Watch carefully and learn well." After saying that, he started dancing like a woman, trying to do some seductive steps, but with his burly body it looked hilarious. While dancing, he was introducing too. "I am Robert Koch, a rank adventurer. I like to dress like a woman when no one is watching me." Robert could see what he was doing, but had no control over his body, not even his facial expression. Though it looked comical, no one in the room was laughing. They were looking at the scene with absolute horror. They were powerful enough to know what was going on here. Robert had lost his control over his body, and it was surely done by this rookie adventurer, no doubt about it. So the man who they just mocked was far superior to them, so superior that he could even control their body without their permission. Those who laughed instantly fell on their knees. "Senior, please forgive us. We didn't know your identity." They were shaking all over their bodies. Controlling a tier 10 like this, he at least had to be tier 12, same as the S-rank adventurers. Ethan smiled at them and said, "No need to apologize, I also had fun. This man dances pretty well. You should give him some gifts." Ethan released the control over Robert's body. He instantly turned red with shame, but he didn't dare to say anything. Even if this man had killed him, no one would say anything about it because he disrespected him before. Ethan then vanished from the place and appeared in the palace of the guild master, which was forbidden for all the members of the guild. Ethan wanted to know about the real power of the guild master. If he turned out to be above tier 17, he would have to apologize, of course, if he wasn't killed before apologizing. It was a risky move, but Ethan didn't want to waste 1 year in this place. He wanted to go to the prime reality as soon as possible. He appeared in front of the small secret room. It was tightly shut from the inside. "Guild master, I am Ethan Hunt. I would like to have a conversation with you," Ethan said calmly. He was waiting for a response. But at that moment, a tremendous force came from outside of the palace. It was a tier 15 existence. "Who are you? Why did you barge in here? This is a forbidden place. You should have known that. You could die for this atrocious behavior." A man in white appeared in front of him. He was tall and handsome. Ethan looked at him and asked, "And who might you be?" The man in white replied, "I am Anthony Fossey, the Vice Guild Master of the Adventurer Guild. Who are you?" Ethan replied, "I am Ethan Hunt, the King of the Dragon Kingdom." Anthony looked at him with some surprise. "You are the King of a mortal kingdom. What are you doing here? Have you already stepped down from the throne?" Ethan asked with some doubt, "Why would I do that?" Anthony said, "It is the rule set by the higher-ups of the realm that no adventurer could be a king of a mortal kingdom." "Okay, what are you doing here, and how did you even get here?" Ethan was thinking that he didn't know the world of the adventurers even a little. Ethan said, "I need to meet the guild master. It's urgent." He released a portion of his aura on Anthony. Ethan had 4 billion cosmos level power, but as 50 was sealed, he could unleash 2 billion, but that also put him into the tier 15 level and among the top level at that. The highest power cap of tier 15 was 3 billion cosmos, but normally people broke through before even reaching that level. So 3 billion cosmos power in a tier 15 existence was very rare. Anthony's eyes turned wide open. How could this be? This man was as strong as him. He looked so young. Though this level of existence could easily manipulate their age and look, another tier 15 could tell their actual age or closer. And Anthony was sure Ethan was very young, very, very young. Besides, his aura seemed somehow different, because Ethan was actually a tier 3 existence, but had the power of a tier 15. And the best part he got from the world tree was that he wouldn't die anymore from overpower. The excess power would be absorbed by the world tree always. And Ethan could use the power from the world tree. It was like a second body of his. It didn't matter where the power was stored, his own fleshy body or the body of the world tree. Ethan looked at Anthony and asked, "Am I qualified to meet the guild master?" Anthony was about to say that the guild master was busy or something, but a voice came from that secret room. "Let him come." The voice sounded ancient. Anthony's eyes went wide open. This was the first time the guild master wanted to meet someone in eons. Anthony looked at Ethan and said, "You may go inside." Ethan could tell that the guild master was extremely powerful, surely above tier 17. The door was opened and Ethan entered the room. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged there. There was nothing else in the room. Ethan asked the system about the tier of this man, tier 21. Damn, he was an overpowered character, so forcing him to serve under him was a no-no. The man opened his eyes and looked at him. "Trial taker, have a seat." Ethan was a little surprised that the man knew about his identity, so he asked, "You know about us?" The man smiled a little. "I am the guardian who is assigned to you. All 1,500 have a guardian for them. Our job is to watch your movement. We wouldn't interfere in your trial." Ethan then had a look of understanding. Then he asked, "Are all the guardians at your level?" This time the man was surprised. "Can you tell my realm?" Ethan didn't reply. Then he laughed out, "I guess everyone has some secrets. And as for your question, no, everyone is not as powerful as me. I am the strongest among all the guardians, as you are the strongest among all the candidates." Ethan heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this guild master might become a hindrance for him, but they would not interfere unless necessary, so he could start his plan. The plan was simple. He would now go all out. He would send all his shadow soldiers, including Nexus and Hagoromo, to find out the location of other candidates. Then he would select at least tier 15 level existences and above to provoke them to attack him first. With that, he could get tier 15 or 16 subordinates. Then he would attack. If other candidates had anyone stronger than tier 17, then he would have to wait until he became as strong as a tier 17 and achieved the Dimension Master form. With that, he would finish the trial in a snap and get all the inheritances. After that, he would leave for the prime reality. He always loved brute power more than brain power. Nexus, go out. I need results within 5 days. As you wish, sire. All the shadows left except the 10 space behemoths. They were not suitable for searching, as they were creatures of the dark universe and could not even communicate with him. Ethan now would have to wait until they found out the locations. Meanwhile, in the Faria Immortal Dynasty, a young man with hair was sitting at his study table. Then he heard a knock on the door. "Henry, are you busy right now? Can I come in?" The boy looked at the door and said, "Yes, mother, you can come in." Then a stunning woman entered the room. "Your fiancé will come in the afternoon. I hope you will be free by then." Henry did not react much. "Okay, mother." Then he started thinking, this immortal dynasty is really powerful. My father is a tier 14 existence, the emperor. As for my grandfather, he should be a tier 15 or tier 16, and the ancestor, no one knows about him. I should show enough talent so that my family would let me use their power to find out other candidates and snatch their kingdoms. I do not think anyone has a stronger background than me. In another world, the Xenon Federation, a young woman was playing chess with an old man. "Checkmate, Mr. Kale. Ha 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 ha, as graceful as ever. It always feels good to play with you, Miss Silpha." The young woman smiled. "The world cannon is ready to use now." The girl replied, "I will go." "Do we have our spies in other galaxies?" "Yes, do you need them for something?" the old man asked. "Yes, give me the details." The girl stood up and left. The old man sighed, "Such a genius. We have never seen such a prodigy ever. The Federation is blessed to have this girl." His personal assistant nodded. The girl stepped out and thought, "This world is not bad at all. They have weapons which could kill tier 14. With this level of power and my own power, I should be able to find those candidates. These kingdoms should be different worlds, so there must be some way to find out other worlds." These types of scenes were common for all the candidates. They all had powerful backgrounds and knowledge. Only Ethan had the least knowledge. He was still thinking that these kingdoms were located in some secret dimensions in the same world. That was why he sent his most powerful subordinates to find out the location of the secret dimensions. But he had no idea that each candidate was sent to a different world of their own. They would have to invade another world, and there they could not fight by themselves. They would need super powerful subordinates to win the battles. Ethan's idea was good, to capture some powerful existences first, but what he did not know was that each of the other candidates already had this level of subordinates. One day later, his attributes doubled again. Now it was 8 billion cosmos. No one found any clues. Ethan sighed. "System, please tell me, where are the other candidates?" "Master, each candidate is sent to a different world. You will have to invade other worlds and conquer them. Their highest power cap is tier 16, except those guardians." Damn, then why did that weird bastard say it was a kingdom? Could he not distinguish between a world and a kingdom? And how the fuck would he capture a whole world without even participating himself? More importantly, where would he find the coordinates of other worlds? There had to be clues that would tell him the way to go to other worlds. Well, let's capture all the tier 16 beings first, then we will find the clues. He should use the Chaos Ruler form for this, because soon he would get access to the Dimension Master form, and this form would become useless. It was time to use this. Nexus, gather all the tier 16 life forms in a place. I will tell you how. Then Ethan and Nexus planned how to lure them all together. Otherwise, it would not be efficient. The plan was simple. Nexus would find a tier 16 and destroy his favorite things, then vanish. He would do this for everyone. Then suddenly he would release his presence. Surely they would come to take vengeance. Their Ethan would provoke them to attack him first, and after that, everything would be under his control. As soon as they thought of the plan, Nexus started to act accordingly. Soon all 123 tier 16 people became extremely angry. A black bastard was coming to their doors, humiliating them and then vanishing. No one could find out his trace. Then the next day, suddenly the aura of Nexus was released from a direction. Ha ha ha, that bastard probably went to humiliate someone and maybe he started fighting. That is why he released his aura unintentionally. This was the naive thought among them. They thought Nexus was challenging their authority. So they started to follow the aura and soon arrived at a huge forest. Then they saw that 123 of them were all here. Then whom was Nexus or that shadowy bastard fighting? While they were thinking this crucial thought, Ethan appeared with Nexus. Hello everyone. I am the king of the Dragon Kingdom. I would like you all to serve under me. What do you think? The moment they heard this, fumes started to gush out from their heads with immense anger. This was blatant disregard for their power. And that shadow monster was also there. So this young man was not just joking. He really thought he could make them serve under him with one tier 16 being on his side. Do not decline in haste. Just listen to me. I am going to rule the world, so you should feel honored that I am extending my hand for you to catch and become eternally glorified. Ethan said innocently with a serious look. And boom, die you brat. Someone attacked but Nexus prevented it, so every one of them attacked at once. And this gave Ethan a chance to use force directly, descend of the Chaos Ruler. Ethan instantly became a tier 17 existence. The moment he transformed, he released his pressure on those 123 people in front of him. Boom, every one of them fell to the ground and could not even move a muscle. No matter which realm they were in, the pressure of a higher being always worked the same way, like a tier 2 suppressing a tier 1. Normally, a life form of tier 16 was basically a being of law. Every part of their body transformed into law. They were the very embodiment of law, but a higher being was someone who transcended that level, so it did not matter. The pressure suppression was always the same. What? How is this possible? How can there be someone this strong? We are the absolute rulers of this world. How can there be someone stronger than us? This is simply not possible. This was the only thought in their minds at that time. In the dimension where the Adventurer Guild was located, the guild master opened his eyes and looked at Ethan. Oh. He is a tier 17. Why did I not feel anything then? He should be around tier 15 in strength, but his realm is even lower. Now that I think of it, I could not even perceive his realm at that time. I only knew his strength because he told me so. Who is this boy? What is his origin? Is he someone from that reality? That is a possibility. Ethan calmly looked at them and said, I will ask one more time. Are you going to serve under me or not? Or else I will just kill all of you. I have other methods too, but if you accept, you will have to serve for 1 year. They gulped down hard. This man was serious. The tier 16 monster who attacked them before was a servant of his and was created from a special type of energy. They had a bad feeling that this man could turn them into something like that. One of them wanted to answer, but his muscles were locked, so he could not do it. Ethan looked at him and released his pressure. The moment he was freed, he replied hurriedly, I accept. And as soon as one broke down, the others followed as usual. Ethan released their pressure and they all accepted one by one. Now all the tier 16 were under his command. Now he needed to find out the location of their worlds and attack them. At this early phase, everyone was still planning to use their brains to gain power and influence. Then they would start attacking after a year. That should have been the case in normal days, but Ethan was not normal. His entire existence was abnormal, so expecting something normal from him would be foolish. And as he was abnormal, he would do something abnormal too. Who the heck had time to look for clues when he had his system that knew everything? Cough, cough, system, tell me the coordinates of those worlds. Sigh, master, if you wanted to cheat, why bother participating in the first place? What do you mean cheat? Ethan Hunt never cheats. Do not talk too much. It was your fault that I lost my interest in this trial. What did I do? You told me about the prime reality. Now I do not want to waste time in these childish games. But that was what you asked. I did not do anything. Okay, enough chit-chat. Now give the locations. Sure, here are the locations. Soon, every coordinate of the worlds where those participants were came into Ethan's mind. Now list them according to weak to strong worlds. He would attack the weaker ones first. Ethan looked at everyone and said, we are going to attack a world. Be prepared. They were stunned. Right now, which world? Ethan looked at them coldly. No need to ask questions. Just be ready for a devastating world. Yes, sir, they replied. Ethan nodded at them. He wanted to stay here and create a good army, but now that was not needed. Ethan looked at a man from those tier 16 life forms. The man was a serpent in human form. You are the world's serpent. The man replied calmly, yes, sir. I am the world's serpent. Ethan nodded and snapped his fingers. Suddenly Alex appeared in front of him. But the moment he arrived, he fell to the ground and puked blood. The aura of this place was apocalyptic. Alex died instantly. Oh ho, I am sorry. Ethan then used his domain on him and used heal to make him new again. The world serpent looked at Alex and said in a surprised tone, this child bears my bloodline. How is this possible? Is this destiny? I was suffering from not having an heir and here he is. Ethan nodded yes, and that is why many enemies are behind him. Instantly the man's eyes turned into serpent eyes, just like Alex's when he entered battle mode. Who would dare to become the enemy of the heir of mine, sir? I am guessing it is not you. Ethan smiled, you are correct. Alex is the general of my kingdom. Okay, that was just a gentle reminder I wanted to give you. Now let us move. Alex felt like everything he was watching was a dream. If not a dream, then how could you explain the absurd situation he was in? The pressure had instantly killed him, he was sure about that. But now he was definitely alive. Then the bloodline pressure he was getting from that man was immense, like a drop of water standing in front of an ocean. And he also heard the conversation. The man was referring to him as his heir, and those eyes of his, how could he not recognize them? So you were telling him that now he was in front of the world serpent himself, and that mythical being was being so respectful toward the king. This had to be a dream. There was no other option. Ethan then again snapped his fingers and Alex vanished. We will go to some worlds and attack them, so we will need a huge force of absolute power. So take all your best forces with you. You have 2 days to gather everyone, then meet with me in my kingdom. Go. Ethan vanished with Nexus. When he vanished, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Though Ethan had already withdrawn his pressure and deactivated the Chaos Ruler form, the silent mental pressure was still enough to make their legs shake. Alex was standing there, but his mind was not in place. He was still thinking what the heck had just happened to him. Then Ethan suddenly appeared in front of him. What are you doing, Alex? Have you started the training session? Alex felt he was right at the center of a cyclone. He felt terrified. This man was the absolute pinnacle existence here, so he thought. Yes, your majesty. They will need some time to get accustomed to this training method. Ethan nodded. Okay, do your job well. There wouldn't be any of you left by tomorrow, I guess. So keep a piece of your mind. Ethan was about to leave when Alex said from behind, Your Majesty, am really I worthy to be your general? Ethan looked at him and smiled. Yes, you are, but I have higher expectations of you. Ethan vanished. That smile washed away all his doubts. Alex cheered up again and began to train them with absolute focus. He was thinking of developing something that could make even normal people very powerful. Ethan appeared in a room, thinking about where Rose's other soul parts might be. He didn't have any light. He asked the system, but it wouldn't tell him. Ethan called Poe. Hey Poe, have you thought of the prototype of the virtual world? Yes, boss. Do we start making it now or do we wait until I become the 50th generation AI? Ethan sat on a chair and looked at Poe. What do you think would be better? Poe thought for a moment and said, If you are not in urgent need, then boss, I think we should wait. Ethan said, okay. Then Ethan took out Vane from his inner black hole. Vane had already turned 4 years old in that time zone. He had started practicing his bloodline evolution technique. When he came out, Vane looked at Ethan and said, Ethan, can you make me powerful faster? Ethan looked at Vane and said, Vane, your bloodline has secrets. Do you know that? The people who attacked your family, I looked into their memories. They indeed attacked your family, but they didn't kill them. That part was deleted from them, and I didn't find any trace of your parents. I think they had gone somewhere. Besides, I checked your bloodline. It is far superior to any bloodline in that chaos verse. I think you have a deeper origin. Ethan stopped and looked at Vane, who was listening to his words very carefully. Vane then said, You might be right. I had my father and mother, yes, but I never saw or heard about my grandparents. My father would never tell me about them. Maybe I really have a mysterious origin. Ethan smiled and said, I'll make you powerful, but you need to turn 10 years old for that. Your bloodline will unlock one by then and you will be able to become as powerful as you want. Vane gave a lick to Ethan's face and vanished. After all, he was a child. A little happiness could destroy his charming princely vibe. Ethan just smiled. Then he asked his system, Okay system, now let's have a serious talk. You said where I come from is the prime reality, right? Then how come the world I transmigrated to was also similar to that galaxy? Same solar system, same planet arrangement. So do all realities contain something similar to the prime reality or what? Master, not every reality has similar things. As for the world you have transmigrated to, that chaos verse is special. This verse came into existence eons ago. Then it somehow awakened a will. That will used some tricks to send one of its very first existences into the prime reality. That existence went to your main chaos verse and sent all the details to the will. Then it started to copy those same structures throughout it. It wanted to become as powerful as the prime reality someday. But the moment it copied this, the supreme existences of the prime reality got news about it and they destroyed the will and sealed the chaos verse into a corner of a distant reality. Man, the chaos verse had a will. I think it was the chaos ruler, right? That dude sure had some grand ambitions. Sigh. 2 days later, Ethan looked at his panel, Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 32 billion cosmos. Spirit 32 billion cosmos. Talent infinite comprehension. Ethan was at level 2 of the black hole realm. Now it was time for him to break through again. Boom, his black hole started to grow bigger again. Soon it became the size of 5 galaxies. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 160 billion cosmos. Spirit 160 billion cosmos. Talent infinite comprehension. Tier 15 had 3 billion cosmos level power, whereas a Tier 16 had 5,000 times more power than them, which was 15 trillion cosmos. Ethan was nearing that level. With the world tree, he could now truly grow infinitely. He looked outside. Everyone had arrived. He He slowly stepped outside. Everyone greeted him. All the power of the world was now present here. Ethan's general Alex was also there, but he was shaking on his feet. They were here again. Ethan said, "Okay, we will leave now." Ethan had merged with his Magus world reincarnation, so he knew how to open a portal. A portal appeared in front of them. Behind Ethan stood 123 Tier 16 existences. Behind them stood 1 million absolute soldiers of these Tier 16 beings. They were all above Tier 10. Alex, take care of the kingdom. With this, Ethan ordered everyone to enter the portal. Soon they entered team after team. After the soldiers entered their generals, then the 123 Tier 16 and then Ethan. After entering, Ethan closed the portal. Then he created a grand throne in space and sat on it. "I am Ethan Hunt. I am here to challenge your world, candidate Sebastian." On a huge planet, Sebastian was busy planning how to gain favor with the rulers of his world and how to find other candidates' locations and attack them. Then he heard a sudden voice that someone had come to challenge him. The rule was that if a candidate challenged another, he would definitely have to accept the challenge, or else he would be declared a loser. How is this possible? How can someone have already found my location and come to challenge me? This is not fair. That spirit sure gave him special treatment. Otherwise, how could someone gain enough power to challenge others? Sebastian didn't know what to do. He could feel a tremendous force was above there, but he had to accept the challenge, or else he would be declared loser by default. Sebastian didn't know how a candidate could attack just within a few days. It didn't make sense to him, but the challenge was real. Now he could only rely on the powerful existences of this world to intervene to defend against the invader. Though he wouldn't be leading the battle, it might help him in this situation. The world he was in was the world of knights. The highest beings was called sages, probably Tier 16 life forms. Now he wanted to make those rulers take action. First, he needed to accept the challenge in 30 minutes. Damn it all, he gritted his teeth and said, "I accept." This reply was also heard by everyone. Ethan smiled. "Then let's begin." But then a Tier 16 realm being appeared before them. He had a sword in his hand. That was the life-bound sword of a knight. "May I ask what is going on here?" the man asked. Ethan gave him a little detail about the trial and that a candidate was present there. "You can try to fight me, or you can try to make your candidate surrender. Your choice." This was Ethan's game plan. If he waited until 1 year, those protagonist-level candidates would have found a way to manipulate these powerful beings to battle for them. But now that only a few days had passed, no one except him had even made contact with the true rulers. So Ethan could win this battle literally doing nothing. The man had a look of understanding, so that's how it is. "We are a part of the inheritance trial of the reality master." Ethan didn't say anything. He gave him time to think. This was new news to him after all, but he ordered 5 of his subordinates to release their aura so that he could take his decision faster. The man also understood this meaning. They were urging him to make his decision faster. "I understand. We choose to help you make your opponent surrender." There are 123 Tier 16 present. Even their entire world didn't have that much power force. A wise decision. "I am giving you 1 day to find out the candidate and make him surrender, or else we will have to take action." Sebastian saw the whole conversation through video broadcast. Everyone in the world was watching this. They wanted to know what was going on. The knight left. Sebastian was now thinking what to do. Should he just hide so that they would find him and that would make his opponent angry and attack them, generating a war? But where could he hide? He was just a Tier 11. Finding him would be easy. His name alone would let them find him through karma. Besides, he had just accepted a challenge which plunged this world to the verge of war, meaning he manipulated its fate. This could also bring him disaster now, so hiding was not an option. This was cheating. How could someone become this level of influential that he could command such power? The spirit was unfair. So he cursed the spirit, "You weird-looking piece of shit. If you're going to show nepotism, why the fuck would you even begin this shitty trial?" He was venting his frustration. But then a portal appeared just below him and a strong pull sucked him away. No one knew where this portal took him. Then Ethan heard the voice of the spirit. "You have won this battle. 1 win is added to your profile." Ethan was surprised, because he hadn't heard anyone surrendering yet. Then why would the spirit say he won? Ethan asked the spirit, "Are you sure? I haven't listened to the opponent surrendering. He is just a weakling, cursing others for his lackings. He is already defeated and is not worthy to become master's heir." Ethan didn't know what happened, but it was a good thing. A lot of time was saved. Ethan slowly stood up and a portal appeared behind him. He looked at his army and ordered them to enter the portal. The battle was already over. They were leaving. Though everyone was confused, no one asked any questions. Ethan and his overwhelming army started to invade world after world. Most of them were in the same situation, because the candidates were not ready at all. How could they fight with this giant army? Ethan won 31 battles in a single day, and every one of them was a no-fight battle. "Okay, we can now rest. Though you haven't battled, there might come an emergency situation where you might have to put your 100% effort. We will rest tonight and start our battle tomorrow." The soldiers were confused even now. Their progenitor said that they might die in the battles, so they should leave no regrets. These battles were all too easy. They were just standing there and did nothing, but they were winning battles in this manner. On the next day and the day after that, Ethan had conquered more than 100 worlds. This was not fun at all, but he needed to finish the battle. The spirit in the inheritance ground was gritting its teeth, this bastard. I put him in the most worthless position, but look at him. After a few days, he is conquering worlds. What is the point of this trial even? What could he do? Ethan didn't break any rules or regulations. But the most important thing was, where the heck did he get all the locations of other worlds? He put only one location in each world. If someone could conquer that world, he could then find another location. But Ethan was attacking world after world without even finding those locations. He could only sigh and pray that someone should become powerful enough in these few days who could give him a worthy fight. Otherwise, this trial would become a laughingstock for Master's friends and enemies. 5 days later, Ethan had conquered 190 worlds already. Even if he did nothing, he would still win this stage. But Ethan was not patient enough. He would end this entire trial in one fell swoop. Ethan was raiding worlds like a pirate. He opened a portal, went in, and threatened the rulers of that world to make the candidates surrender. This trick always worked. They did not take any time to find out those candidates and made them surrender, and each one of those candidates cursed the spirit. No one was an exception in this manner. But now, when Ethan went in, there were 35 Tier 16 existences already standing there like they were expecting him. As soon as the portal opened, they attacked it non-stop. Instantly 10,000 soldiers from Ethan's army died, but then the Tier 16 beings among Ethan's army took action and neutralized their attack. But the question was, how the heck did they know that they were coming to their world? It was simple. The spirit of the trial realm told them that an extremely dangerous enemy was going to attack them, so they should be prepared as soon as they saw a portal opening. This was the reminder he gave to all the remaining worlds. Otherwise, nothing made sense anymore. Ethan's eyes turned cold, and he ordered his army to massacre their higher-ups. Ethan used his healing skill to revive everyone who had just died. He did not want a single man from his army to die. Now Ethan understood something was wrong, and he took a precaution in the next battles. He did not send the low-level soldiers first, but his shadow army to observe the situation. Everywhere the situation was similar. They were all prepared and attacked the shadow soldiers the moment they entered through the portal. This made things a little complicated. He did not want to kill people in this trial if he could, but the intervention of the spirit made everyone hostile to Ethan, and Ethan had to take action. Though he tried to negotiate with them, they were not ready to listen to anything, so Ethan had to take action against them, but this did not slow his conquest much. He was still attacking the worlds where there were not more than 50 Tier 16. These worlds were marked as weak. Now he was going to attack the middle-level ones, where the number of Tier 16 was less than 100, more than 90. This would be tough if every one of them attacked him now. To end the battle earlier, he would have to conquer every world out there. There were around 1,000 middle-class worlds. Before attacking, he looked at his panel, Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 5.12 trillion cosmos. Spirit 5.12 trillion cosmos. Talent infinite comprehension. He was close to reaching the 15 trillion mark, which was the level of the highest power of Tier 16. Nexus had around 14 trillion cosmos power. Ethan had already planned out how to deal with these worlds. He would not create portals anymore. He would directly teleport them there, and they would attack without giving the enemy any chance to retaliate. And his mission went on like this. In 10 days, he completed all the worlds, including those higher worlds too. He only had to suffer in 3 battles where those candidates were otherworldly. They planned out everything and even manipulated the rulers to attack as they wanted. There, Ethan had to use the Chaos Ruler form to win the battle. Now he was standing in the last world, where the defeated candidate was a woman, and she gave him the most difficulty. The woman looked at him and asked, "May I know, from which reality do you belong?" Ethan looked at the woman and asked, "There are infinite realities. Do you know each one of them?" The girl was stunned and then smiled, "But you should belong to a known reality. A supreme genius like you, your bloodline should be very powerful and belong to one of the 100 ancient bloodlines of the 3rd dimension." Ethan had never heard of this 100 ancient bloodline thing, but he did not want to appear as someone who lacked proper knowledge, so he said calmly, "Is that so? But my identity is a secret. If fate allows, we may meet again. Bye." Then Ethan vanished. He finished the trial within a month. He looked at his panel, Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 5.243 Ancient Cosmos. Spirit 5.243 Ancient Cosmos. Talent Infinite Comprehension 1 Ancient Cosmos equal 1 quadrillion cosmos. Ethan had reached a super powerful level, but he was still far away from the Tier 17 power range, which was around 1,500 ancient cosmos or a chaos verse. He would soon reach that level. Ethan appeared in the trial ground. There 9 more were standing. The moment Ethan appeared, fear showed on their faces, but the spirit which was floating in the air with its enormous body started gritting its teeth. That boy had ruined the whole trial. Though as a spirit, he should have been happy to find such an heir for his master. But the master had said that the heir needed to be someone among the 10 best candidates. They would choose 10 cubes, and the lucky one would be the heir. But Ethan had destroyed all the worlds by himself, and left the spirit to select the other 9 from those who slightly performed better. He could not figure out their actual ability, so what if someone from those 9 was selected? Then would he not be considered guilty for not choosing the best ones? If Ethan was the lucky one, then that was okay. But if not, so he was extremely angry toward Ethan. Even if Ethan was chosen, he would not call him young master for 10,000 years. But this bastard is damn strong. Where is he getting all this power from? The spirit admired Ethan very much, but he would not tell him that, lest his ego inflate and he start showing who was the boss. Okay, the third round is the round of luck. You all will take a cube from here. The one whose cube turns green will be the heir of the master. Ethan looked at the spirit and said, all this shit and you want us to gamble? Then why the fuck did you not do this shit from the beginning? He was extremely angry. This third section was like a shit rule to him. Seeing Ethan this angry, the spirit felt monstrous satisfaction inside. Bastard, if you do not want to play, get lost, heh. It smirked at him. Ethan looked at it and thought, after getting the inheritance, I will make you lick my toes every day, you weird green piece of shit. A silent battle was going on between Ethan and the spirit. Ethan was so sure that he would gain the inheritance because he would be using the system's help to choose. As he was the sole winner of the second round, he would be given the first chance to choose. Okay, little bastard, you may go ahead. Ethan did not even look at the spirit and stared at the 100 cubes in front of him. He could only choose one and in one chance. Okay, system, which one? The third one in the 5th row. Ethan smiled and confidently chose that one without a single bit of hesitation. Ethan chose the cube which the system asked him to choose. After choosing that, he stood back and was waiting for others to choose as well. Everyone was surprised. What the hell had he just done? He did not even hesitate a bit, like he was aiming for that one from the very beginning. They looked at the spirit with suspicious eyes. They also thought Ethan was getting secret help, otherwise his movement did not make much sense to them. But they did not curse the spirit and went forward to choose their cubes. After everyone chose theirs, the spirit told them to stay away from each other, at least 5 meters. They did just that. Okay, you can now pour your power into the cube, it said. Ethan and the others did as they were asked, but as soon as they did, the cubes started to light up. Every one of them had red lit cubes, only Ethan had a green one, and the moment those cubes lit up, they attached to their holders. Soon those cubes turned into full-body battle armor. It looked fantastic and futuristic. The 9 of them looked alike, and Ethan's one was even more so. It looked like the other 9 were generals of the green one, who was a king. The spirit's eyes were wide open. He had conducted this trial throughout eons, but no final contestant had ever gotten the green one. It was like the green one never existed in the first place. There were tears in the eyes of that spirit. He waited, and waited, but finally he found the heir of the master. Though he hated that bastard, one had to know, Ethan was the supreme prodigy anyone had ever seen. So he was happy that someone like Ethan became the heir of the master, and sad that he would have to call him young master from now on. Ethan was still inspecting his battle armor. It was a highly advanced battle armor with its own AI system. Moreover, the AI was a 40th generation AI, even more powerful than Poe. The armor itself was a tier 20 level armor, meaning it could defend against someone at tier 20. Meanwhile, the other 9 were also examining their battle armor. Those battle armors could protect them from the attack of a tier 17, meaning Ethan would not be able to kill them even with his Chaos Ruler form. The spirit looked at Ethan and was hesitating about what to say. Ethan looked at him and smirked. Little spirit, I am your young master from now on, ain't I? The spirit gritted its teeth. It did not want to call him that right now, but what could he do? They could not believe their ears. Was it the truth? Could they get something this precious even though they were not the chosen ones? Then they looked at Ethan's majestic figure with that armor. They were fully convinced. There was no comparison at all. Even if the spirit showed favoritism toward him, they could totally understand that. They saw Ethan's prowess firsthand. He was stronger than a tier 16 existence. Someone who could become this powerful within 500 years, there was really no comparison at all. The woman bowed toward him and said, until we meet again. Goodbye, she vanished. One by one, everyone started to vanish. After everyone was gone, Ethan looked at the spirit and said, lead the way. Then the spirit became smaller at Ethan's size and started walking toward a direction. Then they arrived in front of a tower. Young master, please enter the tower. I do not have permission to enter. So I do not know what is in there. I am sorry. Ethan waved his hand and stood in front of the door. The door scanned Ethan's armor and opened. Ethan entered the room and looked around. This was a total white room. Everything was white. He was looking around to see if he could find anything special, but the entire room was empty. Then he heard a voice behind him. Are you the one? Ethan looked behind and saw a middle-aged man standing there, looking at him with interest. Ethan instantly felt an immense pressure, even though the man was not releasing any. Ethan knew the man was even stronger than the guild master he had met. "Senior, are you the master of this realm?" The man did not answer his question. Instead, he said, "You are quite powerful compared to your age. You are worthy. From today onward, you are the heir of me. I am giving you the access of this trial ground. You can come here at any time, and all the treasures of this tower belong to you. You can tour around." Ethan was surprised. This man was really the master of this realm. But what felt odd to him was that the man did not ask him to call him master. Normally, the heir would call the man whose inheritance he inherited as master. While Ethan had his own thoughts, the man had his own thoughts too. "Mistress, I have handed over the treasures to him as you ordered." Yes, he was just a servant of his mistress, and his mistress ordered him to create this inheritance trial only to give a single man all these treasures. He did not know the reason behind this. The man vanished from there, and Ethan started to tour around. The white room now had many doors, and there were different tags on different doors, such as weapons, herbs, pills, technology materials, etc. Ethan entered the technology materials. He wanted to see if there was anything which might help Poe to evolve again. The inheritance treasures of a tier 25 should have top-tier materials. Even the AI of the suit was stronger than Poe. "Poe, come here and see if anything could help you." Poe appeared beside Ethan, and Ethan opened the door. The room was huge, even bigger than the solar system. There were millions of treasures there. Poe's eyes lit up when he saw this. "Boss, where did you get these babies?" "I can see hundreds of materials which will help me to evolve at least to the 50th generation, if not higher." Ethan smiled at him and said, "Then why are you waiting? Go and start your evolution." There he found weapons which could kill even tier 20. Even a child would be able to kill them. There were pills for breakthroughs, herbs to make pills. This all would be immensely helpful to others, but they did not matter much to him. But his subordinates could use them. He found a spaceship in the technology material room. It was 5 levels above the Phantom Lord he now possessed. With this, he would be able to fly way faster in space. Besides, there was an advanced weapon system included within it. The space opened, and there was also an AI in the spaceship. It could maintain the spaceship well. The AI was powerful, but it could not leave the spaceship. Ethan thought he should leave for the prime reality now. Poe should stay here. Now Ethan's main target was to go to the prime reality, where he lived before. His system told him that he had a family there and there were higher dimensional beings residing there. "System, give me the coordinates of the prime reality." "Master, there is a problem. If you teleport there, there is a chance the fate of the prime reality might turn to an unknown direction. Though they would not be able to find you, they would make everything upside down to know the cause. Do you still want to go?" Ethan thought for a moment, and his blood started to boil with excitement. "Are you kidding me? Of course I am going. I need that kind of suspense thriller in my life, as you wish. I am giving you the location of Earth right now." Then the coordinates of Earth came into his mind. Ethan looked at Poe one last time and deactivated his battle armor. Then he vanished. Ethan appeared on Mount Everest. This was a thing he once wanted to conquer. Now he was standing on the top of the mountain like nothing. He wanted to see if there were any reality of those myths like Yeti. He slowly started to look around. Mount Everest was one of the toughest mountains to climb, if not the most. For a normal human being, it was a death zone. Ethan made himself invisible. He did not want to be seen by the satellite camera or any climbers. He was looking at the specially dangerous places like that bridge. There was an enormous gorge under that. Though there was a strong bridge made of steel there, the place was mysterious. Even though Nepal had done research on them, those were mainly by drones and all. So Ethan jumped into the gorge and directly fell to the cold water. It was quite deep. Ethan wanted to know if there were any secret places here. He could use his mental domain, but that would kill the fun. He wanted to find slowly. Ethan was sure there were supernaturals on this planet, but how deep? He had not done the research yet. He would slowly uncover them. Ethan looked around, and everywhere his eyes could see was ice. Ethan started to walk on the water surface. He started to see what was ahead. There was not anything. Then what about the underwater? Instantly, Ethan went underwater to see if there were anything. As soon as he looked, he saw there was something deeper. It was a cave, but was covered with thick glacial. But Ethan's strength was closer to tier 17. This level of disguise would not work on him. Now that he found the mystery, he wanted to see what was inside, so he teleported there. The cave was quite big. It even had 2 chambers. Ethan walked near a room and saw something was sleeping there. It was a big furry creature. Yeti, this dude looked like one, so he used appraisal on it. Name, Snow Beast Yeti. Level, Martial Master 4. Talent, none. Its power was around a Martial Master level for 200 tons of force. It was no normal creature, that was for sure, but the creature's life force was fading away slowly. Ethan could tell it would die like this in 1 year at most, but Yeti was a mythical creature on Earth after all, so he felt obliged to save the poor thing. He placed his hands on its furry body and activated his healing skill instantly. Its withered cells started to get better, and soon they became as good as new. Not only that, all its injuries were healed. This beast was wounded. Someone attacked it, or it battled with something. The Yeti became stable instantly as its life force went to its peak condition. It opened its eyes slowly. The moment it opened its eyes, it saw a smiling face. "Hello, big guy, it's nice to meet you." Ethan could talk to any species, so the Yeti understood what the creature in front of it was saying. "You are a snow beast. Why do you look so different, like those humans?" Ethan said, "Well, I am a human." Its eyes were wide open. "Then how can you talk to me?" Ethan smiled mysteriously and said, "That's a secret." Ethan helped it because there was no bad karma on this creature, rather there was some good karma like saving human lives. "Okay, take care." Ethan vanished from the cave. The Yeti still had a confused look on it, but then it felt hungry and went to his other room to see if there were any food present or not. Normally it would hunt fishes from the river. But it had not hunted for years, and it did not know if those reserve food were even eatable now. But then it saw there were many fresh fishes, still jumping in that room. It was a small gift from Ethan. After finding that Yeti really were real but not monsters, Ethan lost interest in Mount Everest and scanned the entire mountain range to see if there were any others present. But there were not. That was the only one. Ethan then went to Kathmandu to tour around. He wanted to know if there were any secret organization like Cam or Taj here, who were protecting Earth from dark dimension. He felt very excited. This Earth was truly special. All its fictions were real somewhere, so he wanted to uncover its secrets bit by bit. Ethan tried some local food there and even asked someone if there were any mysterious organizations there. But the man thought Ethan was joking and said, "Maybe there are, but you have to Doctor Strange to get there, ha." Ethan also smiled at him and said goodbye to him. He got money by creating some gold in the city, which he made using the law of creation. He had now enough money to roam the world. He booked a hotel and also bought a new phone. He was watching news over the world. He almost forgot that he had a family in this world, who likely abandoned him for some reason. So Ethan did not feel any connection for them in his heart, but still, he would like to know the true reason why they abandoned him. So he used his soul as an anchor point to find out if his soul had any connection with anyone in this world. This was like DNA test, but he did it using the law of karma. Soon he found a connection with 4 people. They were all in a single place. The place was in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, an island probably. What are they doing there? Ethan wanted to know, so he vanished from the hotel room and arrived at that island. It was not an island, but a big city. But the city had a barrier around it, so this Earth really had superpowers. Looked like his family was also not ordinary, but the city was like no man's land. There were many buildings there, but no people, so he went toward the center of the city. There he found a huge palace. He scanned the palace. There were only 4 people, 2 men, 1 woman, and a little girl. One among them had Grandmaster level 6 strength, and the other one had Master level 9. The woman was just Warrior level 9, but the Grandmaster had many injuries, external and internal. Something is odd, Ethan thought, so he tried to hear their conversation. The older man said slowly, "Albert, we should leave as soon as possible. They might come here at any time." The man Albert then said, "Yes, father. Everything is ready. Let's leave." After saying this, the 4 of them left the palace from an underground tunnel by using a submarine. They went into the ocean. Are they my family? They are not normal people, they have supernatural power. But who are they running from? Ethan had many questions. He would find them eventually. Then he started following them to see where they would go. Under the sea, there were many species of creatures. They looked very beautiful. So while following them, Ethan was also enjoying the scenery. Just then, he felt several powerful auras enter that island which they just left. "Sir, the Moriarty family had run away. What should we do?" asked one of them. The leader of the team sneered. "Let them run. Can they really run away from our clutch? That would be a sweet dream, nothing else. Okay, let's leave." Ethan heard their conversation and frowned. So some organization was hunting down his family. Should he destroy them now or wait for later? After thinking, he decided he would wait and know first what was going on. The submarine entered the Atlantic Ocean after almost a day of running. It was night. Ethan looked at their direction, and they were probably going toward Africa. Ethan guessed his family had fled to Africa, but why would they do that? He surrounded the submarine with his mental domain and began listening to their conversation. "Father, do we really have to leave our home?" The little girl cried. She was around 10 years old. Albert said, "Irina, we are just temporarily leaving. We will soon take back our home." Irina stopped crying and looked at her father. "Are you telling the truth?" Albert bent down and stroked her little head. "Yes, my little princess." Irina stopped crying completely, but Irina's mother did not look happy. She gave her husband a look that said, "Why are you giving her false hope?" Albert gave a reassuring look. "She needs hope right now more than the truth. The entire bloodline of the Moriarty family depends on her." Anna felt a pang in her heart. Irina was not the only child, they had a son too. The face of her son came to her mind. "I am sorry, my child. Mama could not protect you. Those monsters took everything from you and then they killed you, and we could do nothing about that. Ha ha ha." The great Moriarty family could not even protect their heir. Anna started crying. Albert knew exactly why his wife was crying. He came to her and took her in his embrace with one hand. The other hand gripped so tightly that blood came from it. The old man looked at his broken family. His once happy family was now in ruins. Only 4 of them remained. He instantly began coughing blood, every pressure in his body straining. Irina ran to him and asked worriedly, "Grandpa, are you all right?" Earl looked at Irina and tried to smile. "Grandpa is fine, little doll, just needs a little rest." He went to his room. Irina looked toward her parents. Her mother was still crying. She also knew why. It was her elder brother, Ethan Moriarty. She did not know the details, but she knew, for some reason, her elder brother was gone and her mother could not accept that. Often she would cry like a madwoman. She looked at the window of the submarine from where marine life could be seen. "Brother, where are you? You were the supreme prodigy this planet ever saw. Where are you now? I really want to see you." Mother always cries. Father often goes into silent mode. Grandpa's health is getting worse day by day. "Are you really dead, brother? We need you, brother." Tears began to fall from her eyes. She did not wipe them away. She let them flow. She really wanted to see her elder brother one day, maybe after dying. Why would those people want to kill them? She had no answers and no one would tell her. Ethan heard everything, so his family had not actually abandoned him. They had been forced to abandon him, and most likely to save his life they had done what was necessary. That truck had been sent by the enemies of his family, the ones who had killed him and made him transmigrated into that world. Ethan really should thank that person who did that, and he would soon meet with them. They were actually Ethan's true parents. The other parents were the parents of the body Ethan was residing in now, though the body and soul was already merged still. Now that Ethan knew the true reason, he forgave his family, and as soon as he did, he felt his karma connect with theirs. It was the karma of bloodline. Ethan gave his permission to acknowledge this bloodline. Ethan wanted to destroy those pesky ants, but he would not. He would train his little sister to get revenge on the enemy. He would be the eminence in the shadow. He would also bring his Alpha Omega team into this world. The world they were in was not enough to make them powerful, at least not as powerful as he wanted. He would also bring his other parents and Rose here. That could wait. The submarine was heading toward Southwest Africa. It was now silent. They were all tired and probably asleep. It was running on autopilot. The night was over. Ethan looked at his panel. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 10 Ancient Cosmos. Spirit 10 Ancient Cosmos. Talent Infinite Comprehension. He liked to see his panel become more powerful each single day. It was the best feeling in the world. The submarine entered the Namibian region. The vessel was high-tech, so it avoided detection by radars, but Ethan gave them an extra layer of protection so that no one could find them. Everyone in the submarine was awakened. "Mother, have we arrived?" "Yes, we have arrived." "Let father carry you," Albert answered. Then they came out of the submarine and entered Namibia. There was no one. The 4 of them started to go deeper. Namibia was a very underpopulated country. Normal people did not have permission to see supernatural beings, but other supernaturals could detect one another because of the special clothes designed by the Earth Supernatural Federation, the ESF. Any supernatural would have to go to the ESF and register. Then they would be given special built clothes. These clothes helped them avoid normal people and helped other supernaturals detect them. This was a safety measure the ESF took to control them. If any supernatural was found unregistered, the ESF would bring them in to register. If anyone refused, they would be killed instantly. And the Moriarty family had exactly done that. They had taken off their clothes. Now the whole world was hunting them down. Namibia had many wilderness areas. They planned to stay where no one could find them, so they ran to the Kalahari Desert of Namibia. It was a savanna desert. They planned to create an underground fortress there and live safely as long as they could. If Irina could reach adulthood by then, that would be the best outcome they could hope for. Though Earl was wounded, he could still create an underground fortress. That would not be a problem for him. After they created their underground home, they were about to enter, but then they saw someone approaching. All of them felt a chill. Normal people should not be here now. Earl had scanned the area earlier, but someone came anyway. When they saw the person, they realized it was just a young boy. He was wounded all over his body. He was walking so slowly. There was blood in different places. The wounds looked terrifying. The boy came near them and collapsed. They watched him. This boy did not have the ESF clothes, nor did he look powerful. A very ordinary person. "Mother, what should we do with this man?" Irina asked. Anna did not reply. For some reason, her maternal instinct had fully activated. She felt she knew this boy, but did not know how. She looked at Albert and said, "Albert, I want to take care of this boy." Albert had not seen this determined look on his wife for a long time. But no need to worry. You can always kill him if he turns out to be an enemy. Check his body for any hidden things or devices. When Albert heard Anna, he softened a little. This young man looked like an African. It seemed he was tortured brutally. Then the 5 of them entered the new underground house they made. There were 4 rooms there. One of the rooms was allocated to Ethan. Anna gave him some herbal medicine. They were the owners of the world's largest pharmaceutical company. Cultivators and non-cultivators, everyone was their customer, but now they didn't have enough medicine to treat themselves. After that, they left the room and went outside. but Irina was still looking at him for some time, then she also left. Outside, Earl was talking to Albert. The masks will be ready in 7 days. We will be ready to leave this jungle and live a different life by then. This is the last debt he is clearing by doing this. Albert sighed. Yes, father. Where do you think we should go? Let's go to Japan. We will settle down there as ordinary Japanese people. Okay. Ethan heard everything they said. Now he was thinking about how he could convince them to take him with them. He could manipulate them by mental energy, but he wouldn't do that. Well, think about it. Still have 7 days. At noon, Anna came to Ethan's room to see his condition. By then, Ethan was sitting on the bed. He was healed but looked a little pale. Anna stood in front of him and asked, "Do you know English?" Ethan looked at Anna and instantly became terrified. "Yes, Mom," he slurred. His acting skill hadn't degenerated at all. Anna smiled after learning this. "Okay then, tell me everything. Who are you? Where are you from? What happened to you? Why were you this injured?" Ethan was hesitating, then his head became firm. "The condition I was in, I knew I couldn't survive. But here I am, still alive, and that proves you are a nice person, Mom. So I wouldn't plunge you into the darkness I went through by telling you about my past. Please forgive me, Mom. After you saved me, I couldn't even answer your questions." Anna's eyes turned soft. What type of situation did this child go through? She really wanted to know. She didn't know why, but she was feeling her motherly affection for this boy. Ethan then tried to leave the bed. "Mom, can you show me the way out? I don't want to be a burden for you." His voice was shaking. Anna said, "Sit where you are." This was an absolute order. Ethan felt he shouldn't even dare to think about leaving. He looked at Anna with a terrified look, but then Anna smiled. "Tell me everything, child. Nothing will happen." Ethan didn't speak for a moment. Then he started talking. "I grew up in an orphanage. I don't know who my parents are. I heard they left me there when I was very young." When he said this part, Anna already felt her heart tearing apart. This boy faced something similar to what they did to their son, but she didn't interrupt. Ethan continued. "After turning 15, I left the orphanage to earn my own bread. I went to find a job, and that was the first and last mistake I made. That company was a gang in secret. I didn't know that. And once entered, no one could leave their clutch. They asked me to sell drugs, but I refused. They tortured me. I became their plaything. They would torture me every day to see who could torture better." Ethan gave a sad laugh. "After 3 years of torturing, an old man had pity on me and helped me to escape from that hell. I don't know if the old man is still alive or not. He was sprouting bullshit like drinking water. He became a master at this art. Then I came here somehow, but I think they will find me soon. I don't want you to face this messed up situation." Anna's fingers already dug into her palm. Tears were rolling down. Maybe her son had to face something like this before dying. She didn't even know when and how he died. Outside the room, Irina was crying like someone had died. The beginning of the story was very similar to her elder brother. Albert also heard the story. He also felt a deep pain for some reason. But suddenly Ethan had a look like he remembered something. "Mom, if I remember correctly, I was in a forest. Where am I now? Can I go out from here to the forest safely? I don't have anything to pay you. I can only pray for you." Anna didn't answer anything. She just tightly hugged him. Then she slowly said, "You are not going anywhere. You will live with us. That's final." She believed all this nonsense because it was Ethan talking those lies, her real son. And Ethan was almost like a god on earth. Catching his lie would be impossible for them. Ethan said, "But Mom, I already said. Just stop talking, little boy, and get some more rest. What would you like to eat?" "Eat, I can have food," Ethan asked with expectation in his eyes. This was the final nail. No one would be able to take Ethan from mother hen Anna now. Anna didn't reply. She looked outside. Albert was watching all this. He instantly ran to bring food. He didn't dare to waste any time. She asked him, "What is your name?" Ethan replied, "Ethan Hunt." This time even Earl in his room couldn't help but sigh. The heavens really want us to adopt this boy, don't they? Anna looked at Ethan firmly. "Eat as much as you want. No one will stop you from eating anymore." Albert already came with food. Ethan's eyes lit up when he saw the food, and he started eating voraciously. Irina was looking at this from a corner and muttered, "Brother, have you sent this brother to bring relief to my mother's heart from heaven?" Ethan could hear what Irina was thinking. "Stop thinking nonsense stuff, girl. Your brother is still alive and kicking. Stop cursing me," he thought, but then smiled. He always wanted a little sister whom he could spoil to his heart's content, and now he finally got what he wanted. Irina was going to live like the ultimate princess of creation soon. After all, she was Ethan Hunt's sister. Ethan decided that he wouldn't change his name and would keep the Hunt last name. After finishing the meal, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep again. Anna looked at him for some time, then smiled. After that, she looked at Irina and said, "Come here and help me prepare some food. Your brother will feel hungry after waking up." Irina saw that her mother started to behave more cheerfully, so she also went to help her too with a smile. Albert heard everything and went to his father's room. "Father, what should we do?" Earl was on his bed. "What to do? We need a new identity, right? Why not Hunt?" The Hunt family's 5 members shifted to Japan from London. Albert understood what his father meant and left the room. Ethan almost gave a pat to his shoulder. What a great actor he was. At night, Ethan woke up and came out of his room. As soon as he came out, Anna called him. "Come here, child, and freshen up. I have made food for you." Ethan looked nervous around them. Seeing his nervous appearance, Anna came to him and let him sit down on a chair. "Ethan, we need to talk. Would you like to eat before we talk or after?" Ethan said, "I'll eat later." Anna nodded. She also sat down on a chair in front of him. "We would like to adopt you, Ethan." Ethan gave a surprised expression so pure that Anna believed it was truly Ethan's genuine surprise. Anna said again, "We had a son at your age. But anyway, would you be willing to acknowledge us as your family?" Anna stopped after saying her piece. Everyone was waiting to know Ethan's answer. Ethan looked directly into Anna's eyes. "You know my situation." He looked at Irina and started again. "You have a daughter too. Why would you risk your life for someone like me? Is it worth it to risk your family to accept someone like me into your beautiful family?" Anna only gave him a firm look and said nothing. Ethan asked, "Can I call you mother?" Anna thought Ethan would refuse her, but when she heard the question, she teared up, this time with tears of happiness. Irina also jumped up and down. Then suddenly Albert appeared behind him. Ethan acted like he didn't see him and became utterly terrified. But Albert smiled at him and said, "If she is your mother, I am your father, and your grandfather is taking rest in the room, and that is your sister Irina, but we have a lot to talk about. I suggest you finish your dinner first." Ethan looked at Anna. Anna gave him a reassuring look. Ethan nodded and looked at Albert. "Okay, father." Albert laughed out loudly hearing this. He also felt happy for some reason. Irina came near Ethan and said softly, "I am Irina, brother, your little sister." Ethan smiled at her. "Hello, Irina." Then he started eating. After finishing the dinner, the whole family sat in a round table meeting. There they told him about their past, but they skipped the part that they were cultivators. It would only put Ethan in a more dangerous situation later. Ethan was surprised to know that they were such a rich family, now trying to run from their enemies. After the meeting was over, Ethan went to sleep in his room. He was lying on his bed thinking that he would become an overlord in the shadows. He needed a reputation that would one day shake the multiverse, but he would keep that as a secret identity. The ruler no one ever saw in the light, that type of existence. It would be fun. 3 days later, Ethan started to talk with them more frequently. He had become a lot more comfortable by then. He also met the old man in the meantime. They had been living in this underground house for these 3 days, never going out. They were waiting for something. A face mask that would help them change their appearance to some degree, which might give them a chance to avoid detection. But those masks wouldn't guarantee full success. Yet what could they do? They didn't tell any of this to Ethan, but Ethan overheard them. Earl had arranged this a long time ago. The masks would be put in a certain place in Namibia, from where they would collect them and leave. Now they had Ethan with them, who also had enemies. Maybe that gang had the backing of a cultivator, who knew? So Earl was thinking of contacting that man to create one more mask. But what they didn't know was that the person they were relying on had already betrayed them. The place where the masks should have been delivered was disclosed to their enemies. Hundreds of cultivators were already waiting there to ambush them. Ethan thought this waiting was boring. Why not create 5 masks himself, which would be infinitely more powerful than those on Earth, and let them use them? But the problem was, how would he give them to his family? He didn't want to use memory manipulation on them. That day, Earl contacted that man, and he said he had created 5 masks before, one for another person, and he would give that to them. They could collect them tomorrow. Earl gave this happy news to his family. Irina was the happiest. She couldn't wait here any longer. It felt like a prison, but at this moment a call came to Earl's phone, saying that the man had already placed them at the designated place since he knew the urgency. This call was from Ethan. He did this because the call information was leaked. That man had leaked their location. The cultivators used encrypted phones. No one could learn their private records unless one betrayed another. Earl felt a little odd about this phone call, but he had no other choice. He would have to leave. Soon the 5 of them came out from the house and went to the surface. It was nighttime. They started moving toward the place. It was a tree in the middle of a forest in Namibia. They would need around 2 hours by walking. Albert took Irina on his back so that they could move faster. But then they remembered Ethan was also a normal person. Earl offered his back to Ethan. Ethan didn't show formality. After all, this old man was his grandpa. He didn't carry him on his back while he was young, so he should do it now. They were now running at a very fast speed. But Ethan knew that place was fully surrounded by hundreds of bugs. Ethan snorted coldly. Ethan snapped his fingers, and all 146 people hiding in different positions died instantly. A sharp knife sliced through their throats in a blink. Nobody even got a chance to blink. Now his family could leave this place without any problems. Ethan also knew there were no masks. That man fooled them. Normally, a cultivator wouldn't break their oath, but maybe the situation made him do it. Ethan didn't care. He had created 5 top-notch masks which could hide their identity even in front of a tier 16. After reaching near the tree, Earl put Ethan down and went to find the product in a tree hole. There he found a box as expected. There were 5 masks inside the box. Earl was extremely excited. He had a bad feeling that something unexpected might happen, but it didn't. Then Anna explained to Ethan that this mask was a technological miracle and it would help them conceal their identity. Ethan nodded. He knew his product the best. After wearing the masks, they used the faces they designed the Japanese faces. Soon 5 Japanese people appeared in their places. Something was odd. This thing was too accurate, and even their body morphology seemed to change. Did that man become this successful already creating this masterpieces? Damn, Albert said. Earl also nodded in astonishment. It was time to leave. They needed to use that submarine of theirs to escape. It was a special submarine, specially created by their family. Then all of them started running. Earl, Albert, and Anna felt some changes in their bodies. The injuries they sustained were constantly healing. What the hell is going on? My injuries are healing like I have taken some ultimate medications. What the heck did he create? How can these things be this awesome? Earl was thinking about this. The level of injuries he sustained from that battle should not have healed this easily. He had already lost hope and was waiting for his death. But now those injuries were healing at a speed that he could literally feel. Though they were confused, they did not stop running and soon arrived at the area where they had left their submarine. Then they all entered the submarine and let it go. Their target was Japan. Ethan wrapped the submarine with his mental domain to make it unnoticeable even by super advanced civilizations. Inside the submarine, Earl asked Albert about his injuries. Father, I do not know how, but that old man created something world-breaking. I cannot believe he gave us 5 of his absolutely best creations. Earl nodded his head, whereas Ethan rolled his eyes. It is I who am awesome, Ethan thought narcissistically. Then the submarine arrived in the Pacific Ocean, and after the night had ended, they arrived near Japan. Ethan looked at his panel master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 160 Ancient Cosmos. Spirit 160 Ancient Cosmos. Talent Infinite Comprehension. They came out of their submarine and entered Japan. No one could detect them. They went directly to a village in Japan. There a property was already prepared for them. Irina looked at it. Though it was not a palace like what they once had, it was still a nice villa. They entered their new villa. Earl said, from now on you are all Hunts. Our ancestors were Japanese, but we lived in London and now we have returned to our roots. This is the story, okay? They nodded. Ethan went to his own room. There was a huge land in front of them. Ethan thought he would start farming. A tier 17 existence doing farm work and then an alien coming to rob him one day, how hilarious would that be? Suddenly, Ethan heard the door open and Irina entered the room. Ethan smiled at her. Hello, Irina. What's up, brother? Do you like our new house? She asked. Like, I love it. Where I lived before was a jail, so this feels like a dream come true. Irina became sad. Then she asked again, what do you want to do now? Any plan? Ethan looked at the huge land and said, I am thinking of starting a farm. But then they heard someone else enter the room. Absolutely not. The farming will be handled by your father and grandfather. You two are going to schools. No argument about this. But mother, I was in an orphanage. The education I got there is not enough to study in a high school or college. Plus, I did not study for 3 years. I will have to be admitted into a middle school, but someone like me going to a middle school would be so awkward, Ethan said depressedly. Irina started laughing with her hands on her mouth. Anna felt happy that Ethan was being this frank with them. Somehow, he integrated into their family so smoothly that even they started to believe Ethan was their own son, but she did not show her happiness on her face. Huh, nice try. Irina will teach you everything from scratch. Then you will go to high school and your sister will go to the middle school beside it. Ethan sighed. Sister, I am in your hands. Please take care of me. If Poe was here, he would have mocked him fiercely. Irina gave him a look and said in a professional tone, you are in good hands, brother. No need to worry. Anna smiled looking at this. Every one of them felt so comfortable around Ethan that they almost felt as happy as children. That was why the old man would nag Ethan every now and then to give him a back massage. Albert would come to him even when he had nothing to do. He even brought chess to make him learn it, so that he could play with him for hours. It was Ethan's suppressed aura. The gentle aura of a higher life form was a great tonic for the lower life forms. Ethan was healing them and making their genetic coding stronger bit by bit with his gentle aura. That was the reason they felt so delighted near him. Albert and Earl were standing on the huge field, planning on how to start farming. Albert asked, Father, do you think that child is some kind of chosen one? Earl nodded, no doubt about it. We should be careful. Now I am thinking, should we send them to schools? Albert did not reply, but Anna arrived there and heard their conversation. Father, please let them. I want them to have a normal life. The world of cultivation is so cruel. I would rather watch them play with flowers than see them flying in the sky and saving Earth. Earl and Albert did not say anything. Okay, start working. Albert started working. Irina was teaching Ethan the basic subjects. Irina was a prodigy, even in the cultivation world. The cultivation system of Earth was awakening martial spirit. The higher the level of the awakened spirit, the greater the future path. Ethan heard Irina say her brother was the greatest talent the planet had ever seen, and for that reason the bad people attacked him and took everything from him. so martial spirit can be taken. This was the rule of this world, so talent was not absolute. It could be stolen and replanted. Ethan wanted to know who was the poor kid who was using Ethan Hunt's martial spirit now. He had a bright future ahead. The realms were martial warrior, martial master, martial grandmaster, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint. This was the knowledge he gained when he killed those bugs that came to ambush his family. The world's martial system was somewhat similar to the other one, but that system depended on the martial core, and this system depended on the martial spirit. The higher the level of the martial spirit, the higher would be the absorption of energy. It was said the prince of the Moriarty family was born with an ultimate tier martial spirit. Normally, a person would go through the awakening process at the age of 12. But some prodigies were born with them, though not as high as his. That was the beginning of the destruction of the Moriarty family. They forcefully took away the spirit. This taking away had to be done within 3 days of awakening. So when he was 3 days old, his family was attacked by their enemies and they took away his spirit. This did not end there. They learned that if the real owner was alive, there was a chance that the spirit would return to its real owner someday. So they tried to kill him, but Ethan's grandmother sacrificed her life to send Ethan away to an orphanage. All of this happened in a single night. The next day, brother, you are such a genius. You can remember everything I teach you instantly. With this, we can finish your lesson in 10 days, Irina said cheerfully. But we don't have 10 days, we will have to admit tomorrow. I saw a poster out there saying the admission will be tomorrow. Ethan replied softly. Oh no, what should we do now? Don't worry. Even after admission, we can still study together. Anna heard this from outside. She didn't know that the admission would be tomorrow. Okay, I need to keep my calm. This was the first time her daughter was going to meet with normal, non-cultivator people, except Ethan, but he was probably a chosen one, so that didn't count. Anna went to find Albert, who was working in the field. He had plowed 100 acres of land by himself, with no use of machinery. Anna went to him and told him that tomorrow they would have to go to the school to get Irina, and Ethan admitted. Ethan stood up and asked Irina, let's go outside to see around. Irina instantly started jumping. She was a child who was always kept in safety so that no one could harm her. That was the reason Irina couldn't meet anyone else. Now she felt Ethan was her only best friend and she could go outside with him to see around. Ethan and Irina went out. They didn't tell their parents. The village was not very large. Only some villagers remained. There was a small jungle near the village, and a river was also present. Ethan took Irina to the bank of the river. They were watching the beautiful scenery, but then they saw a young boy playing near the river. He had his parents behind him. There were 4 people in that family. It seemed they came here for a picnic, but Ethan could clearly see through their disguise. They were werewolves in human form. This village is used by supernaturals for hiding or what? Then isn't it a hot spot for them to find us? Or is this just a coincidence? Ethan wrapped the village with his mental domain, but there weren't other supernaturals present here, so it was probably a coincidence. That family also had a young girl at Irina's age. They saw Ethan and Irina and called them. Brother, let's go. Let's see what they want to tell us. Sure. Irina spoke first, hello. The older woman smiled, hello child. What's your name? Irina told her name. From this conversation, Ethan learned they were from the city, here for a vacation. They were talking about something, but then someone else appeared there. He had a sword on his waist, a katana to be precise, and was wearing a yukata. The man's eyes were cold. The moment that family saw the man, their eyes changed into something sinister. They tried to catch Irina to take her as hostage, but Ethan didn't allow that. They missed slightly, and Ethan took her into his embrace. Earth-breathing, third-form landslide. Boom. The man shot toward that family like a cannonball, and the elder man of that family turned into a gray werewolf. He also struck at the man. Those two started a powerful battle, whereas the other 3 were trying to help their father and husband. Ethan felt amused. Demon Slayer, so there are other forms of power. Probably magic god pantheons of different mythology also exist here. Damn, an exciting time is ahead of me. I can feel them. Ethan and Irina ran away from the battlefield. Not because of fear of them, but because of fear of Anna. If she found out that they sneaked out and were exposed to danger, no one could save poor Ethan and his sister. Ethan looked at Irina, who still had that lingering fear. Brother, how did you do that? Ethan placed his finger on her lips. This is our secret, okay? Don't tell mother, okay? She replied happily. Ethan looked at the battle one last time. The Demon Slayer was a very high-ranking one. He had already cut off that werewolf and was now battling the mother werewolf, whereas the 2 children were running away. Then he left with Irina. After they went home, Anna was looking at them with her fierce eyes. Where have you gone without permission? Ethan replied, we are sorry, mother. We went to see the beautiful scenery. Anna's face softened a bit. Don't do this, okay? Our enemies are very powerful and cunning. Both of them said sorry and went to their room. But Ethan was thinking that this planet had more than cultivators. There were other forms of power systems, and not only that, they should be very developed. On the other hand, in the field, Albert asked, Father, what happened there? Can you feel it? I think a demon slayer is slaying a demon. We should not interfere in their matter, just be sure that children don't come out of home. After killing both father and mother werewolves, Ryo didn't go after those children werewolves, but he remembered something. When he just arrived, there was a young man and a little girl also there, and that werewolf tried to catch the little girl for a hostage, but that young man saved the girl somehow. If he could find that young man and include him in the Demon Slayer Association, he might become a powerful demon slayer one day. It was the instinct of a Hashira. Yes, he was the Earth Hashira of Japan. He started walking toward the direction he saw those two run away. Ethan was watching the movements of the demon slayer. That man was now walking toward their direction. He felt amused just thinking that the old man out there would face off against that demon slayer and the situation which might occur, as the demon slayer was also at a similar level to his grandfather. Soon Ryo walked into the area of the new Hunt family, and as soon as he entered there, he saw two people working in a field. Albert was looking at him and asked his father, "Father, why has this man come here? Does he know something?" Earl shook his head. "I don't think so, let's see what he wants." Ryo went to them and asked, "Friends, I am Ryo, a passerby. Earlier I met a wonderful young man and a pretty young lady at the bank of the river and they helped me there. I wanted to thank them personally, but I couldn't find them after finishing my job. Have you perhaps seen such a pair anywhere near?" Earl thought Ethan and Irina were present in the battle. How did they escape, and why would he come here? He should be a Hashira. Someone at the very pinnacle of the Demon Slayer Association, someone like me. He shouldn't waste his time on normal people like Ethan and Irina. Something must have happened there. They helped him somehow. But he didn't want Ethan or Irina to meet with this man now. So he denied, "Sorry friend, me and my sons were working all day and didn't see such people. And you are in private property now. I hope you understand." Ryo narrowed his eyes, but then smiled. "Oh, I am sorry for infiltrating. I'll take my leave then. Have a nice day." Ryo left the area, but after going a little, he stopped and started thinking, this old man is lying. Why? Does he know who I am? No, that's not possible. He's just an ordinary old man. Then he must have heard the commotion there somehow and is afraid to disclose the information. I am sure the young man lives on this property. I'll just wait. Then he vanished into the jungle. Ethan in his room sighed. He was expecting some more drama, but it didn't. That demon slayer wanted to recruit him. Ethan was also very interested in this new type of power. The breathing power, which could make even a normal person super powerful like a cultivator, which required a martial soul to start. Okay, let's wait and see what happens. He went to his bed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the family of Holmes there was a meeting. More than 100 cultivators died, and they died at the same time. Do you think that old man still has this much power? I don't think so. Probably he had allies with him. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed all of us that day. The hall was silent, as there were 34 grandmasters who died that night. Though those grandmasters were rogue and didn't belong to any powerful lineage, they were still grandmasters, but they were killed like chickens. Raise the threat level. Sherlock is in critical condition now. The soul merging process is taking more time than needed. We are talking about the merge of an ultimate soul. Of course it would take time, hahaha. The Holmes family was the enemy Ethan was looking for. The next day, Ethan looked at his panel, Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 640, Ancient Cosmos. Spirit, 640, Ancient Cosmos. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. He would break through to level 4 Black Hole Realm today, but his mother had already called him for breakfast. Today she and his father would take them to the local school to get them admitted. Ethan went down. "Good morning, brother," Irina greeted him. He also greeted them back. Then he sat at the table for breakfast. Suddenly he remembered his other parents. He used to eat with them, but it had been a long time since his main body had eaten together with them. Ethan thought that once everything was settled here, he would bring his full family here. Anna started talking first. "Son, today will be your first day at school. Don't be nervous, okay? Just try to enjoy the environment. You don't have to become first in the class." Then she looked at Irina. "Same goes for you. Try to make some friends and get along with them." After saying that, everyone ate together. Anna, Albert, and Earl, all of their health improved a lot with the help of that mask. Ethan could see their internals were now healing. Maybe after the healing was completed, Earl might break through to the Martial Lord realm. After breakfast, Anna asked Ethan to get ready in 1 hour, then they would leave. Ethan went to his room and started his breakthrough process. Boom, the galaxy instantly became 5 times bigger. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 3200 Ancient Cosmos. Spirit, 3200 Ancient Cosmos. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. Ding, Master, now you have the access to the Dimension Master form. Hell yeah, Ethan was excited. Finally, he had reached the level of Tier 17 by himself, not in true realm but by strength. He was a Chaos Ruler now, and with this he gained access to the Dimension Master form. Dimension Master, you become the master of the 3rd dimension. You can use this form only 20 minutes. Be sure to use it wisely. So he could only use this form for 20 minutes. That was enough for him. It did not take much time. Because of the world tree, the black hole was very stable and the breakthrough did not take long. After that, he got dressed and went out. Irina was already waiting outside, wearing a nice outfit. Anna and Albert were also there. Anna said in a teasing manner, "I said 1 hour and you took exactly 1 hour to get ready. My son is going for a girlfriend on his first day at school. Not bad." Ethan just smiled. "Don't tease me, mother. We shall go right." Then the family of 4 took their car and went to the local school. Though it was a local school, it was quite big, as many village students would admit here, and it was pretty far away from their home. Anna said, "I will drive regularly. No need to go alone." She was afraid that something might happen to her children. Ethan looked outside. The demon slayer was following their car from a distance. "That dude will probably contact me today somehow. Should I join them? Of course I should." Ethan smiled. "Why are you smiling, brother?" Ethan said, "I became happy just thinking how beautiful my sister is." "Ha ha ha." Irina also laughed out. "I am also happy to get a handsome brother." Anna felt happy. The moment they took Ethan into their family, it felt like happiness started to return to their home. Ethan thought of something and asked, "Mother, if you don't mind me asking, how many family members were in the family?" Anna became silent, probably thinking of that cold night. A drop of tear fell from her eyes. Ethan instantly became sad seeing his mother cry. "I am sorry, mother. I didn't mean to make you sad. Please don't cry." Anna wiped off the tear and tried to smile. "Don't worry. I am okay. There were 10 members in our family. Your grandmother, your uncle, aunt, 2 cousins, our butler, and us." Ethan asked this question because if someday he used the Dimension Master form, he would bring back his family at that time. Soon they arrived at the school. The admission procedure was not difficult, and it was done smoothly. After that, Irina went to the middle school beside it for class, and Ethan went to the high school. Anna was sitting in the car. Albert said, "We should leave. You can come to pick them up." It was actually the last day of admission. The school had already started 2 days ago, so Ethan and Irina would have to attend classes today. Anna did not want to leave, but then she did. Riot was waiting for this moment, and he entered the school. Ethan did not go to class. He had zero interest in education. He would just meet that demon slayer and go with him. Then when school time was over, he would return. He could create a clone for this, but that might create problems later. Ethan was sitting on a bench in the school ground and eating an apple. Then suddenly a person came in front of him. Ethan looked at the man and asked, "You are the man who attacked those monsters yesterday. What are you doing here?" Riot was observing Ethan's expression. The boy was way too calm even after experiencing such an event. So he asked, "Boy, aren't you afraid after what you saw yesterday?" Ethan waved his hand. "I am strong from birth. I can break boulders with a punch, so I am not afraid of anything." "Are you telling the truth? You can break a boulder with a punch. Can you show it to me?" Ryo asked excitedly. "Who are you? Why would I show it to you?" Ethan narrowed his eyes. Ryo took out a steel ball from his pocket and gave it to Ethan. "Can you break this ball?" Ethan again asked, "Who are you?" Ryo wanted to demonstrate his power before introducing himself. That would make the impact greater, but in the school he could not do that. Ethan sighed, "Sure." Then both Ryo and Ethan went outside of the school. They took a bus and came to a jungle. There they went deeper into the forest. After that, Ryo took out his katana, got into form, and attacked Ethan without giving him any chance. Earth breathing, first form earth bending. Ethan acted as if he was surprised and punched instinctively. The punch carried 15 tons of force. Boom, Ethan flew away when they clashed. Then he stood up with difficulty and looked toward Ryo with surprise in his eyes. "How did you do that?" Ryo had a smug face, but deep down he was shaken. A normal boy had this much force in his punch. No wonder he was not afraid of anything. He asked, "Do you want to learn?" Ethan asked, "Can I?" Ryo smiled, "Of course you can. But if you learn this, you will have to enter a totally new world which is full of dangers. Are you ready for that?" "Danger? What kinds of dangers?" Ethan asked curiously. "You saw that demon, right? That was a werewolf. There are other types of monsters roaming the world. The job of demon hunters is to maintain the balance between natural and supernatural." Ethan rolled his eyes. "Is there a written law or something? I mean, why didn't we ever see a monster on camera or someone like you through satellite? Your movement while fighting is flashy, you know. It should have been easier to capture you on camera." Ryo became smug. "Now do you want to learn?" "I do want to learn, but I won't leave my parents' side. You will have to teach me during school hours, and you will have to arrange someone like me to attend the school so the school doesn't call my mother because of my absence," Ethan replied calmly. Ryo instantly agreed. "Okay, everything will be done. Let's begin our session today." Ethan nodded. Ryo then started explaining how it worked. Every human has a hidden element in their body. Like earth, water, fire, wind, etc. Ethan was surprised. It is not like chosen one or something, but everyone has an element. Ryo laughed out. "I see you have read fantasy novels or something." "No, there is no chosen one in the elemental perspective. Though the cultivators have chosen ones, only those could cultivate." Ethan didn't say anything else. Ryo gave him a full lesson about how to use the breathing method, but for that one would have to determine their innate element. Ryo took out a transparent globe from his yukata. It was the size of an adult man's fist. He looked at Ethan and said, "Give me a drop of your blood and put it here." Ethan appraised the globe. Name, elemental globe. Function to determine the innate element by using the law of karma. This type of object normally used the law of karma to function, but Ethan wanted to know where they got this object. Who made them? Who could use the law of karma on Earth, or were there aliens present here? He took out a drop of blood and put it on the globe. His blood contained too many laws right now, especially the law of chaos. He didn't think this little thing could determine all those at once. So he removed other laws from the blood and kept only the law of lightning. As soon as his blood touched the globe, the transparent globe turned purple. Ethan asked after thinking a little, can you bring me all the elemental breathing methods? Or is there a rule that one person can only have his own and nothing else? Ryo thought for a bit. I guess I can give you all. But what do you want to do with all? Ethan just waved his hand. I just want to take a look, that's all. Ryo vanished in the woods after saying that he would bring a substitute Ethan tomorrow. Ethan also vanished from his place and appeared on the school roof. But then he saw a young man sitting in the shadow and drawing something. Ethan went to him and looked at his drawing. He drew a monster, but Ethan knew what this monster was. It was a human eating blood and a human eating a corpse beside it, a vampire and a ghoul probably. So he asked the boy, do you like vampire movies? The boy almost jumped up. He hid his drawing book instantly, then tried to laugh awkwardly. And who are you? Ethan saw the terrified look on the boy's face. Did he see this scene with his own eyes? What the heck? When he was on Earth with his main body, there were no supernatural incidents, even after looking on the internet, in newspapers and other sources. Even if there were some stories, most of them were fake, and now he was meeting them like they were so common here. Ethan didn't ask him any questions and said, I am Ethan and a new student of this school. Who are you? The boy replied, I am Akito. After giving him the introduction, he ran away. Ethan also went down and directly went to the library. Till the school ended, he stayed there. After that, he went to the middle school to take Irina. When he appeared there, he saw Irina talking to a boy. The boy was around her age and extremely handsome. He was using an umbrella. There was also a black car parked there. A handsome middle-aged man and a woman were looking at Irina and that boy with great interest in their eyes. Ethan's eyes turned cold. They were vampires, so these supernaturals were always blended with them, but they never knew. Ethan could tell them apart because he was strong. He stepped forward and asked Irina, who might this young man be? Irina said happily, brother, he is Edward and those are his parents. Ethan greeted them. The man said, your sister is such a nice girl. Why don't you allow her to sometimes come to our home? We live not far away. After saying that, Ethan took Irina away. When they left, Edward licked his lips. Dad, I feel the urge to drink her blood so badly. What should I do? His father said with a smile, even I want to drink. But be patient. Her elder brother would be a hindrance. We will have to neutralize him before we can drink her blood. Edward nodded. This all happened because Irina's finger was cut during the lunch break and a drop of blood fell on the ground. From there, this vampire family almost went crazy to have her blood. Ethan heard their conversation and his eyes turned cold. I hope you have a nice journey. Anna also came in the meantime to pick them up. She asked them if they had fun or not. Irina was very excited to report her first day at school. Ethan only said it was not bad. Though Anna wasn't happy about this vague answer, she didn't force him. They left the school ground, but Ethan saw those vampires were following them. Ethan took out his phone and messaged Ryo, a vampire family is following us. And after only 10 minutes, 3 people appeared in front of the vampire car and they could not follow them anymore. Those were demon slayers. System, why are there so many types of supernatural beings here? And why are they concealing their presence from normal people? Master, there is a supreme entity on Earth who is even stronger than you right now. He is the ruler of everything on Earth. It is by his order the supernatural had to conceal their identity. More powerful person than me. How much more are we talking about? He is a tier 18. Ethan sighed in relief. That was not much. System, tell me how many powerful persons are living on Earth, official and non-official, and what are their tiers? The ruler is the strongest entity here. As for unofficial, there are some tier 16, even tier 17 living on this planet. What is so special about Earth? Why are there so many powerful beings residing here? Master, Earth is located in the center of the mouth of a higher dimensional creature. It was about to swallow the entire prime reality with a single bite. But some other higher dimensional creatures helped the third dimension seal that monster, and Earth is the key point of that seal. If Earth is destroyed, that seal would be broken and the monsters would be unleashed. That is why power from all factions has a close eye on Earth. No one has ever tried to invade Earth, not even the evil factions. So that is how it is. No wonder Earth is such a safe place. Ethan came to his room and started to think. There were probably evil dimensions like the Dark Dimension or something similar that wanted the destruction of Earth, and that was why there was a Tier 18 guardian overseeing the planet. He would know everything slowly. First, he would like to learn the Demon Slayer breathing technique. The next day, as usual, Anna dropped both of them at the school. Ethan went inside. Ryo was already there. He brought a young man who looked exactly like Ethan. Let's go. He will handle everything here. Ethan and Ryo went out. They again came to the jungle. Ryo gave him the lightning elemental breathing method. Ethan took the technique in his hand and started reading. Ding, a new elemental breathing method is detected. Comprehend. Sure enough, his infinite comprehension was triggered. Ryo saw him standing there with the technique. The breathing method here generates power from our blood and vitality. Does not depend on any external energy source. The energy is generated by our body, so we need to eat properly so that our body is never malnourished. Ryo then showed him how to use the technique. Ethan did not need that, so he asked, "Have you brought all the breathing techniques?" Ryo was stunned for a bit. He was in the middle of his explanation, but he almost forgot that Ethan wanted all the breathing techniques. You need to focus on your own element. You can see those other methods later. They might distract you. Ethan waved his hand. You don't have to worry about that. Have you brought them or not? Ryo then brought out 6 more elemental breathing techniques and handed them to Ethan. Ethan took all the breathing techniques at once and read them together. He got a prompt from the system to comprehend them, but he refused. He would first create space and time elemental breathing techniques and then comprehend the chaos breathing techniques at once. Every breathing technique had at least 5 forms. Ryo then said, "These are just the elemental breathing techniques, but there are some prodigies in the association who have created some extraordinary techniques like sun and moon breathing techniques, sound breathing techniques, and more. You can have a look at them once you go to the association." Ethan was interested in them too. "Ryo, I would like to practice them today. We shall meet tomorrow, okay?" Ryo nodded, and both of them separated from each other. He was thinking, should he kill those vampires now, or should he leave them to his sister? He had left a shadow army in her shadow, so she was safe. After thinking a bit, Ethan decided that he would teach Irina the demon-slaying technique. Her martial soul awakening process would take 2 years, so she had time. Ethan went to the bank of a river and sat cross-legged. Then, with reference to those techniques, he started comprehending the space and time methods. He also created some clones to help him progress faster. 4 hours later, he created the basic versions of both the space and time breathing methods. Then he wrote them on paper and read the 9 breathing techniques at once. Ding, 9 elemental breathing techniques are detected. Comprehend. Yes, ding, infinite comprehension is triggered. You have comprehended the chaos breathing technique. Ethan smiled. This was expected. He had created the chaos breathing technique, which had 10 forms. Each form was related to each element. The 9th level was for the time element, and the last form was the chaos form, the ultimate form. 1 eternal blaze fire, an undying flame that consumes everything in its path. 2 flowing tide water, a seamless adaptive movement like waves overwhelming the shore. 3 titans wrath earth, an unshakable strike carrying the weight of mountains. 4 skybreaker gale wind, a swift cutting force that tears through the heavens. 5 thunderclap descent lightning, an explosive strike that crashes down with blinding speed. 6 abyssal shroud darkness, a suffocating technique that engulfs the enemy in shadow. 7 radiant dawn light, a blinding, purifying force that banishes all corruption. 8 celestial rift space, a dimensional slash that distorts and severs reality. 9 chrono requiem time, a devastating technique that bends time itself, striking before the foe can react. 10 primordial chaos, chaos the origin of all things, where elements dissolve back into nothingness. These were the 10 forms of his breathing technique. After that, he started practicing them. Each form would amplify his base strength 50 times, so why was there a need for 9 forms? It was to use them for different purposes, and the main objective was that he could combine any form. If he combined 3 forms, he could get 150 times amplification. And the final form would give him 1,000 times amplification. This method was just unparalleled. With his level of power, this amplification was insane, and the most astonishing thing was that this amplification would work even if he became a dimension master, or a higher dimensional life form. The Demon Slayer breathing method was really something else. After practicing for a while, Ethan went to the school. There, he saw that the young man was trying to get closer to his sister in the canteen. Ethan's eyes turned cold. No boy was allowed near his baby sister, and that punk was a vampire. He went to that boy and said coldly, "Punk, stay away from my sister. She doesn't need a friend like you." The entire canteen became silent. Edward was the most handsome boy in their middle school. He was super rich and would always come to school in a Rolls Royce. Every girl would just die to talk with him once, and that Edward always wanted to curry favor with the new girl. But today her brother came and said she did not need Edward as her friend. This made them puzzled. Irina was also surprised. She was already impatient with this boy who constantly tried to get close to her, which she did not like. "Brother, what are you doing here?" she asked. He wanted to train his sister, but Edward's eyes turned red with the insult, and he left the school. Irina and Ethan went out of the school and took a bus. Inside the bus, Irina asked Ethan, "Brother, where are we going?" Ethan looked at Irina. "Irina, you belong to a cultivation family, so you should know there are supernaturals in the world." Irina's eyes widened. "Brother, how did you know? I am sure mother, father, or grandpa didn't tell you." "Then how did you know this from before meeting us?" Ethan shook his head. "Don't waste your time on small stuff. You are 10. You will still need 2 more years before you awaken your martial spirit, but the world is not safe. That punk in your class is a vampire, so you need to get powerful enough to protect yourself if we are not by your side. Irina's eyes widened again. She did not like Edward, but she had not thought he was a vampire. How did you know that, brother? And what about me getting stronger? Do you have something in your mind? Ethan smiled. You are smart. Do you know about demon slayers? They are a kind of powerful faction who can become stronger without external sources. Irina was surprised. She knew about the demon slayers, but did not know they could become powerful without external energy like spirit energy cultivators used. How do you know all this? Do you know any demon slayers? She asked. Ethan just smiled mysteriously. You will know soon. Irina did not ask anything else. Soon they arrived at the forest where Ethan and Ryo practiced. After getting off the bus, they entered the forest. Ethan already scanned her. She had light attributes, so Ethan took out a light breathing technique he had created himself, which was far better than the normal one. Read this and let me know if you have any questions. After handing her the technique, Ethan showed her how to use it. Irina was also a prodigy. She had photographic memory. After Ethan only showed her once, she remembered the process and started on her own. Ethan had created a demon slayer katana for her. With this, the technique could be executed more perfectly. Irina started her practice under Ethan's observation. Ethan had already mastered the art of demon slaying and had taken it to a whole new level. After practicing for 2 hours, Irina could now swing the sword without Ethan's help, but she would still need time to harness the power of the element. Okay, that's enough for today. We will practice tomorrow. Let's have a meal in a restaurant. Yes, brother, I want to try ramen. Sure, princess. Just as they were about to leave, a Rolls-Royce stopped in the street outside the forest where they had gotten off the bus. Ethan didn't pay them any attention and started to go. Irina's hands were shaking and she held Ethan's hand tightly. She knew this car. It belonged to Edward's family, who were a vampire family, as Ethan had told her in the bus. The door of the car opened and 3 people came out. Edward's father called to them, "Hello, why are you in such a rush? Where did you go with this young lady?" Ethan said, "It's none of your business, you vampire scum. Get the hell out of our way, or else the Demon Slayer team will hunt down your entire bloodline lineage." Ethan's hands were also shaking. The man had mastered the art of acting to the next level too. The man and the woman looked at each other and then started laughing maniacally. Their eyes turned red. "I guess playing with our food is no longer an option. Dad, I want to drink her blood first, please." But his father gave him a cold look. Edward shut up instantly. He feared his father like a creature of hell. Ethan took out a katana he had created for himself and looked at them with shaky eyes and hands. "Irina, stay behind me. Edward, if you can defeat that demon slayer, then you can have the first bite." Ethan wanted to use the real chaos breathing, but that would wipe out the entire cosmos. That was not an option, but he needed to do something. His initial element he had shown was lightning, so he would use the basic lightning elemental breathing. Ethan closed his eyes and sucked air through his mouth. Lightning breathing, first form lightning flash. Boom. Ethan shot like lightning toward Edward, and Edward screamed out of extreme fear, "Father, save me." He felt that he was gonna die. Ethan's sword was blocked by 2 fingers of that man. Then he released the sword. Ethan jumped twice to the rear. Not bad for a mere demon slayer who probably learned this for a while. Then Marcus looked at his son and gave him a hard slap. Edward flew away. Edward's mother didn't even try to catch him, because no one knew the family of Edward was not a normal vampire family. They belonged to a noble bloodline, the Viscount. The man was Vampire Viscount Marcus Hutchins himself. They came to the human world to have some fun. Edward was the son of the Viscount, and yet he was afraid of a mere demon slayer, so the slap was mandatory. On the other hand, Ethan could barely contain his excitement. He almost laughed out loud, but he had to maintain the act. It was a serious moment, because the vampire was a Viscount. He had appraised the man already. He was a tier 4 vampire, a galactic-level vampire. Someone at his level shouldn't be here. He didn't even know whether the entire Demon Slayer Association had anyone who could contain him. The vampire looked at Ethan coldly. "You lowly creature dared to attack my son. How would you like to die? Probably I should kill your sister in front of your eyes, slowly suck her blood out of her soft body, then your beautiful mother who always comes to drop you at the school, then your father, grandfather. Then I will kill you. Ha 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 ha." He started laughing. "Do you have a phone number for the association? Call them, beg for help. Tell them Viscount Marcus wants to kill your family. See if anyone comes to help you or not." He wanted to see extreme despair on Ethan's face. He knew humans had fragile emotions. He wanted to see that look on Ethan where he would lose all his hope and could only pray to God and curse him for not helping. Irina was already crying. Ethan put his hand on her head and said, "As long as your brother is here, nothing will happen." Then he looked at the vampire coldly. "You said you are a Viscount, right? Show me your true form." Marcus was surprised to see no fear on Ethan's face. "But how could that be? You probably don't understand what the true form of a Viscount means. You maybe don't even know who is in front of you. Let me show you." He raised his hand and sliced through the forest. Instantly, the entire forest was cut in half. All the trees fell to the ground. "This is just a mere fraction of my true power." Ethan smiled. "Wanna see my fraction of power?" Marcus smirked. "Fraction of your power? How amusing. Why don't you show me?" Ethan suddenly waved his hand and a beating heart appeared in his grip. It was still beating, but there was a hole in Marcus's chest. Though vampires were immortal creatures that depended on who slayed them, if they were killed by someone like Ethan, there was no returning back. Ethan crushed the heart. There was still a smile on Marcus's pale, handsome face. His brain was still processing what the fuck had just happened. But he was gone before his brain could finish processing. Oops, you couldn't even see my fraction of power. Then he looked at the woman and Edward. Their faces were full of horror at that time. They couldn't believe their eyes. Marcus was dead. They didn't even see what had happened. The young man waved his hand and Marcus was gone. Both of them started running, but to their despair, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't move an inch. It felt like they had been placed in an infinite time loop. Ethan slowly appeared before them. Your husband should have held his tongue. Words can bring disaster. With that, he finished off the two of them. Irina didn't see this process. Ethan placed an illusion in front of her where a demon slayer came in and slayed the vampire. She even thanked that person. Brother, that person was awesome. He killed that vampire so easily. Ethan also smiled at her. After that, he left with Irina on a bus. They had a hearty meal together, and then they went to school. School wasn't over yet, so Anna hadn't arrived. Ethan had killed the vampire by covering the entire area with his domain so that even powerful people wouldn't be able to find out what had occurred there. The day was over, and Anna came to pick them up. At night, Ethan vanished from his room. Today, he had a meeting with Ryo. Ryo would take Ethan to a monster hunt. Ethan arrived at the nearby street and then started walking slowly. Ryo and his team were waiting near a park. Soon, Ethan saw Ryo standing there, along with 5 more young men and women. Ethan, today you will go on a demon hunt with them. They are also rookie demon slayers like you. Ryo introduced Ethan to them. They were Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inazuki, Nezuko, and Kano. Ethan looked at Ryo and asked, "Tell me, Ryo, the Demon Slayer anime was created by inspiration from you, right? So is there a Yorichi, the creator of the sun-breathing technique? Is there Muzan, the progenitor of demons? Is there?" Ryo started laughing out loud. Though one of our people influenced the making of that anime, there are also demon progenitors, upper moons, and the creator of sun-breathing, but the names are different. And the first Hashira, the creator of the sun-breathing technique, is still alive and kicking. He is the president of the Demon Slayer Association. As for the demon progenitor, his name is Mitchell. The upper first-ranked demon is the president's brother. They are on a whole other level. You don't have to know about that. Ethan was speechless. Ryo winked. These guys are actually not Tanjiro, Zenitsu, or Kano. They had different names, but after watching the Demon Slayer anime, they changed their names according to their elements. Okay, enough with that. Let's go to your first demon hunt. Don't disappoint me. Sure. Then the 7 of them left in a car. Inside the car, Tanjiro gave Ethan a mild smile and started to talk. Ethan instantly stopped that dude. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Give this creepy kind smile to someone else, you bastard, or else I'll break your face. Instantly, everyone broke into loud laughter, especially the guy who was cosplaying Inazuki. I told you, Kemaboko, you wouldn't listen. That smile feels creepy. Tanjiro turned red with shame because his girlfriend was cosplaying Kano and she was in the car. His reputation was ruined. Ethan looked at Ryo and asked, "Ryo, where are we going exactly?" If there are so many demons, how the fuck do you control their news from coming out to the public? Do you have some super talented hacker or something who watches over the online news? Ryo laughed again. We don't have to conceal the news. This is done by the cultivators. They have strange powers which can even manipulate the online world too. Oh, do you have any cultivators in the headquarters? Yes, we do have some. If you do well tonight, you might be able to meet them. Ethan didn't ask any more questions. Soon they arrived at a forest. There are demons inside the forest like those you saw in that anime. Go and slay them. There are some higher order demons too. Stay vigilant and show teamwork. Tanjiro again came to Ethan and asked, "Do you think we will be able to meet Master Yorichi?" Ethan said, "How the fuck did you become a demon slayer with this delusional mind? And the president's name is not Yorichi. Ryo already said that. You are not friendly at all." Focus on the hunt. Ethan vanished into the deeper part of the forest. He knew the headquarters was probably watching all of their movements, as this time they were not the only ones participating. There were some other rookies too, brought by other demon slayers. He entered the forest and saw a mutilated demon. He felt disgusted, took out the sword Ryo had given him before entering the forest, and used the first form of the lightning breathing technique, lightning flash. Boom. Lightning surged behind his back and he cut the demon like butter. After that, he jumped on a tree to see other demons. They were crawling everywhere. He couldn't believe that in this modern world there were so many supernatural things occurring, and normal people didn't even have the slightest idea. They assumed these were just fantasy, but all fantasy came from a reality. Ethan killed some more demons, and then he sat on a tree branch, enjoying the show. While he was enjoying the show, suddenly a foreign spaceship entered his mental domain. It had just entered the Milky Way galaxy, and its destination was still unknown. Ethan tried to find out about the higher dimensional creature the system had mentioned, but he couldn't find anything. Then the system told him that it was a 5th dimensional creature, and his 3rd dimensional brain couldn't see it. He would at least have to be a tier 50, meaning a peak fourth dimensional being, to be able to see the true form of that creature. Ethan was observing the spaceship. If it came to the solar system, then he would like to see what the ruler would do. But what Ethan didn't know was that spaceship belonged to one of the largest factions of Prime Reality. They were looking for the anomaly that had suddenly appeared in their reality and altered the line of fate. They wanted to eliminate the cause as soon as possible, but the problem was that they couldn't find the culprit by any law, so they were searching manually. Ethan was observing the spaceship when he overheard the conversation taking place inside. Where do you think the anomaly is? Is he an intruder who came from outside the reality, or is he someone born with anomalous luck? Don't know, but the cause must be eliminated. The Prime Reality is in a difficult position now. The monstrosity might be unleashed at any moment. The Earth is in great danger. The Dark Dimension wants to release that beast. The ruler of the Dark Dimension has been waiting for so long to enter our dimension. If he could somehow destroy the Earth, the entire third dimension would plunge into chaos, which would give him the chance to break through into our dimension. This anomaly, I am afraid, probably has something to do with him. Ethan was speechless. The upper echelons of the Prime Reality suspected that he was a pawn of the dark dimensional ruler. Though his system had warned him before, he was still enjoying this game of hide and seek. While he was listening to their conversation from 3,000 light-years away, a pesky demon tried to bite him from behind. Ethan cut down the monster with a single swing. The night ended along with the hunt. They were now all official demon slayers who had passed the test. Surprisingly, those 5 cosplayers were very skilled. Ethan had been observing them. The boy cosplaying Tanjiro was a fire elemental demon slayer. Zenitsu was a lightning-breathing demon slayer. Inosuke was earth-breathing. Kana was wind-breathing. Nezuko was water-breathing. Together, they had killed hundreds of monsters through flawless teamwork. When they came out of the forest, Ryo and 3 other Hashiras were already waiting outside. As soon as they appeared, Ryo walked toward them with a big smile. You all have done well, especially Nezuko. She was very proficient with her breathing form. Then his eyes shifted to Ethan, and he sighed. You have tremendous potential, boy. Why are you so unmotivated? You could have done far better than this. I could see how easy this was for you. Ethan gave him a light smile and asked, have I passed or not? Of course you have passed. Then it is okay for me. Ryo nodded. All right, from now on you will be provided with missions. You will travel all over Japan to vanquish demons. But remember, your phone contains information about the 20 generals of Michael. If you ever encounter one, you must run as fast as possible. Each one of them is as strong as a Hashira. Everyone nodded. Ethan bid farewell and returned to his room. As soon as he entered, a knock came at the door. Anna was calling him for breakfast. After eating, as part of his usual routine, Ethan took Irina to practice Demon Slayer breathing forms. Then they would return to school and finally go home. In this way, 5 days passed. Ethan glanced at his status panel. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 70 Chaos Verse. Spirit, 70 Chaos Verse. Talent, Infinite Comprehension, 1 Chaos Verse, equal 1500 Ancient Cosmos. He could now shatter a Chaos Verse into nothingness with just a punch. A Tier 18 lifeform possessed 100,000 Chaos Verse level power. Ethan was sitting on his bed when a message appeared on his phone. A mission had been assigned to him. He was to act as a bodyguard for a wealthy person attending an international meeting. Ethan accepted the mission, but before leaving, he decided to break through to level 5 of the Black Hole Realm. Boom, he succeeded. His power increased 5-fold. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 350 Chaos Verse. Spirit, 350 Chaos Verse. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. After that, Ethan left a clone in his house and vanished. He appeared in a park where Ryo was supposed to meet him and escort him to the client. Ethan looked at Ryo and asked, tell me, is the Demon Slayer Association so poor that it has to do bodyguard work? How pathetic. Ryo snorted coldly. Don't talk nonsense, boy. We need a lot of money to run the association. Where do you think that money comes from? From your ass? Ethan did not argue. So, who is the client? He will arrive in 5 minutes. He is an arms dealer on his way to an international conference. Your job is to ensure his safety. There will be other demon slayers present, maybe even cultivators. Okay. After 5 minutes, a helicopter arrived overhead and landed. 2 men in black suits stepped out, followed by a young man about Ethan's age. Ethan scanned him. He was just a normal human. The young man smiled. Hello, Mr. Ryo. My father apologizes for not being able to come personally and for sending me instead. He had urgent matters to attend. Then his eyes fell on Ethan. This must be the man you mentioned. Ryo smiled politely. Don't worry. Yes, he is the one. He is an exceptional young man. Your safety is guaranteed with him. Ryo then shot Ethan a look that was not really a smile. Please behave, boy. He is an important client. Ethan gave him a thumbs up. You don't need to worry about a thing. Leave everything to me. That is exactly what I am afraid of, Ryo muttered under his breath. Ethan extended his hand. "Hello, I am Ethan Hunt. It is nice to meet you. Shall we go?" The young man shook his hand. "I am Dave Johnson." "Let's go, Mr. Hunt." Ethan entered the helicopter and it took off. Ryo muttered to himself, "I hope everything turns out fine." Inside the helicopter, Ethan asked Dave about the conference. Dave explained that it was an international conference of the world's true upper echelons, the ones who actually ran the global economy, not the public figures like Musk or Bezos. Each participant possessed at least over $1 trillion in wealth. Dave continued to give a slow, detailed review of what might happen there. The helicopter landed at the airport, and from there they boarded a private jet headed toward the meeting site, a secluded island in the Pacific Ocean. The jet was the latest model developed by the world's richest tech company, reserved only for the most elite VVIPs. Dave proudly described every detail, hoping to see even a flicker of astonishment in Ethan's eyes. Ethan, however, remained calm. Dave was secretly envious of the true rulers of the world, those men and women who controlled everything. Still, he took pride in his own wealth, for at least it allowed him to stand among them. This was the annual meeting where the world's richest and most powerful showcased their latest inventions and established business protocols. The flight lasted 2 hours before finally reaching the private island. The island was vast, spanning 50 kilometers in radius. When Ethan and Dave disembarked, Ethan immediately sensed many powerful auras. Some were at emperor level. They proceeded to the meeting venue. Along the way, Dave greeted countless influential people. The conference would be held in the Grand Palace in 2 hours. "Ethan, let me give you a tour first." Dave then guided him to several shops. These shops displayed the latest weapons designed by the top arms manufacturing companies. Suddenly, Ethan's eyes widened. He had spotted a stone. Using his appraisal ability, he instantly saw its details. Name, Fate Stone. Function, can upgrade a marshal's soul. Ethan was surprised to see something like this existed here. He looked at Dave and asked, "Where did this stone come from?" Dave looked at the stone and said, "This stone was found under the Pacific Ocean in a ruined civilization." "I want to buy this stone," Ethan said calmly. Dave was surprised that a supernatural like him wanted to buy something from their shop. "Sure, take this as a token of my appreciation. You don't have to pay." Ethan wasn't that dignified. He pocketed the stone instantly without showing any formality. He bought this stone for his grandfather. His martial soul was a low-quality one, that's why he was stuck in the Grandmaster realm. Dave was speechless at his quick action. Then Ethan and Dave toured some other shops which belonged to other tycoons, but he didn't find anything useful. It was time for the meeting. Ethan followed Dave inside the palace. There were a total of 1,000 seats at a long table and a grand throne at the end. One by one, everyone took their place. Dave was here to represent his father. His father had gone to deal with something else. "Hey Dave, where's your father?" an old man asked. "Uncle Roger, my father has some urgent business, so I came here instead." The old man narrowed his eyes. "More urgent than the annual meeting. I wonder what that might be." He sat in his chair. A middle-aged man stood behind him. Ethan scanned the man. He was a peak martial warrior, not very powerful, but enough for this level of occasion. Then he saw many people enter the room one by one and sit in their named chairs. Every person had a bodyguard who was either a demon slayer or a cultivator. Then he heard a mocking voice. "Yo, Dave, I see you are as poor as ever. Couldn't even afford a cultivator and brought a demon slayer." Ethan was wearing a demon slayer yukata, so it was easy to tell. Ethan didn't even look at him, but Dave retaliated. "That's none of your business, asshole. Talk respectfully or I'll have to ask Mr. Kane to teach you a lesson, punk." This young man was Bob, who belonged to the best tech company in the world. Dave didn't back down. "You started first, so you should show respect if you want it from others." But he didn't curse him this time. He was also afraid that Bob might really take action, and he was not confident enough to think that the demon slayer he brought could defeat a cultivator. Mr. Kane was a level 1 martial master. That was the reason Bob was so smug. Normally, affording and bringing a martial master was not easy. Mr. Kane looked at everything with disdain, as if he were among crawling bugs. The guard Uncle Roger had brought also bowed to Mr. Kane and greeted him. Bob looked at Ethan and asked, "Shouldn't you bow down when you see someone superior? Or the Demon Slayer Association didn't teach you manners?" Ethan suddenly vanished from his place and appeared before Bob, grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. "You said something?" he asked calmly. Bob was choking and screamed, "Save me, Mr. Kane." Mr. Kane couldn't react in time, but when he did, he instantly roared, "Leave him this once and beg for mercy. Otherwise, even your entire Demon Slayer Association wouldn't be able to save you." But Ethan didn't look at him. Kane dashed toward Ethan and tried to make him release Bob, but to Mr. Kane's utter astonishment, he couldn't even budge Ethan. It felt like he was pushing Mount Everest. What the hell was going on? How was this possible? This was Kane's thought. Then Ethan released Bob and said coldly, "Always choose your words carefully, brat, otherwise how you die you wouldn't even know." Then he looked at Kane. Kane felt like someone caught his soul for a moment and then released it. Cold sweat started to drip down his spine. He didn't dare to say anything. Who was this young man? Was he a Hashira? But why would a Hashira come here? Bob was half conscious from lack of oxygen. Mr. Kane helped him recover quickly, but this caused trauma to Bob, that was for sure. This small incident gave everyone an idea. The young man behind Dave was no normal demon slayer. He surely had some special identity. Then suddenly a middle-aged man entered the room with 2 bodyguards. Both of them were martial grandmasters. Everyone in the room stood up as soon as he entered. This was the uncrowned king of this world, Alexander Bellingham. They were utterly astonished. They didn't think that Alexander would attend this meeting personally. Normally, he would join with a 3D holograph. Dave started to regret it now. His father wasn't here today when the king personally attended the meeting. Ethan scanned the man. He was a martial saint, but was concealing his presence. So a martial saint was controlling the business of the mortal world. No wonder no one could compete against him in terms of business. Everyone, please sit down. Let's begin our annual meeting. Then he slowly went toward his grand throne and sat on it. Soon everyone started proposing their ideas and projects. Ethan was getting bored, but then the entire island started to shake like an earthquake. Ethan immediately scanned the underground of the island. From below it, a huge crack appeared. From there, a monstrous creature was emerging. It was at least 135 meters long, had a huge spiked tail and a spiked body. It was coming to the surface, and its target was probably the island. The creature had strength similar to a martial emperor. What's going on? An earthquake? Everyone panicked. But Alexander's face was grim for another reason. He also sensed the beast that was coming, but he couldn't take action that would blow his cover. A kaiju was coming, and there was no one on the island except him who could neutralize that thing. The entire island was in panic mode. Ethan wanted to know how this entire occurrence would be dealt with. The entire world economical heads were present here. The kaiju arrived at the surface and roared. Bob pissed in his pants instantly. "Mr. Kane, please save me," he started wailing. Dave looked at Ethan. He was the son of an arms dealer, so he was not a crybaby like Bob. "Mr. Hunt, what is the situation? Can you assess the strength of the monster?" Ethan was surprised to see that Dave was very calm in this condition. "Mr. Johnson, you sure are calm in this condition, and the monster is very, very powerful. My guess is it is at least a martial emperor or above-level monster." This time Dave's face turned pale with fear. A martial emperor was a myth to normal people, even if they had money. They were simply not worthy to see a martial emperor. As for martial saints, some people on Earth even worship them as gods. Are you sure, Mr. Hunt? You are not mistaken. If you are correct, then this is the last day of our life. Ethan didn't say anything. He was looking at Alexander. A martial saint was present here. He wanted to see what he would do. Would he blow up his cover and fight the monster, or would he just go along with the flow and let everyone die here? The kaiju almost reached the palace. If Alexander didn't take action in 10 seconds, then Ethan would, but he didn't need to wait for 10 seconds. 2 powerful auras suddenly appeared from the eastern part of the island. It was a flying ship from where those 2 came out. They were martial emperors. Boom! With a sonic boom, both of them attacked the kaiju. But the kaiju was a martial saint-level monster. Those 2 attacks didn't do much damage, and the kaiju counterattacked them. A laser beam gushed out from its mouth and shot at them. Though it had martial saint-level strength, it couldn't fly and its speed was very slow, so it was a fair fight. The tycoons who were on the island were all hiding behind their protectors, and the protectors fell into panic. The battle impact was so great that it almost blew them apart. They were holding their ground with great difficulty. After 10 minutes of fighting, the 2 sides were both injured, but the island was on the verge of collapsing. Ethan saw it was a flying knife sent by Alexander, but no one else saw that. As soon as the knife injured the kaiju, its battle prowess instantly decreased. The 2 martial emperors knew who attacked the kaiju. It was Sir Alexander, but they couldn't disclose his identity. It was his direct order. After another 10 minutes of fighting, they successfully managed to kill the thing. All those tycoons knelt down along with their protectors because they were in the presence of 2 martial emperors. Wherever an emperor went, he deserved utmost respect. Only 2 people were standing. It was Alexander and Ethan. Alexander didn't kneel because he was their direct superior, and Ethan didn't kneel because those 2 martial emperors couldn't bear the karma of Ethan Hunt's bow. He was after all a chaos ruler-level existence. Everyone looked at both of them. They were petrified. The president didn't kneel, and he might have offended these 2 supreme ones, and there was another person, the guard Dave Johnson brought with him. Dave's soul left his body when he saw this. Surely he would suffer the wrath of these 2 supreme ones as Ethan was his guard. But to his surprise, those 2 didn't react in the way he had expected. It was because Alexander gave them a telepathic order not to cause any trouble with this man. He seemed very mysterious. Even when that kaiju attacked, Alexander saw this man was extremely calm and could properly analyze the battle power of the kaiju, which shouldn't have been possible for a demon slayer. A demon slayer was physically strong, but they were spiritually weak, so they couldn't use divine sense like cultivators, and only by using divine sense could one tell a person's power level. Ethan was standing there with his hands behind his back. He calmly watched the two martial emperors take away the carcass of the kaiju. Everyone stood up only after those two left the area. Dave wanted to say something to Ethan, but when he saw those calm eyes of his, he bit his tongue and didn't say anything. Then some tycoons asked Alexander why he didn't kneel, but Alexander just ignored their questions. The meeting was over early because of this incident. Alexander came to Ethan and said, "Young man, I would like to talk to you privately if you have some time." It was a surprise for everyone. Alexander was a person who had martial grandmasters as his guards, so him talking to a rookie demon slayer this politely didn't add up to their sense. Ethan nodded and looked at Dave. "Mr. Johnson, if you don't mind, can you wait a bit?" Dave instantly nodded his head. Then Ethan and Alexander entered a private room in the palace. As soon as they entered the room automatically locked up. Ethan knew it was Alexander who did it, but he didn't say anything. Alexander looked at Ethan's eyes and said calmly, "You are a cultivator and not a demon slayer. Am I right? And you are a pretty strong cultivator." Ethan just gave a smile and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a demon slayer. You can ask the association. Earth Hashira Raya would vouch for me." Alexander's eyes turned cold. "Boy, don't play dumb with me. A cultivator playing demon slayer is a grave crime. You can be sentenced to death." Ethan looked surprised. "How do you know so much, Mr. Bellingham? Are you also a cultivator playing business tycoon? You are not worthy to know my business. But I can assure you, if you don't leave your act now and continue to carry on, it might bring disaster to you and your family." As soon as he mentioned that, Ethan's playful look changed into coldness. He took a step forward and an immense pressure fell on Alexander. The man instantly knelt on the ground and his 7 orifices were bleeding. His face had utter horror. This otherworldly pressure, not even that body part he found in the ancient ruin had this. And that body part was considered a part of the god. Who had he messed with? This was the only thought in his mind. "Alexander Bellingham, a mere martial saint, is not even worthy to carry my shoe, and you are threatening my family. How bold you are. Probably you have lived long enough and don't want to live anymore," Ethan asked calmly. Alexander wanted to beg for mercy, but under this pressure, all his muscles were frozen up and he couldn't even open his mouth. He thought he would die today. But then the pressure was suddenly gone. "I want you to work under me. If you are up for the task, then I'll spare your life." "Yes, sir, I will." He didn't even think before answering. Ethan nodded and left the room. "Investigate the Moriarty family and their enemies. I want a report in 2 days. Alexander stood up and bowed toward the leaving figure of Ethan. Ethan's aura was even stronger than the god remnants they found in an ancient ruin, but that was only a slight aura of Ethan. If he released his full aura, the entire universe would have been destroyed. After leaving the room, Ethan went to Dave's side and asked, "Shall we leave?" Dave didn't ask anything about the meeting as he had no relation with Ethan. They entered the flyship and the ship flew into the sky. Ethan was looking into the far distance. It's a give and take relationship. You provided me with money and I became your protector. In the end, you didn't even need my help. I'd say you have wasted your money, Mr. Johnson, ha ha ha. Dave didn't say anything else. They returned to the airport. Dave wanted to leave Ethan to his house, but Ethan said he would go alone. After bidding his farewell to Dave, Ethan vanished and came out into space outside Earth. He scanned the entire planet. He felt something was off earlier. Then he found that Earth was in an alternate reality inside the prime reality. It was probably done by the ruler of Earth, who was a Tier 18 existence, to protect Earth from any harm. Because no existence higher than Tier 17 was allowed near Earth, it was a law made by the supreme rulers of the prime reality. If anything happened to Earth, that fifth-dimensional monstrosity would be unleashed from its seal, and that would be the end of their prime reality. Moreover, there were no higher dimensional beings available to contain it if that monster was unleashed one day. After scanning the Earth, he again returned to Earth. There was some mystery in play. He could feel that, but he didn't know what it was. There should be some powerful existence who had surpassed Tier 18, and that existence should be an enemy. Though Ethan was not as strong as a Tier 18, his perception was better than theirs. The alternate reality was cracking little by little, that was for sure. Either the Tier 18 was not present on Earth or he was not able to see the change. Ethan heard yesterday that there was something called dark dimensions, and there were some other dimensions which were third-dimensional space. The prime reality was some sort of main dimension, and the rulers of the main dimension were suppressing the other dimensions. So probably they were trying to destroy Earth without the ruler's knowledge and then unleash the monster. Ethan needed more information about that. He couldn't let that happen as Earth had a special place in his heart. He returned to his house. There was nothing changed as he left a clone behind, so everything was perfect. He now wanted to bring back his martial soul from his enemy, and also he would give the fate stone to his grandpa. The martial soul was not needed by him, but he could give it to Irina and she would have an ultimate martial soul. Even if she didn't have her own at the age of 12, she wouldn't have to worry. And if she did awaken a martial soul, then she would have a twin soul. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He could use the law of karma to find out the whereabouts of his martial soul, but he preferred to use Alexander to do this. Otherwise, he would have to do a lot of explaining to his family. Then Ethan closed his eyes and started to break through to level 6 of the black hole realm. And boom, his innate black hole started to expand and stopped after expanding 5 times. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 1750 Chaos Verse. Spirit 1750 Chaos Verse. Talent Infinite Comprehension. He broke through twice in a day, but he had no other choice. He needed to become as powerful as possible because Earth was in grave danger. After breaking through, he didn't stop and continued comprehending the law. He would break through at least 2 times in 2 days, that was the plan. Meanwhile, Alexander went to the Martial Alliance directly. He was not only the president of the World Business Association, but he was also the president of the Martial Association on Earth. There were only 5 martial saints present on Earth, and Alexander was the strongest among them. After going there, he immediately called the vice president. Mr. Holmes, I would like to investigate the Moriarty family and their enemies. As soon as he said this sentence, the vice president's face color evaporated. Why would the president suddenly be interested in the Moriarty family business? Does he know something? Is he also after the ultimate martial spirit? Yes, the vice president was the ancestor of the Holmes family and also happened to be the enemy of the Moriarty family. The Moriarty family was nothing but a bug to him, but he didn't make his move personally just because he didn't want the other saints to know about that ultimate martial spirit. But after 19 years, why would the president suddenly ask about that? Did the Moriarty family seek refuge with the president and tell him about that? That would be bad news. So he feigned ignorance and asked, which Moriarty family president? Alexander sighed that I need to find out, but it shouldn't be very hard to track them down. I asked because I wanted to know if you know something. Maxim Holmes heaved a sigh of relief. The Moriarty family didn't go to him and the president was probably asking for something else. So he asked, why do you want to know? Alexander said, I can't disclose the information, but it is of the utmost importance. I'm going to move the entire association to find them. Maxim gulped down. The matter was more serious than he thought. Okay, as you see fit. Do you want my assistance? Alexander shook his head. That wouldn't be necessary, I guess. But if I need your help, I will ask you. You may leave. As soon as Maxim came out from the president's office, he instantly went to his family. What is the progress of Sherlock? We have killed the real owner of the spirit. Still, why is he taking so long to merge with it? The president is looking for the enemy of the Moriarty family. If he finds out what we have done, we would be goners. He told this to the current head of the family. As soon as he told them about the involvement of Alexander, the entire family turned pale. It was a heinous crime to extract someone's martial spirit, and it was forbidden by the president himself. But they not only did exactly that, they extracted the best martial spirit in Earth's history, the 12-winged seraphim. Yes, it was Ethan's martial spirit. They had known this because when Ethan was born, Maxim was passing by that island, and he felt the presence of that martial spirit. Instantly, he took action and asked his family to attack the Moriarty family. He couldn't take action personally because he would have been noticed by the other saints, especially the president. Ancestor, what should we do? Maxim thought for a moment. It wouldn't take Alexander much time to find out the truth. So I will have to battle with him probably. But what about Sherlock? How many days would he still need? The patriarch calculated a bit. My guess is 3 days at most. Maxim nodded. He would be able to hold off the association for 3 days. And once the merging was completed, he believed the president wouldn't take action against the bearer of the ultimate martial spirit for a third-rate martial family. Alexander and the association ordered the entire association to move and find out the information he was looking for. The next day, Ethan broke through to level 7 of the black hole realm. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 17,500 Chaos Verse. Spirit, 17,500 Chaos Verse. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. While he was breaking through, the entire martial world was upside down. Everyone was looking for the truth. The pressure on Alexander was increasing. He didn't want to offend the god-like existence, but finding out the information seemed to be very difficult. Someone was hiding the truth. And who could hide information from the martial association other than those 4 saints? So a budding suspicion was growing inside Alexander that this had to do with one of the saints. So he called all 4 of them for a meeting. Soon the 5 saints on Earth gathered together. President, have you found out the information you are looking for? Maxim asked the question. Alexander's eyes were cold. Who among you is hiding the information? Tell me the truth or else it would be very bad for you. Maxim was conflicted. Should he confess everything and try to manage them for 2 more days, or should he try to avoid the topic as long as he could? He chose the latter. The president seemed to be pretty serious about this matter. If he really wanted to convince him, that might not be possible right now. So avoiding the matter was the right thing to do. President, I don't know anything, but if you want, I can also use my personal source, said a saint. Me neither, President. But I am also willing to help, another one said the same. One by one, everyone said the same thing, including Maxim. Alexander snorted coldly. Do you think I am playing games with you? Do you even have any idea who is the one behind the reason I am doing all this? Let me give you a hint. He is someone beyond the God realm. The God realm he was referring to was the remnants of a Tier 6 existence, a universe realm powerhouse. Instantly, all four of them stood up. President, you're joking, right? How is this even possible? If someone like him existed in the modern day, wouldn't Earth be destroyed already? Could we become the higher-ups of the Martial Association? Everyone had the same question. You dumbasses. Give me the information already. Do you think I have the guts to lie about an existence of that level? Alexander slapped the table and it turned into dust. The four of them swallowed hard. Maxim's heart wanted to leap out from his chest. He didn't know if Alexander was telling the truth or not. If he was lying, then he would have to be a retarded person, because the level they were talking about was that of beings of laws. If you lied about them, you had to pay. As to become a martial saint, one had to comprehend a law, which meant they were also connected to the law itself. So if they lied about a superior existence above them, those existences would get the news of this, and that would be the end. So it was most likely that Alexander was telling the truth, and if he was telling the truth, then his family was doomed. Probably that existence came to get the ultimate martial spirit, and they were the ones who wanted to absorb the spirit. He wanted to tell the truth, but he was unwilling. Alexander looked at them for a while and then played his ultimate card. Fine, if you're not the culprit, then vow on the law you have comprehended. Maxim's face color instantly changed. A saint couldn't lie after making a vow on the law. The saints were hesitating. What if one of their family members had done it without their knowledge? Wouldn't that make them liars, and wouldn't that destroy their cultivation? Hurry up, I don't have all day. If you're not the culprit, I'll send you all to find out the news. President, please give us some time. I want to ask my family members if they have done anything like this without my knowledge. Then we will make the vow. Will that be okay? Alexander narrowed his eyes and said, You have 10 minutes. Do whatever you wish to do. But after 10 minutes, you either tell me the truth or make the vow. Your decision. Okay, sir. All of them went outside to contact their families. Maxim also went to talk to his family. Hide Sherlock as soon as possible. I am going to tell them the truth. The matter is more serious than we thought. He didn't instruct them where to hide. If the president asked him about the location of Sherlock, he would tell him that he didn't know, and that wouldn't be a lie. 10 minutes later, everyone entered the room again. President, I am ready to vow. Me too. Same here. But Maxim's face was serious. Alexander looked at his face and already guessed the truth, but he wanted to hear it from his mouth. It is me, President. The three of them looked at Maxim. What is so special about that puny family, Vice President? Is it worth lying about that matter to the president? Maxim looked at the saint who just spoke and snorted. What do you know? The Moriarty family gave birth to a child who was born with a martial spirit. And guess the rank of the spiritize. It was an ultimate martial spirit. And I happened to be passing by their residence when that child was born. Now tell me, is it worth it or not? As soon as he said this, the entire room became eerily silent. Even Alexander was shocked. So that's how it was. Maxim stole the spirit and probably planted it in his lineage. No one spoke. They were also greedy, but the situation was out of their league. The president was standing there, and judging by his expression, Maxim had a very bad time awaiting. Alexander sighed. Greed was such a thing that never left mankind, even if they became as powerful as a martial saint. I won't judge you, Maxim. I'll let that existence decide this, but I think you should spend more time with your family. Your family is probably going to be wiped out. Good luck. Alexander went out of the room. His job was done. Now he knew who was the enemy of the Moriarty family. He took out his cell phone and dialed Ethan's number. Maxim had a grim look on his face. Hey, do you think the president is telling the truth? Is there really such an existence? It should be true. He didn't even know the story, but someone had still made him move the entire alliance and even called us for questioning. It's pretty obvious the person behind this should be a very powerful one. As for him being an existence surpassing the God realm, I am not sure, but he should be close. The president shouldn't make that level of mistake. Now that you mention it, I also think this is the truth. So someone like him came to Earth for that martial spirit. That should be obvious, don't you think so? I mean, why else would someone of that level come to Earth if not for an ultimate martial spirit? While the three of them were talking, Maxim was running toward his family. He had a bad feeling that Alexander was telling the truth. He loved his family dearly, which he had built through countless years. Now it was on the verge of extermination. What should he do? Should he hand over the martial spirit to that powerful entity? But then would he spare his family? He should hide with his family for now. If it turned out to be a lie, he could always come out later. But if it was true, then he would be gambling with his family. In Ethan's room, suddenly, his mobile started to ring. It was Alexander. Sir, I have found the information you asked me to look for. Then he gave a brief detail about the information. Ethan's eyes turned cold when he heard the news. I want you to go to that family, exterminate it, and bring the person to me who has absorbed the martial spirit. Alexander didn't say anything for a while. Yes, sir, as you wish. He kind of expected this outcome, but killing one of your comrade who had been beside you for thousands of years was not easy. But could he defy the will of a god? The answer was no. He couldn't. The Holmes family had to die. Alexander came back to his room. Maxim was gone. He looked at the other three saints and said, "I want you to come with me. The Holmes family needs to be exterminated, no question asked." After giving the order, he put on his battle armor. Maxim wouldn't go down so easily. They would have to put up a fight. The other three wore grim faces, but they didn't ask any questions and followed behind Alexander. They also brought along 30 martial emperors with them. In 10 minutes, they arrived at the city where the base of the Holmes family was located. Alexander scanned the house, and as expected, it was empty. There was not a single person left behind. Maxim sure is fast. My heart breaks to do this, but he has done a crime that has no mercy. Find them out. You have 24 hours, Alexander ordered. Meanwhile, Ethan sent a clone after Alexander's team. His clone had the power of a tier 16 or more. It didn't interfere in the search. He had enough time in his hand, it was just watching how the search was going. The Holmes family was disbanded. Each member of their family went in different directions using special face-changing masks. They had a common location. It was Russia. They would gather in Russia. They didn't move together because that would make them easy to find. It was just about 15 minutes gap between them, so they couldn't get much farther considering there were children, non-martial artists, and injured people among them. It was a huge family after all, formed with thousands of years of heritage. Alexander spread his divine sense and covered the entire city. Everyone stopped moving like a divine order. The entire city heard his voice. This was the city of the Holmes. They knew the ruler of this city was the Holmes family. Could it be Master Holmes? The civilians thought. They were the people who belonged to the family houseworkers of the Holmes family. The entire city stopped moving. The same thing happened in the nearby 33 cities at the same time. The other 3 martial saints and the 30 martial emperors ordered in synchronization. 34 cities were stopped like time had frozen. All the martial artists came down from the sky. The family members of the Holmes family were among these cities. Their hearts started to beat faster. Sweat came out, but they couldn't move. If they moved, they would be immediately caught by them, and then they would be searched thoroughly. If they did that, the mask would be revealed, and that would be the end for them. The Moriarty family had escaped because they didn't want to make a scene 19 years ago, and that was the reason they didn't slaughter the entire family. A few days ago, only martial kings were dispatched from the Holmes family. That was the only reason some could leave with their submarine, and they had only a few members in their family. But this time, the scene was different. The Holmes family had thousands of people. Even the direct bloodline had around 500, so leaving with all of them in submarines under the divine sense of those martial saints was impossible. They had to move by road or by air. But air was out of the question too, because that would be too easy to figure out. So by road was the only option, as there were millions of people in those cities. They could be easily blended with them with the help of the mask. Alexander ordered headquarters to send every martial artist to their place. They would have to check millions of people individually after all. Meanwhile in Russia, Maxim was watching all this on a screen. He had run with Sherlock and arrived here before them. He was still gambling. "Alexander, you son of a bitch. If you kill any of my family members, I'll destroy this world, mark my words." He was fuming with extreme anger. Then he looked at the young man in a cross-legged position. He was in deep meditation. Because the martial spirit was still not merged with him, this occurred because Ethan's martial spirit was the ultimate tier, whereas his own martial spirit was only a legendary tier. So both of them were rejecting each other. And Ethan was not dead. That was also a reason it was taking so long. The martial spirit was sealed in his body, but it remained in a concealed condition. He tried many times before but couldn't control it. He was approaching the age of 20. If he didn't merge it before that, the ultimate martial spirit would be gone. So that was why they killed the real body of Ethan and also tried to exterminate the entire Moriarty bloodline. But they had failed in that mission, and now their entire family was on the verge of extermination. Maxim was making an oath. If his family was gone, he would just destroy the world population. It was not a big deal for a martial saint to kill all the people of the world. All the martial artists of the Martial Association were searching for the Holmes family members, and they had found some already. Some of them tried to kill others while being captured, but were easily restrained. And some of them were just captured. Maxim saw all this and was still praying that the main bloodline survived today. Alexander was observing everyone from above. Those from the Holmes family who were already captured were all from the servant's family. No person from the direct bloodline was captured yet, but he was worried for another reason. If he started killing his family members while catching Maxim, then he would become a human nuclear bomb which could destroy the entire humanity in mere minutes. What to do? If I don't act quickly, Maxim would be out of my hand, and if he went crazy then. But I will have to catch him. That supreme existence is waiting. He was under tremendous pressure now. 7-8 billion normal people had no idea about the supernaturals of the world. They wouldn't even know how they had died. The cultivators normally didn't kill normal people, as that would earn them negative karma. If all their good karma was gone and their negative karma became the dominant one, they would fall into the demonic path. Their senses would be lost. they would turn into mindless killers. But what if Maxim's whole family died? Would he still remain in his sane condition? Of course not. He needed a solution as soon as possible, at least the information on where Maxim was at this point. But if a martial saint wanted to hide from another saint, would it be possible for the other one to find him? But what if the other one had someone backing him up who was a system user, and that system knew every piece of information there was to know? Ethan also thought of that same possibility that Alexander thought of, so he just asked Maxim's information from the system, and he got it. When Alexander was on the verge of breaking down under pressure, a little piece of paper appeared in his hand. He was stunned when something appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He even got a little fright, thinking someone had sneaked something into his hand. With the fastest speed, he opened his hand and saw a piece of paper. Alexander opened the folded paper slowly and instantly bowed toward an unknown direction. That person surely was someone above the god realm. The paper contained a little information. It was the information on where Maxim was right now. Oymyak in Russia. It was an extremely cold place in Russia, as well as low populated. So that's where you are hiding, Alexander thought to himself. Now everything depended on him. That being even gave him the location. If now he couldn't capture Maxim, then he should really die. He called the other 3 martial saints and 5 emperors, then they all headed toward Russia. They would have to hurry. If Maxim had any kind of suspicion, he would flee on the spot, and who knows, he might start a massacre. Ethan was in his room when he looked outside. The grandfather of his was really getting older. His growth had stopped already. Ethan could tell his identity and heal him, but that would make the rulers of this reality know that someone from this reality had made contact with someone whose identity they couldn't find out even with the law of karma. So Ethan was waiting to handle everything through Alexander. As for why he revealed his power to Alexander, it was because he had already integrated with the law, so he had some sort of right to know some secrets, which wouldn't create a problem for Ethan. Anna knocked at Ethan's door. "Do you want to go out with us?" Irina wanted to go out to eat, she asked from outside. Ethan opened the door and said, "Okay, Mom, let's go. Okay, get ready. We will leave in 30 minutes. Anna left after saying that. Ethan got ready and went out. Irina also came out from her room. "Brother, let's have ramen today. We couldn't have that day." Ethan wanted to stop her, but it was late. Anna heard her. "Which day?" she asked. Irina became petrified instantly. She was about to speak when Ethan started talking. "It's nothing. 2 days ago, a person from a ramen shop came to advertise that he would treat 100 people for free. Irina wanted to go, but I forbade her." Ethan's word was always convincing, so Anna didn't doubt much and went inside her room. Irina's face got some color after that. Ethan gave her a light slap on the back of her head. "Sorry, brother, I almost blew up." Ethan gave a light smile. "Be careful from next time." Anna came out from her room and the 3 of them went outside with their car. The village they were in was close to Tokyo, so they didn't take long to reach Tokyo, the most populated city in the world. "Brother, I want to watch the new Demon Slayer movie." Ethan coughed a few times and looked at his mother. Anna asked, "What Demon Slayer movie?" She didn't know there was an anime named after the Demon Slayers. "Mother, it's an animated movie. Let's go. I am sure you will enjoy it." Anna said, "You 2 go and watch then. I have an important job to do. I'll pick you from the theater." "Sure." Both of them nodded. Anna left them and the 2 of them went to watch the movie, but Ethan immediately saw there were 3 Viscount-level vampires in the front row. Marcus and his family vanished from here. Duke Lena is very angry. We need to find out information as soon as possible. So these 3 are searching for that vampire. Where are they coming from anyway? The entire solar system is in an alternate reality. So are they creatures from Earth? Maybe Earth has some secret realms or something. Ethan thought to himself, "I really want to scan the entire planet, but that would ruin the fun of mystery for me." Then both of them sat in their seats and started watching the movie. In the meantime, Alexander and others arrived at the location. There were some people, around 300-400. Now they were thinking about how to save these people. Maxim would surely attack these people if he were cornered. "You 3, be ready to save everyone. I am going to attack him now." Alexander had already located the place where Maxim was right now, as the paper had the house number 2. Boom, he attacked without hesitation. "Maxim, your fate is sealed. You should complain about your luck to clash against someone you shouldn't have." "Alexander, you bastard. How did you find out my location? Even if you did, should you be ruthless to me? We are friends for thousands of years." Alexander snorted coldly. "And yet you concealed such crucial information from your old friend. So what can I do for you?" Maxim also attacked. Alexander saw a young man in the basement of this house. That young man should be his main target, as he was going through the process of merging a new martial spirit right now. Alexander caught Maxim's shoulder and flew into the atmosphere. He didn't want to battle with him here. Though Maxim wanted to resist, some external power was helping Alexander. He felt really weak right now. Ethan's clone used some of his mental pressure on him to make things easier for Alexander. After they went to space, they battled throughout the space. But Ethan's clone was not interested in the battle. He was more interested in the young man who was merging his martial spirit. He smiled and appeared in the basement. As soon as he appeared, Sherlock's merging process instantly went berserk. The real owner of the martial spirit was here. How could it not want to go to him? Sherlock puked blood. His mind went messy, and he died without even knowing why he died. The 12-winged seraphim appeared from his body and started floating in the air. It was a magnificent martial spirit. Ethan absorbed the spirit into his body, and countless memories started to merge with his brain. This spirit was really a cheat-like power. If he had not been stripped away from this martial spirit, he could still have become a supreme powerhouse in the future. Its main job was to absorb its enemy's cultivation and refine it, then add it to its owner. He was really an anomaly. But who knew? If he had this martial spirit, then maybe he wouldn't have got the system. He wouldn't keep the martial spirit for himself. It was now useless to him, but he would give it to his sister. With this cheat-like thing, she would become powerful very soon. His job was done, and he took over Sherlock's face after destroying his body. The battle in space was almost over. Maxim was not a match for Alexander. He killed him and came in front of Ethan, who was now closing his eyes as if still in the merging process. Alexander took Sherlock and flew away. He needed to go to Japan now. Alexander appeared in front of Ethan, who was now acting as Sherlock and was trying to merge the martial spirit. The old man directly attacked him without considering his life or death. He needed that martial spirit. If Sherlock survived, then he would hand him over to Ethan. If not, then so be it. Ethan cursed inside his mind. That old man attacked him ruthlessly. Though it didn't hurt him at all, still, he was a supreme powerhouse after all. Ethan puked blood from his mouth and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you barge in here? My ancestor will definitely kill you. He is the vice president of the Martial Association. Flawless acting as always." Alexander snorted coldly, "Your ancestor is dead, brat. You can only blame that old bastard for ruining your life." Then he attacked him again, and Ethan fainted. "Looks like I'll have to hand you over after all. I don't know what kinds of torture you will go through after that." He came out from the basement with the unconscious Sherlock. Everyone was waiting outside. They were expecting a crazy massacre, but that didn't occur. The president had killed the criminal in the space. "Let's go to Japan. We will hand him over." But then he heard a voice in his head, "Come alone. Don't bring anyone else." Ethan couldn't let anyone see his face now that they knew a supreme expert was behind all this. This would create a karmic chain reaction, and Ethan didn't want any unwanted problems for now. Alexander instantly stopped and told them to go to the association and capture the remaining Holmes bloodline. The main threat was gone. Now they could act more freely. They were somewhat confused, but they did as they were asked to. Alexander vanished from there and started flying at top speed. Ethan's main body was watching the movie with Irina. The movie was over, and they were getting out of the theater. He knew Alexander was about to arrive at his house with his clone. "Irina, how is the movie?" Ethan asked. "It's very good, brother. I wonder if I could use those cool techniques someday." "You want to use those flashy techniques?" he asked with a smile. "Are you telling me that you can teach me such techniques?" Irina's eyes lit up. "Sure, I can teach you, but you have to first learn the basics." Ethan knew Irina's fate would be totally changed from today onward. Once Alexander handed over the martial spirit, his family would surely offer it to Irina. Then she would start learning cultivation and step into a grand world. Ethan was waiting till he became the Dimension Master himself. He was sure by then he would have other powerful trump cards in his hands. He would then reveal his true identity, and if he were required to do it before that, he would just have to use the Dimension Master form. As soon as they stepped outside, Anna also appeared. "Have you finished the movie? Shall we get something to eat now?" she asked. "Sure," both of them replied. Then Ethan heard those vampire viscounts talking behind them. "That woman and that little girl looked delicious. How about we follow them and have some fun in front of her husband and son? Then we would feast on their blood. Life needs a little fun, don't you think so?" The other two also smiled nastily. Their eyes suddenly had a red glow in them. Ethan's eyes turned cold, but he didn't take action. He would use their souls to play, and then he would know where these bats were coming from by searching their souls in the most brutal way possible. They were just about to go to a nearby restaurant when Anna's phone rang. "Hello, Albert, what's up?" Instantly, her face color changed with tremendous fear. Ethan knew the content of the phone call. It was that Alexander had appeared in their house and told them the story. Albert just let her know that, but Anna was afraid because she thought Alexander would also want to kill them. Albert asked them to come back, but she didn't want to. Ethan stepped forward and placed his hand on her shoulder. "What happened, mother?" His voice instantly made her mind calm. She had a trauma left, that was why she lost her composure. "It's nothing, son. Let's go home. I will make you guys something delicious at home, okay?" Irina was about to say something, but Ethan looked at her and shook his head. Irina stopped instantly. "Okay, Mom." Then they left in the car. "That woman is just afraid right now. Her scent of fear is so addictive. I can't wait." Those three vampires also started following their car. Ethan clenched his fist but didn't take action immediately. In the village, Earl and Albert were sitting on the sofa and looking at each other with confused eyes. They knew the man in front of them, or at least he had introduced himself. The man said he was the president of the Marshall Association, and the senseless young man was Sherlock Holmes. These two sentences would have been enough to make their hearts stop beating, but that didn't happen only because this man introduced himself in such a humble manner that they almost felt like they were equal in status. He also asked them to call his wife and daughter. They wanted to refuse and were about to tell Anna to run away with the kids, but then Alexander also begged them that he was not an enemy, but a friend. A martial saint, a mythical existence, was begging them, and that's why they believed him. He had no reason to be so polite to them otherwise. They were just some ant-like existences to him. The room was awkward in silence. Those two were not talking lest they made that man angry, and Alexander was not talking lest he made that supreme existence angry. He was surely related to this family. 20 minutes later, Anna arrived with Ethan and Irina. As soon as Alexander saw Ethan, he stood up from his seat like a mouse seeing a cat, but then he heard in his mind again that he should not overreact. He started sweating profusely. "Hello, Mrs. Moriarty. This must be your daughter." He wanted to refer to Ethan too, but didn't dare to. Anna was also as confused as her husband and father-in-law. She tried to smile. "Yes, sir. She is, and that is my son." Alexander felt his sky was collapsing. Son, how could that be? The supreme existence above God realm was the son of this family. Then this martial spirit belonged to him. That didn't make sense. Without a martial spirit, how could he become this powerful? And the most important problem was their son was just 19 years old. Seeing the confused look on Alexander's face, Earl came forward and said slowly, "We adopted him." Only then did Alexander feel everything made sense. But then also, this man wanted to become their son. What was so special about this family? But he didn't want to interfere in his business. So he looked at Earl and said, "I just learned what happened to your family that day. I already killed the ancestor of that family, who also happened to be the vice president of the association. And here is your gift. This man is the one whose body contains the martial spirit of your late son. I am sorry. You can do whatever you want with him. And here is also a gift of apology from me." Alexander brought out the fate stone from his pocket, which Ethan had just delivered into his pocket, and asked him to give to his grandfather. "Mr. Moriarty, this is called the fate stone. It can evolve your martial spirit." Even Alexander was in utter confusion while delivering this stone to Earl. Such a thing actually existed that could evolve someone's martial spirit. This was simply unheard of. Even Ethan didn't know the origin of the stone or how many levels it would make Earl's martial spirit evolve. Earl felt his entire body shaking. Not only him, but also Albert and Anna too. Their son's martial spirit was inside this young man's body. Anna couldn't control her tears and fell in front of the unconscious Ethan's clone. "Mrs. Moriarty, if you want, I can help you to extract his martial spirit and put it inside your daughter." Anna didn't speak for a while, then she looked at Albert with firm eyes. After conveying their feelings to each other through looks, she looked at Alexander and said, "Sir, please plant the spirit into my son's body. My daughter will have her own martial spirit when she turns 12, I am sure of it." Ethan was surprised. They wanted to give that spirit to him. They truly had accepted him as their son. Ethan was truly happy that his parents in both worlds were so good. Even the parents in the Magus world were also kind and caring. He stepped forward. "Mother, I hid some information from you too. I am actually a demon slayer and a very powerful one." Without giving them any chance to react, he took out a katana from beneath his clothes. In truth, he had just created it instantly and made it seem like it was hidden there all along. Then he closed his eyes and inhaled sharply through his mouth. Lightning breathing, second form, Skybreaker. Boom, he swung his katana. Instantly, a lightning arc shot toward the sky and sliced off a huge piece of cloud. After showing off, he looked at them and said, "It is something I learned from the Demon Slayer Association. Sorry I didn't tell you." Anna's eyes widened. "When did you learn this?" "A few days ago," Ethan replied. Alexander was speechless. So someone at his level could also lie. That attack was at the Hashira level. "So mother, I like the Demon Slayer Association. It would be best if you give this spirit to Irina so that she can keep up with me." He gave a smug look at Irina. "Now you know how powerful your brother is, so become stronger as soon as possible if you ever want to catch up with me." Albert, Anna, and Earl were in complete silence. The son they had adopted and kept secrets from to protect him turned out to be even stronger than them. "Mother, let her take over the martial spirit." Anna looked at Ethan for a moment and wiped away her tears. "Senior, please extract the martial soul and plant it into my daughter." Alexander waved his hand, and instantly a 12-winged seraphim appeared above the unconscious clone of Ethan. Is it really that easy to extract, or is it because he's unconscious and this spirit doesn't belong to him, that's why? The seraphim radiated intense light energy. Everyone closed their eyes, including Alexander himself. So this is how an ultimate martial spirit looks, he thought. Irina was already sitting cross-legged. Just as he was about to implant the spirit into Irina's body, a cataclysmic pressure descended upon everyone. Ethan snapped his fingers and the pressure vanished from everyone instantly, but the vampires didn't feel that relief. Ha 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 ha, it was totally worth coming to the human world. an ultimate martial spirit, ha ha ha. The king will be thrilled to get his hands on this baby, no doubt about it. After that, we'll finally be able to leave that cursed land. Ants, hand over that spirit to us and we'll leave your corpses intact. Otherwise, they looked at Anna and Irina with lust, but that was the end for them. The three vampires burst into blood mist and their souls were captured into Ethan's ultimate domain. He would deal with them later. Alexander's face turned pale. He knew who those creatures were. Vampires, and the pressure he had felt earlier was so intense that he would have died if it hadn't been removed. But Anna and the others didn't feel a thing. Ethan had been protecting them under his aura all along, so those puny auras could never reach them. Ethan looked at Alexander and smiled. Continue. That was the word Alexander heard in his mind. Anna looked at the blood mist and then at Alexander. She could tell those three were powerful, but she didn't know just how powerful. Alexander could only smile wryly. What could he say? The Supreme One was standing right beside her and she was thanking him. Would he dare to tell her the truth? Yes, if he wanted to be destroyed. So smiling was the only thing he could do. The seraphim entered Irina's body, and although it wanted to resist, a force entered her body and calmed it down. Then that force slowly altered Irina's body so she could inherit the martial spirit. It would take time. Mother, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I'll come back in a while. Ethan ran off, leaving a trail of lightning behind him. Now he had established a different identity in this prime reality. He could tell others that he was a demon slayer, and it wouldn't make any difference to the rulers of this reality. It would only matter if someone below Tier 1 from this reality made contact with a suspicious entity. Now that everything was settled, it was time to play with the souls of those vampires. He really wanted to know where such powerful vampires were coming from. If a Viscount was a Tier 4 entity, then wouldn't the king be Tier 6 or Tier 7? Since the entire solar system was inside an alternate reality, these vampires might be from within it. But the question was where. He entered the separate dimension he had created within his ultimate domain. 3 terrified souls floated inside. As soon as he appeared, Ethan released a slight pressure of his own. It was the pressure equivalent to Tier 15. That alone was enough to make the vampires lose the last remnants of their sanity. Ethan didn't need all 3 to gather information. He sealed 2 of the souls from any outside connection and sent them into the sun he had created to punish such despicable existences. That sun was located at the center of his black hole. Now, only 1 soul remained. He used soul search on it. It was the most brutal torture imaginable for a soul. From this soul, he learned that they were indeed coming from within this solar system. There was a secret realm located on the planet Neptune. They had built a teleportation system allowing them to exit that secret realm, but a curse bound them. They could only stay outside for a maximum of 5 days, and once they returned, they couldn't leave again for 50 years. The secret realm was called the Blood World. The king's name was Vladimir. He was a supreme entity locked inside his palace, and no one knew his exact power level. But they believed the king was a god, probably a Tier 15 or 16 existence. Ethan absorbed all the vampires' memories, so the vampires were sealed within a secret realm. It was probably done by the ruler of this solar system, who had created the alternate reality around it. He couldn't be sure. But if the vampires continued sending out more of their kind every now and then, wouldn't that become annoying? Since he didn't yet know the true realm of the king, he decided to wait until his power reached Tier 18. He sent that last soul into the sun as well. Ethan vanished from his place and appeared in France. He wanted to taste some French cuisine before going home. There was nothing urgent waiting for him there, and if he went back now, his family would bombard him with thousands of questions. Just as he was about to enter a restaurant, he saw a reporter wearing a glass nearby. That person was insanely powerful, at least Tier 17, or maybe even higher. What the heck? Who is this guy? He really reminds me of a DC superhero, but is he though? So he used appraisal on him. Name, Samuel Jackson. Species, Angel. Power, Tier 18. Talent, Purify. So he is an angel. Where did he come from? System. Master, he came to the world before the alternate reality was created. This alternate reality was created not long ago, around 3.5 billion years ago. He came here 3.7 billion years ago when the first life started to emerge here. He watched all the evolution throughout this time, and he was just a Tier 14 at that time. After so many years, he had reached this level. Wow. A creature that had literally been living in this solar system for 3.7 billion years and didn't interfere in anything. He was not an evil person, not a good person, just an overpowered NPC, nothing else. Ethan shook his head and entered the restaurant. He wanted to meet the man, but it was not worth it. He ate in the restaurant and went to Paris to see the Eiffel Tower. Boom, the sky cracked open. Dark mist started gushing out from the sky. What is going on? An alien invasion. People started to panic. Ethan was also surprised. This was an unexpected turn of events, so he vanished from the place and appeared near his house. System, what is going on? Master, the dark dimension has invaded. How? Isn't Earth protected in an alternate dimension? The guardian of Earth has betrayed the prime reality and joined the dark faction. The dark dimension has third, fourth, fifth, and many other dimensional versions. Now the third dimensional version is attacking. Is that so? Not only that, but he also placed a seal which he borrowed from the dark dimension on the Milky Way galaxy and nearby 100,000 galaxies so that nobody above tier 18 could enter now. You and that angel guy are the only ones strong enough to prevent this. What will you do? Let me think. Earth is going to be destroyed so that the fifth dimensional monster could attack the prime reality. I don't think so, Master. I think they want to create their base of operation here by capturing Earth as their bargaining chip. Even if a war broke out and they lost in the end, they would destroy the Earth and the prime reality with it, so the rulers will have to think twice before doing anything rash. That makes sense. But what could I do alone? There will probably be tier 26 level dark dimensional beings. I could use the Dimension Master form, but for how long? This time the system didn't reply. So it wanted him to figure things out. That angel probably wouldn't care, and even if it did, what could it do? The rulers are this level of fool. They left the whole security of the prime reality on the shoulders of a tier 18 being. Seriously. But then he heard a voice. The safety protocol is being activated. The battle system is now awakened. All living beings on this planet, listen. The dark dimension has attacked. You all will become the hosts of the battle system. You will be pulled into the battlefield and kill those dark creatures. The more you kill, the more powerful you will become, and the more generous the reward will be. There will be 19 battlefields according to the tier. The lowest one is Tier 0 Battlefield, and the highest one is Tier 18 Battlefield. The higher tier creatures can't descend on the lower battlefield, but the lower creatures can actively go to higher battlefields, and if they could kill a higher tier dark creature than their own, the EXP will be 10 times for each one higher level. The reward system will be activated in 2 days. A long notification was heard by every living creature on Earth and in every galaxy. So those rulers probably thought something like this, and there might be a reason why they had left the full security to only tier 18, but they had created a system. Not bad, Ethan thought in his mind. The crack in the sky was already gone. Now every dark creature that would come out from the dark dimension would be sent to the battlefield according to their tier by the system, and the prime reality would also have to send their players to battle. If the number of dark creatures increased to a certain point in a battlefield, they would be able to come out from there, and the real world would plunge into darkness. Now it all depended on the living beings in these 100,000 galaxies to exterminate the dark creatures. Those who weren't able to awaken before could awaken now. This system was created by the origin of the prime reality. This external information was also given in the notification there. Ethan vanished from there and appeared near his house. Then he went inside. The merging process of Irina with the Seraphim martial spirit was completed. She was now sleeping. Anna was sitting beside her bed. Albert and Earl were sitting nearby too. They all heard the notification and were in a panicked mode, because the system also said it would forcefully send a batch of 100,000 players to the battlefield if they didn't willingly enter within 2 days. Each battlefield would have to consist of 100,000 players all the time from a planet. They would be sent according to their level, but this created a problem. If the adults wouldn't go willingly, there was a chance the children would be sent forcefully. Earth had a small number of demon slayers and martial artists, and the highest being was only tier 1. So it would be from those tier 0 ones that would be sent the most. Mother, don't worry. Even if Irina is pulled inside the battlefield, she will be fine. She has the ultimate martial spirit now. I am more worried about you, father and grandpa. Ethan would now tell them his information. The rulers wouldn't be able to come anymore. He was literally one of the strongest beings inside the seal now, so there was no need to worry about that anymore. He would give them a boost and make them stronger so that they could survive there. Anna looked at him with worried eyes. Son, don't worry about us. I'm more worried about you and Irina. She was crying. Albert came by her side and tightly hugged her. Mother, do you think your son died? Anna felt a thunderclap in her head. What do you mean? Anna looked at Ethan with a confused look. Ethan smiled and went by her side and snapped his fingers. 3 spheres of light entered their heads. That was a memory of what happened after they left Ethan in the orphanage, how he grew up. But Ethan had altered it after the truck had hit him. He removed the part where he was transmigrated. That would be too much for them. Instead, he put the memory of how a demon slayer found him and taught him demon-slaying techniques. And after that, a divine power awakened in him, and he became insanely powerful. The rest of the story they already knew. Ethan met them, and they started to live together after that. They clearly saw everything that had happened to their son. So the young man they adopted was not a stranger, but actually their own son's son for whom Anna's tears had almost dried up after crying for years. They saw how hard Ethan's life had been in the orphanage. Anna stood up and hugged him tightly. It was a completely different feeling for her. Someone like your son and your own son were not the same. Though she had also loved Ethan, she always knew he was not her own flesh and blood. He could never take the real Ethan's place in her heart, but now everything changed. She was hugging him and crying her heart out. All the sorrow in her wounded heart melted away like snow under the sunlight. She felt incredibly light-hearted. Albert directly sat on the nearby chair. He tried his best to control his tears, but he couldn't. He lost to his emotions. Tears started rolling down his cheeks. He slowly stood up and went to the mother and son. He was looking at them. Hai's heart, which had been in turmoil a moment ago, was now full of peace and happiness. Anna finally released Ethan, but Albert hugged him. Ethan also hugged them back tightly. Earl on the side was also crying. His wife had given her life to protect this child. He had thought his grandchild was dead. His heart was empty for all these years, but the dried and hollow heart was now filled with a river of emotions. He came to them and hugged both Albert and Ethan from the side. It was a family reunion that lasted for over 20 minutes. Finally, they remembered the urgent situation. Now their fear deepened even more. Now they were afraid to lose Ethan again. Ethan smiled at them. "Come here and sit down." They knew Ethan had divine power inside him, so they didn't ask any questions and sat down. Aegis apotheosis. A blinding light penetrated their bodies, and their three martial spirits came out. Earl's martial spirit was a mutated crimson flame bear. It had evolved from a normal bear. Albert's was a Siberian tiger, and Anna's was a white crane. The martial spirits were ranked from grade 1 to grade 9. Above that were legend grade, epic grade, mythical grade, and anything above that was called ultimate grade. Earl's initial martial spirit had been grade 2, but now it was grade 5. Albert's was grade 3, and Anna's was grade 2. The three martial spirits started to absorb the pure energy gushing out from Ethan's body. Anna was at martial warrior level 9, Albert was a martial master, and Earl was a martial grandmaster. But they started breaking through from their initial realms as Ethan used top-class treasures from the inheritance realm to make their foundations as strong as his other parents in that world. 6 hours later, Earl reached martial emperor level 9. He became as young as a 30-year-old man and looked very handsome. Ethan could now use the Aegis apotheosis more efficiently, as his power had grown exponentially. Earl was absorbing all the power he had gained now. He would need some time. As for Albert and Anna, they would also reach martial emperor level 9 in 3 more hours. The martial emperors of Earth were more powerful than those on the other world because they possessed the martial lord realm, which the other world didn't have. 3 hours later, both of them reached martial emperor level 9. Each one of them had at least 1 quadrillion tons of strength. It was tremendous power, even greater than those 4 martial saints, as Ethan had used super high-quality treasures that couldn't be found on Earth. Ethan stopped the skill and sat beside Irina. He started using a healing skill on her. She would become very powerful with that martial spirit, but she would need an initial level of power to start, which Ethan would give her. Then she would be able to challenge higher tiers after a while, as her martial soul could provide her with her opponent's cultivation upon their death. "Nothing will happen to you as long as I am here." His eyes turned cold. He didn't care who it was. No one could hurt anyone he cared for. He would annihilate the source of the threat. But this time, the threat was beyond his current capability to destroy, so he would protect them instead with everything he had. Earl was already awakened and was silently waiting for the others to awaken. 1 hour later, Albert, Anna, and Irina, all 3 of them awakened. They were looking at Ethan with tremendous surprise. Their son had made them martial emperors within 9 hours. Was there anything prouder than this? No, there wasn't. Before they could say anything, Ethan started speaking. "I want all 4 of you to enter the battlefield together. This way you'll be teleported to the same place and be able to take care of each other. Once you go inside, you will get a status panel, but I want you to play some video games to properly understand this gaming system called Battle System. I'll provide you with weapons before entering. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you, just keep each other safe." They listened to him very carefully. Ethan was not a normal human being. They all knew he was someone extremely powerful. "Okay, son. We will do as you said," and they started playing video games, while Ethan took Irina to use Aegis apotheosis on her. Meanwhile, outside the universe where Earth was. In a grand palace, the dark dimension has truly invaded, just like that man predicted. And we also found traces of the anomaly, but unfortunately he is inside the barrier. "Is this a coincidence or fate?" asked one of the rulers. "We don't have time to think about the anomaly now. The battle system has also been activated, but we have no control over it. We don't know what will happen in the future. I hope nothing goes wrong. That person has been gone for eons. I wish he were here right now." Sigh, the day was finally over. Ethan had also finished with Irina. She was now a martial lord. "Go play some more video games with them. I have something to do," Ethan said as he looked at Irina. "Okay, brother." She gave a quick kiss on Ethan's cheek and ran away. She now knew Ethan was her real brother. She was the happiest among all of them. Ethan just shook his head with a light smile. He would now break through to level 8. After that, he would bring some weapons from the inheritance realm. Poe was also about to finish his evolution. He would bring him too. Ethan looked at his panel, Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 35,000 Chaos Verse. Spirit, 35,000 Chaos Verse. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. After that, he sat cross-legged and started his breakthrough process. Soon, he had broken through to level 8 Black Hole Realm. His inner black hole expanded fivefold. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 175,000 Chaos Verse. Spirit, 175,000 Chaos Verse. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. He had already surpassed the tier 18. Ethan vanished from his room and appeared in the realm of inheritance. The spirit of the realm appeared in front of him. "Young master, how have you been?" Ethan smiled at the spirit and said, "Oh, I am doing great. What about you? Are you lonely? Do you need a wife or something?" The spirit laughed out loudly. "Do you need something?" Ethan looked at the inheritance tower and nodded. "Yeah, I'll be going. Take care. You too, young master." Ethan entered the tower and directly went to the technology room first to see Poe. His evolution was completed, and now he was just absorbing knowledge. Then he entered the weapon room and chose 4 suitable weapons for the 4 of them. They would be unstoppable with these weapons: a hammer for his grandpa, a pair of gauntlet for his father, a flying Chinese fan for his mother, and a sword for his sister. Those all were the absolute peak weapons for Tier 0 beings. After choosing the weapons, he chose 4 full-body battle armors for them. These could protect them from the attack of a Tier 3. The selection was done, and he came outside the technology room to wait for Poe to finish. 15 minutes later, Poe opened his eyes and looked outside. "Boss, I am now a 60th generation AI. I can now control hundreds of thousands Chaos Verses easily, but still a long way from controlling a reality. For that, I would have to become a 100th generation AI. Poe looked magnificent now. Ethan nodded at him with satisfaction. "Let's go. Great adventure is waiting for us. I think it's also time for Vane to take action. He has been training for too long. Now it is time to put them into combat." Ethan appeared in his room, then let Vane come out from his inner world. He was now a Tier 2 being. Ethan then gave a brief to Vane about the situation and everything that he needed to know. Vane was very interested in this game-like system, and he also started playing the game. Ethan went outside his room and saw they were still playing games. They were actually enjoying the game. Ethan didn't disturb them. They needed to play the game. It was created by him. He created the game as a VR system after taking the details about the battle system from his own system. Now they could gain prior experience about what to do after entering the battlefield. They had one more day, so there was no hurry, but the entire world was in chaos. Some didn't believe, some started taking preparation. Ryo contacted him a while ago, but Ethan wasn't here. He called him back. "What's up? How are you so calm in a situation like this? Aren't you tense about your family?" The president asked everyone to gather in the headquarters, Ryo said from the opposite side. Ethan listened to his complaints and then said, "Calm down and meet me at my house in 20 minutes. He hung up the phone. Ryo, on the opposite side, was frustrated. Ethan was like a disciple to him, so he was worried for him. "Damn that brat!" Ryo started running toward Ethan's house and soon arrived there. Ethan was sipping a cup of tea in the front yard and reading a book like a scholar. "What the heck are you even doing? Why did you call me here?" Ethan snapped his fingers and a piece of information went inside Ryo's head. "Now use this breathing form. This is an advanced version of your own form. And sit down here." Ryo got the breathing technique as well as a glimpse of Ethan's power, so he didn't waste any time and sat down. The advanced earth breathing technique started to run in Ryo's body, and his body started to become stronger. 5 hours later, he became the 6th epic ranked Demon Slayer and also the strongest epic ranked 1. Now go to the headquarters and give everyone this game. This will prove helpful. Ryo didn't know what to say and what not to say anymore. The young man he thought was his disciple turned out to be a master. Ryo was now going toward the headquarters of the Demon Slayers. Ethan, however, was thinking about the demons, then the vampires, the king of the vampires. Would they really help to kill the dark creatures? They were a kind of dark creature themselves. Wouldn't they betray them in the battlefield? Should he kill all the demons on the planet and also those shitty vampires? System, would those demons and vampires and creatures like them also go inside the battlefield? Yes. Damn, but if he killed them now, would he become the enemy of the battle system or something? Anyway, his family would be safe. That's what mattered the most. Besides, most of those demons were mindless. Would they even choose to go inside? After thinking for a bit, he didn't take action. He should break through one more time before entering there, but that would take some time. Ethan was about to enter his room again to make his breakthrough preparation, but then he saw that the 4 of them were now awakened. So he went to them and asked, "How was it?" "It was so fun, brother. I leveled up to 10. Killed many monsters. Father, mother, and grandpa also leveled up to 10. Ethan patted her head. "Good to hear it. Now take these weapons and battle suits and get familiar with them." Then he looked at Irina. "Irina, your martial spirit is special. You should try to use this to become as powerful as possible. This is a huge opportunity for you. Okay, brother." Then the 4 of them went to the outside field to practice with those new weapons. They would enter the battlefield tomorrow. Ethan went to his room this time. The next morning, he finally broke through to level 9 Black Hole Realm. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 1.75 million Chaos Verse. Spirit 1.75 million Chaos Verse. Talent Infinite Comprehension. Now he was ready for any situation at hand. The highest tier battlefield was tier 18, and he was 17.5 times more powerful than a tier 18 right now. But he would enter the tier 3 battlefield as his main cultivation realm was actually tier 3. Then he would slowly challenge each upper tier battlefield and gain rewards from there. He went to the field where the 4 of them were still practicing. As soon as Ethan arrived, they stopped their practice session and looked at him. Are you ready? Ethan asked. Yes, we are. Okay then. Ethan healed them from all the fatigue and planted a source of energy inside their bodies like his other parents. It would protect them, give them energy, and also heal them if he was not with them. You should hold each other's hands and enter the battlefield now. Battle system, we would like to enter the battlefield. They said in a synchronized manner. You are being teleported to the tier 0 battlefield. You will get a lucky draw chance to get a pre-battle reward. Best of luck. Ethan watched them vanishing into the air. It was a teleportation that was sure, but it was much more sophisticated than his own skill. It's time to enter the battlefield ourselves too, Ethan thought. Battle system, I want to enter the battlefield. He felt a pull from space and he also vanished from his room. When he opened his eyes, he was in a white space. A little fairy appeared in front of him. Hello, welcome to the tier 3 battlefield. You have a lucky draw as a pre-battle reward. Would you like to draw it? Ethan was amused. What could a lucky draw give him, as his power was way above the scale? But he wanted to see, sure. A roulette appeared in front of him and he could see 10 options, grade 1 to grade 10. But the content of the gifts was not particular, so he could get any type of gift from the grade he would get. Begin. The roulette started spinning. After 20 seconds it stopped. As expected of him, he scored the grade 10 directly. Congratulations on getting a grade 10 gift. Your gift is manifesting. 54321. You have gotten a special physique, the supreme one. He got a special physique. He didn't have any special physique so far. He had seen some but wasn't much interested in them, as he could do everything by himself that those physiques could offer him. But this time it was a gift from the battle system. This system had an unknown origin. It was not generated in the 3rd dimension. That much was confirmed by his own system, so he saw the description of the special physique. The Supreme One, if you activate this physique, your power will get a 1000 times amplification, and the duration of the activation time depends on your energy limit. A simple description, yet terrifying. 1000 times amplification, and the only downside was that it consumed an immense amount of energy when activated. But someone like him, who had an infinite source of energy, could make this a passive boost, and always 1000 times amplification. Not bad at all. This battle system was indeed extraordinary, so he instantly activated the physique to see its power. As soon as he activated the physique, a royal crow made of energy appeared above his head. His eyes started glowing, then his entire body began radiating intense light. His power increased to 1.75 billion Chaos Verse instantly. Though it was not as much as tier 19, which was 100 billion Chaos Verse, it wasn't far off. He would need some more time to become that powerful, but this physique was a little too flashy, so always keeping it in active form was a no for him, but he liked the reward very much. After he came back to his normal form, he appeared in a barren battlefield. He immediately spread his mental domain, which was as vast as 1.75 million Chaos Verse, but he couldn't reach the end of the battlefield. It felt endless. He also got a status panel. Now he had 2 status panels. Name Ethan Hunt Human. Level 40. Exp 0 100 million. It was a very little panel, even smaller than his main panel. He was a peak tier 3 life form, so he was at level 40. Once he leveled up to 41, he would be able to break through to tier 4. Damn, it was his time to level up quickly because there would be an infinite amount of dark creatures. No one knew how long the dark dimension would keep sending their troops, but it was a treasure trove for him. The battle hadn't started yet. It would start in 12 hours. Ethan saw many other species too. They were from different galaxies. He saw a young man with 2 horns on his head. He had a very proud look on his face. He used appraisal on him, a dragon in humanoid form. There were some others from that same species behind that young man. Prince has got a grade 8 reward. I don't think anyone else has got anything higher than this. Another one chimed in. Yes, I am also sure. There were only 9 grades of rewards. Prince has got the 2nd highest grade. I am really proud that I follow the 1st prince and not the 3rd prince. They were buttering up the young man, and Ethan could tell it was actually working. The man had a proud and smug look on him. He was enjoying this, but what felt odd to him was that the man said there were only 9 grades of rewards, but he had clearly got a grade 10 reward. Was this different for different species? Then he saw a beautiful young woman manifest. She had just entered. She was wearing a crimson-red dress. There were also some young women behind her. A phoenix, huh? The young girl looked at the dragon prince and said coldly, "I didn't think you would have the guts to enter the battlefield willingly, O first prince of the dragon kingdom." But the dragon prince didn't seem too angry with this. "I see you missed me so much. That's why you couldn't help but enter the battlefield in such a hurry, O first princess of the phoenix kingdom. That dragon is not a fool, I see." He can keep his calm. Ethan was enjoying the bantering. There were thousands of races and millions of players. The number was increasing every passing second. Soon it surpassed billions. Everyone waited until now to enter. They probably prepared up to their teeth before entering here. Ethan created a grand throne for himself and sat down there. Then he took out some food from his storage ring and started enjoying them. This caught the attention of many people. Who is this? He actually created a throne to sit in front of us. He seems so relaxed. Probably has no idea how terrifying those dark creatures will be. They were commenting about him. Ethan wanted to reply, "How do you know they're terrifying? Maybe they're some cute-looking black pandas. Who knows?" But he didn't reply. That would be childish. Time was ticking. 10 hours passed. Trillions of players had appeared in the battlefield. There was a barrier in the far distance. Probably it would open, and monsters would come out from there. Ethan had sent some Tier 0 shadows with his parents. He was observing them too. The players in that battlefield were hundreds of thousands of times more than this battlefield. The four of them were standing together. He could see Anna was shaking a bit, but Irina was very confident. She was grabbing the hilt of her sword, always ready to sheath it out whenever needed. The higher the battlefield, the lower the number of players. Soon, 2 hours passed. "Attention, the barrier is about to open. Be prepared." This notification sounded 3 times in every battlefield, and the barrier opened like a door. Dark, ugly creatures started gushing out from there. Ethan scanned their numbers. They were 10,000 times more than the number of players and still increasing. Ethan was happy about this. There was a huge amount of EXP needed, and he didn't know how much X by killing one of those ugly-looking creatures would provide him. So he created a little marble in his hand and threw it with his index finger. Instantly, one of the dark creatures turned into black mist, and he heard a notification. "You have got 0.001 EXP. What the hell?" He would need to kill 100 billion of those monsters to level up once, and that would be the breakthrough point from the black hole realm to the galactic realm. After that, the required EXP would increase even more. But what he didn't know was that this ridiculous amount was only for him, as his base law was the law of chaos, and it gave him a 5-fold increase for every level up. Moreover, the next breakthrough would give him a 1 million times boost, and killing that many was not a problem for him at all. There were trillions of those monsters rushing toward them, and he would just have to think about killing them because he had the skill. Eye of Oblivion in his arsenal, which was the evolved version of the Eye of Destruction. Ethan would just kill 100 billion and then leave this battlefield. He spread his mental domain and selected 100 billion dark creatures. Those creatures were different types of monsters, dark versions of normal ones, and many unknown species too. They were like exact opposite form of parallel dimension of the light dimension. "Oblivion," he muttered silently. And instantly, 100 billion dark creatures turned into cosmic particles, and he heard the notification of leveling up. "You have leveled up to 41. He chose those creatures throughout the battlefield from different places. There were tens of trillions of monsters, so 100 billion was not a big number. Still, some people noticed the change because it was also not a small number either. "Did you see that? What just happened?" "I saw a large number of those monsters suddenly vanish," someone asked in a surprised tone. But nobody answered him as those dark creatures had already come near them, and each one of them started fighting. Those creatures were stronger, way stronger than normal Tier 3 beings from the light dimension, so only the extraordinary ones were doing fine, while the others were struggling hard. But soon, those struggling people were overwhelmed by the sheer number of creatures pouring in from that barrier. Ethan, on the other hand, was in his breakthrough moment, so he created a barrier around himself so that no one could disturb him at that moment. His tremendous inner black hole, which was even larger than several galaxies, was now creating a galaxy. The black hole was at the center of the galaxy, and new planets, stars, and star systems started to form out of thin air. A tremendous amount of energy was being used in this process. His inner black hole was larger than hundreds of galaxies, so the galaxy it was creating. Royal Galaxy, that was for sure. Ethan's strength was skyrocketing with each passing moment. He was sitting in the air in a cross-legged position with his eyes closed. He was observing the creation of his inner galaxy. This process suddenly triggered his infinite comprehension, and something unprecedented started to occur. The laws he had comprehended till now were external laws that already existed from before, but with the creation of his inner galaxy, a new law was created with it. The new law was called the Law of Existence. It was the combination of all the laws he had comprehended till now. This was a process all galactic realm cultivators went through, but their galaxies never produced any new law. They bound their inner galaxies with the outer existential laws because they relied on external energy for their breakthroughs. But Ethan was different from them. He was using his own source of energy. That was the reason why he cut off the connection with all external laws and merged them into his very own law. The law of existence was a law that could produce other laws. It was like an administrator. With this law, Ethan could create any law for his inner galaxy. The law itself was the combination of the law of chaos, law of fate, law of karma, law of creation, law of destruction, and law of nothingness. These were all the fundamental laws out there, but the law of nothingness was a law that was not included in that category because it was a law from a space where no law existed. Ethan's strength was about to increase 1,000,000 times, but now this new law changed that calculation. Even Ethan didn't know how powerful he was becoming as he was in full comprehension mode. The dark creatures were trying to break his barrier, but they couldn't even get near it. As soon as they came 1 centimeter close, an invisible energy instantly incinerated them. After 10 hours, Ethan's inner galaxy was finally created. This caused a huge phenomenon, as Ethan now existed outside the laws of the external world. That meant if someone wanted to kill him, they would have to destroy his inner galaxy, but that thing was inside his body. So it was like an infinite loop of indestructibility. But of course, higher beings could deal with him by stopping reality itself or even the dimension itself. But that was something only beings above tier 24 could do. He was safe from lower existences. He was still a third-dimensional creature, so was his inner galaxy, meaning he couldn't yet escape the reach of the third dimension. But Ethan was happy with his new breakthrough. It was amazing. He looked at his panel, Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 1.75, Paradox Domain. Spirit 1.75, Paradox Domain. Talent, Infinite Comprehension, 1 Paradox Domain, equal 1 quadrillion chaos verses. It was a 1 billion times increment, which instantly took him near the level of a tier 20 being who had 1,000 paradox domain level power. He was evolving at a preposterous speed, as soon as he broke through, outside the universe. In the grand palace of the prime reality rulers, everyone below tier 25 instantly lost their sensing ability regarding Ethan. What happened? Where did that anomaly go? Did he die in the battlefield? This was the confusion in their minds, because there were no tier 25 level beings present there. Those beings were ancestor-level existences. No one would bother them with this insignificant matter. Inside the barrier, Ethan slowly opened his eyes, and an intense, blinding light gushed out from them. It was an unintentional action by him. This light was the residue of power even after suppressing it. Instantly, the battlefield was cleared. Every single dark creature was gone. There were only beings from Ethan's side remaining. The entire battlefield was now pin-drop silent. They were shaking in their boots. They had felt that presence. Though it didn't target them, they could still sense that godly aura just now. They looked toward the origin of this tremendous pressure and saw a handsome human sitting on the ground in a cross-legged position. Ethan was also surprised by what he had done. Whatever, he slowly stood up. But those trillions of people who were watching him suddenly felt their knees go numb and they fell to the ground. They didn't know how someone like this existence could appear here in the Tier 3 battlefield. Was he an administrator of the system or something? But these were all their inner thoughts. No one dared to ask him in person. Ethan heard the battle system notification. You have got 1 trillion EXP. You have got the special privilege to enter and leave any upper-tier battlefield without asking for permission. There were 1 quadrillion dark creatures, and he had killed them all. The battle was ended for the day. The system had a rule that said if the players could kill all the dark creatures from the battlefield, that battlefield could remain empty for 2 days, and the players could leave the battlefield, but they would have to return in 2 days. As for the normal rule of leaving the battlefield, one had to kill at least 100 monsters. If a player could kill 100 monsters, they could apply to the system to leave, and the system would allow them to leave in 2 days if the battlefield was lacking players. If not, then they could leave instantly. The Tier 3 battlefield could now remain empty for 2 days. Ethan logged out and left. He was now given the special privilege, and he would use it to enter all the battlefields. Because the amount of EXP required had just become insane at this point. Name, Ethan Hunt Human. Level 42. EXP 0-100 quadrillion. The system was surely pranking him. He would be lacking monsters at this rate. He would have to wait for 2 days again. The system was providing him all the required energy by extracting it from those monsters, as well as helping him instantly comprehend the laws for breaking through. But his own system didn't allow any other type of energy in his body, so it was purifying those energies, though it allowed the law comprehension. So Ethan could break through several times after entering those higher battlefields. So he entered the Tier 4 battlefield and saw that the number of players was far less than in Tier 3. It was around 500 billion, but the monsters were around 10 trillion. The players were struggling for their lives. The Dark Dimension came fully prepared, and even with the help of the system, it would take a tremendous amount of time to produce that many higher-level players. Ethan locked onto every one of those monsters. I have Oblivion to kill every single one of them. Again, that mind-blowing phenomenon was created like before. The entire battlefield was now cleared. Only silence persisted. You have got 1 trillion EXP. The EXP conversion had increased significantly 100 times more than before. He got 0.1 EXP for each kill. Those galactic-level players were now in utter horror. They were looking at Ethan with absolute reverence. Ethan left this battlefield too. He was just massacring all the battlefields and was creating a legend. The amount of EXP he was gaining increased as he started killing in the higher-tier battlefields. After clearing up to Tier 10, he leveled up 3 times. But he continued the process, and by the time he arrived at Tier 14, he reached level 50, the peak of the Galactic Realm, meaning level 9 Galactic Realm. His power was now increased to 78,125 times. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique, 136,719, Paradox Domain. Spirit, 136,719, Paradox Domain. Talent, Infinite Comprehension. He had already surpassed the power of a Tier 20 existence. Tier 21 would need 100 billion paradox domains, but that was not far from his reach, as he was going to break through to the Galactic Overlord soon. The Galactic Overlord realm was an increase in the number of galaxies within the body, which was 100 million galaxies. In this breakthrough, 100 million galaxies of similar size to his main one would be formed, and he would gain a 100 million times boost. The Galactic Overlord and the Universe Realm were the 2 highest boosting realms under Tier 22. After that, the boost would slow down significantly. So he would also need a huge amount of EXP. Maybe clearing the Tier 15, 16, 17, and 18 battlefields would give him this boost. Then he entered the Tier 15 battlefield, but the battlefield was completely empty. There was not a single entity out there. What is going on here? There are no Tier 15 existences in those 100,000 galaxies. That's not that surprising. It had 10 Tier 14 existences, and that was also a surprise to him. It was just one universe, so having this level of powerful beings in a universe was terrifying. Just as he entered the battlefield, he saw a countdown going on in the sky. 2 years. It meant the barrier could hold this level of entity for 2 years at most. So if none of those 10 Tier 14 existences became Tier 15, the battlefield would be overwhelmed with dark creatures, and they would come out into the real world. But now that Ethan had entered the battlefield, he heard a notification. Do you want to start the battle now or wait for 2 years? Of course now. Who the heck would wait for that long? Not him, at least. Be prepared. The barrier is about to be opened. And thousands of monsters started gushing out from the barrier. They were all Tier 15 existences, so Ethan didn't use Oblivion this time because he was going to use Shadow Monarch on them. If he used Oblivion, then there wouldn't be anything left for him to use his talent on. He created 2 short swords in his hands and suppressed his power to their level. Then he rushed toward them. He was going to enjoy these fights. Come on, you ugly freaks. Boom. Ethan vanished and appeared among the horde of monsters, slicing them like chickens. After 5 hours, he finally killed all the monsters. There were 54,172 monsters. Arise. Instantly, he got an army of over 50,000 who were all Tier 15. Though they looked ugly, it didn't matter. Until now, he only had Hagoromo under him, who was Tier 15, but now the number had changed. Then he appeared in the Tier 16 battlefield. It was also like before, not a single creature was present there. 5 years. It had a 5-year time limit. Ethan again started the battle and massacred all the monsters. This time, there were only around 9,000 monsters, and he used Shadow Monarch on them too. Now Nexus wasn't the only Tier 16 under him, but Ethan had a soft spot for Nexus, and he was thinking of making him stronger soon. He cleared the Tier 17 battlefield too and got 513 Shadow Army members of Tier 17. Now the only battlefield left was Tier 18. The night was about to end, so Ethan thought he should enter Tier 18 later. He wanted to take some rest, but before that, he wanted to see how much time remained. So he entered there and found that the battlefield was not empty. There was someone there, but the dude was just looking at the timer and doing nothing. The familiar chime of a notification echoed in Ethan's mind, and he froze. A surge of indescribable excitement rushed through him. His eyes widened. His heart pounded like a war drum. That sound, it wasn't just a beep. It was a call to destiny. As a veteran netizen from Earth who had spent countless nights binging web novels, Ethan recognized the moment for what it was. He'd read it 100 time stories where ordinary protagonists were granted mysterious systems. cheat-like abilities that turned their lives upside down. It was the beginning of greatness. Now it was happening to him. He had a system. His breath hitched. Eyes shut, he turned his attention inward, just as countless fictional protagonists had done. He focused, mind taut with anticipation, trying to summon the interface. What would it be? A shop system, a cultivation accelerator, a skill copier. Then, in the darkness behind his closed lids, a translucent panel blinked into existence. Master Ethan Hunt. Physique 0.1. Spirit 0.1. That was it, Ethan blinked. Disappointment crept in like a cold draft. No flashing lights, no dramatic fanfare, no tabs, options, or grand list of powers, just two measly stats. His initial euphoria began to fade. Then, like a bolt of lightning, pain lanced through his skull. He winced, clutching his head as data surged into his mind. A cold, mechanical voice echoed within him, system active. Core function automatically doubles host's attributes every 24 hours. Ethan froze. His thoughts stalled. Double. Every 24 hours, his pupils constricted. He wasn't a math prodigy, but even he understood exponential growth. At first, the change would seem small, but over time, days, weeks, a snowball would become an avalanche. The weakest ant could become a dragon. His fingers trembled. He clenched them into fists, his lips parting in stunned awe. This is insane. Suddenly, that basic panel didn't feel so underwhelming anymore. Physique 0.1. Spirit 0.1. The data from the system clarified. 1 in either stat equaled 1 ton of force. At 0.1, Ethan currently had around 100 kilograms of physical and spiritual strength. Neat, round numbers. Too neat. The system had likely calibrated his starting point intentionally, but Ethan didn't dwell on that. He needed answers about the world he now inhabited. Sifting through the inherited memories of this body, a new reality unfolded. The planet was called Blue Star, a futuristic, Earth-like world where martial power reigned supreme. While advanced technology existed, the true cornerstone of society was cosmic energy and those who could harness it through cultivation. Strength ruled all. The cultivation hierarchy was divided into 5 major realms: 1. Martial Warrior 2, Martial Master 3, Martial Grandmaster 4, Martial King 5, Martial Emperor. To embark on this path, one first had to awaken their elemental affinity. Some people possessed a latent affinity to one of the 9 elements: fire, water, earth, metal, wind, light, darkness, thunder, and ice. Through their element, they would receive a corresponding breathing technique, allowing them to absorb cosmic energy and evolve. The foundation of cultivation lay in unlocking 5 gene locks, each tied to a realm. Every gene lock contained 9 sublocks, and unlocking each one exponentially increased a martial artist's strength. Before unlocking the first gene lock, a human's strength capped at 1000 kg hard, universal limit. Once unlocked, however, first sublock 2000 kg second, 3000 kg third, 4000 kg, ninth 10,000 kg. Upon advancing to Martial Master, first sublock 50,000 kg second, 100,000 kg, and so on, a terrifying system of power escalation. Ethan couldn't help but marvel. And I have a system that doubles my stats daily, starting at 100 kg today, tomorrow 200, the day after 400, then 800, 1,600, exceeding the 1,000 kg limit, a feat no unawakened mortal had ever achieved. Could I break the law? The thought made his heart race again. His mind drifted to what he remembered from class. To qualify for a top-tier martial university, a student first needed to become a quasi-martial artist. The criteria: punching force 500 kg, sprint speed 25 meters per second. With that certificate, one could take the elemental affinity test, pass, and they'd receive a breathing technique from the Alliance Hall and start cultivating. Fail, and they were condemned to mediocrity, powerless in a world where strength decided everything. This is the world I'm in now. Still reeling from the revelations, Ethan stood from the infirmary bed. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in soft gold. He remembered the students who had helped him earlier, Ryan and the others. Smiling, Ethan treated them to a hearty meal at a nearby restaurant. It was the least he could do. Later that evening, he booked a ride to home. The sleek humming car glided through the neon-lit streets. Ethan sat in the back seat, gazing out the window. This life is so different from the one I had before. Back on Earth, he had been alone, an orphan, no family, no dreams, just a drifting soul in a gray, indifferent world. But here, he had parents, a home, a future. The Hunt family was among the city's elite. His father, a successful businessman. His mother, a gentle figure from the fragmented memories in his mind. And yet, anxiety gnawed at him. Will they notice I'm different? Can I act like the original Ethan? Fortunately, the Ethan of this world had been introverted and quiet, distant. Though he loved his parents, they hadn't spent much time together due to their busy schedules. Still, they cared for him deeply. That thought warmed Ethan's heart. It made the guilt sting. The car stopped in front of a sleek villa in an upscale district. Ethan stepped out, nerves tightening with each step. Following the map in his memory, he entered the house. It was empty. Relieved, he removed his shoes and climbed the stairs. Every room matched his memory. Every photo, every detail reel. In his bedroom, he soaked in a warm bath, letting the water wash away the tension. Later, dressed in clean clothes, he sat cross-legged on the bed, staring at the ceiling. This is it. My new life has begun. His emotions were a whirlwind: fear, awe, excitement. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He had a system, a path, a chance to rise. All he needed was time. Every 24 hours, my strength will double. If I stay quiet, prepare, and act smart. He looked at his hands, clenched them. A new fire burned in his soul. Tomorrow would be day 2, and nothing would ever be the same. Ethan now had 15 days to go to the Association Martial Hall to get his quasi-martial warrior certificate from there. Now that he had time to himself, Ethan sat before his sleek terminal screen, browsing through articles and forums. His mind was buzzing with curiosity. Are all martial artists the same once they step into the martial realm? He wondered. Do they all have the same strength? But it didn't take long to find the answer. No. The universe was never fair, not in his past life, and certainly not in this one. Equality was a myth when it came to strength. While martial artists might share similar foundational strength at the same realm except for some geniuses, that was only part of the equation. Skill played an enormous role, but weapon techniques or bare-handed martial arts. Mastery over these skills could multiply one's combat effectiveness many times over. But mastery required something special: comprehension. Even if two people learned the exact same skill, the way they applied it in battle could differ drastically. Understanding, talent, instinct, these factors set them apart. Then there was a game-changer: innate talents. Upon unlocking their gene and stepping into the martial warrior realm, some individuals awakened unique talents. These talents could be elemental in nature, ice, lightning, or physical traits like enhanced strength, speed, or defense. Others awakened more specialized abilities like healing, long-distance vision, etc. However, not everyone was gifted with talent. All martial artists might not have a talent, but every genius had one. As Ethan absorbed this knowledge, a fire lit within him. What if I awakened a talent too? He thought excitedly. Combined with the power of the system, I'd be unstoppable. That night, he went to bed early, his heart brimming with ambition. The next morning, sunlight streamed through his window. Ethan stretched lazily and brought up his attributes with a thought. Master, Ethan Hunt. Physique 0.2. Spirit 0.2. He blinked, feeling sharper, more focused than ever. His vision seemed clearer, his body lighter. Is this the effect of the spirit attribute? He wondered. After freshening up, he headed out for breakfast. It was Sunday, a free day. With nothing scheduled, he decided to explore the city a little. Driving his advanced motorbike, a sleek machine modeled after a Royal Enfield but with futuristic upgrades, Ethan revved it up. The beast could easily hit 500 kph, but today he cruised slowly. His first stop was a shopping mall. He needed training clothes, something the previous Ethan would have never bought unless absolutely necessary. As he sifted through racks of gear, his gaze landed on a girl nearby. His breath caught. She was stunning porcelain skin, about 170 centimeters tall, and a figure that could rival any model. She wore a stylish violet trench coat over a fitted turtleneck with black boots that hugged her calves, a perfect blend of elegance and strength. Ethan's heartbeat surged inexplicably. Why am I reacting like this? Then he understood it wasn't his emotion. It belonged to the original Ethan. That girl was Rose Leslie, his classmate and longtime crush. She excelled in literature and martial arts and dreamed of entering Aurora Martial University. Though from a modest family, she was driven, spending her days studying and practicing martial arts at the gym. Today, she wasn't alone. Beside her stood a younger girl, maybe her sister. She shared the same ethereal beauty. Unlike the old Ethan, this one didn't hesitate. He walked up and greeted her. Hey, Rose. Rose turned, startled. Her eyes widened in recognition. Ethan, she asked, surprised. She knew him as the quiet boy who barely spoke to anyone except Ryan. Still, she smiled politely. Hi. The younger girl, Zara, peeked at Ethan curiously. He was handsome, and her sister seemed to know him. Ethan smiled gently and greeted her as well. Shy, Zara hid behind Rose's coat. What are you doing here, Rose? Ethan asked. Just buying clothes for myself and Zara, she replied. Ethan nodded and offered casually, want to grab a coffee? Rose hesitated. Maybe another time, she declined gently. Understanding, Ethan didn't press further. He gave a small smile and waved them goodbye. After leaving the mall, Ethan made his way to a nearby martial gym, the Tiger Fang Martial Gym. A warm-looking receptionist greeted him. Looking for something, she asked. From her, Ethan learned that the gym's owner was a powerful level 9 martial warrior. Many aspiring students trained there before awakening their genes. It was a respected place to start the martial path. Ethan considered joining, but then he shook his head. With the system, his strength would grow far too quickly. If he trained here, it would be hard to hide his unnatural progress. Better to stay low-key for now. He spent the rest of the day strolling through various parts of the city before finally heading home. As he stepped into the house, Ethan paused. Their home. A flicker of nervousness hit him before he composed himself. In the kitchen, his mother, Alina, was humming a tune while preparing dinner. Tall and graceful, she carried an aura of warmth. His father, Jack Hunt, sat on the couch, a towering figure of 190 centimeters with a strong, athletic build and a sharp, calm demeanor. "Hey, Mom, Dad," Ethan greeted. Alina turned, surprised. "Ethan, you're back." "I went out shopping," he said casually. Her brows rose. "Shopping? That's rare. What did you buy?" "Training clothes, training clothes." Alina blinked, genuinely surprised. "What for?" "I want to take the Quasi-Martial Warrior Certificate exam in 15 days. I need to train." Jack looked up from the TV, startled. His son, who always seemed uninterested and unambitious, was talking about martial certification. "Why the sudden rush, Ethan?" Jack asked, his voice filled with concern but also curiosity. Ethan felt the warmth in his father's tone. It wasn't suspicion, it was care. "I want to get into a top university, Dad. I'll need that certificate for admission." There was a long silence. Alina's eyes softened and Jack leaned back, thoughtful. Their son was changing. He wasn't the same shy, withdrawn boy anymore. There was fire in his eyes, purpose in his voice. They exchanged a glancione of quiet pride. Alina turned back to him with a smile. "All right then, what do you want for dinner?" Ethan grinned. "How about black pepper grilled beef with garlic rice?" "You got it," she laughed. As Ethan headed to his room, he couldn't help but smile.